esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB. You know for sure who's gonna win.
Welcome to Omega League.
We spent a great deal of time over the past few days taking a look at everything that was going on in Divine, but today, as we descend this beautiful mountain, as we descend down from the temple, we are very much changing what we are going to be paying attention to today. It is time to pivot back to Immortal, and we have an absolutely fantastic lineup of games, 3 series for today, and we have a fantastic panel to kick everything off as well. My name is Rich. I'm going to be your host, and I am joined by Jenkins and Lizard, and I could not be more excited to actually talk about some of these series today. It's been a long time since we've gotten to look at the Immortal teams. What are you guys doing?
Nothing. We're prepping.
Don't leave me hanging. That was too hard. I have soft skin. I'll do that again. What are you saying?
Let's talk about
Hi, Rich.
some of the things that are
How you
going on
doing,
with
Rich?
it. It's been a while since we've gotten to look at these teams, and I feel like we haven't really talked that much about what the groups have actually looked like for Immortal. What's been your take thus far before we actually dive back into the action today?
Big Viking fan. I think they looked really good in their series versus NIP. It was kind of close, but I think a lot of people were expecting NIP to do really well in that one. Well, okay.
They did lose their captain, right? There's that. But
This is true. But Viking is the qualifier team. They've looked dominant in all of their games, even the ones they lose. It looks good. It looks
they
okay.
played versus OG as well, right?
They did. They
took a game off.
took
of
a
them.
game. Yep.
So you can't not love them right now. It's just a team that's been through the qualifiers multiple times and finally has made it to the Immortal League, and they definitely do deserve it. Like, I would say that this is. I feel like I'm repeating what everyone else is saying, but this is your upcoming European team. This is like your upcoming Tier 1.5, soon to be Tier 1 team, unless someone gets poached.
And very important that we do start to talk about them, because this is going to be a team that we are going to be thinking about very shortly here. But first, let's take a look at our overall standings going on here in Group B. And you can see some of the stories that the two analysts were talking about reflected in these numbers. Are there any other teams in Group B that you really do want to be paying attention to before we actually start talking about the series that we are going to see today?
All of them?
I mean, that's a stacked group.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, when you look over at Group A, though, do you feel like it is as stacked, Jenkins?
No, I don't think so. I mean, nothing against the teams. Obviously, Team Nigma, fantastic. EG, they've got a few players playing on ping. Alliance, they can be kind of hit or miss. 5 men, you have the qualifier team, VP, they're on and off. Na'Vi, I think they're expected to be probably the lowest performing team of the tournament, maybe even below the open qualifier.
If you're a fan from the CIS, Group A is the group to watch, right? But Group B is the group that you kind of want to ignore. Flight to Moon feels surrounded by giants here, and perhaps this is an even matchup, like Viking GG versus Flight to Moon. We haven't seen a lot of Flight to Moon, but this is an even matchup in the Group B at least.
It's been a month since they've played a game, so it is.
And they also have a different player, right? Like they switched up the position 4s. Yeah, dude went to play poker for life, so he said I had enough of Dotes.
Time to be a rounder.
Exactly.
Definitely not a bad lifestyle at all. Some people do the opposite. But ultimately here, we are in a position where we've already started to hint at what the first series of the day is. Let's start to actually dive in and talk about what we can expect to see between Viking GG and Fly to Moon. So let's talk about these two teams and what we think that head-to-head matchup is. Jenkins, you already started to illuminate the idea that you think that Viking might be a little bit more fresh as far as recent series are concerned.
Yeah, I think so. I think just the fact that they have been playing against some top-tier teams within the current meta definitely helps them out a lot. I've actually been playing with some of the Fly to Moon players in ranked, and so I know they're spamming heroes that are meta. But with that being said, there's a huge difference between playing Zeus in ranked and owning noobs in a pub with it, and playing it in competitive. And the same thing goes for Wisp. Like, I think Wisp is an answer to a lot of the really top tier heroes currently in the meta, which we can see on the screen here. Lots of wait a minute. Oh, this is actually Fly to Moon's recent games.
But you can see also there was one Viking GG game, I think, there. But never mind, here we go, the Vikings.
Yeah, the Viking game, they went 1-1, and I think Vikings DC'd, unfortunately. Like they had some connection issue, and the series went 2-1.
So, if you look at the names of these players, I would even argue that Fly to Moon does have bigger names. These players have been around for longer, have played in multiple tier 1 teams. The problem is Viking right now is looking at their best. They're looking like they're in the perfect form to take on a team such as Fly to Moon. Specifically, as Jenkins just said, Fly to Moon, they didn't really play a lot of games. That can be a downside, but that can also be an upside. Who says they aren't scrimming, right?
Right.
Perhaps they aren't playing official games, but that can be a positive thing for them, because you don't really see their drafts.
Right.
And
nobody knows what the hell they're going to do.
You say maybe they can't pick this, but maybe they can, because Roger is here now. It's not their usual position 4.
That's true.
Yeah, but usually what we expect from Fly to Moon is a low and limited hero pool. And that's something that has issued these players for a really long time. Iceberg, perhaps on mid, can play multiple different roles from that mid lane. He can be your win condition, he can be the playmaker. But when you look at these other dudes, it's mostly 2 or 3 heroes.
Okay, so with all of that in your mind, saying that they have, yes, like a limited pool, what do you think they need to do to be able to win a series like this, even though we haven't gotten to look at them in a little while? Maybe they have been scrimming a whole bunch. Maybe there's a bunch of stuff going on under the hood. But Jenkins, what do you think the main route you want to see them take to victory would be?
Well, so I do agree that they have a somewhat limited pool, at least when you look at their games that they previously played. Obviously, that was a month ago. We have no idea how it's going in Scrim, especially with the new 4 position, like you said. But they do play heroes that have come back into the meta. Like, we're seeing Drow only the past couple of days. People have started picking Drow. They're a big Drow team already. Even when nobody else was picking it, they were picking Drow. That's pretty big. Lifestealer, we're seeing come back to some degree. I mean, sometimes it's hit or miss, but, the Monkey King Bar Halberd build is... Maybe he's like an answer to a lot that's currently in the meta, but basically, like, I feel like maybe they are a little bit limited, but the heroes that they're limited to are good now.
Are good in the meta.
Yeah.
And you know what? Like, when you're limited like that and you're playing versus a tier 1 team, it can be detrimental for you, because the tier 1 team will pick the right responses, right counters to your limited hero pools. Or they'll find the right amount of bans that they need to eliminate all of your strategies, and then you'll kind of find yourself in a position in which you're picking heroes that you're comfortable on, but they're not really synergizing very well together. However, when you're playing versus a Viking GG, I think Viking GG, they're still a team that has to focus completely on themselves. And on their own strategy, maybe ban out a couple of counters to what you're planning to do. But in all honesty, from what we've seen from them, they are a team that just goes with their own strat. Like, they're the ones picking Wisp all the time.
They are, and they pick Alchemist, they pick Medusa. You don't really see these heroes too much, even in the tier 1 scene where people
Spirit Breaker, for God's sake.
Right.
Like, no one picks it.
And the crazy thing is, it wasn't just Spirit Breaker. Like, he carried the games that he played Spirit Breaker. He makes the hero look good. That is a trash hero. Well, then again, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's actually pretty good.
I tried it And it didn't feel great, I'm gonna tell you. I went the same build. I bought phases, some magic wand drums, and then the antagonists just never came. Like, you can't farm it.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting thing to think about, though, when you're talking about how these two teams do match up. Yes, maybe Fly to Moon, maybe they are going to be slightly more limited on their pool, but it does seem like Viking is a team that really needs to protect their own strategy when we do jump down into the draft and look at them. I do want to talk about Drow a little bit more. I feel like we saw it a lot more in Divine. I'm trying to think about how much we really did see it in Immortal. It was a few days ago. But in Divine, all of a sudden we started seeing like a lot of Drow Venge. Do you think that that is something, Lizard, that's going to creep back into the meta here now that we're paying attention to Immortal?
I wouldn't say it's creeping back because it has been here for a month or so. The Coast Qualifiers was plagued by Drow strategies. However, it wasn't quite always successful because you have this Drow and it's a very specific hero. In the laning stage right now, I think it's coming back mostly because of Doom too. If you pair her with Avenge, Disruptor, Jakiro, Lich, Doom has like a lot of problems keeping distance from the double slow and then also being able to get a couple of last hits in the lane. So Drow is coming back not only because she's good, but because of the laning matchups. And she's
Veno as well. Very good against
Veno,
Veno. Yeah. You just sit at range and hit the wards.
Yep.
And by the time Veno gets enough levels to kill the Drow, she has like 3 Wraith Bands. She just 2 hits the wards. So I totally agree. I think it's a matchup thing. She's one of the only heroes that does really well in the lane against most of the popular heroes.
Like CIS teams are really good at keeping this perimeter and defending their side, right? And that's why Virtus.pro was pretty much popular for their sniper. Like they could put no one on that sniper and he would carry the games. But you really have to understand how to play the map around Drows, around snipers, because it's very easy for them to just start feeding if you have a couple of heroes that reach and get on top of them easily.
Now, my big question as well, I think all of that's very important to think about, but when we actually do look at the past few days and what all of those teams were able to bring, do you think that that does push the meta forward at all? I think this is one of the most enjoyable things as we're about to jump into this draft and see if any of that is going to bear fruit, what we just discussed. But I think one of the coolest things about being here for a league is getting to experience how all those things do change. And this is the first time that I've actually gotten to be a part of a league for Dota. And I'm curious, do you think that some of the lower tier teams, the games that we saw, are going to have any impact on these higher tier teams?
I think so. I think it's kind of like a testing grounds almost. You see, okay, like I theory crafted Morphling's really good against Venomancer because he just doesn't care about the damage over time, but we haven't had the chance to try it in scrims yet. And so you see a lower tier team pick it, and you can kind of deduce from the laning. It's like, sure, maybe the strategy in a tier 1 team is better, but the laning is going to be almost exactly the same. I feel like laning mechanics are just laning mechanics.
Yeah.
I'm like, it was the same for the Pushka League, and I'm so hyped to see this meta completely develop. Like back when I was a player, you're playing in these scrims, and maybe there's a tournament every 15 days.
Yep.
But you don't have all the exposed data. So you hear some rumors, you talk to some players, you see what's happening in pubs, but you're not quite sure if your drafts are really the best ones. That, like, when you look at the league, it's much easier to deduce, like you said, if your drafts are actually good or not. And if nothing else, you have all the data necessary to choose from the heroes that are good for you. So,
there's a lot of replays to look at right now.
Yeah.
A lot of replays.
That is definitely true. Now, as we're starting to look at everything in this first phase, some notable things that have not been banned out. Veno, for example. Anything in particular that you guys are keeping your eyes on here?
Both of these heroes that have been picked, like they have been banned before, or they have been picked in the first stage.
Yeah.
It's like we're finding different broken heroes. However, it's usually Darkseer that's picked up because he's very strong right now on the lane. He buffs up the heroes later on with the Iron Shell as well and the Surge. But he started being picked up also because of Doom a little bit. It's this matchup, right? The Surge.
Yep.
And they banned out the Doom, right? So
Clockwork. That's the classic. If Tiny is out, you pick the Clockwork, surge him in, put that Iron Shell, tons of damage. I'm actually kind of surprised that Fly to Moon picked the Darkseer, just because I've been looking at General's pubs, and he has been playing a lot of Nightstalker, a lot of Bat, like basically no Darkseer. So I assume this is just something they've been practicing in scrims.
Keep one thing in mind. When it comes to General, Clockwork is his absolutely most popular hero.
That's
recently.
true. I have seen that.
Yeah, so this might be some curveball in which Darkseer. I've seen it played on high-ranked pubs, mid lane as well. So
Yep.
you don't know for sure where he's going to be, but when you see Clockwork and Darkseer, you're kind of assuming, okay, this is Darkseer offlane, Clockwork will be 4,
Yep.
and once you get a couple of levels, you'll surge the clock, he'll just dominate the map.
General's basically the only person that I've seen on Dota 2 Pro Tracker that is actually playing Clockwork as a core. Like, nobody is playing it as a core, but he just refuses to give it up. I do not know why. It's a fun hero.
Especially when you see the way he starts the game. He joins the lane with his compatriot on the position 4 that has a bunch of regen. Meanwhile, General has 4 gloves of strength, and that's it. Like, he's just coming bulky, and then
he's just on the next level, man, or his previous level.
I tried copying that, and it actually works because you get so much damage, so much HP from it. And in the mid game, you just need boots and a couple of bracers. It's solid.
Yeah.
Like, what does a Clockwork truly need? You just need to survive, right? After going in.
Exactly.
After that, he buys Aghanim's, but what he does with that Aghanim's is a different story.
Right.
That's just art.
Right. I mean, he literally, this hero just exists to disrupt. That is all he does. So as long as you're alive, you make them commit a lot to take your HP pool down. You're doing your job. Yep. That's about all you need to do. Phoenix Void. I mean, what needs to be said about this? This is like one of the most busted team fight combos. You have the Chrono. You can Chrono the egg. You have Sunray. Like, Phoenix is always going to give you enough damage to kill people in your Chrono, even in the early game. Void does well against the Darkseer as well.
One really good thing here about Void and Phoenix is both of these heroes do not care at all about the Clockwork and Darkseer.
No.
Like, in the laning stage, if Phoenix or Void dies, that means they did some pretty big mistake.
You have to make,
like,
you have to make
a mistake to die there. Yeah. Like, okay, this Phoenix also could be on the offlane. We have seen it played on position 3 a little bit, but I would just like to see this lane. Phoenix, Void, safe lane. You shouldn't be too heavily contested.
Yeah, I don't see why you wouldn't do that. And then you can pick your off lane to completely dumpster the safe lane or something like that. Like, you already have such an easy lane. Basically, the way you counter Clockwork is you just get heroes that can jump out of his cogs, and all of a sudden he can't be a 4 position. Or at least he can't be like a great 4 position that's just running around the lanes and killing everybody.
Yeah, even if they decide to put this clock on position 3, it's not good. Like, playing offlane versus Void isn't really the best. At most, what you can do is cock him back and annoy him when it comes to mana and last hits, but
you want to kill people in the lane.
You want to kill people and you don't have kill potential.
Yeah.
It
always feels bad when you're playing a forward and it's like, oh, I can't go to any lane right now and kill anybody.
If you see the other bans from Flight to Moon so far, they're literally just targeting this Void combinations. So Phoenix is a good combo, but it's not good enough when it comes to damage, at least, because it's been nerfed quite a lot. The damage output from Phoenix really isn't what it used to be.
Oh, there's the boy.
Oh, there we go, yeah. But just to that point, they banned out the Snapfire and the Invoker. That's literally just to eliminate these big Wombo combos with the Chronosphere.
Okay. All right, how do we actually feel about the Spirit Breaker?
It seems like they don't even care about Wombo combo. They just want their heroes, man.
Yeah.
Spirit Breaker. I mean, it's another hero that doesn't really care that much about Clockwork. You can just, number one, like, do you really want to hook into and try to kill Spirit Breaker? I feel like no hero is like, yes, I would love to try to kill Spirit Breaker. That sounds very painful. He can also just charge out of the cogs if you time it right. You have the Spirit Breaker. He can charge the Darkseer and catch him through his surge. You know, it's just. I don't want to call it a solid hero because I feel like it's not. Yeah. But for Viking, it's a very solid hero. Like,
it is
so
funny,
comfortable
though.
with it.
Yeah, it's very much going pretty close to how you guys predicted it would go. As much as you were talking about Fly to Moon, maybe having a limited hero pool.
It's a Wisp.
There is the Wisp.
Oh, Darkseer Wisp combo. They're pulling out the OG.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you really do see a lot of CIS teams trying to copy OG right now.
Yeah.
Like, Virtus Pro as well, Navi. Like, all of these teams are finally realizing, okay, this is too broken. Let's just copy it.
All right. Are we gonna see? So I think if they are copying OG, then this is a gyro mid with the Wisp carry, which I was very much considering making a video about the OG draft, the Wisp with the gyro mid, but it's so not relevant to pubs because you need everything to be right to make it relevant.
And usually that gyro, if he's mid, he needs the right matchup. Like you can't just always run the gyro mid, right? Like you can kind of go back into the jungle, plant that ward, farm the 2 camps, whatever, with the flag cannon. But the games that we have seen that gyro were mostly against Invoker, right? And that's a matchup that he's pretty good at.
Yep.
So my kind of question right now is we're moving forward on the side to Fly to Moon. Talk about not seeing them for a little while and not really sure what they were up to. I think it's been a month, right? You were saying?
Oh yeah.
So do you think that as we start to see this and it starts to smell a lot like an OG draft, do you think that they've just been scrimming and trying to practice some of those strategies of some of the top tier teams?
It seems like it. It seems they did not pick Wisp before at all. And like you said with Roger, of course you can. But this was not a Wisp team, and all of a sudden they have Wisp Gyro. I didn't see Gyro at all either. I didn't see General playing Darkseer. You know, this is totally out of left field.
Feels like kind of a pretty big indicator that they might be a little bit more scary than we initially anticipated.
Possibly.
Bringing some of those top tier.
They're definitely keeping us in the dark as well with their draft so far, because as Jenkins said, this could be a Wisp carry. It could be Gyro mid.
Yeah.
Roger, yeah, he can play Wisp, but Clockwork is definitely more in his lane. Like Clockwork is definitely something that he plays more often, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Wisp is carry. And now let's go just a little bit back to Viking GG and what they have got going, because this Grimstroke will be your support. So they are moving back. This Phoenix should be the offlane in the end, with the Spirit Breaker most likely supporting him, and Grimstroke plus Void is a little bit more susceptible to losing the lane versus Darkseer. Yeah, the Grim can die, but you have some kill potential, more kill potential with the Inkswell, with the Stroke of Fate. You pop that on the Void, he gets a couple of bashes, suddenly you're dead.
Their like early game fighting is really good too, though. Like if they pair up the Grimstroke with the Spirit Breaker, I always love the Grimstroke.
2 cows charging,
yeah,
right?
that's great. That's a really sick combo. Now the Inkswell, like I love when there's multiple heroes that you can Inkswell. Ursa, okay, I'm gonna predict. This is gonna sound crazy. I feel like this is an Ursa 5.
What's making you predict that?
Okay, hear me out on this. So the way OG plays this,
Toss something completely crazy. If it works, he's a genius.
It's like one of those things where it's like when I think that it's funny, it's kind of this weird. Okay, so why do you think that might happen?
Right,
no. Listen.
Yeah.
Whenever OG picks this, they always have some sort of right-clicking melee 5, and I'm sitting here thinking, do you really want to put a Clockwork with the carry Wisp? That would be okay, but you want somebody where you amplify their attack speed and it actually gives them damage. Ursa, with mana regen and attack speed, is a beast. Okay?
All right.
I think this is an Ursa 5.
I looked over at Cap during that, and Cap just looked at me and he started going,
I would love to see that. I would really love to see that, because Ursa has been played as a support for a long time in the CIS, basically even by this team.
Yeah.
But usually it is a position 4 at least, and you get some farm. What's an Ursa 5 gonna?
Well, okay.
It's not that.
The Clockwork is a 4, though. Like, I feel like if there's a game, you know, the Clock doesn't need farm. We already talked about it, right? We talked about the Bracers thing. He doesn't need farm. He just runs around in wards. Maybe it's a Clock 5, Ursa 4, but Ursa will play in the safe lane with the Wisp.
It's possible. All right.
Well, I think right now this is definitely an interesting one. When you look at the odds, they're pretty close, slightly in favor of Fly to Moon. But this draft has already been an absolute treat now that the dust has settled. I think we're starting to see a matchup that I know I'm really excited for. I think when I got here, I don't usually say what I'm predicting, right? I just ask you guys questions, I smile, and I throw it over to the casters. But I kind of expected to come out of this draft just assuming that Viking was going to be able to take this, especially without looking at Fly to Moon in quite some time. I feel like after seeing this draft, I'm very curious where you guys sit. How do you think that this game might actually look?
It looks like Fly to Moon, they're definitely throwing a complete curveball. This is something different from their normal playstyle and drafts, and it could be a huge hit or a huge miss. Like this Ursa, this Ursa, if he is a core, he's been out of the meta because he did get quite significantly nerfed,
big
right?
Nerfs.
He got some big nerfs. However, maybe there's a reason why they're picking it. There's a Phoenix that you're playing against, so you have a hero that kills that egg. Afterwards, an Aghanims could be pretty solid on him in this game. I'm not completely sold. However, Boom is playing the Storm Spirit. I have seen some very wacky plays from him on the Storm recently.
He has done some crazy shit.
He has done some crazy shit, yeah. I'm still going to lean into Vikings' favor a little bit.
Okay.
I'm
All
going
right.
Fly to Moon. I have the gut feeling. Their draft looked. I did not expect that. I like that. I think they've been practicing.
All right. Well, the big question is going to be when we throw down to the casters: is this Ursa going to be overbearing?
That was wonderful, Rich. And you know what the funny thing is it's not the craziest conversation that I've heard from Jenkins just today, let alone this entire week that we've spent time with them. Lacoste, what do you think about Jenkins' prediction? Is this going to be a support Ursa? It's not the craziest thing in the world. I will just give Jenkins his defense there.
It's not, but I think they're just going to go with the standard stuff. Like,
Yeah.
you have Darkseer in your team, you have Wisp, why don't you just give him a position? One, give him the farm. So that's definitely going to be a
Mid
position
Ursa.
3, Darkseer. Okay, that's even better. Shut up, Jenkins. Position 5, Ursa. Get out of the room, please. I don't want to share the same air with you.
Now, you know what's funny is that Jenkins the other day was like, you never want to duo queue with me. Well, now you know why, Jenkins. Now you know why. Roger attempts to intimidate Viking GG away from the rune, but alas, to no avail. I don't know. What do you think, Lacoste, about Fly to Moon? What are your expectations for them here at this event? Because it's been 3 weeks since we've seen them play any official matches.
Well, if you look at the team names, like Fly to Moon is the team that kind of sticks out. Like, you would expect them to lose most of their games, but then they also have the players. Like, you have Roger, you have Iceberg. Some of these players played some very good teams, and they know how to play Dota. Always on a fly. Maybe a couple of that's way too many on his heroes, but yeah, if I had to say which team is better, like, I've been just praising Viking over the past like 2-3 months. The team just looks completely solid. Their decision making is strong, and this is their lineup. Like, you have Aramis on Spirit Breaker, you have a core Phoenix. Storm Spirit, as Panel said, sometimes could look a bit shaky, but now he's playing against Ursa. I don't think Ursa threatens a kill on Storm Spirit at all.
They've also got Celery on his Grimstroke, and they work really well with Grimstroke. In fact, of their recent matches, they're 10-2 with that hero. This is a hero that I would have expected Fly to Moon to put a little bit higher in that ban priority, just because of Viking GG's huge success.
Yeah, when we were casting Divine League, I said that's a sleeper hero. The hero just looks extremely strong. Like, you have Silence, you have Leash, you have Stun, you have Wave Clear. Like, I don't think you can ask more from a hero who has a cast range on level 10, which is pretty insane.
We'll see how this Ursa mid does, because Storm Spirit is high armor, first of all. Kind of good against melee heroes because of his Remnant. Also, the fact that he has a pull allows him to actually have kill power against melee heroes especially.
Yeah, Iceberg could just easily die straight up for first blood. Like, I know that Iceberg loves to play aggressive, is already forced to use a flask, has one fairy fire. Like, Ursa is the hero that you want to play super aggressive on, especially if it's a core.
I like that you pointed that Iceberg can tend to be rather aggressive. He's always that player, I think, of him and his brother, actually. Very similar playstyles in that regard, Pikachu, of just feels like they want to just dominate the opposing mid, you know? Show that they're the better player.
If you give him a good hero, I think that's a possibility, but in this kind of a matchup, I just don't think it's doable. Even though he's having a good CS, 8-3 against 7-1.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. I wonder how this matchup continues to go as he starts getting the higher levels of Fury Swipes, but at the same time, the Storm Spirit has that really high level of Remnant. Eventually, he gets his pull. It feels like a lane that's just going to be difficult through and through, but we'll see.
Storm Spirit getting closer to his bottle, like, he doesn't really feel threatened, so he only brought like one extra set of tangos in this matchup, while Iceberg needs to bring more because he's constantly being harassed by the Storm Spirit.
Nice use of the cogs there. Hits Shad, but also pushes the range creep and gets the CS, but we'll see if it costs him his life. Celery goes try and get out the stroke fake, cancels it, realizes he was going to miss, throws it out now. Roger pinged by it. They just need a little bit more damage. That damn battery assault. It makes the difference, and Roger does escape, not feeding away that first blood.
Bottom lane, Jaro's getting a free farm. Like, it's very hard for Phoenix the last hit against this kind of a lane, especially when you have Spirit Breaker as your support. But
They're gonna dive for it, and Toby actually gets nicely in front of Always Wanna Fly. He does get in range of the tower, though. Cops a couple of shots, but because of the Fire Spirits on V-Tune, he doesn't feel comfortable going for that Phoenix kill. Another combo that Viking GG has been showing to great success, right? Aramis on his Spirit Breaker has looked amazing so far this tournament. And Toby has made a good argument for the Core Phoenix. In fact, watching his performance the other day, I decided to play some Core Phoenix myself. And
did you go for Meteor? Did you get Veil?
I did not get the Meteor Hammer, no.
You should try it.
I felt like I should have tried it, but I kind of wanted to just go a little bit more, I guess, what I would call a traditional build. I will say, though, Phoenix felt great as a core hero. I felt very strong. Aramis.
Yeah, with the just getting charge, you know.
Yeah. Just fake him out. It's when you like you do the head bob towards somebody, get in their face. What, you wanna go, bro? Huh? You wanna go?
You need to take your shirt off.
Yeah.
Like that's the play.
All of a sudden, Spirit Breaker just takes the
take the skin off. Like, come at me, bro.
Sitting on that 4-minute rune to make sure they Boom is going to be able to get it, and it's an arcane rune. It's going to make things a bit hard for the Ursa, but he's still winning out in CS by quite a lot.
I always thought like taking your shirt off during a fight is a kind of a rednecky thing.
Yeah, for sure.
But when you think about it, like he can't pull you, like he can pull you on your skin. I guess that's why. That's the reason why you're taking it off.
Yeah, but then again, you're also exposing your nipples.
Oh, yeah.
That's a weak point right
twist,
there. Yeah, you got to watch out for those nipple twists, the titty twisters.
So yeah, Roger kind of stuck. I don't think that's a good place to be.
I think he was hoping he would push back Shad, and to his credit, if he had, he probably would have killed Celery, but...
Ursa on top of CS. Like, he's getting decent amount of CS, gonna go for those bounty runes, refill his bottle.
Gets the bump back and does manage to take the bounty rune. Needs the heal, though, from the Phoenix to stay alive here. The Gyrocopter actually running out of mana, so they can't go for a third Rocket Barrage.
It's hard for Phoenix to last it. Like, his animation is not the greatest. Same goes for damage. I mean, he has 70 damage for some. Maybe I'm just wrong.
No. I think you're like initially. I think his strength gain is pretty high, but his starting damage at level 1 is not the greatest. I remember that. Celery. This time he will die to Roger, and Shad does not opt to try and time lock in to help his bro.
This aura around Roger, for me, it feels like has Oracle ulti on him all the time.
yeah.
Very confusing.
Yeah, it's that. It's the super rare one that you get, right?
I don't know what it is, but it's pay to win for sure. You just need to pick proper heroes.
Just pick Oracle every single time. Boom. He wants it, but he's going to have to jump away from Iceberg here as he pops his ultimate. Roger does manage to grab that Invis rune, so Boom does not get the free refill.
Boom would like someone to die and just TP mid, refill his bottle.
Yeah, I was going to say.
No one wants to do that, yeah.
That's the downside of his Spirit Breaker, right? It's like he's not TPing anywhere. He's going to charge everywhere he goes. And speaking of charge, here he goes. Breaks down the trees. So V-Tune gets a quick escape back to the Tier 1 tower. They're just trying to get these last hits on the big creeps anyway. They get one of them. In the second one, the flat cannon shot's coming in, and Always Want to Fly. He's the one to take that last hit instead, and gets a deny. Just extra stylish play from the 5 position. You got to get hype about some things, you know? When a 5 starts winning the CS war.
Oh, he bought a Bracer on 5.
And he's got 10 stick charges, so they don't really want to go for this dive.
Interesting. He's going for Earn this game. I've seen different builds from Aramis. Usually just gets phase boots and drums, and he's all over the place.
Yeah.
Now he's going for Earn, since his companion from the lane does not want to get it. Like, he's just going to get probably either a Veil or that Meteor Hammer. Yeah, Meteor Hammer it is. Like, it gives a very nice stats. It gives you mana regen and the health regen, exactly what Phoenix needs. Also, they're very limited on the tower damage, so that Meteor Hammer is going to help out.
Toby, you're going to have to pop that Fairy Fire.
Nah, he has Raindrop. He's good.
Charge back over to mid lane. Yeah, I would have really liked the Veil. That was my build.
Zoning Chrono.
Zoning Chrono. Shad is able to get away, but Celery, who is stuck inside the Chronosphere, not so lucky. Over to mid lane, where that charge from Aramis did connect. And I think they chain stunned Iceberg down. He got off his ultimate, but looks like it was too much. Another bash, man.
Apparently, you don't need Chrono. They got into their heads, you see. They use Chronosphere, they get out of it. So everyone on Flight of Moon's team, they're laughing. Like, they just misused the Chrono, and they kill Ursa on mid because he was the one laughing the hardest.
Too distracted pinging his chat wheel. Doesn't pay attention to the gank.
I love this build on Storm Spirit, just rushing for Orchid. Great against Ursa. You can get solo pickoffs, like does not allow Darkseer to use the Surge. Great against Wisp.
Speaking of Wisp, that's probably why Aramis is trying to rush that urn as quick as possible, right? He's trying to pick up some early urn charges and eventually go for that Spirit Vessel.
Yeah, just get Spirit Vessel against Io. It's very hard for Spirit Breaker to like farm. He's the worst hero to farm with him and Undying.
Yeah, it's definitely not great. The only upside is you have that global potential.
Yeah, global non-farming presence.
Yeah.
Oh, Jelly. Give Jelly to a bear.
Who's he going to give it to?
Radiant structures are fortified.
Of course, he gives one to himself, but do you give it to the Io in that situation?
Possibly,
right? The
yeah.
regen is really good there. I think what Roger wanted with that position, he would get bumped over to the other side of that little cliff. Wasn't quite enough, though. Well, despite being up 5-1 and maybe even 6-1, his Iceberg is in some trouble here. He has the Enrage. He's going to wait for them to fully commit here. He's going to pop it right as the charge hits him, turns around, tries to punish Aramis, gets away, gets a little bit of bottle charging time with Relocate coming in. Oh, he's still going to die, though. Boom, makes that long jump in to kill him. He doesn't have a whole lot of mana left, but with only 3 seconds left on the Relocate, he can't really chase into Viking GG. And this Ursa mid is having a rough time. Maybe Jenkins is right. Maybe it is a support Ursa. We just don't know it yet.
I think this lineup needs more time. Just to group up. Like, Gyro needs an item. He's going for Diffusal Blade, like early one.
Yeah.
Great against Faceless Void. Okay-ish against Phoenix, I guess. I mean, they have 2 great heroes against Phoenix Egg. Like, you have Gyrocopter using Flat Cannon on the egg, damaging the other heroes around it, and Ursa, of course, with Overpower. I also think he has 0 points in Overpower. 1 at the moment.
Isn't the stats build going to be better for you against the Chronosphere, right? We see the odds coming up here. It's Flight of Moon. Still favored despite Viking GG. Maybe people lost faith in Viking GG after their loss to OG, but they still beat Nip. And they did take a game off of OG, so it's not like they've looked bad at all.
This lineup is very good at scaling. I mean, you have Faceless Void, one of the best late-game heroes. That's for sure. You have a Phoenix as a core, Storm Spirit, and they have very limited lockdown for this Storm. Like, so far, they managed to kill a Tier 1 tower. Storm got the last hit. Like, he's getting closer to his Orchid. Like, Ursa does not like to play in any kind of silence or a Yule Scepter. Like, he uses Enrage, you're gonna get the Yules up, and that's it.
I just, like, drums is so value with an IO combination, and then, like, I just expected the typical, like, you know, SNY at some point get Aghanim, Satanic sort of build up for a Gyrocopter, just because we've seen that so many times against Voids in the past, because, well, you have, even when you get Chronosphere, you still have those attacks going off, you still have this lifesteal.
I think what Flight of Moon is trying to do is get an item on Gyro so they can fight with. Like, Ursa has decent amount of farm, but right now you just don't feel the influence. It's very hard for him to make a move against these heroes. Like, he will be tethered by Io most likely, or he's gonna have Ion Shell plus Surge, and then Io and Gyro will play together, but they need to be grouping up. And right now, Viking is just taking control of the map. Like, they took the Tier 1 tower on mid, they took the Tier 2 tower, now they're just completely evading their jungle. The good thing is they have 1 Observer Ward right there, so they see any kind of action that Viking tries to move in their own forest.
With Viking GG taking over some of this Radiant jungle. Smoke is making its way over. They don't have the clearest source of initiation, though. Roger's got to get a really good hook in here. Iceberg's right on top of all of them, so maybe Celery's going to be a free kill, but everybody else, these bigger ones, oh, look at the Meteor Hammer. Tried to drop it, but the rocket actually stopped it. They're going to pull back Iceberg into this. Nice initiation there from Roger to be able to put a stop to that sunray damage and relocate out. Roger actually bumping Boom into his own chronosphere there. Roger now a little bit on the retreat here, but V-Tune is going to lend a helping hand to be able to push back the rest of Viking GG. Boom should be perfectly fine. He's got tons of mana to work with. He's going to let himself get hit by the rocket. Again, very few disables, so it's not like he's scared of being punished.
It is dodgeable. You just go forward towards the rocket and you dodge it, but yeah, I think it's one of those mistakes where you're like playing Faceless Void, you don't see the IO, you try to go for a target, and that relocate was pre-casted. Like, he wanted to get him out even before the chrono. So next time, I'm pretty sure that Shad is going to keep an eye on IO. Either catch him or someone else needs to make a jump.
And I guess that's just a good call from Always Want to Fly in the first place, that he wasn't tethered straight on top of V-Tune, right? He kept his distance so he could make the defensive play.
The problem was Viking, they had no vision in that area, and they were also underneath the ward from Fly to Moon, so they had an upper hand for sure. I mean, there's a lot of stuff happening on the map, but we only have 8 kills.
Yeah. And I would say a decent share of that is the fact that Fly to Moon just can't get kills themselves with this total lack of disables. I mean, that relocate into mid where they just couldn't really do anything, and Ursa still died anyway. Maybe the Diffuser Blade will change things, though. They almost have it.
This is the combo. Let's go.
Just run at him.
And you can see the itemization coming out from Viking. Yeah,
Off
just get
map
out the
he
map.
goes. The hook
He
shot
gets
off map,
him.
though. Pulls him back in. Where you going, Toby? You're going nowhere, son.
Godger knows that there is a part of the map that he can still hook shot, even though it should not be passable. Like, look at Iceberg's face. Like, what the fuck just happened?
That was some messed up shit, man.
And he's going for Basher first item. I like that. Like, he understands that they have very limited control against the Storm and Void. So, instant Basher. Like, no shenanigans. I'm not going to get...
This Iceberg just permanently looked that way. Did you see him? It's got a cock. What's going on there? Is his camera frozen? Dude,
I think
it's
that's
frozen.
a screenshot.
That's a screenshot.
He's not
Just
blinking.
imagine
Maybe
if he
he's not
always looked
human.
like that, though. Just perpetually, like, slightly surprised and curious. Wait, are they all screenshots? Does anybody have their actual webcam? Boom. Thanks to the Inkswell, has a very nice combo stun. That's going to be kill Roger.
Mouth is moving.
Okay.
My eternal gratitude.
Trying to force out the Phoenix. Does manage to force out the egg. Can he kill the egg in time? The disables are coming. The Enrage, though. It shakes off all of those stuns and allows him to kill the Phoenix, though he does die himself.
I think it's still fine. Like, just trading your position 3 for Ursa to try to slow him down. And I talked about the itemization against Ursa. I see 2 Yule Scepters being queued up, one on Storm Spirit, one on Phoenix, and it's also a great save. Dispelling the rocket, or just dodging it, great against the Surge. You also dispel the Ion Shell on top of that. Gyro is level 9, 17 minutes in. They took their stacks, that's the issue.
Yeah. It's not the best thing in the world for Fly to Moon, but then again, they're not actually down that much net worth. I'm a bit surprised by that. The Orchid, though, he's going to go off here onto the Gyrocopters. Their relocate save, there is not.
It's such a tough lineup to play into. Like,
Yeah.
you see one hero on the side, and this is what Viking is doing. Like, you can see everyone is at their lane, so all 3 lanes have one hero because they can have heroes showing just from the charge and Storm Spirit Zip. I'm not sure if they're aware of this.
They are not with his charge on through. He goes right outside the pit, but it doesn't matter.
He tried to go for it. Just charge the different part of the map and go through the Roche pit, but it didn't work. So 17 minutes in, Ursa with the Basher and the Aegis. What a time to be alive. First item Basher, huh?
Yeah. It does make him incredibly squishy. opposed
What
to
do you
like
mean?
an
You get
SNY
strength
build.
from Basher.
Yeah, that's
Just kidding.
true.
I mean, I guess he's just relying on getting heals from this,
Yeah.
being surged, iron shelled.
I mean, I guess soon he's going to build that Vanguard, right?
Eventually,
There's
yeah.
tankiness.
Here's some free stats, Ring of Aquila.
Just a straight up Midas BKB.
Viking GG has been blessed by some dope tier 1 items. They got the Jelly for Storm, they got the Arcane Ring, they had the Essence Ring right now holding onto the Storm Spirit, and Faceless Void with Iron Talon. So
of the
And now-
disposable tier 1,
yeah.
you prefer the Jelly over the Mango Tree?
Oh, in certain situation, yes. Depends. Like if you're playing against AEM, I've seen one of those games. Don't remember who was playing the other day, where they were just. I think it was Alliance. They were just feeding the mangoes to their heroes, so they had it all the time.
That was Liquid. Liquid
yeah,
was doing it
Liquid,
with
yeah.
Taiga was always doing it to Boxy.
But yeah, I still feel like Royal Jelly is one of the best tier 1 items you can get, since it's consumable.
Yeah. Everyone's collecting their tier 2 items, and everyone seems kind of content with chilling. Double Yule Scepter now up on Viking GG, plus they have the BKB on Shad, so...
This is their timing.
Yeah, they're feeling really good about the next team fight with the Chronosphere up. They do have a successful scan. They're going to jump forward, immediately grab the Darkseer here before he can get away. A clean initiation where Aramis actually was looking for a little bit more. He charged at the same time over to the side. Now Iceberg just willingly ran up into that high ground there, ready to take a fight because he has the Aegis, but Viking GG, they are not going to be fooled into fighting too much into that Aegis. They just back up, control the area.
Viking let that Roche go. All right, they're going in.
One more time, the Orchid charge in, down. Nice interception there from Roger with a hook shot. He's going to isolate Shad inside of the cogs for now, but he's
Chrono's
torn
still up.
apart. They still have the Chronosphere, and they have the second life up. Iceberg is going to try and deal with the Phoenix real quickly, but a Supernova goes off. Another Yule Scepter comes into play.
Zoning Chrono.
Chronosphere literally zoning out the rest of the team. He tried to catch the IO, I guess, but always want to fly. Timed it just at the last half second, so he didn't get pulled in very far. Aramis, it looks like he's going to be caught back in. They do go for the backing wall. A nice bit of illusions out, but Shad showing off that BKB is just going to be able to focus down some heroes. Deals with the Ursa, now going to go for V-Tune, who gets the surge out, so all that movement speed, they are able to dance away from that Faceless Void, and Boom's quite low. Boom's out of mana, Boom's dead. Okay, this gets a lot better for Flight Moon because now they can actually dive. They got the surge up, so now they can keep on going. This Diffuse Blade is beginning to do some work here, but Shad, he's still awfully healthy. Tries to guide the rest of his team back to the tier 2s, but you know Flight Moon is not going to let you get away so easily. Now Roger coming in. Can he get the Cogs pushed back on a Shad? He will, almost out of mana. Shad does get that time walk off. Battery Salt intercepts Toby, though, as he tries to dive away through the rest of Flight of Moon, and there you could see the strength of Flight of Moon's lineup finally coming into the fray.
It was a misplaced Chronosphere. I think he could wait a bit more. Also, Phoenix can't afford to use Egg like super offensively. They will group around and try to kill it, and then Faceless Void could land a good Chrono, or they need Storm Spirit to jump Io and just kill him, and then they don't have a save for Chronosphere. But this is what their lineup is good. Like, they kill one hero, and suddenly you have people chasing you with like 700 move speed.
Viking GG, they're going to have to be a lot more careful about using their big team fight ultimates, because Always Wanna Fly has kind of been outplaying them with his defensive relocates.
They know Chronosphere is down. They're trying to make a play, get a pick off. What's the interaction between Grimstroke ulti and the charge? Like, does Cow split in half?
No, I think that works the same as like PA's Blink Strike, where you just go to the first target. You don't get a second cast.
That's sad.
Or maybe it's like Schrodinger's cat. Schrodinger's cow, you know? You charge both targets. Which one are you going to end up on? Nobody knows until it actually happens.
Or you could like split like the Mode Golem does, right? You know, you have, let's say you have 1,000 HP, then you have two cows with 500.
Okay. Do you both of them have their ultimates?
Nah, just one.
Okay.
And that would be OP.
Then I'm going to say maybe not worth? I don't know. You probably just go in and you just die immediately. All right, we'll smoke up again here from Viking GG. The Chronosphere is up. Now they're not smoking with the Void, but they're smoking towards him. So he pushes out the bottom lane. The 3-man smoke will cut through the jungle and loop into mid. Hookshot does manage to grab Aramis here. But the rest of the team is going to come in and go for the Ursa with the Orchid. If they could actually bring him down,
Nice
0 would be massive. An egg in the way. A Surge trying to help Iceberg out. He hops over the cliff and gets away. Roger's going to be left behind the sacrificial lamb to protect the cores of Fly to Moon.
They still managed to save the bear, lose Clockwork, so I guess that's fine. Also, Viking, they only used egg, which I think they can take a fight even without the egg at the point. Gyro's extremely low level. Level 14, but he has a lot of farm. That's a good thing.
Yeah, it seems like maybe he's, relocate to bottom lane. That is where, wait, they're going for the Spirit Breaker? Does he not have his charge up? He's got it now. Uses his ultimate first, but cannot get away. He must have, they must have saw him use his charge into lane and decided that was a good chance to get a kill.
Double Null Talisman Darkseer. Some extra spell lamp coming out from the hero. Definitely not the build that we are kind of used to see.
General trying to make the most of that regen rune he got. Does have Pipe and probably going to be going Guardian Greaves at some point.
Odds still favoring Fly to Moon. Viking, they have been 2k gold ahead for quite some time. I think if Storm Spirit doesn't get bashed and if he has enough mana, they should not be able to kill him. They only managed to kill him once when he was out of mana, that's it. So
at the same time, this Gyrocopter is almost done with his Butterfly, and that's going to be a problem for Viking GG when he does have that complete.
Facelessoid's going for MKB anyway, so that's already countered, I would say.
Yeah, or they may have just one small 1 minute window to actually make full use of that Butterfly before it gets canceled. The IO's actually got the mech. I thought maybe just because you already had Arcane Boots, we'd see Guardian Greaves
First
down.
hit bash.
Can he get a second bash in there? Aramis. No charge. He's going to try and hide away into the trees, go straight up, and the hook just a little shy there. The BKB goes on before Jack can actually get in the Chronosphere. They're going to use the Orchid here onto the out and make sure there's no relocate out. Boom's got to be careful, though, as he takes a heaping amount of damage. The double Yule Scepter onto the Soulbind now with the Supernova just at a distance. Iceberg
Another Yule.
Up in the air. These Yule Scepters are stopping him from doing any damn thing in this team fight. It ends with the Supernova explosion and Shad with a triple kill.
Yeah, Faceless Void finally got IO inside the Chronosphere. Long zip. They just wanted to get a kill, and they used their combo is Grimstroke ulti into Yule Scepter, just to keep the egg alive.
Yeah.
Roche is gonna spawn in 1 minute and 10 seconds. They're gonna have Chronosphere for the next Roche fight, so a good timing of Roche spawning for Viking.
And there's that MKB for Shad with a level 18 Void.
But you saw how much damage Gyro deals to Storm Spirit. Burns his mana, he went in and suddenly 70% of the HP was gone.
Yeah, this Gyrocopter, I can't help but feeling like if this was a different game, you'd be like, oh, sick. This Gyrocopter's gonna hard carry this game. But Viking GG, it feels like the late game team fight, it's just easier to execute, right? You've got Chronosphere, you've got Phoenix, whether it's Sunray or it's the successful egg explosion, either one is a free way to win a fight.
Yeah, it's just much easier Dota to play, There's always a threat of the Chronosphere in the late game. Always want to fly, will not have a defensive item. You have a mech, that's pretty much it. And
yeah.
Storm Spirit will eventually find you. Even though Viking, they have been, I would not say losing the Vision game, but definitely one of those games where the Vision game was not as strong as in their other games. Roche just spawned, both teams know.
Yeah. Fire Spirits reveals that big bad Roche on number 2. And Viking GG, I'm sure they're going to keep a closer eye on the pit than last time where the smoke allowed them to sneak in Flight of Moon. Able to take that Aegis. We do have tier 3 items in as well.
Spider legs found by Storm. I guess you give that to your Spirit Breaker. Even though that item like felt so good having a 10-second cooldown, and now it's 12 seconds, so you can actually feel the difference. Those 2 extra seconds is really quite a lot.
You see the Spirit Breaker jumping inside the pit real quickly, just used his time walk, so Iceberg is like, okay, maybe I can do something here, until he's met with the Yule Scepter, and that's his problem. All of these team fights. See how his BKB, oh, a double damage. That's why Shad is being so aggressive right now. They're gonna go for this Ursa, but he managed to get off the enraged BKB. Viking GG instantly disengaged. They're out, and then they smoke and go back in. They say relocate has been used. Let's go for it. If they can catch anybody, in fact, the Gyrocopter with a double damage, that is an easy kill. And the tether in from the IO put him inside the Chronosphere, making it that much easier for Viking GG. They say, well, that's a free Roshan, gentlemen.
I praised Viking GG for having a quick decision in a millisecond, like what they need to do, what is a game-winning play, and this was it. You know, picking up that double damage, forcing a BKB from Ursa. They're going on Ursa. They know
Even
because
better.
no BKB.
I love it when a team forces like the Roshan, and everybody will always be around that Roshan pit going, maybe I can get in there or something. They have the vision. They can jump out, get some extra kills here. Roger, he's going to go for maybe a last-ditch effort here to try and steal the Aegis. Everyone at Viking GG, look at it be in the middle. The hookshot goes off, but Shad has already picked up the Aegis, and the cheese was grabbed in time.
Void. Yep, so Roger will pay with his life. Also, they're all going to be full HP. Phoenix will take care of that. But you could see Viking, like, they knew where Clockwork was standing. They had they actually had 2 Observer Wards. One got devorted. And the way they moved inside the pit just to block the hookshot was insanely good.
Yeah, they did a very nice job of that. Fully punished Flight of Moon. It's what, they got those 2 kills, and then because of forcing Roshan and then just their general decision-making, got the Ursa as well as the Clockwork. So 4 in total, plus Aegis and Cheese now. Bloodstone complete for the Storm Spirit.
Heaven's Halberd on Faceless Void. We see that more often on the hero, especially when you play against Gyro and Ursa. They rely heavily on dealing physical damage. Just, I mean, that item is busted. That's the best item in the game right now, actually. You have everything.
Yeah. It's definitely become a staple for so many heroes, like the AM versus Void matchup. Heaven's Halberd backing back in, but Boom is not going to be stuck for long. And Chad, he's okay with staying inside this fight with a BKB. Maybe not, though. His first life is going to get burned out before he can actually get a kill. They do have the Supernova to be able to cover Shad as he revives on his second life. But he's actually still jumping forward here, feeling like they can still take this V-Tune's going to pop his BKB. Boom, running a little bit low on mana, being targeted by V-Tune, and Boom does actually go back up to full thanks to, well, some helping hands, and he's able to get away pretty easily there. Iceberg getting bashed up by Aramis, and then if it's not Aramis, it's going to be Shad. Fortunately, there's always one to fly with the relocate out, but he did take him back to base, and that means Iceberg is still going to die because, well, they've got plenty of chase. Aramis and Boom. If you only go a short distance like that, they can still easily be caught.
Just keep yuling him.
See you later, nerds.
I think this is one more fight for Flight of Moon. If they lose the next fight, the game just ends for them. They managed to take off Aegis off Faceless Void. If he's tanky, he also has Enchanted Quiver for some, you know, true strike against that Butterfly. He's very hard to kill. One of the reasons why you get Hand of Midas on Faceless Void, like, his talents are insanely good. Once you get to level 25, the backtrack, he's very hard to kill.
Trying to go for the Yule's Meteor Hammer combo. It doesn't work, but it doesn't matter either. The Viking GG team can always be there with 2 heroes if you just give them a few seconds.
Have you felt Darkseer at all this game?
Not really, no.
Except for that one surge when they were chasing them.
Yeah. We haven't seen any, like, really big vacuum walls. At the same time, he doesn't have, like, big combos to work with it. But, you know, still disappointing. The BKB may not save Iceberg's life. Look at that damage, man. Beyond godlike for Shad. This is looking like a pretty flawless finish to the game for Viking GG. is once they've had a secure advantage, they just keep on chasing down heroes. Flight of Moon, they're just bleeding out.
Right now, it's very hard for Flight of Moon to actually show a hero on the lane. There's going to be huge zip, lots of charge. They have BKB bursting abilities on their team. It's tough. I believe, Cap, this one's over.
Yeah, it's certainly looking like it. Lacoste is, well, General's just going to do weird split pushy things up there in the top lane while they wait for the Ursa to come back in.
Radiant's middle tower
May have one good high ground defense left in them. They fail that though. And it will definitely be a full GG out.
It's hard for them to defend the high ground when only one hero in their team has buyback.
You know, I actually had this combo. I was playing Spirit Breaker with the Darkseer, and I got Spider Legs. You go up to like 1200 movement speed when you charge.
Yeah, it's very fun to play. Like, same goes for Batrider with the with his Firefly thingy.
Look at Viking GG, just like very nicely positioning themselves all up in the high ground until they see an opportunity to initiate. They try and go for the Meteor Hammer combo once again. It's going to force out the BKB. A nice soul bind as well. They're going to try and keep him in range of this Supernova, and thanks to the Spirit Breaker, they'll at least be able to bump Roger in. It breaks the soul bind though and does allow Iceberg to be able to get away. Whoa,
another
with Chronosphere. Shad, he's safe. Ah, whatever, man. We don't really need Chronosphere. All I need is the damage that I output. Look at him, even Heaven Halberding.
Oh, that's
the
nice
Gyrocopter. Nice use of the Diffuser Blade to be able to give him some distance away from Shad here.
Man, Shad's Chronosphere, he missed a couple of those, but they're still going to call it GG.
Yeah, that's it. I have to say, I mean, you know, like 2K gold lead for the longest time. Viking GG, it just felt like they were very content with being able to let this game go later, and you could see why. I mean, once they had, once the Void was getting to some of that late game territory, the Storm Spirit was able to make those really long zips and not be punished whatsoever, not only because of the lack of disables, but also had tons of mana to work with at that point. It just felt like a clear advantage.
Yeah, I like the way they itemized. They had 2 Heaven Halberd, they had 2 Yule Scepters, so Ursa could not really use his ulti to full potential. They had Shiva's Guard to find the Wisp in the backlines on Phoenix, and whenever Storm Spirit had enough mana, it just felt like the fight is over.
Yeah.
They did not even have to land the good Chronospheres to win this one.
All right, well, I'm not going to give our host any extra time to be able to prepare. We're going to just jump over to the panel right away and so they can talk about Viking GG's flawless victory.
Thank you very much. Yeah, definitely didn't need any time to get ready. Thank you so much, Cap, for being such a great guy. But let's actually talk about everything that did happen this time around, because I think, you know, when we entered today, I think you guys both had a pretty clear idea of who you thought was going to win. The draft started to maybe change everybody's mind. Where have we settled after that first game, gentlemen? Lizard, how you feeling?
Yeah, we're settled on the Viking GG bandwagon, I think, once again. It looked promising, it looked cool, it looked fresh, it looked in the meta for Fight to Moon. Ursa, I don't know, maybe if it was a position 5 like Jenkins memed about, maybe it would have worked, but yeah, it didn't work in this game. You can see why they picked it versus Void, versus the Phoenix, right? But it just doesn't do enough. It's not your playmaking style of a hero such as Storm Spirit on Boom.
Yeah.
Boom wrecked them.
Back in the day, Ursa was good against Storm mid. That was a thing people would do. Not so much anymore. The mid lane's very small, not much distance to chase him down and kill him. And with the Spirit Breaker constantly charging you, I mean, it's just not a 1v1.
Yeah.
Like, Ursa can't do anything to ganks. He just dies.
What the best thing about that Spirit Breaker charging constantly is Phoenix is getting free experience on the offlane. This is a hero that doesn't need gold as much as he needs experience. And when you're playing this position 4 Spirit Breaker, he's gonna be charging somewhere across the map, annoying everyone else while Phoenix gets all the XP and farm. So it worked out pretty well for them because he got that early level 12 on Phoenix too. So that's pretty sick. Storm Spirit, by the way, we didn't talk too much about the last picks during the drafting stage, but Storm overall versus Wisp is one of the best heroes to pick up because you really want to have that reach. Wisp hates these heroes that can find him and eliminate him quickly, which is what Boom was doing for the majority of the game.
And let's take a look here at some of those key moments as well. And I do want to ask you, Jenkins, when did you feel like it started to slip clearly out of the clutches of Fly to the Moon? When did it seem like they were really getting grounded?
I think a big turning point was when Viking entered into the jungle and started taking the stacks of IO Gyro and successfully took those stacks. There's about a 2k gold lead for them or something before that moment. And so it's like, well, that's okay because that's the sacrifice for getting these stacks. Gyro will go farm them. Boom, that gold lead totally gone. But when the enemy Storm Spirit takes them, that's a different story. All of a sudden, your reserves are, just in the enemy team's pocket. Not too good.
Depleted a little bit.
Yeah. I really think Aramis, once again, this guy is so good at Dota. It's just ridiculous the amount of pressure that he was able to put on the map. That chrono. I mean, it's so irrelevant at this point in the game, honestly.
Yeah, but continue about Aramis. This guy deserves praise.
Yeah, no, he just made so much space in that game as usual, and really the pressure that he was putting on to Iceberg. I know Iceberg can be kind of a bit of a tilty player as well, and he's playing this hero. He probably is pretty excited to play this niche, weird mid hero. It's like, I picked this hero to destroy in this game. I'm the wild card, and all of a sudden Aramis is just like, well, I'm a spirit breaker, bitch.
Yeah. A really good thing as well that we have to mention is the itemization from Viking, right? They itemized properly versus the Darkseer and versus the Ursa. I was questioning a little bit at the beginning the use on the Phoenix, but when you consider that there's Surge as well, not only the Ursa, it actually definitely comes in handy. They had at least 2 Yules, one on Storm, one on Phoenix, and another Halberd picked up, so they pretty much eliminated the threat that was coming their way just by itemizing properly.
I love the new Yule's Meteor Hammer Phoenix. It's so funny that it's actually consistent to pull it off.
Yep.
You just Yule's Meteor Hammer while you're diving.
While you're diving, yeah.
You don't have to have any crazy reflexes. It's actually just tap, and they can't interrupt it because you're channeling from 2 billion meters away. It's pretty good, and it goes back to what you were saying too about Phoenix doesn't need XP. And so if you're building these small items too, Phoenix does need XP, doesn't need gold. So if you're building these small items, such as a Yule's and a Meteor Hammer, that's even more so you don't need gold because they're, you only have 6 slots.
Yep.
All you need are these 2 items and you're going to be effective. They're not expensive items. They're not 6,000 gold items.
Let's put it this way. He needs gold. He definitely enjoys having a lot of items, but he doesn't necessarily need them as some other hero. Right? He can do a lot. Phoenix level 12 is enough.
He functions with nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Come to the fight with no items whatsoever. If you're level 12, you'll contribute.
Yeah. Speaking of items, one thing that, going back to the Ursa mid, I really feel like that was the big problem in this game, was putting that hero mid, maybe even just picking that hero in general. Obviously, they took a risk and it didn't pay off. That happens. But what does Ursa get versus an Orchid? I can't think of a single item you would want to rush on Ursa that will deal with a 3,400 gold item now?
Yeah, he did buy a BKB, I guess.
But it's so expensive.
Yeah, it's quite expensive. I guess if you're buying it anyway.
And you don't want to rush it either. It's like you're going to die 3 or 4 times by the time you get the BKB, and at that point, you have an Ursa mid. He doesn't have a Battle Fury. His snowball is stopped. He's useless.
Yeah, and I think it's really important to keep in mind now as well when we start to look ahead to this next game. You talk about the Ursa potentially being a risk that doesn't pay off. What do you want to see this time around from Fly to Moon? Because we were very happy in the draft. Everybody was very excited. It seemed like this was a team that we haven't seen for a month. They've been in the lab. They maybe learned from some of the other top-tier teams. Kind of a weird maybe gotcha pick at the end, but it feels like the only thing they got was themselves. They definitely seemed like they got. What do you want to see when we jump down to the next draft, Lizard?
Okay, so the first 4 picks are completely fine for me. They're new. They're in the meta, the freshest meta that is. However, the last pick, the Ursa, they just have to go with the more standard of a draft. Let's say they had the Storm Spirit instead of the Ursa. Damn, that draft is amazing.
So you want the same vibe of the draft up until the very last moment.
Exactly.
I agree, actually.
Yeah.
I agree.
Imagine if it's the same goddamn draft, they just have the Ursa, the Storm instead of the Ursa. That's lit. That's so good.
Yeah.
But Like you,
When I woke
guess
up
they,
today, I did not expect a lizard on my panel to go. It'd be lit. All right, let's get lit. Let's start off the day with no Ursa. It would be lit indeed. Is there anything from Viking that you guys want to see differently, or does it seem like? Because I think one of the big things that you guys mentioned as well is just the idea of Viking is they're probably a team that is going to be spending a lot of their draft really protecting their strategy, protecting some of their heroes.
for sure.
And when Fly to Moon seemed like they had a little bit more of a limited hero pool in general, it seemed like that would be very safe. But I think Viking kind of looks a class above Fly to Moon.
They do. That's the thing. Is like if they didn't win, if it wasn't so convincing, I would definitely have some possible criticisms of the Viking. Some of the things they did, like they rushed BKB on Void. There's a few other things I'm totally blanking on it, but that just that alone, for example, like you could criticize that. It's like, oh, where's the damage? If they lose because they don't have damage, but they didn't, so it's hard to criticize it. In fact, it's actually kind of interesting that they rushed the BKB on Void. Just say, okay,
yeah, BKB MKB, that's all.
Yeah,
right?
that's all you need.
All he needed.
They also did some really weird like warding. I saw that they had a ward in
On
front
the
of
stairs,
Roche
right?
on the stairs. So I've never seen that before. Not the high ground, the stairs.
So basically, what's happening with that ward is there's a meta in warding as well. The same like there's a meta in drafting, there's meta in ward. And teams and players, usually position 5s or coaches, they scout these wards and they tell you like, okay, they usually plant the sentry here, put the wards just 2 inches, like 2 centimeters above, and that's it. That's why it's not below the stairs, but up a little bit,
Right.
to avoid that normal D ward, that sentry that you put just at the entrance of the pit. You know that one,
Oh yeah, of course.
the
Just
standard
in the
one.
pit, the standard one. Yeah, that
Imagine
doesn't.
creating mind games around not doing damage.
What do you mean?
Wards don't do damage.
I'm very confused. what do you
Depends what ward. Some wards in
You mean
Dota,
just like the mind
yeah.
games of warding in general?
Yeah.
No, I was completely joking around, Jenkins. So when we do actually get back into this next game, I think it's very clear though that Viking has started to adapt to a lot of the meta.
Yeah.
When you start, Jenkins mentions all these different things that he saw that maybe you weren't in love with, right? Whether it's itemization, maybe it even is the warding. Do you think you have any concerns for this team? Not to look too far ahead, but against some of the other teams that are inside of their group. Or do you think that maybe that was tailored to the team that they were playing instead of being something that you're?
I don't know. I don't know if it's tailored, but I almost want to say that the teams that look a class above, like Viking do right now, are the ones that have these really non-traditional things, like the warding on the ramp, little things like that. Because you can't just play standard Dota. You'd actually have to go out and research them. It's almost like it's the edge. Like obviously everybody at this level can play standard Dota just fine.
This is the thing. Like they're kind of a team that does need these small little features that they need to add to their playstyle to be able to win against everyone else in this group. Maybe not Fly to Moon. But man, everyone else, you're considered the underdog.
I like the word features.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the thing. Is like Team Secret is a team that would have maybe 10 different features that no other team does, and then the team below them maybe it's like 7 or 8. Tier 2, Tier 1.5 teams like 1, 2, 3 features.
Yeah, and the thing is, Team Secret doesn't need them.
Let's open up features a little bit more and like start to talk about what those features would be. Because like the initial reaction that I had when you started to say it is, Viking being the underdog, sometimes you need to do the cute stuff.
Yeah.
Right. You gotta get some of that III action going.
That's exactly
But when you talk about teams like Secret, they're not a super III team.
They're not, but they're more free to mess around.
Okay.
Because they're so good. When you're on top, eventually it becomes winning never gets boring. But you find different ways to take wins. Like when Virtus Pro, if you remember, doing Beyond the Summit, when they were on their top, they won a tournament by drafting every single hero in the hero pool. Like every draft had a different set of 5 heroes until they won. So you kind of amuse yourself. You find different ways to keep it fresh, and these features.
Keep people guessing.
Yeah, exactly. And these features, they just keep things fresh.
Yeah, I would say probably the most common feature of a lot of the good teams is they'll have their wards that they like doing that nobody else does. So, for example, Puppy would place this ward in the laning phase right by, so they'd be in the dire off lane. I'm going to describe this so horribly, but basically it's a ward
the
that's
stairs,
the
next to
stairs,
the-
right? It's in the
next to the
stairs,
outpost,
so it's
yeah.
behind the tier 1 tower, but it's not a ward that actually helps you in the lane. It doesn't give any vision of the lane, but it's for sniping couriers, and it's like now everybody does it,
Yeah.
but for a while it was basally just Puppy that I saw doing that particular ward, and then a few people on
That's
Pups.
especially also for Puppy because he was playing a ton of Weaver, right?
And Enchantress, fast
he's,
heroes.
He's behind there. It's a bit easier for him to snipe those couriers. Now look, for teams such as Secret, I don't think they need to do that versus Fly to Moon, let's say, but they do it. For teams such as Viking, that when they're playing versus Secret, I think they need those things. They need many of those things to be able to take away.
Right.
You need style. You can't just play by the books.
And I think that is not something. This is something as like an analyst and YouTube guy that I've always thought about when it comes to these like tier 1 players. I feel like a lot of them don't necessarily realize how good they are at the game. It's just an instinct for them. Like they're just instinctively the type of person that happens to figure out. For example, I'm playing Aghanim's Labyrinth with a couple of like ex-pros and Nusham, a buddy of mine, and he's basically just like figuring out all these little, if you go for this thing, you can get to this level. And it's like, all right, dude, you just have like the brain for this. Like these players just have the brain for coming up with these features. And that's when you say they will do it versus a team like Fly to Moon or whatever, it's because that's just who they are.
They
It's their
can't
instinct.
do anything else.
They can't do anything
it's
else.
just how they think, right?
That's
How they
why
view the
they're
game.
there. And when they stop thinking like that, they aren't going to be there anymore.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, right? It's just like an entire way of thinking. And you can't teach that either, the same way that they can't stop doing it. You can't just completely change who a person is, right? I can't show up tomorrow and just be slacks,
that's
right?
something.
And but that's one of the things that's concerning, though.
Hey
because-
guys, oh my God, I saw a goblin.
420 dolphin. Yeah. But the thing is ultimately when you look at a team like Viking, how do you create those features, right? You can't just be copying somebody else's because it won't be authentic.
100%.
Right? Because I think Slacks is one of the funniest human beings in the planet. Can't just show up and be Slacks,
Yeah.
right? It's so like when you look at a team like Viking, do you feel like they ever get in that position where it's just like, okay, you're just pretending to be Puppy, for example?
I think it comes down to the love for the game and talent.
I totally agree.
Yeah, the more you love it, the more you put your time in it, the more you study everything, and eventually when you study these different things that 10 different players do, you come up with some of your own because your mind starts working that way. So you're becoming
you
better.
take that data,
yeah, you're
process
becoming-
it, make something new.
And they're extremely talented. Why we love these guys is because we didn't know about them. Like I did about a couple of them because maybe 3-4 years ago we met in some low tier tournaments, but that's about it. Like no one knew about them up to a year and a half ago. So
Yeah.
there are some things like Boom with his Queen of Pain and the Blade Mill build recently. You know, he pretty much started doing that.
Yeah.
So there are some things that they're doing really well that no one else is actually doing right now.
Also, when you just look at the system overall, there's just so much game that it can't just be on the few people to figure out absolutely everything. Like, there's always going to be another thing that can be pushed, right?
Right,
That's one of the
right.
reasons that it always remains fresh and the meta continues to move forward, especially in a tournament like this, folks. I think that's the main thing because this, I keep calling it a tournament, but really, like, that's even wrong, right? This is a league. This is going to have so many opportunities for people to come up with these things and push them even further.
You know what's funny? It's not even always a pro player that finds these new things. Sometimes it's just your random pubber.
Yeah,
you know?
absolutely. 100%.
There's
It's chat a lot of the time.
There's a chat always first, but then there's this special chatter that goes and tries it out in the game as well. There's a dude that actually made Brood Mother work long time ago when she was still broken. He made her really work. No one was playing her that much. And then a couple of players got contacted by him and got Brood Mother coaching from him. He coached only one hero.
I know that guy. Didn't he? He taught Mag,
Yeah.
and he won
it was
a
in
tournament
CIS,
with
right?
yeah.
That's it.
He was on Vegas Squadron. They won a tournament, I think, with
I
the Brood. I remember hearing that story. Yeah.
Another cute fact is Poor Man's Shield. This is a blast from the past. This is 5-6 years ago. No one was buying that item while you could still buy it on an offlaner. There was like someone saw a 4K, 5K pubber just buying PMS on a Nyx offlane, and suddenly, damn, this is This is broken. No one can hit.
You know what? I actually have this theory, and I was going to make a video about this, but it's very hard to find the actual example. But I legitimately think you can find some good inspiration from Herald pubs. Because these people are so new to the game.
People.
But it's actually no. So this is interesting. So M. Night Shyamalan.
Okay.
Bear with me for a second
I'm
here. He
already
makes
lost.
some of the best movies, right? And then all of a sudden, he's in a situation where he knows how to make movies. He's actually spoken about this. And then everything he makes is a steaming pile of dog shit for a while. He has like this terrible phase. Some people say maybe before Lady in the Water. I give Lady in the Water benefit of the doubt. I think it's funny how the one dude's arm's a little bit bigger because, you know what I mean? But the thing is...
Totally.
But ultimately, like, he basically says what happened was, yes, you get better. So for a certain time, you get better. Your craft gets honed. You understand the game better. But you start to trust your instincts less to follow form. And
Right.
you don't think outside of the box nearly as much.
Maybe it's also something about getting a bit more relaxed, right?
That too.
You're kind of there on top.
Complacency can be part of it.
Complacency,
Yeah.
exactly.
The way I always say it is that when you first start Dota, you have this fire. You're so excited, you're curious, you want to experiment. You get good at it, you lose the fire, and to get to the 7, 8K level, immortal level, let's say, you need to regain the fire.
I think it's a reasonable thing. Not very catchy, but I think that it's a very reasonable thought, right?
Let's not talk about the MMR, just about the pro players. I think at one point you have to understand this is your job and that's it. Like, you know,
Yeah, but
you
that's
have
the
to-
thing. Like when you start to have that mentality, it's also
it's a
like
bad
very
mentality,
hard, right?
but you have to accept it at some point because you are. It is your profession. You are working hard for that. It's not only about pubs anymore. You have to give in the time for practice, for replays, for everything.
See, I think the thing though is there's a dramatically different mental state to being like, okay, this is a job, this is like a 9 to 5, compared to being.
It's still
like,
a good job. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, but definitely. But the thing is when you're like, this is a goal that I need,
Yeah.
right? Like when you talk, like if you talk to Johan, right? It's not that this is a job. It's that he needs to win again, and and there's you talk about fire. There's this laser focus to it, and all of those little things. They're not a task that you need to check off during the day.
So
it's part of
There's
it,
not
right?
a lot of Johans out there. He's unique.
It's a very uncommon name, I think.
He's a unique flower, not tale of ours. But you have a bunch of players that are stuck in tier 2, tier 3 because they're not willing to put in the effort. They're extremely talented, but they don't see that talent ain't gonna cut it. You actually need to put in some real work and do things that you don't enjoy, because that's how you become better.
Yeah.
Most of these players, by God, they'll never watch their replays. They just can't. You can't watch your own games. You can't analyze. And it's mind-boggling. You come to a scrim. After the scrims, you have like this 1 hour to talk about what mistakes you made or whatnot. They're not there. They're chilling, on the phone, or it's fine. I'll play better next game.
And also, I think, benefit of the doubt in certain ways, and this is just from experiences, everybody talks from their own experiences, and obviously my experience are going to be like a lot different from somebody who's in an environment when they're competing, but I think it's a lot easier sometimes to be a momentum machine than to actually stop and sit back and be critical. It's really easy to just say, oh, I should just play more, for example.
That's the easiest.
Like, I like a lot of mine probably like the same way that you're going to talk about making videos. Like for me with streaming, it's like, oh, I'll just stream more, and you don't take that moment to sit back and say, oh, should I watch to see if I just sound like a drooling idiot? Like the
That
whole
sucks,
time.
man.
Should
wanna
I say?
watch.
Yeah, right. But it's like
It's hard.
It's one of those
to
things,
do.
and
That's
I
the
feel
work
like
part.
as a player, right? Like you're in the same place where it's just like, oh, if I just play more, but sometimes you do have to play critically, evaluate the game critically, and like you said, do some of the stuff that does appear to be more work than anything. But I will say, even with Fly to Moon not winning that first game and it not looking that great, when we look at their draft, it does seem like they did quite a bit of that difficult work that we were mentioning. They're showing a lot of insight into the meta. The Ursa was a little bit weird, to say the least, but now as we do look, they're staying close to that meta. We're seeing a first phase that's very similar to a lot of the things that we see in the tournament. Ench Lifestealer on the other side of Viking. How do you feel about this opening?
Very strong lane. I think there's very few heroes you can put up against this that will do anything. Either you're going to lose to the Lifestealer or you're going to lose to the Enchantress. But doesn't scale particularly well. Lifestealer's not one of the better carries right now. I'd say he's like B tier.
If you combo it well, it can work.
That's
if you
true.
get some Slardar or any sort of a vessel on your mid lane that can carry him into the fights, he
Some
can
Puck
be.
or
Yeah,
something,
he can be solid. I think it's mostly also because of the Phoenix. You get the built-in rage
Kill
from
the
him,
egg, yeah.
so you can kill the egg. But Flight to Moon, they adapted to the meta, but they stayed in their comfort zone. Not to the meta, to the meta of the series. Let's say they stole the Phoenix away, but it's something that Always Wanna Fly really plays a lot. Like this is their complete comfort zone. Phoenix is Always Wanna Fly is a kind of a player that he likes to die. He likes to feed quite a lot. He likes to be out of position, and when you're Phoenix, you have that dive. You can fly away, flap your wings away, or if nothing else, you can press that egg, and that's your contribution to the fight.
Yep.
So
If you die,
yeah,
whatever.
If you die, whatever. Yeah.
A lot of damage, you know. Always want to die, always want to fly. Same thing.
Yep. They ban out the Mirana too. It's another hero that's really, really good versus the egg, and it's a hero that doesn't care about clock at all. Like you will always leap out.
Yeah.
They're just dealing with that. Oh,
Bane. Spiritbreaker insta-pick with the status resist against the grip. And that's an annoying hero to play against as Bane, because you just can't press any buttons on him. He just presses his W.
this means the Phoenix most likely isn't position 5 though. This should be Always Wanna Fly, right?
Yeah, I think so.
It should be Always Wanna Fly playing the Bane and Phoenix offlane with clock, I would suppose.
I would say knowing these players, that's probably a clock offline.
Actually, yeah. In general, could be the clock as well. That's true.
Just knowing what they like to play.
It's not that great versus Lifestealer, I suppose, but
Yeah. Neither is Phoenix though. It's, you know.
yeah.
He can just rage off of
Off
whatever.
of the Fire Spirits and Rage. Hit the
Right.
clock.
It's like neither is really that
So,
great, but that's Lifestealer in a nutshell.
Yeah. But for Flight to Moon, you do have this Terrorblade right now. You have this carry that, in my opinion, maybe suits them a little bit better. Again, it's in the comfort zone, but you're playing versus Venomancer. Venom just can't use wards versus you, literally. The whole point of the hero falls apart a little bit. You can still skill Poison and Gale, like you Poison Sting and Gale. You have to change your approach to the lane a little bit, but this lane should be quite simple for the TB as well.
I think so. Yeah, like as a Veno, TB is one of the heroes it's a bit difficult to lane against. Like every other hero's Veno, you're just like, oh yeah, I'll dumpster them. Give me 5 minutes. They're out of lane. They're jungling. TB can actually kill you because he summons the illusion of you, puts the you know, the passive on you, as well as I think TB obliterates Lifestealer. I do not see any items that Lifestealer can reasonably buy to deal with the TB. It's like Radiance was the old build for him, but people haven't gone Radiance on Lifestealer for it's been months.
I don't think you go Radiance. Like when you look at these 4 heroes, first and foremost, who's gonna deal the damage if you go Radiance? Who's gonna give you that right click? And second thing is, you have Spirit Breaker. I think you have enough lockdown to take the TB take him out before he uses Sunder, as long as you go for the right click damage. So your SNY, your Dezo, your Armlet, whatever, Basher perhaps.
Early game you can, for sure. I think they need a late game solution to TB though.
Definitely.
I think Viking needs, like Zeus. I would be oh, they banned Zeus. Okay, I was gonna say, I'd be very surprised if Fly to Moon, having a Zeus spammer on their team, didn't ban Zeus. That would be quite shocking. So let's see, what's a mid laner that owns TB that's meta? Like Tinker's garbage, Zeus banned.
Yeah, the problem for Tinker in this game, I guess, is Clockwork, right? Like that's something that you struggle against a little bit.
Pretty terrible heroes in general as well.
Some teams have played it in the closed qualifiers. It did work a couple of times, especially when you have a
Phoenix
lot of,
is good against it as well. You just egg the trees and you'll always catch the Tinker.
That's true. It's just garbage in this game, but I think Tinker can work. I don't think it's that bad, but it is still bad.
Yeah, it's one of the roughest heroes for sure. Let's see. Lina actually would have been pretty decent for Viking to clear the illusions. Like there needs to be something to clear these illusions. I do not see how they deal with the Terrorblade. I think Fly to Moon literally just need to hold out the game, and they're gonna win. If there's no illusion hero that deal, or they snowball. Like you can also just snowball. You can win any draft.
So you think Fly to Moon is going to try to slow down the game, get the TB in a good position to just take?
I think so. If there's no like hard TB counter, but I really doubt they're not going to last pick a TB counter.
What could they grab right now?
Spirit.
Ember would have been solid. Like let's see. What are the mid TB counters? Like it's really easy. Leshrac.
Yeah, I literally was going to say Lesh myself.
Leshrac would be good.
It would be good, but I just don't like Leshrac right now, especially if you don't have any save on your side. Don't have any sustain during the game.
Necro, that would also be good, as Lacoste mentioned off screen. But I do feel like Leshrac is more of a counter to the TB, but Necro is probably better.
Necro
Lesh,
with
like,
Dumpster Ember as well in the lane. So
Yeah,
so
Necro's
have
better
that.
for the game, other than the TB. And then it's good against TB, obviously. It's fine against TB.
I don't know. If I'm looking at Boom, I want to see high mobility hero. That definitely isn't Necro, but
A lot of them are banned out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be. I think
Like-
that would be more so Leshrac.
most of the heroes that are good are just banned out. That are
Right,
good for
right.
Boom, and you can see they're taking their time as well. They're really
There's
deep when it
still
comes to this.
there's still Void Spirit, which you could pick, but it's not. It doesn't do anything versus the TB going late. You really have to snowball. It's got a little bit of AOE. Invoker. Okay. All right. Well, that was actually. I mean, that was. I can't believe we ignored that hero. I mean, it's not the best thing against the TB. You do have the Meteor. Like, you've got a lot of AoE, but it's not persistent AoE. It's not like a Leshrac. You can't just walk into any fight and, like, if he presses his spells and doesn't clear the TB illusions, then there's really not much to deal with them.
If he goes with the Quaswex, you will have that high mobility in the mid game that can pair with the Spirit Breaker. You will be able to get the control and tempo on the map, which I think is extremely important when you're playing versus TB. You can't just let him do whatever he wants and get his timings. You're playing against his timings. You don't necessarily have to deal with the hero. You just have to kill the whole strategy that's surrounding him.
I will say as well, this is the closest I think we've seen the odds the entirety of the tournament right now on EGB.com. You want to keep that in mind. And Jenkins, really quick, I feel like all of the focal pressure right now for us watching is going to be on TB.
I think so. I think if he gets off to a good start, if he gets like a 1-2 item advantage, they won't have enough damage with their heroes to kill the illusions. I mean, that's true for a lot of TB games, unless there's a complete hard counter. But I would say I like their draft this time. I really do like their draft.
I agree. I like their draft quite a lot. I love the Clock Phoenix combo. I like the TB and the Ember. Overall, if I didn't see the teams, I would definitely swing Fly to Moon's way.
Yeah.
But I'm still sticking with Viking GG. I think there's
They
gonna
look
be
pretty
some. Yeah, they looked pretty good in that first game. I think they'll do some magic here.
Okay, all right. This is interesting stuff, though. I really do feel like even after that first game, we're still in the position where Fly to Moon's draft is making us believe that they can create an upset here and not have a quick 2-0. Because on the way here, everybody was kind of on the mindset that Viking was going to be able to take it. We saw the first draft up until the Ursa, and it was also, Fly to Moon can potentially do it. This time again, all of a sudden, Lizard, seeing that draft, making you confident.
No, this draft I would say is even better than the first one. In the first draft of Fly to Moon, they had that wild card in the Ursa, but this time it looks way better. It looks standard.
All right, well, let's see if Fly to Moon's going to be able to do it. Will they be able to fly all the way to the moon, or will that moon landing be fake again?
Funny stuff, man talking about fake from somebody wearing a wig, but Lacoste, what do you think? Do you agree with the analysts? The fact that they're going to have to basically overcome being outdrafted with just pure skill?
I would still favor Vikings lineup. I have no clue what the panel is talking about, to be honest. But if we go back, you know,
agreed.
Flying to Moon, I can see the way they're drafting. It all makes sense now to me. They had Gyro, they had Clockwork in the first game. Now they have Clockwork. How do you get to Moon? With a rocket.
You're blowing my mind right now, Lacoste. Literally, I've been casting for a while now. No other analyst has ever brought that point up before.
Well, I wonder why. Maybe because it's dumb.
No, I think it's because you're onto something here.
Maybe they just did not pick the heroes, you know.
That's true. Maybe you're just taking advantage of the opportunity presented.
Yeah. So the panel talked about not being able to kill the illusions. You can take over one of the illusions from Enchantress. Enchantress is an insanely good hero, one of the most broken ones at the moment, especially in the laning stage. Like, if you max Enchant, like, your creep has extra HP, extra damage. It's very hard for them to deal with that creep, I would say. And yeah, it's a pure damage in the mid-late game coming up from Impetus. You talked about Lifestealer against TB, your pub experience.
Oh, God. I mean, I wasn't going to bring up my public cost, but let's just say I was agreeing with the panel that I believe that that TB should definitely beat Lifestealer, and somehow my ally proved over the course of a 45-minute game that you just can't beat him. Don't know.
Not
it might have
doable.
to do with actually using your Sunder ability. That might be one of the reasons we lost. But
Yeah. Also, I want to see if the Stevie will get earlier points in Q. I'm calling it Q because I cannot reflect.
Yeah,
I've remembered
you
the
got
name.
it.
Yeah. It's great against the Venomancer's passive, but I've also seen Venomancers just completely zoning out TB in the laning stage. It also depends like who's paired up with the TB, who's paired up with the Venomancer. This is also Roger playing position 4.
Did you see that? General just got rocket for that. Damn. Just level 1 rocket helps Roger get the first blood.
Something that you really don't expect, like Clockworks, 99% of the time they get that battery assault level 1.
Those always want to fly. They got the early level 2 and they instantly struck. It was a really beautiful Icarus dive because he actually went right over the top of both of them. He got some pretty good damage in, not enough to get a kill though.
This is something that the top tier teams really like to abuse, where like you get level 2 and you instantly start making an aggressive move.
It's such a dramatic difference. Capabilities being able to fight. Boom! The last pick, Invoker, that the panel was kind of hemming and hawing about a lot of different heroes to deal with the TB. And this is not one of the heroes that they listed, but Boom is doing rather well for himself. Slightly up against the Ember Spirit. Bottom lane, V-Tune, the bash comes in.
Deny!
But the deny from Always Wanna Fly. Smooth play from our Phoenix. And as a result, TB, he'll take a little break here, but he'll manage to come back with full health, full mana.
Always want to deny. Yeah, I don't think you're killing Celery here.
Oh, did you see that? He planted a tree in front of Celery. If only that resulted in a kill, that would have been such a sick play from General.
Roger, position 4 Bane, something we don't see
No.
at all.
No.
Like this hero is picked from time to time, got nerfed a bit, but mostly position 5. Like this is the hero that doesn't really scale with items, doesn't have any ability to flash farm. So even though he got the first blood, I'm not a big fan of Bane as position 4.
Now, that's where I'm saying, like, your name analysis doesn't necessarily have to be wrong here, because I've got a secondary example. Always Wanna Fly is always playing the Phoenix, man. He's always playing the bird hero. That means they have to play 4-position Bane. For the life of me, I don't know why else they would want to do that besides the namesake.
And V-Tune, whenever he's playing, we have viewers tuning into our stream.
That is true.
What about Iceberg? Yeah, I can't think of anything.
Well, watching his career so far has been a little bit like Titanic, you know? Really optimistic start, but eventually things start going wrong.
Yeah. All right, that was a good one.
We're just joking around here, having some general fun here on the broadcast. Boom. Tornado instantly to remove that flame guard.
Heal and the creep. Okay, creep is gone, so that's gonna be a lot of damage on the Enchantress. She might actually die. General Clockwork, like he was playing the hero when the hero was not considered good, and he played it well.
Yep. This is a man known for his B's and C's. Batrider, Beastmaster, and Clockwork. Those are his iconic heroes dating back for quite some time.
Oh
Another
my God,
reflection
this
is
slow.
damage, man. Poor Toby. He's not going anywhere. I guess when it comes down to, Iceberg? Bottling between the hits is going to allow him to survive here. I don't think Boom has anything left in the tank. Oh, leveling up Sunray to try and get the kill. Aramis is going to turn around. He can charge him. He's going to try and go for the kill. One hit. It's enough with the creeps. Aramis, he mans up and does manage to get the reflection goes out, though. He might actually die to his own reflection. No, he lives just a sliver of health there. The Terror Blade, which just ran in. V-Tune tried to get vengeance for his fallen brother.
That was such a strong play coming out from Spirit Breaker. All right, here he goes again.
Well, if it all comes down to what the supports can do, With no support here to play, Toby's just able to get super aggressive onto V2. Fortunately, Always Want to Fly in his death is able to bring a healing salve.
A lot of denies on that TB, 26 and 13. Venomancer only 13 CS.
Yeah, that's the downside of, like, if you can't actually push the enemy carry out of the lane, your damage is kind of poor. Look at him, he's sitting at 53 damage a hit at level 3. Also, he's got no items. That might be another reason.
Bottle, yeah. That's 650 gold. That does not provide any kind of stats nor damage. Okay, 1k gold lead for Fly to Moon already. They're playing this top lane correctly. I've not seen too much out of Lifestealer lately. He has Hand of Midas queued up. I think against DB, you need to have items to like pressure him a bit earlier.
There's kills all over the place. Generation for Iceberg and level 6, so we'll see if he tries to make a play with that. Never mind. Thought maybe TP to a side lane, try and make some plays happen somewhere, but I guess you can't really threaten a Lifestealer. That's one problem. Shad, can they actually catch up to him and get the Nightmare? No, he's too far away. Too speedy with those phase boots. I always want to fly. He's level 5 at 7 minutes they'll cost.
That's insanely good. They also brought Celery. Where's the impetus?
Trying to get away, but Celery was there on the other side. The big bad Satyr.
Oh, this game, Aramis decides to go for a different item build. At least for the boot upgrade. Going for Tranquils. Most of the time, he just gets that phase boots. Extra armor, extra move speed, which is more damage.
Any big reason why you think he changed up the boots here?
I think he just wants to be able to like pressure the lane, not go back all the time. He has 3 TPs. He also had only 2 points in Bash until like level 13 in the previous game, just to max the 2 other spells, which I think could be the same thing in this one.
Yeah, I've been going that same build myself after I checked out Aramis, and it does, like, it feels good to have maxed out charge, no doubt. And then obviously Bulldoze is kind of what gives you that the ability to just fearlessly dive into 5-man.
DB's already gone from the bottom lane, even though like he was getting a lot of CS, he's still gonna feel pressured. Oh, once again, they find Jelly. You have Ember and TB with the Jelly that just feels so good. Plus Iron Talon, okay.
Yeah, this is looking real hot. Always Want to Fly, trying to keep the creeps off the tower, and he's doing a good job right now. If he can actually fire spirits this next wave and try and slow things down even further. No, he's going to hold on to it because he's got General coming in. He's got level 6. He's going to be able to hook onto the Venomancer here and chase him down. Celery was, in turn, trying to finish off the Phoenix, but not going to be able to do it. And Always Want to Fly. While he survives, Celery will die. Roger, though. Viking GG, all those heroes in the bottom lane just kind of means that it is a free kill in mid, at least.
The only one who can make a rotation right now is actually Aramis.
Yeah.
Venomancer wants to sit in the lane, Enchantress is not so great after the laning stage. Invoker's okay, but Lifestealer, he just wants to keep farming.
Yeah, it's a bit concerning seeing this Clockwork so incredibly underfarmed. Or, sorry, the Venomancer so incredibly underfarmed, because that's a hero that cannot afford a bad laning phase. As you do have ways to recover, no doubt, off of neutrals, but it usually comes off you taking the enemy tower. You could see Fly to Moon are putting in all the stops to protect their safe lane tower.
This is a big kill if they can get it.
It is. If they can get it, that's the key phrase here, as V-Tune is going to show himself underneath the Tier 1 tower. Celery and Boom, they're going to have to go for Roger instead, but General's here as well. Tornado turnaround, that's a nice awareness there from Boom, but double chained up by Iceberg. Doesn't actually get him inside the cogs, and Boom, well, that Remnant's so slow, Iceberg there's no way he's going to be able to chase him down. Roger, he's going to be found in the corner here. Aramis going for the TP out. That's not going to be good enough. Roger gets out the Brain Sap as well, and Celery's going to die. The intrusion into the enemy jungle goes completely wrong for Viking GG.
Problem is, Flight of Moon is getting all the runes. Like, Invoker does not really rely on getting the runes, but so far Flight of Moon is just either like being lucky where the runes spawn, but they also bring heroes to actually control the runes, which Ember Spirit really benefits from.
Yeah.
So Lifestealer is getting that Hand of Midas, more levels. They also got the mirror items, like I talked about the Jelly, they also had the Iron Talon, so all the same tier 1 items for both teams. Gaben says, let's keep it balanced.
Balance in the neutral items. I know everybody's been clamoring for that one.
I remember when you could have 4 neutral items on Huskar.
God, lone druids were incredible during that time. General, he misses the hook shot there, blocked by his own range creep. The Tornado's going to keep him from getting on top of Toby for too long. Always want to fly. Bump back, does not have Supernova, so that's got a very long range impetus. The Poison Sting. No, the bottle coming in from Iceberg is going to keep him nice and healthy. 9-3. Flight of Moon continue to prevent any people from dying.
Oh, finally, they're going to get the tier 1 tower on the bottom lane. 4-man rotation, some Venom wards, and a catapult. I'm surprised that Lifestealer's ahead of TB. Like, top lane for Flight of Moon went extremely well. Like, they were zoning out that Lifestealer. We could see at one point he was sitting at the tier 2 tower. It's a deep ward placed on the bottom lane near tier 2 tower from Viking, so that's going to scout out any kind of rotation.
We'll see if that continues, though. Maybe that Midas will allow that Lifestealer to stay ahead here. Attempted Ghost Walk into TP, but Ghost Walk is instant, so immediately removes that invisibility. May not matter, though. Boom. He's in a good position to catch Roger here as he tries to sleep up one and maybe go for a Fiend's Grip. Instead found that he's the one that's going to get ganked.
Viking GG boom dot joke.
Boom
In Joker.
joke.
Okay. Not sure what the joke is, but I think they should swap, actually. Always want to fly. Should try to get the farm priority instead of Bane, because like Bane can't really outpush the waves. He does not scale with the items. It's just could be that the players are swapping things out. Interesting build by General. Like a Raid Band. The Raid Band's the best out of 3 right now because it gives armor and attack speed, but he has Boots of Travel queued up. Not sure that's the play. It's a 2,000 gold, it's half your Aghanim. Or you could get a Pipe.
Yeah, Pipe is, or Phase Boots is also really good boots for that hero. They have a nice Fiend Script there, and Celery doesn't actually have anything to be able to stop it, so if the Terrorblade can lay out the damage, they can stop him before he can get off the Infest. A Chains Up is going to be able to allow them to catch more. Iceberg looks to be able to run down Boom, but it looks like that ice wall is going to be a bit of a problem. General, he's going to pose a wall in front of Toby. Puts up the cogs. Back with the chains. Maybe they can still keep on going for Boom. He's a little fast, though. Dive forward. Always want to fly. Going to reveal Boom. Sleight of Fist isn't quite enough. A nice tornado to interrupt things, and Roger actually gets a little bit too far forward. He'll be the one casualty here in a successful fight for Flight of Moon.
Viking, they need to have a spell ready to cancel that grip. Either Spirit Breaker charging in. Oh, he's just low on mana. They don't want to commit. He's out of... Oh, has 1 Remnant.
He's got 2 on charges right now. Always want to fly, kind of showing himself.
Or they need Tornado. Or just a Cold Snap. Like Lifestealer, Venomancer, and Chancers, they don't have a single ability that can stop the grip.
As they were talking about early on in the panel, see the odds evening up after that game 1. Viking GG proving to be, at least in that initial game, the stronger team for sure. Execution-wise, they just looked a lot better. Here in the game 2, though, with a different draft and maybe Flight of Moon warming up a little bit after, as we said, they hadn't played for a solid like 3 weeks.
TB's getting a lot of farm, and I don't think TB cares too much right now about these heroes. Like, he cares about his mana getting burned, but once he gets a Manta style, like, he can get rid of the Cold Snap, Open Wounds, Gale, you name it. And it's gonna be tough for Viking, I would say.
Yeah, once he has that small disjoint, he just has kind of like free Sunder opportunities, right? It's the Lifestealer can rage up, but other than that, like, he just needs to be able to get in range of somebody. There's no like solid set of disables that brings him, like big nukes that come out and he just, goes from 60% to 0 all of a sudden.
There's not that hero that he needs to really care about just bursting him down. So, like, having enough mana, playing around that EMP, as a TB should be crucial because you're gonna get the Sunder off in a fight eventually. And there's a save coming out from Bane. It's not the biggest one in Dota, but sometimes it's all you need.
Dire are scanning.
Toby just kind of poking at him. Nice dodge of the tornado with the sleight of fist. Viking GG. I'm not so sure if they're like, because last time it felt like, you know, they're kind of chill, farming on their side of the map, but it was good for them, right? They had the better late game and such. I'm not sure if they're as happy with the knowing that the Terrorblade is just getting bigger and bigger. I don't know. We'll see.
It's also a matchup, like Lifestealer against the Terrorblade. 100% of the time, I would pick TB.
Level 5? He's level 5.
He is.
That's a hero that can jungle. My man needs to get to level 6 at least. Take a little me time, Celery. Focus on yourself for once. Really nice reflection. V-Tune is going to be interrupted by Aramis, and his mana is going to be completely burned out right now. The Deafening Blast, he pops wands, does manage to get off the Sunder here. Charge on through. Disarmed for now. V-Tune is finally able to get some damage on Aramis, but the Lifestealer gave him so much extra health. The Spirit Breaker's good for now, and they're actually ready to go back in. If they can get another charge in, the Lifestealer's probably at full health now. Trapped inside the cogs and pushing General out of it. General's trying to walk away from Chad for now. They go back into the high ground. They know that Fly to Moon, they don't really feel comfortable trying to get back up there, not through that kind of passageway. So it's just the Spirit Breaker dying as a result.
Vikings lineup is not the greatest about, you know, just bursting someone down. They need to reset the fight, play around the Venomancer and the ulti, reset the cooldowns, because they can't really just go in and kill the TB. Like, TB right now still feels pressured when his mana is burned. He even popped the Sundered with the magic wand, but they still need to run away from him. Oh, that's the build. Just get the Scotty, tank up, great against the Lifestealer.
Deals with regeneration as well, right?
Yep.
That's kind of why I'd like to see. I always want to fly, pick up a bunch of farm, and get like a later game Shivas at some point.
That's just straight up damage build coming out from Iceberg. Straight into Deso. Phase boots Deso.
I think Jenkins was talking about this, how whenever we have these like custom games come into Dota, it always like puts you in a better headspace for item builds. Like you really get a stronger understanding of what items you absolutely need to get the most damage in, right?
We're talking about Labyrinth, right?
Yeah, with Aghanim's Labyrinth and stuff. And obviously Desolator is one of those items you always kind of need. In this situation, applying a Desolator debuff to everybody with Sleight of Fist while there's a Terrorblade pumping out damage. It's kind of interesting. We'll see if he gets punished, though, because if he ever gets controlled up, he's kind of dead.
I like to have and see defensive item on Ember Spirit, but in this game, like, he can dodge things with just a good slide. He can dodge EMP, Tornado, he can dodge Charge. He doesn't care too much about Enchantress nor Venomancer. Like, eventually he will get the defensive item, but he can afford to go greedy right now.
Yeah, and a team against, like, all slows, as long as you have a Remnant already in place, you are kind of free. Do what you want. V-Tune's going to pop his meta again here. Surprising part is Viking GG aren't playing the other side of the map or anything. They're not trying to take that tier 2 bottom. Instead, they're going to go for a push onto mid right now. But this exchange is kind of weird because giving up a tier 2 means that you unlock those outposts and charge on through. There was actually a Force Staff into the team. I think that was Toby's offensive Force Staff, right?
They have 2 Force Staffs, one on Invoker, one on Venomancer, and I believe Venomancer was in place to actually use it. One of the reasons why they are itemizing what I talked about, that where they can't just, you know, go in, take a fight, and that's it. They need to reset it, and it's great against the Clockwork. General actually decided to go for BOTs.
V-Tune, he only's got a little bit left. Bennett left, but he tries to go for Celery. Now he's going to be fighting himself. Definitely blasted away. Does manage to get off the Sunder, yes, with a long Fiend's Grip onto that Lifestealer too. Really good control. Now the Supernova on the top with a beautiful charge on through so many heroes. They're trying to get out. They do manage to successfully dodge the stun explosion there. Shad's going to pop back out though, going for General here. That's going to be a free kill. Always want to fly is going to have to turn and Icarus dive away.
It's such a good play from Viking, where they go in, they manage to get the Sunder on TB, and they basically lose no one after the egg. I mean, Spirit Breaker dies after that, but still, very nice play, you know, understanding when they need to go in or get out. And Volker's the one getting the damage here. Drums, 4 staff against the Clockwork, and to be able to take care of himself, and now they need some damage. So, Deso, I don't mind.
I guess. Okay. Not sure how to feel about that whatsoever.
What would you like to see?
Not a Deso, I guess. I mean, it's just kind of weird because all I'm thinking about is Quaswex Invoker. Like, you put the Alacrity onto the Lifestealer, you know, like you just kind of let your Lifestealer go ham. I guess Deso amps up his damage as well.
Oh, poor Celery.
He's just had a very, very hard game. Hard life in general. He's going to be met with the same fate that he had last time, which was just getting munched on by Shad. The rest of the team is here, though. They're nicely lined up. Aramis is going to turn and go for, with his ultimate onto Roger. Does manage to give up his life to kill another support. Basically a 2-for-2 trade-off there.
Viking GG still keeping up in terms of net worth, even though this TB is pretty damn huge.
Yeah, they've got the tower advantage on the side of Flight of Moon, right? They've got that tier 2 top. They already took mid, so they're up by a decent amount in just tower gold. So it's surprising that the net worth is basically even.
Scotty is the item that just kills Lifestealer. You want to be moving around the fights, going in and out multiple times, resetting that rage cooldown, but man, Scotty. Like, how do you itemize against Scotty?
Yeah, you really don't have an option. Like, his best, it's going to be more about his play at this point in time, where he has to, like, hijack himself into the Spirit Breaker in order to get on top of these heroes. And then, I assume you, I haven't seen the Lifestealer for a while, but I assume he's building into an Abyssal Blade.
He's going MKB.
MKB? Okay. Yeah, I guess he kind of needs that. He needs that just like consistent damage output, because he probably can't rely on being able to burst somebody down during Abyssal, or at least not the Terror Blade anyway.
Yeah, I like the Heaven's Halberd choice. Still, for me, the best item in the game right now. You have that status resistance, you have a miss chance. TB doesn't really build MKB. Like, he just prefers to get like either tankiness or raw damage.
Aramis is positioning himself so he can get a charge in through the side. They're going to use that ward as an opportunity to be able to jump on the Phoenix, but a nice defensive sleep from Roger. And a Fiend's Grip goes off, but there was a tornado, so he immediately canceled it. Roger, he's probably going to die to Shad here unless the chains can help out. They do have chases. What happened to Shad? His HP just started dropping like a rock. The combination of the Ember Spirit putting that Deso on him and V2 just melee right-clicking him down. Shad died in like 1 and 2 seconds.
This TB, I mean, if you're losing a fight to a melee Terrorblade, you know things are wrong.
Yeah.
He's also level 18, so the Sunder. Also, I want to see which talent he's going to be pick up on level 20. Like, Scotty plus Reflection, that's hell of a lot of slow when the rage is down.
Well, this is looking like the panel is going to be correct in their prediction. That's the way I'm feeling anyway, because it just seems like they can't deal with Terrorblade. And I don't think the Lifestealer versus TB matchup gets easier later on. I don't know, I guess we'll have to see. Lifestealer has certainly surprised me in some of his late game impact, because, you know, just years and years of Dota has hammered into me, oh, this is a mid game carry, and then next thing you know, you see a Lifestealer at 50 minutes, he just never dies.
I don't think that's going to be the case in this game.
No.
Celery going to die once again, 11th death. So He dies every 2 minutes.
Heaven's Halberd for the Phoenix. And that's how, kind of know how this game is going when the 4 position has a nice Heaven's Halberd, which is a nice luxury item, I would say, at this point in time, but not necessary to them winning a fight. Meanwhile, it feels like Lifestealer needs like 2-3 more items before he can even begin to deal with the TB threat.
If they can somehow disconnect Terrorblade for the next 10 to 15 minutes, then Lifestealer might have a chance just battling him in straight up 1 versus 1. Full Daedalus on Ember as well. Oh god. So these slides, they might just end the game here.
I just want to see what happens to Celery.
He died.
Is he going to get one tapped? There's no question he dies. The question is, how quickly does he die? It's like a challenge at this point in time.
They had a meta. They did not want to commit. Okay, Lifestealer cosplaying the Siege Creep.
He just wants to be a Cardi. He's having a hard life as a hero in this game, so. Fly to Moon can pretty much take their time. Chilling out, finish up farming. If they really want, they can wait for another Roshan.
They still have a minute left on that Aegis.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to see them pushing the high ground. And this is the build I want to see on Bane. Like, not maxing out your Brain Sap. Instead, you max your Nightmare and your passive. Like, after the laning stage, especially if the laning stage is not that great for you, maxing out Brain Sap doesn't give you any value.
Yeah. With the new and feeble, Nightmare has proven to be insanely good. And a nice catch from the trees onto Aramis, which prevented him from being able to get off Bulldoze, so it meant he was stuck in that full duration of Nightmare. And, well, General boots a Traveler Aghanim Scepter. He says, why not both, as this game has gone well enough for him to be able to do so. Look at that long-range initiation. Reflection has such a range on it at this point in time, and Toby finds himself limping away back to the high ground. The Aegis dies without Fly to Moon going to high ground, so maybe they're just going to wait out for next Roche and just chill.
Yeah, they don't necessarily need to like try to end the game right now. I thought they might do it with the Aegis, try to force a fight. They still had like 1 minute and 30 seconds left. But right now, their late game is much, much better with Ember Spirit and TB. Plus you have this position 5 Phoenix that is getting the items. He's level 15 with Heaven's Halberd. It's a tough one for Viking.
They're just going to have to do a whole lot of sort of hit and run tactics, a lot of split pushing. They just cannot take a full 5-man against Fly to Moon. Fly to Moon, meanwhile, will just kind of like cut mid and
they one-shot it or not?
Yeah, we'll see. What? All right, he didn't get a crit. We got a crit. That would have been well, that would have been venison.
So Invoker, instead of that Deso that he had queued up, decided to go for BKB, get rid of the Reflection. Great against the Clockwork. Now he's building Shiva's Guard. It's very tough for Viking like to itemize in this game. You see this item, BKB, yeah, that's not a game-winning item here. Same goes for Shiva's. Like, even if he had Shiva's right now, it still doesn't feel like, oh yeah, that's the item that's gonna win them the game.
General found him, and it is a 2-for-1 special. If they can actually stay on top of him with the Aghanim Scepter, he's going to be able to get back on top of Doom again. The pushback with a Deafening Blast with the BKB teleport out, but fortunately the Manta Illusions were enough to be able to finish off Boom and get his mega kill streak. He was still holding on to that, so that's an extra 580 gold in V-Tune's pocket.
Terrorblade just popping off right now. Like he has
he's
like
found
7,000.
Celery. And that's the
More
crit,
gold.
751 damage. This is one of those like horrible games to be in because you know you're gonna lose.
Yeah.
And the enemy team's just kind of like taking their time, building up more and more of an advantage, making it even harder for them to basically throw the game. Now, one thing is if they do go high ground and say they happen to lose a high ground fight, so Viking GG may have the opportunity to actually get a Roshan for themselves.
Okay, so that's a TB with Satanic, Scotty, Crystallis, Manta. Like, he is almost full slotted, but Lifestealer we've seen, like, he can still man fight him.
Yeah.
My sprites are with us.
Two-shotted. Okay. Thank you, production.
Well done, production.
Dire are scanning.
All right, so we got 2 minutes until Roshan. Fly to Moon. If they want to be the most patient and disciplined team that they can be, they'll wait until that, get Aegis and Cheese, and then go high ground. Roger, though, Bulldoze was up, so the Nightmare's not going to last a super long time. Roger's still trying to get away. Always one of flies here, up on the high ground, waiting for the rest of his cores to arrive. The Tornado and now Disengage from Viking GG is an immediate buyback from Roger.
That's meta use.
Hey, there's the hook shot going in. They actually caught two again inside with the Infest. Clockwork re-hook shotting in again. This Aghanim Scepter is looking sick. It does cost him his life, but it was a really good fish that they caught. The Shad, he will eventually run out of invisibility, run out of rage. And no need for Roshan at this point. Fly to Moon. They can go for at least a lane, if not two. 70 seconds on the clock with the Lifestealer. Hell, they could just go throne if they really want to test it.
I think they might try to go for one more fight, but this game could just end right here. Clockwork buying back, has hook shot in a couple of seconds. Aramis is just gonna straight up die. Clockwork is doing such a great job. Okay, GG, they're disconnected.
Yeah. This is very, very over.
General had such a great game on Clockwork, just keeping the Lifestealer inside of Cogs. Once he gets that Aghanim Scepter, refreshing the cooldowns on his abilities. Like, he had such an amazing game, and once again, it seems like DB just destroys Lifestealer.
Yeah, not terribly surprised by that matchup, and it went exactly the way our analysts predicted. Fly to Moon looked like a better team with a better draft, but then again, we said from the start that Fly to Moon had the advantage because of that draft, or at least most of us did, right, Lacoste?
Yeah, you know, I put some high hopes.
You believed in Viking GG and their excellent play, you know, that they would be able to rise above. But unfortunately, they couldn't do that. Top standing 1-1. Once again, Viking GG are going to go to that third game. They just can't seem to quit it. And you know what I can't quit? Some good-looking men on a panel. That's what I want to see.
Always try to quit, but never can. We always come back. So Lacoste called you guys a bunch of idiots right before the game started off,
he did.
and he was wrong. So you guys feel free to say whatever you would like.
I'm kind of with him on the idiots thing. At least I don't want to speak for you, but
Nah, sure, whatever.
I mean,
I'm down.
but
It's fine.
we were right.
He was
idiot.
right. We were right, idiots.
Yeah. Every now and then. And what actually made you guys make this prediction, right? Because I think the Lifestealer was obviously one of the things that we were paying a lot of attention to, and then also on the other hand, the TB is something that we definitely.
Can I just say this as well? The moment I saw the lanes and the fact that Roger is playing Bane, I was like, okay, that's something we didn't even mention in the draft. But Bane, as a Lifestealer, it's really hard to play against him. And they didn't have many things to deal with it. You had Invoker to cancel the grip, and you had, Aramis. But once the charge is used, plus one spell, that's it, man. Like, Bane just constantly gripped him.
Doesn't Lacoste kind of look like he smells like cheese?
What sort of cheese?
Like maybe Munster?
Okay.
Maybe
That's a good choice.
Gorgonzola.
Production's the way you're like, they go, like an old man or what? I know, I don't know. He looks like a trickster that's just covered in cheese whiz. I don't know. He just looks like he smells like cheese.
Yeah. It probably tastes like it too. Anyway, Fly to Moon. They did a really nice aggro with the Bane. I was a big fan of that, particularly because of the matchup versus the Enchantress. Speaking of cheese.
Yeah.
Speaking of cheese, opening with Ench was definitely, and Lifestealer was definitely relatively interesting.
It was out there, let's put it that way. Obviously, I said I liked Fly to Moon's draft more, but I still went with Viking GG, and throughout the game I was like, okay, this is the team fight. Okay, this is the team fight. I'm just waiting for that moment in which they just outplay Fly to Moon. But man, Fly to Moon, I forgot, they're the team that got invited. They didn't even go through the close qualifiers, and that's because they have some big names on that side. And
yeah, that's the reason that we haven't seen them in a month. Like, we keep bringing up the fact that we haven't gotten to see as much of this team. We've gotten to look at Viking a lot more. The reason for that is because of how they were birthed into the tournament, right? And now we've already seen them come with some cheeky picks. Let's look at some of the plays that they were actually able to have. Lizard, when were you sold that the proof was in the pudding?
yeah, even before any of this started happening, really, this is the end already. This is one of the last fights that we had. Pretty much on top lane a couple of times when that grip was utilized to kill off Lifestealer. And the moment the Ember had, small crit and Desolator, and Lifestealer died in like 2 hits. He was forced to go for this right-click build that doesn't really beef you up at all. He had MKB and Armlet for the majority of the game. And
the only build that works right now is the thing.
And you can't, like, what else do you do versus TB when you know that you have to kill him before he sunders?
Yeah,
I don't know.
The proof is really in the pudding there.
Yeah, I think also some of the things that have changed in Dota. Number one, I really like the itemization. I love that the Ember went for this physical damage build, killing, being able to kill the Lifestealer with that, buff up the TB with that. What's going on? What's happening?
What?
What are you laughing at?
Who's laughing?
You're psyching me out. What am I saying? It's like stupid.
No, it's right. Continue, please.
Keep going, please.
What's the other hero? What other hero do they have? The TB, the Scotty.
The Scotty, yes.
Big fan of that item.
It's really good. It made pudding out of that Lifestealer, right?
It did.
Like a couple of hits. And Lifestealer, what can he... Like Lacoste said it really well. Like, what can you... One thing that he said well in that cast. Like, what can you do versus the Lifestealer? The Scotty is just hitting you. You're so slow. You can't get close to the Scotty barrier, and you can't get away from it.
Yeah. I mean, we can see that in the game. The proof is really in the pudding there. And now as we do start to look and move into this next game completely tied up, Jenkins, what are you thinking right now?
I'm thinking that the proof is in the pudding. I really do think that, Viking GG, they looked really great in game.
What does it mean? Like, I randomly said the proof is in the pudding, and then Lizzie and I started laughing. We kept saying proof. What the heck does that mean?
I don't know where that came from.
That's like, every other one of those sayings, pretty quickly you can kind of dissect it and figure out where it came from.
There
Usually
are some
it's terrible,
weird ones,
right? Like they've changed a bunch of them, right? Like what was the one? It was like there's more than one way to skin a cat. That one's changed, redacted.
Rule of thumb. That's not very, very good.
God, yeah. The other one is there's more than one, or beating a dead horse.
Horse?
Yeah. But now they changed that. PETA changed it, right? Now it's feeding a fed horse.
Okay.
And then instead of killing 2 birds with 1 stone,
it's getting 2 birds stoned at once.
No, feeding 2 birds with 1
What
stone.
you should do?
But you should send that into PETA. They
You
might
should
like.
read some of the Australian ones that they have. That's completely out there. That's like wild. Like these that we have, they're nothing, and we're changing.
I actually like Australia is I've never been. And I have like a bunch of things in my mind that are just probably not true about Australia. I'm actually not even convinced that Australia really exists.
I think one of their problem is they have a lot of Balkan people living there. Like for some reason, there's a lot of Bosnians, Croats, Serbs in Australia that immigrated there during the 1900s.
That's a problem?
Yeah, that's a big problem. Like you don't want that mixed with their history before. It's interesting place.
And now I feel very uncomfortable. I honestly feel very uncomfortable with this conversation.
I actually know one saying from Australia. I've heard this one.
Crikey.
Close. You can take the bonobo out of the barn, but you can't take the barn out of the bonobo.
What's a bonobo?
It's a great ape.
Oh, it's an artist, right? Too.
I think he's done a few songs. He did one with Kendrick Lamar recently.
Is there a similar one in English? Like, because in Bosnia we have a very similar.
I think it's just called Australia in every language.
It's a thing now that you can take the out of the, but you can't take the out of the. It's a format. It's almost like a meme format.
That came from Australia with bonobos in barns.
I believe you. You seem trustworthy.
And we have a similar thing, so you see where it all stems from, where it all comes from.
It is very strange though how like a lot of these things. Australia though, first of all, just to close that, I feel like there's a lot of
Bad people.
Like, no, there's a lot of stuff there. Like, they have cane toads, like magical frogs.
Dude, they have spiders everywhere and
They have
snakes
spiders,
and
kangaroos,
frogs
which are
riding
terrifying.
snakes.
Like, okay, an American and probably as a Canadian too, you grow up thinking kangaroos are really cool. They're not.
They can beat your ass.
They're mean.
Yeah.
They're like they're mean and like they.
Did you watch the video of a guy fighting the kangaroo because the kangaroo apparently hit his dog?
No, it's gonna kill his dog. Like kangaroos have knife thumbs, and was about to execute his dog. And he
Good for that guy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, you gotta defend your dog at all costs, right?
Yeah, dogs are precious.
They truly are.
I mean, I wouldn't fight a kangaroo. I just live the good life. Dogs, I mean, they don't live to be that old anyway, so.
Well, ultimately, I think it's really interesting to try to figure out where a lot of these sayings do come from, because I have no idea what the proof is in the pudding means.
I'm sure someone in the chat will tell us afterwards.
I'm sure. I'll
Guys, if you don't know why
probably
exactly
something
is the
terrible,
proof
right?
in the pudding?
It's probably something
I'm
terrible.
thinking something poison related.
yeah, some
That's where
disease,
my
some poison.
Disease,
Yeah.
poison, rot, something festering.
Definitely.
What type of pudding have you been eating?
The one with the proof in it. Proof doesn't taste all that great.
Proof-filled pudding, yeah. Ignorance, delicious. Truly delicious. But yeah, no, I think a lot of sayings have changed over time. We already mentioned a few of them that have. But also our opinion of this matchup has definitely changed over time. Now that we have these two games in the rearview mirror, we're about to jump into game number 3, which will decide it. We should have the draft here very shortly. Fly to the Moon all of a sudden showed us that they've been able to, in their time where they haven't been playing, get a lot of practice under their belt. That's what it at least looks like to me.
Look, Rich, this is a stack that's been around for like 4 years. Like they fly to the moon, then they become fly to moon, then they become wind strike, then they become fly to moon again, then they become wind strike. It's this
Very confusing
cycle of life for them, I guess.
Yeah.
And most of these players, all of them pretty much have been playing together for a really long time. They know each other well, and yeah, you can't really be surprised that they can take a game or two off of Viking. I think they're definitely capable of doing that. Heck, they qualified to TI before, and they did sort of all right for what they expected to do. I think they're on the same class as Viking.
I was going to say, I want to take it a step further. I feel like they're looking at that second game. I feel like they're the better team. I seriously think they're the better.
That's a huge outdraft, though. It's a huge outdraft.
But the first game they had Ursa. Like, they drafted Ursa mid. I feel like they shot themselves in the foot, you know?
Okay, so the last game, let's have
but they
two
did
normal
that.
drafts.
You know what I mean? It's like one of those things though too with the TB. I mean, do you really think that we can make that much of a discrepancy between the two teams?
Look, in the first game we had an Ursa on one side as the last pick. In the other game we had the Life Stealer on the other side. I think we can, just go from scratch here, start from scratch and see.
I think
the
that's
last
fair.
game.
I guess all I'm saying is, coming into the series, I definitely put Viking up here, and I was wrong about that.
Yeah.
I think that Fly to Moon looked great.
The reason why he thinks that as well is because Viking, we say that they have been playing a lot of games, but they have been constantly playing a lot of games versus tier 1 teams and taking games off of tier 1 teams.
Yeah.
And right now, EU is definitely in a better shape than CIS is. When it comes to the quality of Dota, EU is much stronger. Maybe tonight EG will prove us a bit wrong. They're coming back representing the CIS flags, but
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, very interesting things to talk about when we're looking at the tournament as a whole and really starting to think about our groups, which we haven't done as much yet because it's still really forming. It's still starting to take a shape. But I do want to bring up some of those weird occurrences that happen in these drafts. And what does that really mean? Like, what does that indicate to you guys as these teams as a whole when you're starting to think about when they do progress further in the groups and they're playing against some of these big names in Dota and some of the teams that are very much established as the top of their tier? Do you think that some of these occurrences that happened in the draft could be an issue?
you learn from your mistakes.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like what happened in both of these drafts is there was like somewhat of a mental paradigm shift for both of the teams where they pick the Lifestealer. They think it's probably going to be a good opening to do Lifestealer Enchantress. All of a sudden the TB comes out. All of a sudden there's a Bane running out your Enchantress in the safe lane and gripping your Lifestealer. And I think after that you're just like, okay, that was that was a mistake. Like, we tried it, it didn't work, and I feel the same with the Ursa. It's really, there are too many like permutations in Dota to know everything, to have tried everything, especially when you're talking like in an actual competitive environment against an actual tier 1 team. It's very different scrimming against some tier 2, tier 1.5 or whatever. Probably a tier 2.5 like CIS stacks that you're going to scrim against.
It's very similar to what happened to one of the Divine teams in the last couple of days. It was Tempo. They first picked that Arc Warden and definitely didn't work that well. I think maybe they saw something from this Lifestealer in their scrims that we haven't, and that's what gave them some false sense of security to just first pick it, but it definitely can be countered, and Terrorblade is just one of counters that you can pick. Bane was also, well, let's not call Terrorblade a straight counter, but it's a soft one, and so is the Bane. You have multiple ways of dealing with him throughout the game.
The moment I saw the Lifestealer get gripped and then Terrorblade just turns into a giant demon and mauls him, it's like, all right, there's no way to play this, even on an even playing field, even with a 5k gold lead. I don't see how Lifestealer can deal with that. There's not enough ways to interrupt the grip. Even if you do interrupt the grip, like Terrorblade just shreds you with the illusions with the Scotty. Like, I don't see how you deal with that draft.
Makes this one all the more exciting. Like we said, this is going to be the final game in this series, and then we have 2 fantastic series coming up just a little bit later on today, and some cool things going to be happening here in the studio as well. Very excited for everybody at home to see them for the first time. Not going to go into too much detail there as to what that is going to be as we start to look ahead to what this final game might look like, because there has just been so much to look at in these drafts alone. I think we've been overall impressed by both of these squads, though, so far. I think it's safe to say.
For sure. Shoutouts to General playing off-lane Clockwork. Not something you see very often.
He's not stomping.
Travels eggs, setting up across the map. That hook that he did on the Invoker Lifestealer combo bot, he was able to...
and top lane as well, right? It ended the game right there. He cogs both of them, then you have the Sun Ray on top of it.
So annoying.
Then he uses Ags and hooks you again, so you can't move. It's like, it's really good. It's solid. I really think that Clockwork, if you give him enough space and enough farm, can impact the game quite a lot, like we just saw in this game. Like, you have BKB piercing stun. It's
two of them.
Two of them,
if you get the Ags.
Yeah, you don't really have a lot of heroes that can give you that kind of a thing.
Yeah, and he goes for that like every game. Every single game.
Every single game he goes. Yeah. Sometimes maybe he buys a halberd or a pipe.
Yeah, like one item.
Yeah,
if
it's really needed, but he gets Ags eventually. Yeah.
Like, he clearly just thinks that Ags on Clockwork makes him like a broken core hero. Like, this hero, as soon as he gets the Ags, he just pops off. Like,
he makes it look that way. He makes it look that way as well.
Yeah, he does. Against those heroes in particular, I think it's particularly good against Lifestealer. Yeah. He can never rage TP out. Like, that's his whole shtick, is that he pushes down a lane. You can't go deal with him because he just presses rage and then TPs out.
Yeah, and in this game, it wasn't only him. You had the grip too, right? So you had multiple ways of dealing with that Lifestealer and what he wanted to do.
Yep, pretty annoying.
Yeah, like, opening up with your first core is fine. You just show your cards. But that core really has to be busted. Like, he has to be broken and completely in the meta to open up with it. Perhaps something like Warlock Spectre opening, OG style, that can perhaps work. But it's a difficult thing to pull off.
I mean, with the additional bans, how does that really play into everything as well when you are looking at opening like that, as we finally do jump in here?
Well, you don't have additional bans early on, so it makes it a little bit harder. It's easier to respond to it instantly in the first 2 picks, right? So because of that, maybe it's a little bit harder.
Okay.
But it is easier overall because you get extra bans in the second and third phase.
Yeah, like how Viking's going to open up here. Let's talk about clock.
Not dealing with that.
Yep,
we're done.
Clock. Bang. We're going to see that instantly dealt with.
If they leave Phoenix, I think Flight to Moon snatched anyway. Like, you get that Phoenix for sure. On both of these sides, I would be surprised if it isn't picked up. Doom on Flight to Moon. And now the thing is, do you want to ban Darkseer? Do you want to ban Phoenix? Which one of these heroes are you letting go through?
I think both teams want to first pick the Phoenix. So if you're not first picked, you have to ban Phoenix. Otherwise, you're specifically trying to counter it, and we've seen how that's gone, trying to counter the Phoenix. It doesn't tend to end well. Not a lot of the Phoenix counters are particularly good. Lina, bad. Mirana, mediocre. Ursa, terrible.
It's the matchups, some other matchups that he's really good at against as well, like the Venomancer. Phoenix just loves playing against that because
Oh, yeah.
you use all your poison, all your dots, and then he just eggs. And the
Right.
fight resets.
He's really good at killing Veno in lane too. Like
Yep.
Phoenix just commits onto a Veno. That's what Veno hates. Like Veno likes to slowly whittle away at you in lane, and as a Phoenix, you just dive in. It's like, all right, it's me or you, buddy, and it's usually the Veno that dies.
Batrider actually banned out by Viking GG. This is obviously something that's played quite a lot on the mid lane, but Fly to Moon almost exclusively play it on offlane. It's Clockwork and Bat. This is general. They're banning out the offlane. They're banning out him. Phoenix banned out by Fly to Moon, which leaves Darkseer in the pool, which leaves Venomancer in the pool too.
I'm gonna make a prediction.
Oh, Tiny actually. Forgotten about it completely.
I am predicting Fly to Moon will pick a Night Stalker. This will be a Night Stalker draft. General has been spamming it in pubs.
Alright.
Batrider, Clockwork, those are the other two that he has been spamming. They've been, we saw the Clockwork. I feel like they play really well around General when he's having a good game. I think he's gonna get one of his comfort heroes. Maybe they'll
What do you,
just
what do you
Darkseer,
think
though.
makes Night Stalker good right now, though?
He's a backline jumper. He's really good against like the Oracles, Wisps. Okay, they just go for the Darkseer. It's like the OP hero. That's
Yeah, Wisp is still in the pool. That's something that Viking GG might consider right now because do you want to leave that Wisp? Okay, they do.
Maggie.
And Maggie is in. Now, we have seen Magnus in the closed qualifiers almost exclusively banned or picked every single game.
Yep.
Now the difference is, we have already seen EG play one game against that Magnus, and they instantly picked a hero no one was picking before in the closed qualifiers. That's the Winter Wyvern. A hero that's dead completely, that wasn't picked up by anyone. But it's also a hero that counters Magnus to its core. Maybe Fly to Moon can do that.
Okay, so you want to see the Winter Wyvern. Is there anything else that you think needs to happen for the Winter Wyvern to be locked in?
So they are lacking damage in the chrono a little bit, right? So you can think about countering the Magnus, or you can think about buffing up your Void and that Chronosphere damage.
I was gonna say
So maybe-
Invoker's like a must ban. I mean that's the standard right now with the Void.
Yeah, Invoker, Jakiro comes to my mind as well as something that you could pick up for Fly to Moon because you would have Vacuum Ice Pat plus the Chrono afterwards. It's a ton of damage, and it's a hero that doesn't die necessarily that easily to a Tiny. Tiny gets a Blink Dagger, he's hunting your supports. Jakiro, alright, I have 1500 HP, 15 minutes in, I won't die that easily. It's an option.
Snapfire's pretty good too. I think if you're Fly to Moon and you know that it's going to be a mag off lane, you can basically do whatever you want as a safe lane. You can just pick like the greediest possible hero. You don't need to play to have a good lane.
They banned out the Oracle, that's the Darkseer counter, right,
Yeah.
that they're thinking about. It's also a hero that can deal with the Void a little bit. You have that false promise to save people in the Chrono.
It's no first phase Lifestealer Ench, that's for sure.
No, pretty standard, pretty standard drafts.
We might see Ench for Viking. It's a possibility for them, as it hasn't been banned out, and it's also a hero that deals with the Darkseer.
Purge the Shell and the
Now the only and the Surge.
And the Surge.
The only question is, how much do you really want to put into this Darkseer? Because usually it's not really a hero that wins lanes. Any sort of a carry should do quite alright, quite well versus him.
Yeah.
Even something like an banned out, never mind. Anti-Mage came to mind because of Void and the Magnus and the Darkseer, but Fly to Moon were a bit quicker.
Yeah, Brian and I were talking. It's weird calling him Brian. BSJ and I were talking.
Yeah, I was like, who?
And we were just talking about how this Darkseer hero, like the way you want to win a lane with Darkseer is you feed like 4 or 5 kills. Like they all die, you all die.
I heard that conversation. I don't know if I agree with it completely, but
Really?
just feed?
Yeah. You make it cost them to kill you.
All right.
That's the whole shtick. Somebody dies, you fill up the bottle. Everybody's going bottle on Darkseer now. That's the regen item of choice.
Yeah. We see Enchantress on one side and the Jakiro on another. You feel like a good analyst, but you're not really. It's just easy to read. You see these heroes that are constantly picked, and
You are a good analyst.
teams aren't really straying
on the
away.
other hand.
Yeah. No, you're doing a great job actually.
Shut up.
Okay. Sorry about that.
But in all seriousness, you read that one like an open book. The question is, oh, there it is, Spirit Breaker. I was actually going to start asking questions about the Spirit Breaker. We've seen quite a lot of Spirit Breaker in this series. How do we feel about seeing it yet again, Lizard?
It's on Fly to Moon. So they stole it away from Viking. Now, most likely Viking wouldn't even pick it because they have Tiny and Duo already. But Spirit Breaker for them is pretty sick because it's a hero that doesn't need a lot, is not limited by cooldowns, and you have Darkseer combo.
Wraith King, that is a 42% win rate hero.
Yeah,
right
but
there.
it's versus Void, right? That's the idea. Plus you have Empower. You don't care about the chrono.
Sure. I think if you're going to play Wraith King in this game, I don't think you go for the Radiance build, especially against Darkseer. I think you go for the new Arteezy build, like Armlet, Silver Edge, that sort of thing. Maybe Deso, like early game items. I think you have to play to fight. Like the Radiance playstyle on this hero is just too slow for how much people are fighting in the meta. It's like, sure, the game is slow. It takes a while to end. But that doesn't mean there's not fighting. There's tons of fighting right now. I mean, look at the heroes. These are all group fighters other than Enchantress.
Yeah.
I still think Wraith King's a pretty garbage hero, though.
No, I agree. I'm not sold.
Very
I'm
slow.
not completely sold. The only I'm thinking, okay, so why is this a good rating game? It's easy to lane. You have Enchantress with you. You have Empower with you later on. And you're pretty damn good versus the Chronosphere because who cares if you die once?
Yep.
The question is, will you do enough damage after that Chrono kills you once? Like, what will you do with that second life?
So, what other blueberry-colored selections could Fly to the Moon make? If they keep this
Void Spirit.
consistent. Yeah.
TA, Void Spirit.
Man, you're quick on like the colored picks, honestly. I'm
Because-
sitting here thinking,
dude,
like,
I'm
going through
literally,
every hero in my head.
literally every time I watch a draft, I just notice color schematics. That's like,
This is straight up blueberry Fly to the Moon strat.
Nice one.
Blueberries are.
Yeah,
what,
that's okay.
They couldn't hear what Lacoste said.
they can't hear it.
Yeah, I'm sure they're very happy about that at home. But blueberries, you ever notice that they're not really blue?
I didn't notice that at all.
It actually really bothers me. And I want to ask you guys right now, is there anything that bothers you about this draft so far? Is there anything that you're a little bit unsure of? I know the Wraith King was kind of the first thing, Jenkins, that you were like, all right, this hero is not doing so great in the meta. You already showed a few of the ways that it might be able to have a strong game if it goes towards some of those builds that Arteezy's been piloting. Is there anything that's bothering you?
So far, I'm definitely in the Flight Moon's rocket right now. I like their draft a bit better. they have not only do they have a sick combo with the Void, you also have ways of dealing with the Magnus. You have the Ice Path to follow up that RP. You have heroes that are extremely quick, not only because of their mobility, but the mobility that they get from the Darkseer. So it will be even harder for that Magnus to get those good combos off. However, we don't see a lot of Mag, right? Like we saw it in one of the series versus EG. It can be it can be a hero. Yeah, it can be a hero that just pops off and destroys the game.
Yeah, for sure. But the thing about a lot of these new carries that people are picking, and the reason that I think Spectre is falling off to some degree, is that a lot of the late game items in Dota have been changed. You know, Scotty, it has this HP regen reduction now. It's also, the stats on it are just better. Faceless Void, you have this new Aghanim Scepter. The question of like who out carries who, if you ask me, I don't know, a few months ago, Wraith King easily out carries Faceless Void, I would say. But in this game, in this meta, I feel like Void is just a god tier late game carry. I don't think Wraith King's that good anymore.
Is he god tier if he has to suffer against the Venomancer for the first 10 minutes though?
That is a rough one.
Because
that is a rough lane.
It looks like what they're most likely doing is putting the Magnus mid and having Tiny plus Veno on the off lane.
Yeah.
That's how I see it. Unless Flight, okay, now you might reconsider it a little bit because Lina could dominate that lane.
I would say if you're Fly to Moon, you do not lane the Void against the Veno unless you're tri-laning him. I think you aggro into the Wraith King. I don't see what an Enchantress and Wraith King is going to do to avoid aggro. He just runs away. As long as you're blocking the camps, that Enchantress hero.
Yeah, the problem is if you do not block the camps and she gets a good creep, your lane is a bit messed up. Once again, it's not a blueberry hero for their last pick, but it brings some contrast. It brings the damage as well in the Chronosphere that they really need, together with the Jakiro. It's a hero that's completely in their comfort zone. I really like Fly to Moon's draft. Viking GG grew up a little bit in my eyes because of this Venomancer last pick. If they manage to lane it against the Void, he might be just dirt poor throughout the game.
I'm gonna go with Fly to Moon. I feel like you just dodge the Veno. I think there's multiple ways of dodging the Veno. I think you can lane against it for a little while and then just put the Void somewhere else. I think you just have to be smart with lanes, and I feel like Fly to Moon as a tier 1 team can handle being smart with lanes.
Okay, and keep in mind, this is, once again, the odds incredibly close here in the series, and I think, Lizard, we can all agree that it makes a lot of sense that the odds are this close.
Yeah, it definitely does. Like, we are flip-flopping throughout the series, right? And the odds represent that as well. These two drafts are extremely close as well, and I would say it really does come down to the execution.
And as far as execution goes, I mean, have we seen a giant disparity so far in execution, Jenkins? Do you think that there has been a clear-cut favorite just based on that front?
Honestly, going back to the feature discussion, in the first game we saw Viking with a lot of really nice features, and then in the second game we saw Clockwork with some Wraith Band on Clock, Casual Cloak on Phoenix. Like, they did some really interesting stuff that makes me think they've got their little specialties as well. So, no, I don't think there's a huge disparity there.
All right, well, the question is, are we going to be able to fly all the way to the moon? And when I think about that, I think back to history. I think back to 1959. It was a milestone in monkey space travel. Not only did a squirrel monkey named Miss Baker and a rhesus monkey named Miss Abel reach the outstanding height of 483 kilometers, they also did the impossible task of making it back alive. And as I throw it to these casters, I'm reminded that both of them were far more intelligent than the casters that we have covering this series.
Enough monkeying around, and let's get down to the actual thing people are concerned about, which is Game 3 of Fly to Moon versus Viking GG. Lacoste?
Nah, I'm just thinking about Rich. I knew he had something prepared. Every single time he's throwing it to the caster, there's some insult. It's just,
it's a
pleasure to listen to.
Yeah. I always eagerly await.
Yeah, those few
when I look
seconds.
over and I make eye contact with Rich, and he leans in, he whispers those sweet nothings into my ear.
You're bald. It goes
At least
both
I'm
ways.
embracing my current baldness, unlike somebody else who is clearly trying to cover it up.
Yeah, Rich, those meds you're taking, they're not working, dude. It's, you're just throwing the money, but whatever. So, yeah.
That's what you get for the cheese comment, Rich.
So the draft, huh?
Yes.
Cap?
Yes. Give me the real analysis.
I like the Enchantress here. Wherever she goes, she's going to be winning one lane, at least.
Okay.
Like, they want to have Enchantress against the Darkseer, purge off the Ion Shell and the Surge. It just completely makes the Darkseer's lane unplayable, I would say. And Venomancer is also a strong laner, and there's no TB this time. So I feel like Vikings should be able to win at least like 2 lanes. Mid lane, we have Magnus against Lina. Mag will get the farm no matter what, but this is Iceberg special. Playing Lina, playing Shadow Fiend, playing Tiny, these are his heroes, but I've seen it so many times, having like a 10th pick Lina, this is not a game-winning hero for me. I just don't feel Lina.
It is not a game-winning hero by itself, certainly. But that is one of the upsides of being able to have like a nice harder carry in Void, right? It's like if Arlena, kind of pops off a little bit and then throws away that lead, well, don't worry, Void's there to be able to take up the slack. And having Void Lina is particularly potent, right? Because you now have at least one hero to really dump in the damage. In fact, they've got a lot of different heroes. They can throw out the wall during that Chronosphere. Hopefully they get a nice vacuum before it, but the Jakiro.
Oh. Yeah, the combo is pretty sick from Fly to Moon. They have 2 good like counter picks to Magnus. They'll be grouping up around that RP. You have a Chronosphere, and you have Ice Path from Jakiro. Also like a Darkseer. I mean, if I just look straight at the draft without seeing the team names and the way they're executing it, I would still favor Fly to Moon's like 55 to 45. Nothing too special, but I feel like Viking in the second game just got outdrafted and outplayed.
Yeah.
Also, this is going to be a very strong lane. Tiny plus a Venomancer, a lot of kill potential. So they're going to start with basic lanes. Jenkins was saying something about, swapping the lanes, making the lane unplayable for Wraith King, but still, like, Enchantress is the god of this game. at least for the first 10 minutes.
Aramis and V-Tune having a good time as they push back to the lane. For me, it looks like that Flight of Moon, they're going to have to recover from what could be a rough laning phase. I guess we'll have to just see how that bottom lane mostly goes. That's the most concerning thing for me. But it's going to be a real test to their teamwork. Because I feel like if I watch like some of the absolute best tier 1 teams in this world and they run these sort of combos, the Darkseer Spearbreaker combo, the Darkseer plus the Ice Path of the Jakiro, every single team fight, they get a really sick combo of Vacuum into Ice Path or Vacuum into a really good challenge.
They're already starting with the combo, Darkseer Vacuum level 1, you know, preparing for that Vombo. I guess the reason is, like, Vacuum level 1 is a decent amount of damage, and they do not want to have Ion Shell. I already talked about, like, being completely countered by Enchantress pick.
Mm-hmm.
But what do you get at level 2? Like, you just don't skill Ion Shell?
Yeah,
I don't know what to play here.
I also feel like the very first wave is the wave that is, like, kind of forgiving because you can double Ion Shell up. And as the creeps go in, and Enchantress can only deal one of them.
And Enchantress already, like, use the enchant on their ranged creep, just, you know, to have some extra harassment. So you could have that Ion Shell earlier. Toby getting pressured, but you know what? It's a Venomancer. So he does not care too much. What is his CS at the moment? Only 1. Okay.
Yeah, he's seemed to focus a lot on those Poison Sting hits. Nice toss back there from Aramis. Looks like Toby... Okay, so that's what they did. Toby focused on just, like, harassing the enemy, and he gave Aramis a free level 2.
Yes.
That's very cool.
Like, once Tiny gets level 2, now, I'm not sure who got the first blood. Was it him? I think it would be much better if he had it. All right,
Oh,
Shad.
nice vacuum back, and Roger will stay on top of Shad to be able to get that kill, and with the bonus, they'll do some really good damage to Celery as well.
It's much better if Tiny gets the last hit, then he can buy either like a bottle or get the full tranquil, some mana regen items, and keep roaming around. Like, mid is very vulnerable to ganks. What Magnus can do, like, Magnus is really struggling. 14-11 on Lina, Jesus.
Yeah. They have top 3 CS on the board right now. That is, well, not great for Viking GG.
Celery should just keep that enchant, not use it offensively or get the creeps. Instead, just try to purge off the Ion Shell and give Wraith King a free lane. Always want to fly. Like, I love having supports like this in my team. 3 tangos, 2 healing selves. Like, you know that your Faceless Wave does not need to bring that much regen to a lane when your position 5 has it. And
it feels like he's in it for the long haul, right? He's
the longest of the haulers, waiting for Artifact Streak to come out.
Toby gets a dual breath put on. Bash. If he gets a little lucky here, they might actually be able to kill Toby. Always want to fly. He's going to try and help get some more damage in. And maybe deny in the future. Aramis tries to push him back. Always want to fly. Will actually survive. Didn't quite have the damage there. And all that regen, well, it's finally going to come into play now.
Yeah, surprised he didn't get Liquid Fire on Jakiro. Now you have 2 abilities that cost mana. Like, just by having 1 point in it, you don't necessarily need to max it.
Yeah, especially with a hero that likes to right-click a lot.
Yeah, just the extra slow should do the work. But you know what? We've seen Vacuum level 1. We see level 2 Ice Path from Jakiro. We talked about the combo. That's it. Got it online as early as possible. Oh, Regen Rune, if Mac can get it, that's pretty big, even though, like, his HP is full, but still stealing it away from Lina is...
yeah, if Lina had gotten that, you know Iceberg. He just would have punished Boom even more. Roger doesn't have a charge up for another 6 seconds, so he's going to be hit by the next round of Wraithfire Blast. He's going to go up to the high ground, but a crit from Shad puts him down into his grave. A little bit of metal music to go with it.
Yeah, you don't seem the guy that listens to, like, death metal, right?
I don't like screamo stuff, but I'm okay with a good amount of metal.
Okay, good to know.
I like to keep my taste as varied as possible, you know? Except country music. Fuck country music. Roger finds Celery in the river, so that's going to be a good time for him. Just free damage, actually, if anything. Celery He's gonna die here. Vacuum pulled back in. Two to two is the score, but I'm just kind of curious what Iceberg's gonna do with this like free lane that he's gotten. Because he is.
That's what Lina does. Has free lane, gets a couple of kills, then dies 2 times, and it feels like the game's just over for Lina. Well, right now she has a hero that kind of empowers her, landing a good Chronosphere where there's no save. I'm a bit surprised that when there's a first pick Faceless Void, no one's picking any kind of save. Like, you don't get Wyvern, you don't get Shadow Demon.
Chilling out in this mid lane because I mean Roger's here and he's like somebody's gonna show up, right? No, Boom's like
he was checking
where Mag
he was checking where Mag was farming, getting the XP.
Yeah, saps a little bit, almost gets his level 4. Always want to fly. He's gonna get caught by the haste rune from Aramis. First a toss up in the air. And TP's going to come in, actually, from the Spirit Breaker. He's going to charge in from the side, go straight on top of Toby. The Avalanche will help Toby retreat a bit. If V-Tune gets a bash here, oh, he needs a little bit more of that last hit. It's not quite enough. He's got another Time Walk coming up soon. Can Toby juke this out enough? Aramis is going to go down. Toby's going to go for the deny. The Centaurs, they will kill him before V-Tune can close that gap.
Once Tiny uses a combo, like, they don't have enough burst damage to bring Void down, and I don't think they can just get him from 100 to 0 that quickly.
Yeah, and that's the good thing about Jakiro, right? He's like one of the heroes that, while we survived through burst with his natural tank, and he will fight back. Gives his core the opportunity to be able to come in, clean up some kills. They did kill the Siege Wagon mid, but Iceberg is putting so much pressure on that mid tier 1 tower. It's going to be taken pretty quickly. It's every single time.
That's a dead tier 1 tower.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, but they don't really have a hero to stand up to it, right?
I try to go for a deny play with the Centaurs. I mean, Centaur, they already used that bonus, getting a deny a couple of seconds ago, so not more you can ask from him.
Toss over. Always want to fly. Gets a little bit closer to Toby. Thank you, Aramis. Fortunately, the Avalanche once again will change things around. Boom. Thinking about going for that RP, but V-Tuner already gotten out. He wants a kill out of this lane, though, so he finally uses the RP on Roger. Roger, charge up in 1 more second. The toss over. Always want to fly. If he slows down, boom, he's actually going to go back in. Roger, I guess, feeling like he didn't have a better option. V-Tune, he may not be level 6, but... oh, no, he doesn't get boom. Instead, he turns his damage onto Aramis. Now, Eevee time walks over, blocks Aramis a little bit, maybe. But no, Aramis is too fast with those boots. Toss on Always Want to Fly, and he gets flattened by a creep. He just got Goomba'd.
Book him a ticket to Tiny Airlines. Always Want to Fly. We did not see a rotation from Lina. He's just, you know, pushing the tower, trying to clear some stacks in the jungle. I want to see Iceberg being more offensive. Like, he's bringing the item. It could be... could it be Boots of Travel? I think it could. Like, he is extremely farmed.
Yeah. I guess if you try and make the most of it. Oh, I didn't think I was actually going to kill. But Aramis does just enough with his level 5 to be able to bring down V-Tune. It feels like it's most of this laning phase just come down to the bottom lane because Lina is at a free time mid, obviously.
And there is Boots of Travel. I'm kind of liking this one. If there's going to be a lot of skirmishes, a lot of fights, Lina can just keep farming, go for the runes, and join team fights easily. Yeah,
and as long as she stays away from the Tiny, like the Arrested Initiation is kind of stuff that you're going to see coming. Missed the LSA. It's going to use the Laguna Blade here to force that reincarnation from...
It's worth it. Runes are spawning in 15 seconds, and once you get that reincarnation down, like, you always threaten a kill. Spirit Breaker charge, Darkseer is level 6, has Vol online. Like, these two heroes could easily just kill Wraith King right now.
Now, that's one of my favorite neutral items, tier 1. Ocean Heart, man. It's insane how much regen it gives you when you're just sitting in the river.
I think that's one of the worst ones.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, the stats is okay, but sometimes I feel like Yeah, I'm so useless right now. I'm just gonna stand in the river, you know.
Well, for a mid, half the time you're standing in the river anyway.
But he's not standing anymore. I think it's way too late to get an item, like get the efficiency from it. Sure, like the region is insanely good, but like maybe he should stand in the river, you know, missing uphill.
Dire's structures are
I don't care what you say, Lacoste. I love it. Then again, I'm a 4 by nature, I guess. I like running down up and down the river all the time. Roger, slow down to a crawl. He's gonna pop his ultimate here to be able to bump back Aramis, and that's straight into the LSA. So that'll be his death. And Arlena has begun to get active.
We still did not see a Chrono. Faceless Void, level 7, they got the tier 1 tower. Well, sometimes you don't even need to use it. Spirit Breaker will be actually level 7 when he gets the book. This lineup from Viking, like they're relying on 2 Blink Daggers, one from Mag, one from Tiny to be super efficient. And Faceless Void going for a different kind of a build this game, just, you know, straight up fighting. He has a guy that's gonna empower him with the Iron Shell Surge. So Mask of Madness, getting Manta style next.
Iron Shell slightly speeding up his farm time as well, I guess. Phase Boots drums for Roger. Oh, Tiny, okay. Toss into the RP for a fast kill onto Iceberg. Pull back for the vacuum, just slightly off, doesn't actually hit it with the charge. Still gonna go for Boom anyway. Still, he doesn't have his enchant right now, but Boom is super tanky. Tries to toss him up in the air, actually got bashed at the same time there. Roger comps the stun, Wraithfire Blast, and they do manage to get the Skier away for Boom, so he's going to be fine before V-Tune could show up with his double damage he's got.
Viking has really nice repositioning abilities with like Ether Toss. Okay, that's going to be a solo Chrono and Venomancer, man. Whew, that's a lot of damage. DD, Iron Shell plus Mum, more than enough.
Yeah, at this point I feel like why not just use the Chronosphere whenever you can, because everywhere I look, it's Viking GG like backing away from Flight of Moon. They just... It seems like they have to play super defensive right now. I don't know when their lineup is going to feel a little bit more active, but every single time we go somewhere, it's Flight of Moon making a move on somebody, and this time it's going to be on Aramis.
How much time can he buy?
He's got another Avalanche. That'll be another second if he can get it off. Yeah! You got to take the small W's when you get the big L, you know?
He's so far away from the Blink Dagger. Needs 1500. Venomancer is a pretty static hero, you know. He wants to park in front of the tower, push, or just control the Dire Triangle. But he has Mag in the team and the Wraith King, so all these 3 heroes really like to jungle. One will have to be in the lane. Wraith King, Hand of Midas, going for Armlet, same build he did on the Lifestealer in the previous game.
Yeah, I feel like one of the things that Flight of Moon has done a really good job both times is protecting their safe lane tower against a Venomancer lineup, right? They're not easily giving up that real estate. Like Jakiro just showed, you know, he just throws down the Macro Pyre. Like, it seems to be very effective at being able to slow down this Venomancer. As you can see, he's the lowest core in the game right now. Well, spoke too soon. But he's right there with the Darkseer.
Jakiro, Wyvern, these are like position 5s that love to defend the tier 1 tower and they don't care that they're gonna die.
Yeah, stretching out a tier 1 tower to 14 minutes is safe lane tower especially is a pretty good amount of extra time to slow down that hero.
Still pretty even game in terms of net worth. Viking smoking, they still don't have Blink Dagger, neither on Tiny nor Mag. But this is a good item, like Arcane Ring, Mango Tree, anything you can get so that your Tiny doesn't need to spend just gold on straight up mana regen items.
And he can just rush to that Blink Dagger. Though maybe rush is the wrong word to use in this game. Maybe
I mean,
a jog.
He's rushing for it, but slowly.
It's like speed walking.
Speed walking, yeah.
Okay. He's doing that weird violent thrusting
How
of the
did
arms.
someone think of that? Oh, that should be a sport. You know, it's not running, it's not walking. Let's just find a middle ground.
You know what it is? It's like those people who always come up with a reason like why they can't run. When the real reason is they're just out of shape.
Yeah,
you know?
no, you're shit. Like,
They're
you
I'm cramping. Oh, I can't actually run. I speed walk.
I can speed walk, move my hips and my arms in a very funny way.
like just admit it. I'd be like, I know. I haven't done cardio in a long time. You ask me to run right now, I'll just be out of breath in a minute. It's okay to admit it. You just be like, I'm just fat as shit. What can I say?
No, you just suck at walking. You suck at running. I think it's those people, you know, who walk funny. So they're like, maybe I should use this as a career. Like, I'm gonna make a career out of this.
So you're saying they just walk funny for whatever reason? They're like, time to make lemonade out of lemons. Oh, Jesus, this series has been kind of weird because I feel like in every single one of the games, especially this the game 2 and now this game 3, we've had these long extended periods of time, but both teams just kind of like, okay, this is farming time, I guess.
Yeah, we have Hand of Midas, we have Iron Shell, the other dudes have Venomancer, Empower. Like, we're just gonna farm.
And I guess, like, I can't really disagree with either side doing it either because I don't really feel like Viking GG can make moves just yet. I think they're going to hit a really good mid-game timing, but they're not quite there yet. In Flight of Moon, there's no reason for you to be rushing things because I think you're pretty happy with the game state as it is, which is a Faceless Void doing okay in farm. They got to be concerned about this Wraith King, though, man. He is way up there in the net worth chart, and I'm not sure if they realize how much of a lead he's extended over this Faceless Void.
Do they actually need a third Blink Dagger on Wraith King? That's my question, or more of a concern. Like, that's 6,000 gold on just Blink Daggers.
Yeah, I kind of want him to just max out on that, like, that execution build, you know?
Like a Silver Edge? I still feel like Silver Edge is a great item on Wraith King.
Yeah, sure. I think any of those strength cores, it's decently valuable on. He does go for the Blink Dagger. After the Midas Armlet, he's going to go MKB next. V-Tune strolls up, casual Chronosphere, pops the Mask of Madness, and starts going to town. The vacuum bag Shad into the Chronosphere, so after the Magnus, they're going to be able to finish off life number 1 of the Wraith King, and V-Tune doesn't skip a beat. He jumps to the back line and goes for Celery, but now they need to focus on that second life of Shad. Otherwise, well, V-Tune, he's got to get away from Celery. He's pumping out the damage right now. That's why Roger is going to charge through everybody. Nice toss back from Aramis. He actually saved his carry with that toss away, and Roger ends up getting killed while trying to stretch his leech out to go for it.
Iceberg, I don't think you're killing this Venomancer that easily. He has a hood and a Force Staff. Like, so what it looked like to be like a super great team fight for Flight of Moon, I think Viking's still gonna get a lot from it. All right, Darkseer too tanky. Who's steeping? That's Wraith King.
Wraith King, he's got the blink, and he's gonna catch General.
All right, 300 gold. This blink slowly paying off. This was a fight without Mag RP.
Yeah.
And for the next fight, if Mag does not get cancelled, it could easily go Vikings' way. This was a pretty even fight, I would say. You need to give that Dragon Scale to Jakiro. Just go with the memes. Well, Lina has
he just like
something
picks
to do.
it up. He just, I didn't realize I was missing one of those. Plug it in.
No, but Lina has something to do with dragons. Dragon Slave.
True. Bunch of dragon synergy here.
Apologies to Lina.
What are you apologizing for? That you're not going to give her the dragon scale?
I thought she was not one of the dragons.
Oh, yeah, true. It is very rude of you to overlook her.
I love the positioning of Roger in the previous fight. Like, he goes in and then stands on the high ground, finds the best. Like, he had that charge ready and did not want to use it straight away. Instead, he waited a bit and then found a good angle to stun multiple heroes. Also, this is a great item. Philosopher's Stone on your Spirit Breaker. Like, you can't farm with the hero.
Yeah, and you could easily swap it out. You know, like you start charging someone, you're like, okay.
Need damage.
Take that out, put in some tier 1 neutral item instead. actually went for the Venomous Gale cooldown instead of the Plague Ward duration. Which I personally am a really big fan of Plague Ward duration because it's so obnoxious that these wards stay up for a full minute almost.
Yeah, you know the fights are gonna last long when you have Venomancer in the team, and if he does not get bursted, those wards are gonna keep stacking the damage.
On top of that, moving around the map against a Venomancer is a pain in the ass because it's like, you know, 30 seconds ago he was here farming and, oh hey, his wards are still here and any rotations are just kind of killed before they even begin.
We saw you. You can't play Dota here, sorry.
Chronosphere up in the air, Alina. She's going to come
Outside the
down
chrono.
real hard in a second. Shad, now they get the RP off on the 2 supports in the back line. Fortunately, he managed to get the bulldoze, so Roger will be able to walk away. He's the one to fly, though. He's not going anywhere. His wings have been broken, and the 2 dragons, well, they are the victims of this team fight.
That Lina almost hit the moon. It was very high up there.
Yeah, he got up there, just couldn't quite get out of Earth's atmosphere and came crashing back down.
So this should be a freebie. Chronosphere is used. They're playing around that Chronosphere timing. Even though Aramis did not have a great timing on a Blink Dagger, he's still doing so much in this game. Vol, a lot of illusions.
General tossed back into the pit. It was a really good wall by him, but he's not going to be allowed to escape. And the wall is still creating plenty of havoc and slowing down Viking GG. They're going to try and commit for it now, but nobody else is here.
Buyback for what?
To watch them take Roshan, apparently. The rest of the team, I mean, I feel like General was saying, guys, the wall is in there. Let's go. And, well, nobody was brave enough to risk it.
When I said it's a freebie, I didn't mean that they're going to get a kill on Darkseer for no reason and a buyback from him. That's also a 10-second BKB on Lina. Aramis still chasing, has a toss. Full combo in 3 seconds. Well, this is my problem with Lina. Like, it's very hard to itemize the hero. Anyone gets on top of you, the prolonged team fight, you're just straight up dead. Especially if there's no save. So Mag holding on to that. Aegis, level 15, buying a BKB next.
And that's where those 3 Blink Daggers come into play, right? It's like one of those heroes gets on top of the Lina, right? All that damage she could put out, it's all theoretical at that point. She goes away. The team fight is pretty easily won because the Faceless Void by himself can't really win the fights just yet. He's not at that point. And this is what we were talking about, where Viking GG is going to hit this really nice mid-game window where they feel very strong. With a Wraith King versus a Faceless Void, he can kind of lead the charges here. He's got oodles of damage. Thanks to that MKB. He's going to go for a BKB next.
Once he gets to level 18, I think Viking will just keep on fighting. Also, Faceless Void, I'm not sure if I'm liking that item build on him. Like Manta style and now getting AC? Okay.
So he can get rid of Gale and dodge the Wraithfire Blast. Might be able to prevent a toss on him.
I'm fine with Manta style, you know, giving him some tankiness. But what are you gonna do with that AC? Like 3rd item AC on Faceless Void just doesn't feel that great. Like there's also a ton of magical damage on their side.
Up by 5k, Viking GG. They're gonna try and keep up the tempo of this game. They took that bottom tier 2. Now they're going to invade into the triangle. Roger's already there. Roger, can you get the charge off before the stuns come in? Oh, they blinked into the charge, so he will manage to get away. Nicely positioned by Roger. Just good read of the game, knowing that Viking GG is on the hunt.
Flighty Moon just kind of stopped playing Dota for the last 5 to 7 minutes.
Yeah.
They're just... Oh man, Darkseer's so underleveled.
Oh, look at that. I mean, the Spirit Breaker, he's still stuck around. He's going to go for Toby, but nobody's there. Like, it's like Roger made the call like, hey, this is maybe an opportunity. And the rest of the team said, yeah, you're right. It's a good opportunity. Farm the other side of the map. Go get him, Roger.
Now Darkshire was like, nah, bro, I'm not getting in. I already used my buyback.
Yeah, he missed me with that action right there. Okay, well, you look to the other side of the map, and now...
So yeah, you were
Hero's
talking
dead.
about that the rest of the team is farming. Like, where are they farming? I see 2 dead heroes from Fly to Moon.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of real estate to occupy right now, and if they had a stun, they'd kill Iceberg as well. There's Blink Dagger heroes that are just sweeping back and forth from top lane to bottom, top. And soon Fly to Moon is going to find themselves corralled inside of their base with very few places to go.
My problem with AC third item on Faceless Void, it does not give you any like tankiness. You're still very vulnerable to burst damage. You go in, you're gonna use that Manta style. Like, you want to be able to survive. I've seen like different kind of builds in Faceless Void when you want to not just deal damage inside of Chronosphere, but I see more of tier 1 teams, you know, just building ward towards... I'm gonna fight even after the Chronosphere, use my Time Walk multiple times, have that Heaven's Halberd, the tankiness, disarm, miss chance. But this kind of a build, like, he does not have it.
So would you have preferred for him to go for the BKB third item?
Maybe BKB second item and then get even either more tankiness or just get straight up damage like an MKB.
Avalanche serves as a very good deterrent against Spirit Breaker, and V-Tune, okay, he just walked into Boom. Roger said, buddy, we're going the other way. I just brought all these heroes here.
They didn't even use the combo from Tiny there. That was a nice shockwave, just pulled him mid-air. And this is a dead Darkseer.
I'm just very confused. Like, I thought, like, Roger was like, it's time to go.
Second time, yeah. It's just falling apart for Fly to Moon.
Yeah.
I've seen this movie way too many times. Lena last pick, she's doing well, buys Boots of Travel, goes greedy. They did not take that many fights, and now, like, what are you stuck at? Boots of Travel, Yule's BKB. I mean, she's second on the net worth, but against the 3 Blink Daggers, BKB piercing ability, you just don't feel like a hero.
You know, they say it's like, what is it, like, shoot for the moon, and if you miss, you'll land among the stars.
Yeah,
The truth is, you just end up drifting in the vacuum of space until you eventually die, and that's what kind of a Fly to Moon. They just can't really do anything. They have no agency in their own fate. They just have to watch Viking GG slowly kill them.
Boots of Travel Agency canceled all the flights to the moon.
Time Walk does manage to get V-Tune out of what was almost certain death there, but Viking GG, they're not going to be miffed by missing out on kills, because the name of the game is not Kill the Heroes, it's Defense of the Ancients, and Viking GG are well on their way to, well, destroying the enemy Ancient. This is just going to be a very disappointing game if this is how it's going to close out 15 minutes of farming into, Viking GG wins now.
Yeah, so what you're saying is that they need to lose more towers, more barracks, and just defend that Ancient. Like, just play against the Mega
just
Crit.
hold
That's
out,
the big plan. Yeah, I've said it. Like, Fly to Moon's not playing Dota now for 15 minutes. They're just trying to do, you know, something. We've all been in these kind of games
Are scanning.
where you know you're losing, but you don't have a game-winning play.
We haven't seen them execute that big team fight combo. That was a time walk that was
Very aggressive.
yeah. They'll never expect this.
We did not see a real team fight for like 15, 20 minutes. Our panelists are coming back. That means that it could possibly be an extra 15 minutes of this
Look
game.
over here,
Yeah.
Jenkins has already been sitting down. He's just been waiting.
Most of the time, our analysts are wrong. So, could possibly be a turnaround.
This is finally we're going to see the big team fight. We're going to see the Wombo combo. We're going to get a vacuum wall into Chronosphere, Macropyre, the Ice Path to prolong the
Into
stun.
LSA, like
into
all...
LSA.
Dragon Slave and then Dual Breath on top of them, while Spirit Breaker is charging through them, just splitting them from the combo.
They could get like 13, legitimately like 13 straight seconds of 5-man stuns.
Yeah, you just need a better execution.
Yeah, just execute better, lol. Just click your buttons. I mean, I think that's why Dota Plus is never going to give them like less than 5% chance to victory, right? Because they can always execute a team fight that would legitimately win and hold this high ground, even if Viking GG is up by 18k.
Are scanning.
Wraith King's out of slots. He has a Basher in his backpack.
Yeah, he's capped. This is where it all starts going wrong. Venomancer with an Aghanim Scepter. Speaking of which, you know what the counter to that big wombo combo is? An Aghanim Scepter on Wraith King.
Yeah.
Yeah?
So everyone will get their spells off eventually.
Yeah. Lizard's currently posing next to Mars. Adonis and Mars. That's the duo right there. Beautiful.
And now Rich came in and ruined the picture.
Just terrible. Vulgar. Awful.
Right now, Viking does not want to like rush in anything. They have 30 seconds until the next Roach. This is where Fly the Moon wants to take a fight. It's a best place to execute the combo.
Lacoste, if they win this next fight, because they just got the Assault Cuirass, if they win this next fight, will you prostrate yourself in front of Fly the Moon and admit that you were wrong? That AC was the item that fixed everything?
Yes, I will apologize to everyone at home, to the viewers, Fly the Moon, you name it. But I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yeah, you sound pretty confident. We'll see. We'll see. They got a mango tree, man. They got infinite mana at home.
And they're using it correctly, like only 2 mangoes on the ground.
Yeah, normally in politics it's like a golden field of mangoes everywhere. Nobody's used them. That's why, like, I always say it in chat. I'm like you know, a mom, you know, like, don't forget your lunch, dearie. I'm like, don't forget to eat your mangoes. I'll bring, like, if I see them on the ground, I'll stack up my whole backpack. 9 mangoes, start handing them out.
But you need to be a better mom, Cap. Yeah. You need to put the mangoes in the courier and just send it to the players into their backpack. That's how you pack a lunch.
That is a good point. Lacoste, you would make a great mother.
I would.
Just that
we're just gonna stop there. I had some like inappropriate jokes, but
I was just going to make a light razor burn joke, you know, like a little scratchy when you give me a kiss goodbye. But
so the
nice RP. Oh, the blink away from General. He at least got away, but it was still a 2-man RP with the 2 supports getting wiped out. The Chronosphere does manage to catch 2, but there's not a whole lot of follow-up, especially with Alina going the other direction. He's trying to chase down Aramis right now, while V-Tune's still going for Toe, but he can't kill him. He's just out of damage. The AC, it wasn't enough, Lacoste. It doesn't save him from the 1,200 damage crit from Shad.
Yeah, it's just too much at this point. I feel like Fly the Moon, they had one nicely executed team fight, and that was it. But that fight was pretty even at the end when we did the math.
Okay. Well done by Viking GG. Another 2-1 victory. Hope they're not cutting to us, because you guys aren't going to see anything. There's a big TV in the way. But yes, it's... I got it. It's another 2-1 victory for Viking GG, and let's just say we're just going to go straight to the panel, shall we? As we've got Jenkins, Lizard, and some hairy guy that I don't really know what he's doing over there. But Lacoste, you think Viking GG, you feeling good about their fate in the rest of Omega League? They're now 2-1, right, in series?
Yeah, I mean, they always go to Game 3, but I have high hopes for this team.
Yeah, just getting more experience, right?
Yeah,
after all, they're a young team, so, you know, they get a little bit more time under the table, and... yeah. Oh, hello.
Hey.
Isn't that a beautiful laptop you guys were looking at? Okay. It's time. Panel time. We still got a lot of series in the day, so let's keep it quick, shall we? Go to Rich. Speed it up, gentlemen.
was enjoying watching you boys sweat, not gonna lie, but talking about sweat, a lot of sweat went into making this series go the distance, but ultimately we are going to have the result that we did expect. The underdog was close, but they weren't able to take it, and already you could hear from the casters the idea of how far can Viking go inside of their group. That's going to be something that we talk about a whole bunch, but first, let's look at how they were able to take this third game. A very different feeling even in this draft in general, so let's go all the way back there. Let's look at the lineups that they actually brought. Let's look at the heroes that they brought. Lizard, what did you think from the very beginning?
At first, we said that it's very close game when it comes to the drafts, and that Fly to Moon might even have a slight edge. And it felt that way because you have this Chrono, you have Lina, you have Jakiro. But then suddenly these fights take way too damn long, and Venomancer adores that. You have a Wraith King who, even if you use Chrono on, you're still gonna have to go at him and kill him for the next 10 seconds until he really dies twice. And Venomancer, meanwhile, he's just spreading his acid around. He's just poisoning everyone, and you're slowly losing your HP. So eventually, in every single fight, Viking GG, they come out on top.
Yeah, I feel like the Veno too. Last pick Veno as well. I feel like, Jenkins, you said something around the lines of he kind of be ignored to a certain degree.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see it go so late in the picks with that hero, especially with the Void. I mean, they had to commit so much to deal with him in the game. They had to, the Jakiro was constantly running in and feeding. They had the Spirit Breaker charging in and dealing with him. And in the game, I was thinking, like, okay, if they win by doing this, what we're going to say is like, wow, they dealt with the Veno really well. But now that they've lost, it's kind of, now that the Veno team won, that is, it's like, it was kind of an overcommitment for an offlaner. Like, as an offlaner, your pride and joy is when the enemy team is wasting their time trying to deal with you, and then you have this Wraith King that completely pops off. I love the Blink Dagger. He was able to just blink into fights and be so manly. Like, he didn't care at all, because if he gets chronoed, like, who cares? You just respawn, right? So he was able to actually initiate and blow people up.
And the thing is, you don't naturally do that, but when you're playing versus Lina and you get this Blink Dagger, suddenly she has another dimension of threat that's coming from him.
Oh, yeah.
And Wraith King can blow her up, like, in 1 second. 1 or 2 crits with that stun, you're dead. You won't be able even to use that Yules that you purchased. So, a pretty good pickup from him overall. Yeah. But it came down to this battle of who's going to stay alive for longer in these team fights, and it's always the Venomancer team. Like, Venomancer's team always likes that. Plus, you have Enchantress, Magnus who's tanky, Wraith King with 2 lives. On the other hand, you have Void with Void Walk, Jakiro, and Spirit Breaker, who are extremely tanky. But eventually, they all just stick down to the Poison Stink from Venomancer and his ultimate.
Right. Whenever there's a Veno, there's no amount of bracers you can get. There are no amount of tanky items you can get. If the fight goes long enough, he will provide the damage to kill you.
The only way you deal with it is with some mass heals. Like, you need heals. You need your Warlocks, you need
That's
your
it. Yeah,
Dazzles.
that's it.
You can't just itemize with raw HP to deal with.
You need to burst him, or you need to heal.
Yeah.
And they didn't have heal. I mean, items are not enough against that hero. Because he gets items as well, right? He gets an Aghanim Scepter. All of a sudden, your mech, your pipe is not enough for him.
They're very important to keep in mind, but also there was one name that you talked about throughout the entirety of the series, Jenkins.
The boy.
Talk to me more about Aramis.
He just looks like such a standout player. He has so much control in these games. Every single lane the guy enters into, he wins. He's playing these weird, obscure heroes nobody else is playing and forcing it into the meta. I kind of feel like he could play whatever. He could play Pudge, and people will probably start picking it.
I want to know what's on his mind when it comes to playing the Spirit Breaker and how he came up to it.
I'd love to know that.
We might get a chance to very shortly here. We are going to have an interview waiting for Aramis.
Oh, really?
Ready so we can ask him. Yeah, it's almost like we had a plan. We're going to wait a few seconds though, give Aramis a chance to get ready after that very impressive win. And while we're doing that, I do want to talk just a little bit more about what we. Oh, he is ready. I just heard from production that he is ready. So Aramis, we have quite a few questions for you. I'm going to let Jenkins just jump in here because he has been singing your praises. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
Hello. I do have a lot of questions. I guess I'll save the meme questions for the end. But what is your favorite 4 position right now, and why is it Spirit Breaker?
I don't. It's actually not Spirit Breaker.
Okay.
I like probably Tiny or Clock the most.
Okay. Why is that?
Spirit Breaker. I actually don't like Spellbreaker at all. I don't like the hero. My coach keeps picking it for me.
Oh, really?
I don't
It's
know.
their choice.
You make it look like you love the hero.
You do. You do really well.
No, I was actually kind of against the hero, like with picking it, but he insisted, and it kind of works. So I'm fine with it.
Can you point us into the direction or tell us the idea that is behind the Spirit Breaker and why you guys are drafting it? We see a lot of control that you bring to the team fights, but we still think that, like you said, Tiny Clockwork perhaps might be a better addition.
I mean, he's kind of unique that he's like very good at like just chasing people around the map, which is like very good with our heroes usually, and it adds like this whole unique concept or like what we can do with the whole game. So I think it's like really good with the way we draft.
Okay, that makes sense.
Aramis, man, I just want to congratulate you for finally breaking into the Tier 1 scene and into this tournament. You guys were qualifying for, what, 2-3 times already? How do you feel playing in the Immortal League, and how do you feel you guys match up versus everyone else that's about to come your way? Because Flight to Moon, they can be considered one of the weakest or weaker opponents.
I mean, we're feeling good, I think. I'm pretty sure we can beat like any team. That's what we're feeling right now. But we're still like not really cocky. We're just like looking towards each game and preparing for each game.
Just playing Dota. Makes sense.
Yep.
Okay. One hero in Dota comes to life and hunts you down. What hero do you choose that's hunting you, and what hero defends you? You get two choices. One is going to try to kill you, one is going to try to defend you.
I mean, it makes sense if I pick like a counter to the one who's trying to chase me.
That's true.
So maybe it's like Night Stalker is like chasing me and Phoenix is defending me, because then it turns the night into day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'll go with that.
That makes sense. Like vampires do burn up when in sunlight, and obviously Phoenix can provide that. So yeah, very good option.
I'm actually surprised that somehow that question managed to be somewhat interesting. Thanks very much for a very well thought out answer. And one more time, I really do want to congratulate you on your win. We're excited to see more from you guys.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. Now, with that, we start to get ready for our next series. We got 3 series left today. Let's start to talk about what else we are going to see here today. Very excited to get more and more Immortal action. What are you expecting as we move forward throughout the day, Lizard?
I'm just expecting the hype series, really, that everyone is talking about. I'm just waiting for that EG versus Nigma. That's hype of the day, pretty much. Expecting some top tier 1 dotes. Have we seen like a better matchup so far in the tournament when it comes to tier 1 versus tier 1? I don't think we have.
I don't think so.
We saw what OG versus Alliance, which comes pretty close, if
That
not
definitely
the same.
comes close.
Yeah,
That
that definitely comes close. But EG versus Nigma, that's some good storylines, amazing players, some stand-ins for EG. That's going to be hype.
Yeah, very excited for that.
Well, and kind of. Well, I guess the roster's been together for a little while, like as it is but all in all, when we do look at this matchup, what are we really expecting to see? Because we've gotten kind of, I guess it was 3 days of Divine, which seems like it maybe did push the meta a little bit. Now we had our first series of the day with Immortal. Saw some interesting things. What are you expecting to see when we do actually get into this game?
Well, I did play a pub yesterday, and I was playing with some of the Nigma players. They're playing some IO Gyro. So and they were very adamant. They were like, "Yo, go on Discord." Like they wanted to practice it, which was very great. It was a throne game. Miracle lost a rapier, which was very unfortunate. I actually doubled down on that one. So if you're out there, Miracle, you owe me 60 MMR. Whereas you have EG, and these players, they don't. I mean, I'm sure Arteezy can play a Gyro. I mean, it's not a super, they're more about like the illusion heroes. We saw them pick Naga Siren, the TBs, things like that. So it's really a clash of like the
ideas.
The ideas, yeah. I think it's.
But then again, if you're EG, you can definitely pick Wisp and combo it with something else.
Sure.
But if you are EG or anyone else and you're playing versus Nigma, you are banning that Wisp. You want to eliminate that hero. You do not want to play against it. And you asked if Divine series have taught us anything about the meta. Maybe they have, But I really think that this series is what you look out for, and this series teaches you the meta. Because if you remember EG with the Winter Wyvern versus the Magnus, also you mentioned Naga. That Naga wasn't picked out of nowhere. It was also versus a TB. They find ways to deal with different heroes. And yeah, this is some next level stuff coming.
Yeah, I think also on top of that, I really like the clash of ideas and looking at this series as a clash of ideas, because we're looking at squads take to the game in a different way right now, so we will reveal quite a bit of that when we get in. I will ask you guys, because we're going to finally get to, we've alluded to it, we're finally going to get to see what the draft panel is actually going to get to look like. I'm very excited to it. It's gonna be coming up right around the corner, but I want to ask you guys now who you actually do think will come out on top, because we're not going to get to pick your brains once we do see the draft, because we're going to be handling that with the draft panel for the first time here at the league. So who do you guys think is coming out on top?
Right? Like we're going to have the draft panel before as well.
I think it's coming up, isn't it?
The draft panel? No, it's literally right after this.
For
We're jumping to the draft panel from this. So
Yeah.
this is the last take that you guys are going to have on this series.
What's the next series? What's the next series? Anyway, isn't it Secret versus
Secret and IP?
Is it up here?
Yeah. Okay. Look, it's Secret and IP, and I'm just gonna call it like the draft panel is gonna go with Secret no matter what. The panel is gonna go with Secret no matter what. It's a little. It's David versus Goliath, and maybe NIP gets some cheese going for themselves. Maybe they grab some Meepo or something that Supreme loves to play. But it's an extremely difficult series for NIP, and I wouldn't be surprised if every single analyst just goes with Secret, no matter of the draft.
My dad was messaging me. He's like, you know, son, like I don't know much about this game, but you seem to know a lot about these teams. You were right that Team Secret team won. And I was like, yeah, you know, I'm a great analyst. Always get it right. You just vote for the winners. It's really, something else.
You need to get your dad in chat.
He has been actually.
There are some parents in chat. Yeah,
he has been reading chat actually.
Wait, what's he think of chat?
It's just a lot of people say that I look like a girl or Fat Jesus, which I'm honestly, as long as somebody's saying that I look human, that's a.
I'm kind of curious what
compliment.
your dad thinks of that, like, because like you know, to us, we're very used to chat, and it's hilarious.
He probably wants to beat them up. That's probably what it is.
Does he think it's funny?
He thinks I don't know. It's a good question. He's a very stoic kind of guy.
Yeah.
You know, so he's just like, oh, son, it's not for me, but. They're pretty funny, you know, calling you a girl and things like that. It's like, yeah.
Does he want you to cut your hair, maybe?
He does.
There you go. That's why.
Says,
He's just banned back. His dad is a chat memer, man.
He's just a subtle memer.
He's probably in there spamming PogChamps, honestly.
Really?
I could see that.
Oh, so your father knows about Pog?
I think he's the type of guy he'll hop on the bandwagon. Yeah. You know, he won't know what the hell he's doing.
I'm kind of curious what his handle is, right? My roommate had never been on Twitch ever, and I was like, hey dude, like you should actually make an account and you should link it to your Amazon Prime account. Every single month you're gonna get a free sub, and like you know, farm for the Prime.
Yeah.
So he makes an account, and he was talking to my chat. He made his I thought it was literally the worst handle I've ever seen. His handle is I love steak 91.
Really?
Isn't that terrible? Like it's like the most awful handle. Imagine naming yourself I love steak 91.
Well,
pretty solid.
Yeah.
You like it?
Yeah.
It's good.
When were you born again? Is it 91?
Me?
Yeah.
Personally? Yeah. Well, it's not for me. It's him.
No, but still.
And he's not born that year, which makes it even weirder. He just randomly picked 91.
That is definitely weird.
I don't know. I have an aversion to steak simps, I think, to say the least. I think people overhype the value of steak and how good it is as a food.
Fantastic.
They gatekeep too. Oh, here we go.
Yeah. Steak gatekeepers.
It's a weird thing. It's like coffee.
I think
too. Like
maybe it's
coffee
something. Look. Maybe it's something for you guys.
Coffee,
from the
I can
US.
like somewhat understand, right? But the thing with the steak simps is they act like steak is this like wild food because they think it makes them more of a manly dude.
It's a masculine thing.
Yeah.
It's a toxic masculinity.
It really is.
It's literally just
imagine identifying as a meat as your character.
Here's a question for you, and this will determine whether or not you're a steak simp. I want to see your reaction. Can we get the camera shot on him? On him.
It doesn't matter. Just go with it.
I eat my steak well done.
I don't care how you eat it.
He's trying to cover it up.
You're trying to cover it up.
Look,
He's a steak simp.
When the jowls, when
There's a difference between you
do
guys
that.
from the US that
can
have
see
your
his muscles
that have
humming.
your
I can see them.
weekly
Yeah,
steaks,
right.
that have your weekly steaks. Like every Monday is a steak day. Nah, I don't want to go into this. It's sad actually. Like
Now, here's the thing: a top tier grilled cheese sandwich has more inherent value than See, the thing is like the average steak is so mediocre. Yes, there are like incredible steaks that I understand why people freak out over them. But if you look at a top tier steak and a top tier grilled cheese, I think a top tier grilled cheese is actually a more impressive.
but you
food.
guys are talking about like $100 meals, right? That's what you're talking about. Like your steaks, $50 to $100. That's what you get in US. Like I'm talking about something that I go out on the street and buy for $5 to $10 in a common restaurant in my country. And for me, that's a pretty good meal. You understand what I mean? I'd rather have that than your cheese sandwich from McDonald's.
To me,
or whatever,
this goes back to
cheeseburger.
the discussion of the platonic forms.
Mm-hmm.
I really do believe that like you said, there's much more inherent value when you have buns. You know, you have the filling, and then you have the things that are kind of encapsulating all of it. So you have this limitless potential when it comes to
For creativity
grilled
as
cheese.
well.
For creativity,
yes,
right?
yes.
You can insert yourself into grilled cheese. You can insert your personality into
Not if
grilled
it's
cheese.
too hot. Don't search yourself if it's too hot. Be careful with that melted cheese. But here's an example. One time, I took Hawaiian bread. I mixed butter with maple syrup, and then I kind of like brushed it, and slowly started to really let it simmer. Then I threw in Munster cheese.
You love Munster cheese, I gotta say.
I think Munster cheese is a really good base for a somewhat sweet, but still very savory sandwich. I think Munster cheese, a melted Munster cheese, is a very, very important cheese. It's like a staple of cheeses. You know what? Underrated cheese actually is Havarti. And none of these conversations happen with steak. Steak is steak.
We couldn't even talk about this. This riveting conversation wouldn't have happened.
But there
if
are
we were
people
talking about steak.
freaking out right now because they're like, "Oh man,
It's the steak simps.
I love steaks."
It's the steak simps that are freaking
Yeah,
out.
yeah, but they drink their beers and like with a koozie around it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They're Bud Light.
Yeah. I got my
Miller Lite.
You know, I got my
I'm
giant truck.
I'm being
I got my
bombarded
four-wheel.
by all your
No,
nice
this isn't
stuff,
you.
like
This
from
isn't
Bud Light.
you.
No. I'm
Unless
not.
it
I'm
offends you.
I'm not feeling offended. Like I ate steak once in like 2 months or something. So
I believe.
I mean,
you.
there's
Yeah, that's
nothing
very
wrong with
believable
steak.
when you
I'm
say
not
that.
saying that there's anything wrong with steak. I'm saying that it's weird to have like liking steak.
I can definitely
define
see.
your
Yeah,
masculinity.
I have a couple of friends that definitely do post workout stories constantly on Instagram, and also if ever I see them cooking something, it's mostly steak. So I can see where you're coming from.
I just think people actually enjoy, like they hurt their own enjoyment of food to try to eat food that makes them seem more like.
but there's people that are also thinking about nutrition value, right, when it comes to food. So that's where it's coming from.
Well, that's different. That's different.
That's different. We're talking about platonic inherent value here, not nutritional value. It's a whole different subject.
Yeah. Well, it's
Wanna
just
approach it.
identifying
Why
with the food that you eat.
Yeah.
Right? I just think it's something to think about, right?
It's very deep.
I think grilled cheese is a very underrated food. So.
There's not enough grilled cheese. You know what I like about grilled cheese? It's vegan. Because you can actually ask permission from the cows, and cows are actually better pets than dogs, as we have discussed today in the green room.
Yes, cows. I believe that cows can be better pets than dogs.
And they actually understand and can give you permission to use their milk. And so you can actually have you cannot have a vegan steak. You can have a vegan grilled cheese.
Wait, if the animal gave you, like, let's say, we won't even argue whether or not, but we are learning how to get permission from animals. They're telling us that we're ready to throw, but I really want to.
This is really
ladies and gentlemen, we need to throw, and I'm going to get in trouble and get absolutely fired. It's time to make our way over to the Temple of the Analysts.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you were very concerned if you were going to have to put up with that panel for yet another few seconds, but don't worry. We've got a real treat for you for this Secret versus NIP series. We have a draft panel. I've got T-Governor, I've got BSJ, and we've got real hardcore analysis for you guys. And we've also got a little something else for you. It's going to be presented in glorious 3 dimensions, as you will see soon. As we get into this draft, gentlemen, Secret versus NIP, Lizard had alluded to it. It's pretty likely that without seeing a single hero, single ban, we're leaning Secret already.
Just a little bit.
Just a
It's
little.
unfortunate for Nip, but they are using a stand-in for this tournament. They've had a little bit of woes after, the removal of Seneko. So yeah, this is very much a Secret favored matchup, unfortunately.
You guys are all a bunch of haters. Let's go NIP, bring it back, baby. Spirit of NA Dota. Peter Pan Dam still left his
holy ghost.
Yeah, his ghost is still rooting for this team from the imaginary grave that is non-existent because he's still alive. So you guys get what I'm going for, I hope.
Of course. As we enter the pantheon of picks, as you saw, Darkseer selected by NIP.
Shocker.
Now Tiny and Anti-Mage selected for Team Secret. So Darkseer, unsurprising to anyone who's been watching for the past few days, especially when paired up with the Clockwork. But a first phase Anti-Mage. Brian, what's up with that?
We've only seen this 2 other times from Secret so far. It didn't work the first time. It was against 2 supports that they drafted it. And then it did work against Darkseer first round. And the idea I thought it was the first time around it didn't work because they picked it with no cores being in the draft just yet. And the opponent team just picked 3 cores that kind of just dumpster Anti-Mage. So Anti-Mage, I would believe, needs at least 1 good core matchup, as well as a good lane matchup. So that is, in this case, the Darkseer. Maybe they'll look to flex it, potentially move it to the mid lane or something like that. But we saw Void earlier against the Darkseer Clock. You want to carry that scales pretty decently in terms of either killing the Darkseer or locking down the Surge, and then doesn't die because they have some sort of mobility against the Clockwork.
Yeah, in terms of draft order, Nip actually selected first pick, and this is very much comfort for them. Secret, they favor second pick. In second pick, they'll always open up with their position 4 hero, and they'll try and lean on the fact that they can close out the first phase with this boss core pick and then cover it with 3 bans.
Yep.
So against Liquid, this is why we saw them utilize this with the Anti-Mage. They learned quickly through that series. They had to ban out the Lone Druid, and in this series, we're going to see them probably adapt and make sure they take away those early pressure heroes to enable this first phase Anti-Mage.
Yeah, you just gotta be afraid of the tempo being such that your towers are all gone when you have your Battle Fury.
Yeah.
Because when you get your Battle Fury, it then becomes more and more difficult for the opponent to take your objectives because you're split pushing faster, you're representing a threat on their buildings, so thus making it harder and harder for them to actually group up. But if all your buildings are gone before that point with a hero like Lone Druid, suddenly that threat isn't relevant anymore.
So then explain the Sven ban to me, because I would expect that Sven would be a little bit slower paced. These days, we're usually seeing him take stacks in his own jungle, waiting to accelerate to hit that point where it's more team fight oriented as opposed to objective oriented.
It's mainly the accelerant that Darkseer provides. It's too easy
Literally.
to... Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
Okay.
You just run around so quickly, you're enabled by him. And the change in itemization from Sven nowadays, the fact that you can go for this Ags build, you can get, so it's like Drum, Ags, SMI, these type of items, you don't really feel like you're ever kited anymore. And especially when you have the Darkseer, it's so much easier to take those 20-25 minute fights.
It's just a high physical damage, single target. Even though he does have greater cleave, he is more of a single target hero when it comes to the way his Ag stun works. And he synergizes really well with Darkseer Vacuum, which cannot be understated as a super potent combo if you ever have a low cooldown AoE stun like the Sven. And they ban out the Mag as well, which it's odd enough. I always thought Anti-Mage was pretty good against Mag, but maybe it's good against offlane Mag, and it's not so good against like a mid lane Mag who spends enough time with his carry being very greedy during the Anti-Mage build-up stage, such that you have these like 2 very farm cores at the 15-minute mark because Anti-Mage applies very little pressure.
I really like the bans though coming out from Nip. So they have to cover the Darkseer with 2 bans, Oracle and Enchantress. It's kind of a given.
Yep.
It's also the downfall of a first phase Darkseer. And then finally that Puck. We've seen Puppy run the position 5 Puck. Probably one of the only players really tried using it. And especially when you have this like tiny AM, you want to have a little bit more team fight and just a little bit of an annoyance. Puck, surprisingly has position 5. It is pretty darn annoying with that orb just spamming out the wave or even onto the position 4. Pretty solid hero.
It's just a catch that counters the Darkseer, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, you have
Yule's
to go for
fire
like
as well.
I was gonna
Yep.
say you have to
there-
go for a Yule's for
There we
sure
go.
if you don't have that type of catch, and if you can get that type of catch from your 5 position, that's a very minimal investment. Especially because in the laning stage, as long as you have an independent carry like Anti-Mage, when you're dealing with a Darkseer lane, oftentimes your support can be a bit greedier. It doesn't have to be the traditional Banes, Undyings, the babysitters of the 5 position.
Yeah, this outban actually is really enjoyable to see, simply because of Viking. When they first entered the Mortal Division, they were the ones actually showcasing Alchemist as a hero. Same with Spirit Breaker. And
Was it a hero versus an anti-mage, though? I mean, I've been seeing Alchemist on the come-up, but I thought you guys were saying that they were trying to shut down early push, but then Secret proceeds to ban out 3 people who enable farm.
Maybe that's a
Alchemist-
Team Liquid idea then. Because I feel like there's 2 ways to deal with Anti-Mage. You either outgreed it and then come online earlier, which and this is one of what we're seeing here, or the early push that we talked about the other day. So maybe with the Darkseer specifically, that's what they're afraid of, just because Darkseer doesn't really represent early push himself. He's like an early skirmishing team fighter. So if he gets like a mech at 10, 12 minutes into the game, and then suddenly a hero like Sven, like Alk, that comes online super hard with 1 or 2 items. Suddenly they're fighting 4v5 because Anti-Mage is still farming with his Battle Fury. Seems to be the overall approach to the draft that they are afraid of, like this outgreeding but early like momentum lineup that comes online very quickly.
Yeah, it's all about the cores that can actually bring something to that fight at that 20-minute mark.
Yeah.
At least in the laning phase, Anti-Mage should feel pretty cozy. Gets paired up with a Witch Doctor, which means that even with the counterspell being in his pocket to lower the damage that he'll be taking from the Ion Shell, he'll also be getting Voodoo Restoration. Or if he wants to go aggressive and go against Darkseer, we could see some Maledict damage coming out also.
It's all about the anti-mage lane with Dark. It's all about seeing the Darkseer get 6 and then just go BAM! I've got
That's
wall.
what I thought.
Yeah, that's so good, honestly. When you watch them do that, hopefully we'll see Saberlight do that and maybe kill Timberman off.
Yeah, Saberlight definitely knows how to play this hero. He's a rank 5 offlaner who's like level 22 Dota plus on Darkseer.
He has played an unhealthy amount of Darkseer in his pubs, by the way. Looking at Dota 2 Pro Tracker, this guy, he's been spamming Legion, Darkseer. Ugh. Like,
Darkseer, never a hero you'd be able to get to rank 5 in NA playing, because it relies on enabling your teammates. Not the best strategy to go with from back home. But in this case, I love playing with good Darkseers in pubs, man. It's the type of hero that doesn't ever do anything super fancy. Yeah, you have the wall vacuum combo, but he's all about just being in the right place at the right time, surging the right targets, being there at the team fight at the right time such that you can counter-initiate with your spells, getting your Greaves off, constantly shelling waves.
Given the potential for big plays, I'm kind of disappointed that Dominator hasn't been as popular as it once was on Darkseer, because I was
Just a nerfed item, right? It's
But
not
you
an
know why,
aura
though?
either, right?
True,
You're looking for
yeah.
that Centaur fancy stomp, but I don't know. The Greaves pipe build in general just seems almost always the go-to.
It's more the position 4s that are back in. You don't need the Dominator to be your mechanism of going in, because you have Spirit Breakers, Earth Spirits, Tinies. Like, the Dominator was basically the reason because of the lack of 4s that were able to be picked in the meta. So now that you see these heroes coming back in, that's why you can be a little bit greedier. We saw previously in that last series a Pipe Rush. We've seen mechs, blinks, etc. Like, you can just go for whatever you want now because you're unlocked by your 4.
So then will the Clockwork be fulfilling that, or are we maybe going to see what has been popular in Divine, which is some Spear Breakers that would be paired up with the Darkseer?
I think this will very much be their offlane duo, the Clockwork plus the Darkseer, and then they're going Grimstroke. In terms of draft order, they are sacking Saberlight in the draft to try and better their picks for Charlie and for Supreme. Charlie as a carry player, his hero pool is a little bit more kind of niche, where he's going for like Terrorblades, Nagas, Lycans, and these are more gotcha picks later in the draft. So I think that's why they're basically going, okay, we need one of our cores to be offered up, to be countered, to have a bad game, and luckily Darkseer is that type of hero that can be countered. They now go for a TA, another great hero that can be enabled by that timing of Darkseer, that 20 minutes. You go for the Blink, the Deso. Arguably, you might not even need to go Blink straight away because of the fact that you have this Surge to help you out. And they're looking to just have that group up and fight. We saw previously that TAs, they need a carry that can also maybe join the fight, because if they double greed, that access to their own jungle will be pretty hard, especially when you have this Tiny, this Witch Doctor comboing up together and trying to invade. It's going to be pretty hard to find as much farm if they're on the back foot.
So there are basically 2 approaches for NIP. They could go for Protect 1, where the TA is the mid-game damage dealer, while whoever you choose as a one position is
That
not
doesn't
farming
work.
in the jungle? Not going to work.
No, does not work.
Okay.
TA is not a part of 4 Protect 1. She is the one.
Yeah, she would be, yeah, that's
if you are 4
exactly.
protecting
So
1.
you need a carry who's going to be able to cooperate with her in the
Yes,
mid game.
I have been a big hater of TA this patch.
Well, you
but
were a hater of last pick, T.
He's generally a hater.
usually in
Fourth pick
pairing
TA.
with something like a Spectre. That
Okay.
shit don't win. So I'm kind of holding off my final verdict on the TA until I see what their carry pick is.
Okay.
If they do something like, a Ricky, maybe a PA, like something that's going to rely on that Grimstroke to just be skirmishing nonstop while the TA is hitting creeps, I could be down for this TA. I just think the TA versus Anti-Mage matchup used to be so much better, but now Anti-Mages almost always exclusively will go the SNY Manta Halberd build, and once the Anti-Mage gets Halberd, TA does not kill him. Like, it just does not work anymore. She needs a BKB, she needs an MKB, and at that point you have a blink, so she has to kill you in one stun, which they don't really have right now. So I think this is a matchup that on paper, it's like, yeah, TA, tons of physical damage, single target, anti-mage, good against magic. But I just don't think it plays out that way anymore.
Then I'm kind of seeing the reasoning for picking an anti-mage in response to the Darkseer, because I know off camera you were telling me how Darkseer kind of makes carries feel like they don't need a BKB, because I'm not going to get kited by anything. I have enough damage as long as I just stay close to the enemy with Surge. But whenever you have to deal with halberds coming out from an anti-mage, especially as a ranged core, you really do need that BKB if you're going to join into a fight.
Yeah, it does just make a lot of anti-mages unplayable matchups playable now. And I think that's something where maybe it doesn't 100% tie into the Darkseer always, but it does tie into the fact that anti-mage is a viable first-round pick, or at least Secret's trying to make it that way. It seems like their best way to find out is to just test what these teams end up trying to do against it.
I think in terms of, if you go back quickly to this Underlord, I like how when you pick Underlord in this position and you force Nip to have to get a hero countering, it's like you've already taken away so many Charlie heroes. Charlie heroes against Underlord is not too hot. And Night Stalker, this is a hero rising up in popularity within the pros in the pub scene. A lot of these offlaners, Sableye especially, are trying to give it out. And in this game, it obviously will most likely be your carry, right? Because it's Dark Seal your offlane.
Yeah.
And this is going to be very spooky, potentially. The counter argument is when you have this Underlord in lane, it's going to be a pretty good free lane for Underlord.
It is
the root is very strong against Night Stalker pre-BKB, and now you're pretty much putting yourself in a position you have to go and fight.
I think they just pick Ember and win this game on Team Secret, because you want a hero that kills the Darkseer, like the Surge targets, and then also kills the TA. Because what I'm thinking here is that Underlord absolutely free lane. Tiny's going to spend his entire game screwing with this TA. And so all you need is a mid laner that lanes okay and then kills the TA.
Yeah.
So what was the purpose of this one position Night Stalker? Because
There it
there's
is.
the Ember.
Bang. Beautiful.
We basically ruled out the possibility of out-greeting the anti-mage, especially the way that Secret banned stuff out and picking a TA on NIP. So they finish it off with a one-position Night Stalker. What is Night Stalker doing that more traditional carries would not be able to do?
He's running around exactly how we want him to. 5-minute mark comes online. He's got Grimstroke to enable him. It's similar to a Ricky or a PA, but he's much less farm dependent to have as much impact early. My issue here is I think Underlord as an offlaner is only not scary when his early game is like terrible. He just gets slarked or Ursa'd and he can't play the lane, but he's going to have an absolute free lane on Underlord. I don't think there's anything they can do about it for a little while, and that's going to free up this Ember to just... I really do think this Ember pick was way too good. If I can see it, that means, Secret's going to see it from a mile away, so I know it's Secret, but even if I couldn't see the teams, I really think this Ember pick's too good.
I think the justification, though, for the Night Stalker pick is it is a hero that loves the drums. And this silence, it does work against Anti-Mage and Ember. So if they do get to that timing where they're utilizing Surge, the TA has Deso Blink, the Night Stalker starting the fights quite cleanly, it allows the TA to get her damage off. Team Secret could feel like they're in a difficult position, but if they play the map and keep the game going long enough, then fundamentally their draft, of course, is better at late game. It's just, this Night Stalker, it does actually fit into their draft nicely to pressure early. It's just all the age-old question of, can the less kind of skilled team out-skill Secret? Can they win the game within the 25-minute mark? If not, then we're going to probably see Secret just take this eventually.
And unsurprisingly, the odds were agreeing with that, but we kind of knew that coming into this. The draft is not really anything too surprising, but I'm interested to see, because this is not a particularly easy draft for NIP to execute.
Yeah.
You have to be very clean here.
I was going to say... Go ahead.
But it is fun, though.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
They're going to be running around, pressuring. It's just, can they actually get enough out of laning phase to then really pressure post? Like, that late game, it shouldn't be on the table. Like, if they're talking about 40 minutes for this draft, then we have issues. They
so
should
if
be.
you see a Midas, you're gonna start foaming at the mouth.
Flipping my notebook out of the studio. Yeah, they need to be going like drums, aggressive, deso, and trying to take that first Roshan, own the map, and make them feel like they have to try and farm space that they just can't occupy.
This TA's game's gonna be trash. That's like my prediction
Ember's
for the game.
just that good.
Ember just kills TA, and since Tiny's free to do whatever because Underlord has a free lane, I think it's. I just don't see how this TA is going to get creeps, but if she does have like #1 net worth at 12 minutes, suddenly my vision of this game is way different.
The question is, do they sack Sableye both in draft and in game? They've already shown that they can first pick his hero. Can they also then let the clockwork sit on mid, for example, minute 1, minute 2, you then access into mid lane, you pressure Ember for a minute, suddenly now TA's got the breathing room she needs to actually be able to play that lane. And then you go back to Sableye, go or his body, we'll get you a game now because we've made stacks, or we've done something to enable you later on. But Clockwork, TA, these are the key heroes you have to look at for this game to go well.
Talk is cheap. Let's see what the casters have to make of this game as we pass it on over to them.
Talk is cheap? How are you going to say that to professional commentators, Tsunami? You're insulting my livelihood. Talk is all I have at this point, Jenkins.
That's not an insult for me. My talk is actually quite cheap.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard a lot of your talk. I just got too much of it on the previous panel.
I'm actually paying to be here. It's very expensive.
Then it's sad, but it is true.
Yeah, well, that's life, isn't it?
Hey, looks like we already got a game underway as the bounty runes are already went out, and we are going to have a matchup here where it looks like the Darkseer matchup is going to be up against the Anti-Mage as expected. I thought something weird was happening for a moment here. The TA versus the Ember Spirit, so everything is normal.
Yep, pretty standard. Basically, yeah, it's exactly standard lanes. You got the Night Stalker carry bot versus the Underlord lane as well.
I have to say, whenever you're up against the best team in the world, it must be exhausting to be secret, you know? Because when you're up against the best team in the world, like there's something, I'm sure there's no doubt, there's a part of you, no matter how confident you are, you're like, it's secret.
It's true, you know.
Can we really do things the normal way? So everyone tries to do some weird cheesy shit against them.
But that could be an advantage. But you know, I was gonna say I want NIP to win just because they're up against Secret. Anytime Secret's in a game, I want them to lose because they're so good that I don't expect them to lose.
Yeah.
That's gotta be exhausting too.
Definitely. If Ninjas in Pajamas won this first game, it would be very, very hype. However, it'd be hype because, well, it's mostly unlikely because Secret has been looking like such a dominant team for such a long time, including their recent run of first places.
It's like 4 in a row now, something like that.
Yeah, and dropping very, very few games. If you go back through their record, just dropping individual games, it's astonishing how few they've actually dropped as a whole.
They are leaps and bounds, man, above everybody else. We'll see if NIP can do it.
That being said, Ninjas in Pajamas, they already picked up the first blood.
Yeah, I think if you're Puppy, you're kind of okay with that, though, because that was a 2-man creep cut there for just 1 wave. So, that's okay.
Everyone's been burned out of their mana. Voodoo Restoration, he just kind of keeps up with Matamba Man. Matamba Man can go hard as he wants to. That Orb of Venom almost getting him the kill.
The salve at the last second.
The salve at the last second keeps him alive, but the damage is already kind of done. He has to make the slow walk back to base.
I was going to say, I feel like you kind of want to die there almost. Just fill the bottle.
Well, that's going to be a little bit rough, that lane. What about this? We need to talk about this. The safe lane Night Stalker. It's, Jenkins, you seen this? What do you think? What's your verdict? Garbage?
Yeah, I've seen it. I think it's fairly garbage.
Okay.
You know? Oh, this is a nice little... I like this. Wow.
Nifty breakdown.
I think it makes sense in this draft. You have TA on the mid lane, like Brian was saying, big old BSJ. That is the win condition hero, so you don't need a true carry. You just need somebody to go make space for the true carry. So I think it makes sense in that sense. But the problem is you have a TA that you're banking on to carry you mid, and there's a lot of good TA counters on the enemy team.
Yeah, list some of them for me.
You know, you have this.
Dude, is Aaron gonna die here? It's just pushing it to the limit here. And once again, the Voodoo Restoration really makes the difference there in that fighting back and forth.
I hate to be the guy that's like every time somebody dies, like, that's worth it. But it's a support. He can fill the Darkseer bottle. Like, this is... You literally pick Darkseer to do that, so... It's really not that big of a deal. What is a big deal is the fact that he's not CSing well at all on Darkseer. That's the big deal.
No, he's not. 7-1 on the only core that hasn't hit that double-digit mark.
Yeah. But going back to the TA counters, you have Ember Spirit, you have Tiny Avalanche, you have Witch Doctor Maledict, you have Underlord who can use his Q, you have Anti-Mage who has the Manta Illusions. Like, all of these things will tear through refraction charges. It is not easy to play TA in this game. You have to absolutely pop off, and it's kind of going okay for him. He could still pop off, but it's not a stomp.
It sounds like to me, with that long list of things, he needs a lot of time. Where he needs those, like, that 3-core item.
I think so.
And then be able to come in. So, it's going to be a lot of hard work for Ninjas of Pajamas to run around the map as 4 and carry the game in the first 25 minutes with this Night Stalker. And he does have a lot of assistance, right? He's got Ion Shell. He's got a Surge. He's got Inkswell.
That's true. He's got buffs. He's got heroes to disrupt as well. Night Stalker, Clockwork.
Era will die again here, and Charlie, being pressured in that bottom lane, got really low. This is looking rather spooky. They're losing both their side lanes, and, well, it's not like mid is being dominated so hard by the Templar Assassin that this is acceptable.
Right. There's going to need to be some sort of lane rotation soon, I think, with like a Clockwork moving. You can't really go towards the mid lane, so it'll probably be towards the Underlord lane. Or maybe move the Grimstroke out of the bot lane, something like that.
Oh, he's sitting on the high ground. Nisha's really banking out some misses here. No misses yet. And Supreme looks to be able to run him down. 2 more shots. Refraction hit. That does it. Supreme. A big win there in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's a great start. Just the TA hitting level 6 before the Ember Spirit, allowing her to use those traps and kind of catch him off guard there. And Ember's abilities, they're just too low cooldown, or too high cooldown right now to really take some sort of persistent fight against her. And this sucks to be Era. This is sad.
Once again, finding himself burned of all of his mana.
Takes only a couple hits, really, against a Clockwork.
Yeah.
Not a fun hero to play against. Anti-Mage does not care about a Clockwork in his lane. Not even a bit.
Oh, they're certainly showing why they put their faith and trust in Supreme's Templar Assassin, his second most played hero in professional games. I think he's up to something like 48 matches of Templar Assassin now. Zai, he's going to die in the bottom lane. So we're finally getting some turnaround here at bottom because it's nighttime with the Night Stalker and they got him full regen up. So
yeah, with the Grimstroke Inkswell too, always pretty easy to set up a kill with any hero that likes to get on top of people. Obviously pretty easy with the Night Stalker.
Nisha going for the man fight again against Supreme. Of course, this time around, he is level 6. Gotta be careful of those side blade hits. Supreme doing just a fantastic job lining those up.
Yeah, he's really putting the pressure on in this lane. Ember Spirit. This is one of those matchups where it can go either way. Basically, one of them is going to die at some point, or the TA just goes to jungle, and Supreme getting that kill means that basically Nisha's game is incredibly difficult from now on. And that's why Yapzor is coming to the mid lane and trying to make a rotation. Oh, yeah, it's back.
I guess the Ember Spirit waved him off. And, or maybe Yapzor just had the correct read that there was vision on that high ground.
Yeah.
We saw that rotation coming.
Sometimes you'll just see the enemy mid laner and they'll kind of like move away from you a little bit whenever you're making a rotation like that to the point where it's like, he must have vision. You just kind of get the feeling.
And if you do fall into that bait, let's say the Templar Assassin doesn't like completely hide out or anything, but like does kind of like, okay, I'm here. They could just as easily like TP in the Night Stalker as soon as you get close. You commit to the Templar Assassin, all of a sudden things have turned around. You've given up a double kill. Charlie. Okay, rooted up. Yapzor trying to run interference right now to let Nisha get away. That Inkswell going off. I thought maybe they would chase down Nisha a little bit more, but you know, Nisha has an escape mechanism.
He's going in.
He actually goes in onto Supreme. He's going to commit. Burning through the refraction. Can he get the kill? No, the refraction's back up. He turns around and kills Nisha. Supreme does it again.
Huh.
The young player from the Czech Republic showing up in this match as he gets his secondary kill on one of the best cores in the world. Nisha goes down again.
That was solo that Nisha went in there. Man. It's kind of a bit of a flex from him that he's like, you know what? 1v3, I'm going to go in on Ember Spirit.
Yeah.
Imagine if he got that solo kill. That would have
Oh,
been
yeah.
insane. But it was insane in another respect.
Yeah.
Man, Supreme. Really popping off here. This is exactly what they need to do because Matumba Man, he is very farm. He is keeping this net worth lead in Secret's favor. He's about the only thing right now that's doing that.
I have to say that, you know, like I had some faith in Matumba Man. Like his move to Secret, playing like he's basically him saying like, I want to play a harder carry role. Like I'm not that guy who just space grades. I can do other things. I can fill other roles. And, you know, I had faith in him, but he surpassed my expectations so far. Like on Secret, he's just looked like a really, really rock solid carry.
Yeah.
His animate has been particularly impressive, right?
He kind of looks like the best. That's,
Yeah.
And I think people were expecting it to go okay, but yeah, not like this.
6-2, 10 minutes. Bounty runes are coming up, power runes, the whole shebang. So everyone's going to be moving around the map. You can see our Darkseer forced out of bottom. They do have a regen to bottom lane. That's a big pickup for that Ember Spirit. And nobody there from Ninjas in Pajamas is there to stop it. So that's a bit rough. Unless Nisha actually died. So we had to burn the regen. He got hit by a rocket. Nice snipe from Era.
Yeah, that is annoying. They are absolutely keeping the pressure on Nisha. He has less farm than Zai. I think Zai is 0-2 in the offlane. He's just running down there and feeding to the Night Stalker, and he's still CSing better than the Ember.
Yeah. Maybe it's time for Nisha to start taking control of his fate, moving around the map and seeing if he can get some farm that way. After all, it's daytime. Get the kill at bottom. It's a siege wagon wave, so they want to be able to force the Night Stalker away, and he does use Darkness. TP's up to top.
But they have a catapult. They can possibly push this if they're willing to tank it.
Yeah, Zai, he says, I'm down.
Yeah, they've got the resources. They have a full bottle on Nisha. I really like this skill build choice from Nisha. Like, this is not something you traditionally see on Ember Spirit with going for extra points in the chains. But I think if you're just running around with Boots Chainmail, like, you kind of have to have something else that's going to help you gank. Like, you can't just run people down. You don't have phase boots to run people down with the W build.
Yeah, it's definitely a hero kill build, right?
It is, for sure. And that's the only way I think he's going to come back in this game. It's a really good choice from Nisha.
Yeah, and they...
oh, this would be a
fast
kill.
here. This is a big smoke. If they can actually bring down Supreme. He's got no help around him.
Wow.
Well done. Just like that. Nisha is now level 9.
Dude, Matumba's...
Saberlight. Holy crap.
He's 1v3! Excuse me?
Yeah, well,
Sir, there are 3 heroes there.
he doesn't care. He just mans up, almost kills Saberlight.
These are
And
the
goes
best
back to
anti-mage
farming.
games, man. When you actually win the lane and you can just be so annoyingly aggressive.
Yes.
I saw him earlier taking the enemy bounties too. Like, he just feels impossible to kill in this game until Night Stalker gets a little bit stronger. Like, I don't see what they don't have any disable for him. He can just jump around, do whatever he wants.
Yeah, and isn't that really concerning? Isn't that a big downside of Night Stalker is that he does have just these gigantic windows where you feel like you can go completely unpunished if you're the AM and many other heroes. Nice Soulbites here. Misstroke of Fate, though, from Misha. And no other follow-up from the rest of the team. Ninjas in Pajamas, even worse. They rotate to mid, but they do nothing with that rotation.
Man, Yapsor's really salvaging Nisha's game here. Just getting him these kills and assists with the max toss avalanche. Like, Tiny being level 8 at this point is I mean, that's pretty high. Saberlight is level 7.
And to his own benefit as well, he's closing in on a Blink Dagger here.
Yeah, that is an early blink. Yapsor is actually huge. He is carrying this game so far. 4K gold lead.
Yeah, dude.
6-6.
Supreme, he's like, all right, I'll give us a good hope here.
Clockwork.
That double kill on mid, and then it just all gets taken away.
Clock got every last hit with that rocket. That is so annoying.
Air's gonna pop out. Hello, Yapzor. Unfortunately, Misha was showing, so Yapzor instantly tosses him away. And it looks like as a result, they may just run out of damage. Vacuum back Yapzor a little bit more, and they got him. Nisha is forced to jump away as the double ion shell burn was gonna be too much for him to try and stick around and get some vengeance. Supreme's just gonna two-shot Puppy if he gets the second hit in, but the paralyzing cast! Oh no! What a toss, Supreme. He's gonna be dying here, burned out by the Maledict. What a close call. If he gets that second hit in before the paralyzing cast, then it's just a freebie and he keeps farming.
That's one of those moments where you point out where a lot of people are like, oh, these captain players, like their mechanics suck. You know, they don't ever do anything cool. They just captain the game. They just draft. Well, look at that.
Yeah.
That was sick. I mean, he was surely dead there. Then he turns around and gets a solo kill. Well, almost a solo kill. I think he probably would have just died to Maledict.
Yeah, I think so.
That was nice from Puppey. I did not expect that, even though it's Puppey. I did not expect that. That is a level 11 TA.
This is what you're talking about, man. Yapsor just continues to play with Nisha, trying to recover his game. Saberlight, who's been playing down here, is going to go for the vacuum away.
That is what you sound like.
I wonder how they saw that. I didn't think daytime vision was stretching out that far, but... Because it's Ninjas the Pajamas who have the high ground ward, or did have the high ground ward, now been dewarded.
Yeah. They're doing all of this with no vision. Like they're just manning up in the jungle. Once again, going back to this lack of disable on NIP, their best disable is Night Stalker.
I believe they were talking about on the panel they need to play fast and not go hand to Midas. Well, guess what? Charlie's going to bank up a hand of Midas, but if he can actually cobble together a good fight with a Soulbind double silence out onto the two of these heroes, it's looking pretty good. Look at that Death Ward though on the high ground. It's laying into Charlie. Charlie has to stop it. He finally uses the Void onto Puppey, but he gets swamped on. Zai lands right on his head, crushes his skull, and now Saberlight, he's going to be up next. Yapsor, he goes down to the hit from Supreme, but Supreme left with very little left. Yule Scepter blowing up that Ink Swell, and now they have Supreme to their mercy. Matumba Man executes him with Mana Void, and Misha, he'll be the last one down. Stand in for Ninjas the Pajamas. He falls alongside the rest of them. A 1-for-5 exchange to the favor of Secret.
Look at those odds. Oh my god.
Well deserving too, it seems.
Oh, we see why those odds are like that. I think it's really cool that Matumba Man on Anti-Mage shows up to the fight, just because it's clear that they have this idea that, like, okay, if we group all 5 of our heroes for this team fight, there is literally no way that NIP can fight. Even though it breaks that kind of cardinal rule of an Anti-Mage, where it's like, you don't show up for fights for like 25 minutes, you know? It's like, well, if I show up to this fight, they can't win, so why not? Even though I've got a Battle Fury. You know, you'd flame somebody in a pub for doing that. It's like, what are you doing? Go farm. You have a Battle Fury. That's not a fighting item, you dumbass. But he knows better.
Best part is it makes it look so good because then he's just able to jump from that position to the next round of farming. Zai tries to be the hero here, try to save Puppey. Unfortunately, just a second too late. Meanwhile, Ember Spirit just ran right into the Darkseer TA. Again, just the lack of disables, man. This Ember Spirit is like, he had a bad laning phase, sure, but the only thing they have to fear is like
Crippling Fear.
Crippling Fear itself.
Yeah.
Nothing to fear but fear itself.
Nope. Yeah. And he's only got level 1 too, so it's not like it's a long duration disable, even during the nighttime. A lot of the time you'll see these carry Night Stalkers, they'll go 2 points in Void, and then they'll go max passive, and then max Crippling Fear, just because, you know, you do right-click damage, but in this game, Charlie is opting to play with the Void, which people are doing more and more these days, just because of the Void talent, level 10.
Tell me, Jenkins, if you get an Aghanims on Night Stalker, is that still counted as a single target ability?
I believe it does not break Lincoln Sphere. I don't think it is.
Okay, so in that case, it probably doesn't proc off of Grimstroke in his Soulbind.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I'm just curious if there was an interesting interaction there. Not that we're very likely going to be seeing that, just because...
Looks like it's going to end before that point.
Yeah, it might just. Because this Night Stalker strategy, this is supposed to be when it's in full, right? We've got second nighttime. This is the start of Night Stalker taking over the game. Doing the pushback. Can he get there in time with the silence? No! Nisha's already jumped away.
I mean, that's all of your disable right there. They just did it. I mean, hook into Cog, knockback into Crippling Fear. That's basically it. If that doesn't work, I don't know what's going to work.
Yeah, the execution has to be like perfect.
Flawless.
Yeah, and it's just, well, Secret's going to make it hard on you.
I love that Nisha dies twice in the lane and still is keeping so much pressure on. Oh, they're trying to go for a setup on him.
Yeah, and he does manage to get the silence into another silence. He pops his Blade Mail, though, and with all of these heroes behind him, Night Stalker's just not able to commit. Plus, I mean, the Pit of Malice also allows you to separate from that silence. You get out of the crippling fear. It only needs a just quarter of a second. You can jump away to a remnant. That's how.
Yeah, if you get the slide off, no amount of silence or disable, it doesn't matter. You're just out.
What do you think of this Yule's build on the Underlord as opposed to like the Rod of Atos build that we've seen?
I like this. This is the Ice build. Really great against if there's anything that you need to purge. So you have the Grimstroke Bubble and Darkseer.
Yeah, so we're getting pretty far forward there. Era tries to counter-initiate and jump onto him. He gets tossed back into the other heroes, but it does mean he gets on top of Puppey. They're going to be able to take that one, but thanks to the old Uberlord, he gets everybody out. Just trades a 1-for-1 Puppey for Era.
Yeah, great time to Underlord out, ult out of there when you're standing behind the enemy tier 2s, almost at the tier 3s at 19 minutes into the game. Very good timing on that. God, this anti-mage build. I honestly feel like this build is half the reason why anti-mage is viable right now. You get the Heaven's Halberd, and it puts him past that threshold of being such a pain in the ass to kill that even counters to anti-mage can't kill anti-mage. TA, like, what do you have that's going to deal with that Heaven's Halberd early?
Yeah.
TA used to be able to solo IM. Not anymore.
Yeah, it always felt like okay, you get Battle Fury, then you're going to get your Manta. He's really squishy.
Like, you need
still.
four
like, you
items.
Kill him.
You need 4 items to be tanky before.
Yeah. And now it's just Heaven's Halberd, and everything's kind of forgiven. You have evasion, you have this huge amount of strength that you're going to get. You've got a disarm that counters usually your best heroes
resist,
that like
spell
go against
reflect,
you. Yeah.
Magic resistance.
Right as they walked away from Supreme in the mid lane, that is when Secret strikes. Now, they are going to be able to maybe get a kill in return. That's going to be on Matumba Man. Oh, the hook shot at the last second, right as he was about to blink away. Nicely done by Era to ensure the kill. Still, though, it's basically carry for carry. The Templar Assassin is the one position of Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, that was an ideal situation there for them. Catching him off guard like that, totally away from his team, in the Darkseer wall, in the cogs, with Grimstroke Bug silencing him. Like, that was a combination of abilities that I didn't expect to see, honestly, in this game. Like, that's pretty hard to hit those. But I suppose the rest of Secret were distracted.
They lost their mech for 3 minutes, so that's not great.
That's pretty sad. Then again, they have no nighttime for almost 3 minutes. A minute in a bit, so whatever.
Do you think they can win late game on Ninjas in Pajamas? Like, I'm just curious, like, what is the point of this Hand of Midas? Because the payout, like, by the time it actually pays for itself, you're kind of already in the, okay, AM is 6 slotted.
You're definitely right. I think it's a mistake to bank on it. I think if you're going late game with the Night Stalker TA, there's probably some cool stuff that you can do. You know, Night Stalker, his ulti does add a lot of damage. You can get the Nullifier. Late game Night Stalker is no joke. The vision advantage is always something that's strong in the late game. But yeah, like you were saying, I really think that building into a Midas and banking on the late game is definitely a mistake versus anti-mage.
So
maybe letting his timing.
Maybe if like the net worth had been reversed, right? It's like securing your advantage with the Midas as the Night Stalker in that sort of situation.
Yeah, for
so
sure.
like making sure that if this game does dry out, you'll be able to scale into late game. But
for sure.
Sadly, Ninjas in Pajamas were never really in that place. And well, for the foreseeable future, they're going to continue to be the victims of Secret's aggression as they just hop from one hero to the next. That's going to be 3 heroes run down in rapid, quick succession. And then go for the tier 2. Open up the outpost. That'll mean even less map control for Ninjas in Pajamas.
Man, Matumba was he level 21? At 22 minutes? Okay, almost. Okay, he's 20.
20 at 23.
At 23 minutes. That is insane. I'm actually confused as to how. Like, I need to watch this game again from his perspective. Like, I don't know how you get so many levels.
I mean, how many kills has he been a part of? That's got to be a very large reason because
this is true.
He's been a part of 10 different kills.
He's also farming though as well. Like, I think his, you know, to use the classic buzzword, his farming patterns have been phenomenal this game, showing up to fights as well while farming. And there goes the tier 2.
Well, the cosmetic looks cool. At least he got that. Unfortunately, Night Stalker mechanically not looking so hot right now.
Even with the Midas, he is a poor boy. And I do really like, I thought the old Nullifier was probably better on Night Stalker because when you silence and you use the Nullify, it would essentially function like a Doom, but that is no longer the case. So I don't feel like there's any huge timing for him that's going to result in him being way stronger or something like that. BKB will just make him die a little bit later. Yeah, this one's looking rough.
It's funny, like, they've got 5 heroes near Nisha there, but they don't really have the confidence to be able to jump him and bring him down with ease, because he's got, like, the Yule Scepter.
Yeah, look at those items, man. He's so tanky.
Essence Ring is such a great one for this situation where you just kind of need to just go in, make yourself a target with the Blade Mail and such. Toss back into the rest of the team just inside the Roshan pit. He's going to try and hookshot his way back into safety here. Meanwhile, the Night Stalker with that Ion Shell Surge goes in, but he's just getting bashed up. Oh no! He's going to wait around this Roshan pit and see if he can actually steal away the Aegis. The Maledict's still on him. It's going to bring him very low. Matama Man, he just gets 1 second of vision on him. Man avoids him, finish him off.
The Blade Mail.
He chooses to take his own life by hitting the Blade Mail, killing himself. A warrior's death, I guess.
Yeah, I will only die by my own hand. I mean, he won the lane. That was impressive.
Yeah.
He did a great job in the lane.
He did.
But, man, does it break down after that. Secret really kept the pressure on the TA, despite the really great start. They pulled that back so quickly.
Yeah.
Which I think is the most impressive thing in this game. Like, Nisha should not have a game right now, but he does.
21,000 net worth lead. And nothing but time on Secret's hands. Just chill out, wait for, well, an opportunity, perhaps. Finish up the rest of these tier 2s. Don't think they're really aching to go high ground just yet while it's nighttime.
Always hard against Darkseer. He just drops the wall on the hill, and all of a sudden, if you walk up, you're fighting yourself.
If you fought yourself, you think you would win?
I would kick the shit out of myself.
Yeah.
I'm so weak.
You're a dirty fighter, aren't you?
I would definitely be hitting all sorts of places. Otherwise, I'm not going to win. But the guy against me, he's going to be doing that as well.
Yeah.
Is the problem. Yeah, that would be very confusing. I think we'd both lose. Desperation Smoke is a Hail Mary.
I mean, at least Night Stalker looks cool.
Yeah, he's really fast.
Yeah.
It's impressive.
And he's blue. It's like Sonic.
Yeah. Probably the closest thing to Sonic in Dota, actually, is a Surge Night Stalker. What broke the smoke? He, like, immediately broke.
Yeah, he walked into somebody.
Yeah, I don't see
farming in that jungle area. And they're going to lose their tier 3 without any initiation. Ninjas and Pajamas, they look lost. Don't know what to do.
Yeah, Secret is not giving them opportunities to... Look at them positioning to the left. Like, they know that there's this right-handed wraparound coming. Like, everybody's just standing to the left.
All right, they're going to give themselves an Animage Illusion and silence him as well, but he uses the Abyssal Blade to get over to the Darkseer, and that Mana Void. He was completely out of mana. They are going to be able to buy back, but I'm not so sure that Secret is really out of this. I mean, I guess they can back up. Oh, hey, look, there's a Clockwork back there. He's dead. That's cool.
He was desperately trying to go for the back lines there, but they've done a good job protecting them.
Nisha daring Supreme to man up on him. Meanwhile, Matama Man is picking apart the supports. Fortunately, they all seem to have buybacks, though. This is going to be a 10 versus 5. A small chance that Ninjas the Pajamas can actually pull out a kill here. And they can't even do that much. I think they almost used everybody's buyback there. And,
yeah.
Well. One-sided games today, Jenkins. One-sided games. I can't say I was too surprised, though. As our previous panel was talking about, everyone's probably going to be back in Team Secret because for the most part, they just look that good.
I think so. Yeah, that was impressive teamwork. You know, the laning. This is always something that I think, at least in the last few years, I think when it comes to laning and individual mechanics, like Tier 2 is pretty much the same as Tier 1. But as soon as the game breaks down and it comes to strategy of like where are they actually putting their heroes on the map, Secret all of a sudden it's like, oh, they have a 4K gold lead. All of a sudden it's 6-6 and they have a 4K gold lead because they put their heroes in a good place. Very annoying.
Very annoying. That's what it seems like. And I just kind of hope that Ninja's Pajamas just plays a normal draft for Game 2, because whatever their game plan was for Game 1, it didn't even look that good at any point. There wasn't one execution where I was like, that's where it really comes together.
Yeah. That was kind of, that was kind of close to normal. I feel like maybe they want to go with more cheese.
Yeah, well, it didn't look the best. And that's going to be very similar with this next story. We got the panel coming up. You're going to look at it and you'd be like, I'm not sure how that's going to work, but I promise you, it'll all work out in the end.
There's a lot of promises coming from the caster panel there. I'm not sure if it will work out in the end for them, nor for Ninjas in Pajamas, because this was not enough for them to pull out a victory here. And I'm here indeed with Slacks and Kyle. And he's very excited to be on the panel today.
Hooray! Cheever host! It's been a long time. When's the last time you hosted a panel with me? Dream League?
With you specifically.
Well, with me and Kyle. I think it was Dream League 2 years ago, bud.
Dream League Minor.
Yeah. A lesser tournament.
That's where the memes began. I was wrong every single series on the final day. I'm still proud of that.
That's where it started.
0 and 8.
A legacy of incompetence.
Cannot escape it until this very day. Very sad. But I think even you would have predicted this game correctly.
Indeed, yes. It's quite nice as an anti-mage to farm a hard camp around 7.5 minutes, pick up an Iron Talon, and resume free farming. Not sure about Night Stalker carry, doubly not sure about post-drums Midas. That's a Charlie special right there. Slacks, you had a lot of insight.
Absolutely. I mean, so many times we see that Darkseer get picked up and then the insta-anti-mage ban. Let this be an example as to why. It just tore up this map, and one of the reasons I love Secret so much is these unique drafts. It feels so good to see an anti-mage witch doctor. Golly. Yeah.
I just don't know if you're serious right now, because it's not like anti-mage witch doctor is like...
No, Sheaves.
It's been there forever.
Slacks is redefining himself. He's not just a content-creating buffoon.
True.
He's a serious caster and analyst. He was actually just featured in an interview.
That's true.
A very reputable magazine about his new career moves.
Well, thanks, guys. I mean, it's not that hard to be a better panelist than both of you. It's pretty easy, in fact, but I'm just saying, it's good to see heroes like Witch Doctor come back into the meta for these pro teams. The lower divisions in this tournament are too scared to pick off these off-brand heroes, and it takes a big boy like Puppy who says, I literally don't care what anyone's playing.
Oh, yeah, look at it go.
Look at that go. And then, of course, BSJ getting proven yet again with his utter hatred of TA, who had literally zero impact in this game.
I would want to say that I think the one thing that Ninjas in Pajamas did well was analyzing that the Ember was going to be a problem, so to put a lot of effort into trying to slow down Nisha's game, and they did do that. Nisha was not the force that was the most worry for Ninjas in Pajamas, which after the draft looked like it would be.
Most worrisome is that Matamba Man does not have the female anti-mage equipped. I'm not quite sure what that's about.
It's a female persona. It's not an Arcana.
I did not mention that it was an Arcana.
I'm just clarifying.
You said it in such a condescending tone for no reason.
Speaking of Arcanas, and earlier speaking of Witch Doctor, you can still vote for Witch Doctor.
That's right. Let this be an example to you Dumbo carry players. Voting Sniper, Void, Invoker. Who cares? Go for Witch Doctor, because he can be a good hero too, as we saw in this. If it's good enough for Puppy, maybe it's good enough for you.
What would you rather have in your pubs? Bad Witch Doctors or bad Invokers?
Witch Doctors.
100 every time, right?
Didn't
Every
Invoker
time.
already win last year?
No, he got a persona.
That's called a persona, not an Arcana. Also, he was not voted in. It was included. Thank you, Kyle.
Who won?
Please pay attention.
Wasn't it Ogre Magi?
Ogre Magi won an Arcana against Wind Ranger. Thank you, Kyle. How'd that feel?
I personally like being educated. I appreciate this.
I'm sure you do.
Okay. Oh, it's way too funny for me.
Chiefs, you okay?
It's a rarity we
I'm
break
fine.
Cheever, ladies and gentlemen. A rarity.
Yeah,
She's
usually
been
not.
You know what?
What?
I really enjoyed that.
What? You're crying.
Oh, this is a rare. We haven't done this in years. We got Cheever to cry.
My first battle today.
Oh, my goodness.
But you know how this was enjoyable for me? I think Secret fans really enjoyed that previous game as well. I think Ninjas in Pajamas fans, not so happy. But luckily, we have something for everyone to enjoy right now.
Coming down, it's causing real trouble right now. RTW is going to get caught up on the Reaper's side, but the Weaver's going to save him, but he's already dead. Nick's going to go down as well, though. RTW and Nick's both taking out the fight, and the death bomb getting so low as well, but helped out jumping away. It's actually...
Not bad, not bad. Now you.
727, 9, and 29 now 30, 30, 30, 31. Down to the bill, 1, get that way to prevail is 2, 2, 2, now 3.
Not bad, not bad. Now you.
Will they find somebody down in the bottom lane? We got 4 people down in the bottom lane. Now I'm going to do an OD pixel cast. Here comes the rap. Got himself in. They're going to find somebody and they're going to attack him. Nice.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad. Not bad. Wow, just shows Owen's complete domination of being able to speak quickly and actually say comparable words.
Yeah.
Even the announcer guy was just making stuff up.
It's more complicated than you would think. Like, people say casting isn't a skill, but you can even see
Who the
slacks.
hell says that? Casting isn't a skill?
It's just talking.
Yeah.
Maybe if you're... Okay.
Let's talk about video games. How complicated can that be?
Yeah, feel free.
You're literally doing it for a living.
Yeah.
I
I
am?
listened to a
You guys are
3
getting paid? Oh, no.
I listened to you talk about the curvature of a monkey courier's ass for
true.
nearly 3 minutes.
I mean, that's your fault. Feel free to always continue to watch WePlay, but yeah, what a beautiful piece. Owen is truly a treasure. Without him, Dota 2 would be in some dire straits, I think.
Probably. I mean, I can't really comment on it because I'm very biased.
Nah.
So
you can tell the truth. You can say nah, and then just leave it at that, Chiefs.
But I would agree, so I can't even say that.
No, Owen's pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Pretty decent. I would say most people that are in the studios here today are pretty decent.
Damn.
I say most.
Most, exactly. Okay. I'm not going to say which. I say this every day now, but I personally like to make blanket statements about how, people aren't doing so good. I don't name names. I don't want to make it personal. I just want everybody to
No,
think
he
about
just
it.
say there's one person in the studio. This is how Kyle starts today. One person in the studio fucked up yesterday. It's like really bad. But I'm not going to say who, but just you better step it up today.
Yeah.
He says that to every whispers it. He says,
Yeah,
hey.
sometimes I message pro players or organization owners and I ask them to tweet stuff just to make sure everybody stays on their toes.
So that everybody is just constantly wanting to put up their best effort.
Oh yeah. It's a lot of competition
It's not
nowadays.
really working.
Yeah, no shit. I thought I was thinking, we got the best Dota personalities in the world. Fly them to Ukraine in the middle of a pandemic. Of course, they'll put out their best work.
How'd you get so savage? What happened?
It's like 4 months of not doing anything. It's like building up, He's got to let it all out at the same time. The Sheener comes back.
Power corrupts. Exhibit A.
Power corrupts?
How do I get power?
We've been calling you Queen Chiefs. You
have
us.
been calling me Queen.
Yeah, it was in your contract.
My queen.
Yeah. She messaged me on WhatsApp excuse me,
Kyle,
staff isn't
we've all
referring
heard
me
it,
to
right? He talks like he's a freaking incel every time. Oh, welcome to work, my queen. Wonderful. And we all go, Kyle, could you stop being a goddamn weirdo?
A little embarrassing.
It's very embarrassing. Anytime someone's like, oh, Shiva, I don't know about that don't speak to her, my queen's in such a way. It's fucking sad.
Yeah.
But anyway, guess the winners. Look at these guys.
Is that Twitch chat doing that?
Yeah, they were guessing winners. People are doing good.
Team Secret.
Yes.
Wow.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Thank you.
But again, a lot of people say in this meta that it's, again, the teams that are playing their own games and defining metas. And you can't get a better example of OG and Secret.
Of course.
Sure.
Secret, groundbreaking stuff in that previous draft. Like the Anti-Mage, Oh, mwah.
No, well, they are the only team picking Animage first too, from what I know. So you know, they give it their own personal flair, and also on the side of NIP, there's not a lot of teams that would go for a Night Stalker position 1. So they also have their own style.
There's reasons that other teams don't do that.
It's like the difference between Gordon Ramsay improvising in his kitchen and like Slacks trying to make a souffle.
Hey, bro.
What?
What's a fillet?
That's not what he said.
Oh.
He said souffle.
What the hell's a souffle?
It's a thing you make in the oven. It's traditionally very difficult because you can do it all right and then it just explodes on you.
Whatever, man. Fancy food is stupid.
It's not really. Oh, okay. Well.
In 200 years, we'll all be eating pills that have all of our nutrients exactly needed, and only the rich and famous will eat, and it will become a thing of like decadence, like, oh, I must eat. And you know the weirdest part about that is that only the rich will be able to use the bathroom because the poor will have nothing wasted.
Well, then we'll need to, I can actually see that happening.
So when someone gets up and they're like, I must use the restroom and relieve myself, someone will be like, he's eaten today. What a rich man. Meanwhile, the poor slaving away, never pooping.
No, I think instead of the pill, it will be some kind of, like with all the nutrition, some kind of porridge, but, you know, type of substance. 1 time a day, that's your meal. So you would still need to relieve yourself.
I mean, real talk.
Aren't we just going to be uploaded to the internet if we're really going to take it that far?
All right,
no,
Elon,
not yet.
Chill
Come
out.
on.
Huh?
No, it's going to take longer than that. Although I did recently learn about a chip that is developed to implant in your brain. And I don't know, I didn't read the article.
Well, okay, you stopped there, I guess.
I just saw the comments on it, and it's that we are going to be Borgs eventually. That was the whole question. Were we going to be Borgs or Federation or something? I didn't get the reference, so I stopped reading.
I've read that too, and it was something that Elon Musk is into, and even your own Gabe Newell is looking at, you know, that kind of mind integration stuff. Let me tell you something. Head over to Elon's Twitter and decide, is that the guy I want putting a goddamn chip in my head? Probably not. You think advertising's bad now? Wait till you try to kiss your wife and then a freaking advert for Pringles pops up on her face and you, whoa! I mean, they got your eyes then, bro. Your eyes! Don't do it! However, imagine if you could play like Artifact just whenever you wanted, just staring and no one could judge you. It'd be hype.
It wouldn't be any different from like.
Shut up, Sheever! You think you're so cool? Darn it.
You could stare off in the distance and be gaming.
Oh.
Anything to add to that?
I got nothing, guys. Got absolutely nothing.
So, let's talk about Secret vs. Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Yeah!
I do think, though, I mean, this is a really difficult game for them.
Yes.
Difficult series. They have not won a single series. We talked about Group B, that it's like the top-heavy group. Guess what? Secret is at the top of the top-heavy group. What's wrong?
What is that? He just looked at me with this really grimaced expression, like something just slammed on his
They haven't won a single game in
series.
IP?
They have won one game.
Series?
They won one game against Viking. But it wasn't the series, just the game.
Slacks, it again?
Slacks really got up his toe and put a picture of it in our group chat. Just like, hey, is this looking infected to you?
I thought you were going to tweet that.
No,
yeah, if you tweet
share
it.
This.
And also at home, if you tweet anything with the hashtag WePlayOmega, we can pull it up on screen.
We can.
Oh.
Not saying we will.
Just tweet that photo of your toe.
I don't know if it's infected. Is it weird to send your trusted friends a picture asking if something looks infected?
You put little googly eyes on it.
Well, you guys said it was disgusting, so I thought I'd humanize it a little bit.
And the top hat. Don't forget the top hat.
It's in the shape of a happy face.
At least it was only Lacoste that was eating at the time.
He did disgustingly look and put his fork down. But no, this is super tough for NIP. I mean, what a horror. What? Don't laugh. I'm trying to get us out of this. You guys want to see it, though? We can.
No. Don't.
Twitch chat. Is this infected?
We could have them vote.
Yeah.
We could actually have them vote.
Can we?
Please don't.
Production, let Sheever know, and she'll say to whip out that toe if we can do it.
It's not my I'm not gonna whip out your toe.
Sheever, please don't use the word "I'm not gonna whip out" and then ... You need to take it easy on this panel, you animal. Anyway, real rough times for Ninjas in Pyjamas. I mean, what do you want to say? Secret's like literally the best team in the world until TI comes.
That's true.
But I mean, it's tough.
I do want to say that when they were still chicken fighters, they
what the fuck? Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
It used to be.
I thought you were doing some kind of like European insult. Continue.
When they were still chicken fighters.
Jeeves.
Why is everyone crying on this panel? Get back to work.
They took one game.
Finish your thought.
I just did.
Against who? Secret?
Yeah, they took one game from Secret.
I'm sorry.
Yo, are you guys high? What's going on this panel? Is there gas leak in here and I'm too fucking stupid to know? Okay, anyway. Yes, they took one game, but was that even the same squad? Wasn't that PPD
but it
guys?
was not, it was not PPD's
that's
guys,
right.
but it was not with Misha, it was with Seneko.
Oh, Seneki.
I just have to have him bored.
Jesus. But different squad and man, Seneko.
Sorry, I can't look at Chiefs. It's breaking me.
Yeah, a strong guy, and we're not seeing. I don't know. I don't even have advice for these guys. How do you beat Secret, for God's sake?
Well, I think you try to cheese, which they tried to do with Night Stalker. When they won against Viking on Saturday or Sunday, I think Saturday it was, it was a very fast game. They had a Chen for Misha. They went high ground like 20 minutes. Like they crushed it and they cruised it. And that's the only game they won so far in the Immortal League. So there's got to be something in there that I feel like just, building your strengths type of thing.
Yeah. I think Charlie should play Void. I think that's very much a strength of NIP. If they get it in the pool, they should pick it.
I've been hearing a lot about this Charlie Dota kid.
He's not a kid, he's a man.
Well, whatever. But can you give me some background on this guy from a dude who doesn't have too much research into him? Every time someone mentions him, I think they're talking about Charlie Yang. So
Wow.
Who is this
Maybe
guy?
it is.
He's put me on the spot right now.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean
Can
to.
we talk about space?
Can you name the other players of Ninjas in Pajamas?
What is this? Just an attack out of nowhere? I'm just curious.
No, he's been a pub player for a really long time. He's been playing with I think there was like 2 different sets because like Ira and Zibe have known each other for a really long time. Because again, Han people,
I see,
also
yeah.
both Swede. There's a really big Swedish Han community that's like swapped over to Dota, like Chessie, Limp, Zai, Insania, Mickey.
Yeah.
Pretty much all Liquid, half NIP, most of the old OGC. A lot of people.
Yeah, so I mean, he comes from pretty good pedigree. A lot of those guys have done really well before.
Not everyone who came from Han has had a shining career, but
Well,
we've all done okay.
I think they've made a name for themselves, even if it's
Somehow.
not the way they wanted. Somehow.
What? Hey, only one team can win TI, It's fine.
It's true.
So
And at
only
the
one
moment,
team's won
I
it
mean, it's even if Secret does really well for the rest of the season, it's still going to be a big question mark if TI comes around.
Sure.
And who knows how they're going to do. But I think I've had enough of you guys for a couple of minutes. And I think you've had enough of us for quite a few minutes as well. So let's head over to the Temple of Analysts for the draft.
Yo, but does it?
Oh my God! Put it away.
See, we're looking at one more.
Stop.
To the draft.
Throw it.
Look at it.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome you back to the Draft Temple, where I'm yet again joined by T. Governor, BSJ. Gentlemen, I think suffice to say we were not too surprised by how Game 1 went, specifically in regards to a Templar assassin, Brian. Did not really exceed expectations.
I don't know,
zero.
man. It's like I was told I'm not supposed to rely on this information, but I actually have only seen that hero. I think it's like 1 in 10 in my pubs. Like it just never wins. It's straight up like you. In this game, they actually tried to compensate for it. Well, I liked the Night Stalker pick, the idea behind it, but the way TA wants to play just doesn't fit the meta of mid laners right now. You have these Embers, these Void Spirits, these Queen of Pains that are up in your face, ganking, mobile, playing on the opponent's side of the map. Even when they're farming, they're playing on the opponent's side of the map, right? They're taking space away from the enemy team. That is what they're doing. What does TA do? She takes the space of her own team, which, in this case, hopefully I don't have to see that again in this draft because we are into a fresh new game, and I'd like to forget about the past as much as I'm sure NIP would.
Fair enough. Team Secret scoop up a Phoenix and a Clockwork after banning out Batrider and Darkseer and IP. Ban out the Doom and IO, and they will instead pretty much just steal Secret's draft. They were start out with the Tiny, and then first phase and Anti-Mage. No Darkseer on the enemy team quite yet, but still, it's apparently a first phase Anti-Mage game.
Yeah, in regards to this, Secret actually chose first pick in coming into this series, and Nip actually haven't played a game on second pick yet. So pretty much taking away, not only in the first game, the win, but then in the second game, the comfort of what Nip really like to rely on in these drafts. And I think we see Charlie here, he has been playing a lot of these anti-mages, practicing a lot, but can they really build the same kind of draft that was so strong that Nip did? Especially when, Secret did, sorry.
Okay. I'm going to interrupt you and say absolutely not, and here's why.
Oh, crikey.
So Secret lost a game in this tournament to Liquid, right? Liquid obviously not a bad team. We're not trying to take away from Liquid here. But the only game they lost was a first-round Anti-Mage picked into 2 supports. What's going to happen? They're going to pick 3 cores. That dumpster Anti-Mage. And Anti-Mage is going to get dumpster. He gets farm. He's not going to be able to carry the game because they're going to have 3 single-target physical damage people. The offlaner's probably not going to rely on mana. It's going to be something like a Centaur, Slardar, all these heroes that don't give a crap about mana in the laning stage. Anti-Mage, even if he has 4 items, is going to die anyway, and he's not going to win the game. Secret lost with this, so I refuse to believe it'll work against them.
Yeah, I think if you're Nip right now, you have to look at how, for example, Secret did lose with it. Secret could easily pivot onto this Lone Druid, for example, right?
Yeah,
sure. Very classic hero. Nisha can easily go for more of an active side lane hero, drifting away from mid, just playing. Remember the days when it was like the safe lane DKs, Quops, and that kind of era in the patch?
Yep.
We could easily see that happen again if we have this mid lane Lone Druid that can just be super activated from the side lanes. With the opening of Phoenix Clock, it's not really locked into anything. We've seen these heroes go into 3, 4, and 5 across this tournament. And I think that's the adaptation that you're seeing between this first phasing of an anti-mage, for example, right? It's the fact that Secret, even if they get anti-maged, they're still able to pivot their draft. While Nip in that first game, they had no way out. They were stuck within their combo.
Their hand was face up.
Exactly. So this is where you're seeing the difference in drafting style. And unfortunately, when you compare the tiers of teams, it's the tier 1 teams, they always feel like they've got like their foot on the gas. They understand what they're doing in the draft, whilst other teams a little bit more reactionary.
So then why not just copy the same thing? They also proceed to ban out Magnus and Sven. If NIP want to continue further, they will also ban out the Alchemist that Secret did to protect their anti-mage. It just seems like the modus operandi is to shut down the greed strats.
I know Kyle will appreciate this.
Okay.
So back when I was trying to draft on my tier 3 competitive teams, we were trying to beat Complexity at the time with Kyle. And they had Limp. Obviously, one of the most signature heroes that he has is Tiny. And for a few patches, that hero was broken. And they would always pick Tiny. So one day we decided, hey, let's try to draft Tiny against them. That's like the best way. We don't have to ban it. We can just pick it ourselves as a good hero. And I learned the very hard way that when the enemy team understands your hero better than you do, it doesn't matter if you try to take it away from them. I believe that if they know how to win with it first pick, Secret will be able to dissect this pick 100 times over, and I feel like what I saw, at least, my interpretation of why Secret didn't win the first time they picked Anti-Mage, but have won the last 2, I don't think NIP caught on to that. I think they're putting themselves in the exact spot Secret was in that first game, and here we go, deja vu, history repeat itself, Groundhog Day, all that kind of crap.
As long as Nip pick up a position 5, like a very generic 5 here, and don't really show their draft too much, I think maybe they can actually put themselves into a decent position to try and enable this anti-mage. My concern is because they were second pick, in this second phase, they don't really get to react to anything. They always have to show their hand. So it's about utilizing this last pick to really kind of seal the deal on their draft. And this is why generic 5 here, understand maybe what Secret's going to be doing with these opening 2 heroes, and then you get to kind of try and complete the first 4 heroes.
The generic 5 that Poppy had opted for to pair up with this to pair up with the anti-mage was the Witch Doctor. But we're going to see a Snapfire, which may not necessarily be guaranteed as a 5. I know Zai has been trying to show off the Snapfire potential as a 3, namely against a Phoenix, just because you want to be able to shred down that Supernova. What are you thinking that the Snapfire is looking like? A 5 or a 3? Support, core?
I'd like to see it more as a 5, just because you have another mechanism for the anti-mage to lane into Clockwork. If he doesn't have Blink Up, you always have the cookie to get out of Cog, so if there is maybe a misplay from Charlie, he's kind of saved by his 5. The argument of Snapfire countering Phoenix, it's good in theory, but how many times is the Snapfire in position to Lil Shredder the egg? realistically not that often. It's maybe like 1 out of 3 fights.
I like Axe here to counter that idea. That's going to be an offlaner that relies on a passive. It's going to be either Centaur, Slardar, Legion, or Axe.
Because you don't want to have to deal with getting mana
Yeah,
burned.
you don't want to deal with mana burn. I think they're going to potentially run the Clockwork 5. I think they want that option. Like, Phoenix isn't the best in lane against Anti-Mage, but if you have a hero that dissuades the Anti-Mage... Yeah, Slardar. If you have an Anti-Mage... If you're a hero that dissuades the Anti-Mage from going on your Phoenix, then you can run it that way. So it leaves them with more options for the safe lane. Usually you have, like, a ranged support duo in the safe lane. So if they want a ranged core, they can put Clock 5. If they want a melee core, they can put Phoenix 5. And they just have all the... Slardar destroys Anti-Mage, man. It's just... For those who haven't played the matchup, pretty straightforward. Anti-Mage is all that good against magic, pretty low base armor. Slardar has 2 stuns that are not blockable by the passive of Counterspell active, and he also amps your minus armor. So he makes a hero that usually does enough physical damage to kill Anti-Mage, now like, 2 or 3 shot him. It's really hard for Anti-Mage to enter the fight against a Slardar on the opponent team. And when I see the Pangolier here, I'm screaming Phantom Assassin. Lone Druid probably still pretty good. I'm just not a huge, I don't know too much about that hero. Any of these right-clicking, usually have a little bit of physical damage issues, but that Slardar is going to put them right over that critical threshold. Be able to the lane domination against Pango would be a bonus.
Yeah, so whenever you're saying, I saw this Pango, I'm screaming for a Phantom Assassin, it's namely for the lane matchup that you're asking for?
Yeah, I'm just thinking, out of all the heroes now, I'm thinking what heroes are good against Anti-Mage. Okay, now that they've picked Pango, what does pretty well in lane against it? Also, PA is nice against Pango because you don't really die to him. You can always evade his roll with your Blink, and then you also can burst him before he rolls. And your dagger also goes through disarms. So
the downside is that you'd be paired with 2 melee cores, and I know you had mentioned that the Phoenix and the Clockwork would flex depending on who's ranged, who's melee.
You don't have to force that necessarily. It is relevant, but I know teams like Team Secret, I try to give general guidelines that makes Dota easier to play, but Team Secret, they'll make it work. So they go for Lycan. Okay, I mean that is a hero we don't see too often nowadays, but absolutely some single target physical damage.
But in terms of this Pango pick, they are second pick, so they have this last pick to decide where the Pango is going. They can put it mid, they can put it off lane. Seeing this Lycan, I would rather see this Pango go to that mid lane just to be able to get a better off lane to punish this Lycan potentially, or at least put some pressure on, maybe take his tower earlier, and then Pango naturally can deal with this push. The issue here is it's so kind of glaringly obvious that this might happen that all Secret have to do is they just need to pick a strong mid laner to potentially play into this Pango, and now the whole cuteness of Flex is kind of completely dismantled.
So they banned the Prophet. What exactly is Secret worried about? Are they worried about them not being able to let Lycan push freely? Are they worried about some sort of catch as they also finish off a Broodmother? It seems like they're concerned about getting out-pushed.
And getting a little bit cheesed, I think.
Yeah.
Obviously, Broodmother much more so than the Prophet, but these mobile summoners on the map can be a little annoying for their lineup. They don't want to play reactionary Dota on the side of Team Secret. They want to just march down lanes, maybe have the Phoenix protecting their buildings, maybe some Clockwork flares, and they just want to be playing the opponent's side of the map the entire game. So they don't want to pick these heroes that force them to react to their own side of the map, them losing their own objectives. And Broodmother obviously could be a bit cheesy and maybe even just stomp the game 1v5, at least in time for the Anti-Mage, but even then that seems like an awkward pairing. I think the Lycan can lane against Pango either way. It's not the best lane matchup for Lycan because your Pango Q is physical damage against the Wolves, but if they have to, I think they're very fully prepared to put this Lycan mid. So I would like to see whatever pick they do not only be good in lane against Pango, but also potentially flex to the safe lane.
Matu loves the doggy man, so even if they do flex it, I imagine he's going to be playing it regardless of wherever it goes. And another hero that is going to pair up very, very well with the... Oh, wow, okay. With the amplification, the corrosive haze, the armor. Let's go full armor strat. Put a wave of terror on top of that. This Anti-Mage is going to get sliced up in 3 crits in shapeshift form.
It's so scary. Is -8. Wave is -6. Slardar is -10, 15, 20.
Minus a lot.
So at level 6, they have... at level 20 minutes into the game, that's going to be -20 for armor. For Anti-Mage.
Seems effective.
I think Nip just put themselves in a corner here, though, in terms of they tried keeping both Tiny and Pango open up to play multiple roles, and now, sure, they pick up this Quap. It's going to give them some laning kind of pressure, but I'm still kind of skeptical. In those early fights, when you think about it, you've got Tiny Avalanche toss combo, Mortimer's Kisses, Roll, and Sonic Wave. After that, you don't really have that innate right clicker. You've got no one who's that scary outside of that one spell combo. Compared to Team Secret, they've got magic damage, they've got like spell, everything they need to small fights, take towers and Roshan. So I think Nip are very much on the back foot, and it's going to be very scary for them to, I think, to approach this game.
It doesn't seem like NIP also have any ways of keeping Secret in a fight. Secret can just leave whenever they feel like. They can enter the fight, they can move it around, whereas NIP, they're just going to be chasing them around most of the time, I feel.
Okay, so I'm going to do my best interpretation of what I try when I try to put my mind in that of the tier 1 teams like Secret.
Okay.
If you're playing an IP right now, how do they start fights? Who goes in first? If they get initiated onto, who saves each other? Who dies? Like, literally everyone on NIP dies in fights. And I feel like Team Secret has initiators, they have counter-initiators, they have the guy that's going to hit buildings, they have, like, spells in a cohesive manner that work together. I just think it's too easy for Secret again. I don't know.
It's the simplicity of draft and how they got to that endpoint. Secret, they clearly had an understanding of why they're picking heroes to get to the end, and then Nip felt after that first game, we got to take this anti-mage. It's such a good strat. Let's do this, you know. And I feel like they may have reacted too heavily from game 1, putting themselves in a corner, being a little bit cute with flex picks, and fundamentally just they lack a lot of key things to get themselves through this game. So if they do win this game, it will be incredible because they would have been able to play the map super well, keep lanes pushed out, and try and outplay Secret. But again, Secret, Nip.
I think this is worse. I think this is worse than the first game. I think in the first game, if they survived early game, it was fine, right? Yeah.
It's just nice seeing Charlie getting likened.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
poetic.
Wow.
Yeah, sure.
So now that just seems sadistic at this point, but it did seem like EGB, they were leaning. It was even more so, which after seeing game 1, again, not too surprising, and NIP shouldn't feel bad the way that this game is going, but hopefully they will be able to pull something out as we send it over to our casters for game number 2.
You know, Jenkins, there was a moment where I was hopeful for Ninjas in Pajamas. I looked up at the draft, I saw Lycan, I was like, oh, they've got Charlie Lycan. Maybe that's the key to success, and then no, that's Secret's draft.
I was similar. I was kind of hopeful for their draft because I looked at him and I said, oh, a Secret Lycan. That's a completely garbage hero. But then I saw that there's a Slardar, and one of my biggest concerns with Lycan is he doesn't out-carry most of the carries right now, and the game always goes late. The game, you know, taking those early towers isn't as important as it once was, or at least taking the tier 2s is kind of impossible. But with the Slardar, really whatever carry you have is going to out-carry because he just doubles their damage, so it doesn't matter that, you know, let's say there's a Spectre on the enemy team. It doesn't matter, but Lycan also has a good matchup versus the anti-mage.
And then on top of that, they've got the Vengeful Spirit, which they're going to be running, which was the swerve that Secret put on us, because they're like, okay, we can run Lycan mid.
And, okay, so this is a Venge carry with a Puppy 5 Clockwork.
Yep.
Well, they never do anything traditional, do they? It's always...
It's
something like this.
Different than the last traditional where it's like, okay, Night Stalker carry, like, I could see how that works if you execute perfectly, but like here I just see an overwhelming amount of synergy. And maybe I'm just like saying that because it's Secret and it's probably going to look good, but I don't know. I feel better about this kind of surprise in drafting.
Yeah, I mean, they were kind of the first team to really do this, sending like a position 4 type hero into the position 5. And playing in the safe lane, like they kind of invented this. So when you see them do it, it always feels like, well, they're in their comfort zone. Whereas some of these other teams, they make these lane swaps, and it's a little bit more, okay, we'll see how comfortable they are with it.
Yeah. You can see a difference in how the Anti-Mage is able to play already. Against the Slardar, it's going to be tough because he can actually man-fight you, and he doesn't necessarily need mana to do so. Zai did level up Crush level 1 just to kind of like burn through his mana, because you might as well.
I like that. I mean, the level 1 bash is kind of crap anyway, so it makes sense.
This is a classic Phoenix death right here. He doesn't have any mana left, so one more hit might not be enough. In fact, it won't. He's going to need a lot more hits now, because now the healing salve's gone off. They're going to be able to remove that, but Charlie has to just focus on his CS. He's already missed too many as it is.
Oh, gets a D-ward on Misha.
Nice.
That's pretty nice. That's okay. I mean, no matter what happens between the supports here, though, you still have a Slardar versus an anti-mage. It's always going to go in favor of the Slardar. I don't think there's much a Snapfire can do to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, what about that Snapfire? Because, like, I don't really see a good reason why we have a Snapfire. I don't really feel like it's the best support, and the only reason I ever like it is when, like, Vikings run it and they have, like, some sort of combo or something.
I think it's just for the egg. I think it's literally just to kill the level 1 egg. That's about it.
I felt like 3 months ago that was a thing where, like, I remember, you know, someone lost Los Angeles. People were like, oh, yeah, just trap Snapfire, kills the Phoenix Egg. And then as time went on, people were like, hey, yeah, but it kind of sucks if he gets level 2 Supernova.
Yeah. It is.
Just got a Snapfire, and that hero isn't particularly amazing. If they could get this kill on Nisha, it'd be really big. And look at those lucky shot procs from Saberlight, but still not enough. Around. No!
Oh, are you serious?
Puppey gets the first blood. Just a slight bit of body blocking. Man, that was almost a first blood on Vengeful Spirit, and then that was almost a double kill for Secret.
Right. So many regen baits in this game so far with the Fairy Fires and stick charges. Very nice. God. Saberlight is playing one of his, his best hero.
Yeah.
I would say so. He is really hoping to get a good start in this game. If there's any game he's going to pop off in, it's on a Pango.
Yeah.
He's got to do it this game.
Problem is, I said that last time, and when they were about to be eliminated, and I said, Saberlight's on his Pango. This will turn things around.
Yeah.
It didn't work out that way.
It's all about psychology, you know. It's if he's feeling good, I think his Pango will look good. If he's having a rough time, I know he's been tweeting some memes, self-deprecating a little bit. So we'll see how he's feeling today. Pango's a really big feel hero, as you know, being a big Pango fan yourself.
A lot of field heroes.
There are.
Being one of them.
Yeah.
Mid lane's got to feel good. Supreme is owning it up right now. 27-5. Now, a decent number of those are wolf kills, but I don't think wolves are... I don't know exactly what the bounty is on them, but it's got to be decent.
They're decent. Yeah, they're decent. It's like 25, 30, something like that.
Is he going to try and run him down? Oh, you know he is. Matama Man jukes him out by cutting down the tree, spots him for a moment, gets one hit in. It wasn't enough. Supreme's going to go again. He spots him on top of Man thanks to the vision from the creeps. The wolf looking to block him in, but he gets the scream. Big kill for Supreme, making good use of that haste rune.
Honestly, I feel like that's a matchup that Lycan does perfectly fine in. For the most part, you know, you've got the regen to work with and you can just go jungle, and Quap isn't exactly good at killing the wolves because they have high magic resistance, so kudos to Supreme for just putting on a clinic here. This is 2 games in a row, actually. He's had a really good showing in the mid lane.
Radiant are scanning.
Spooky player, actually.
Certainly is. Like many of these players on Ninjas of Pajamas, this current team is probably the best roster they've been a part of since the start of their careers. Supreme going back to the old alternate attacks lineup. He's been around for a while, but still a very young player in age anyway. Charlie, another example. I think he's like 22, 23. So he was playing when he was like 14, 15.
He's a grandpa. In Dota years, that's a grandpa.
Is it though? We still got players like Beer around, man.
That's true, that's true.
Puppey is pretty old.
We are an aging demographic, aren't we?
Yeah.
Us Dota players.
Bash.
Yeah.
Bring the end to Misha's life.
I think as a Slardar, you really just need... Ooh, I love what he's doing with this. He's doing the Tranquils trick, where he's disassembling and then holding them as a locked combining, so you can make Tranquils, heal up, and then disassemble it again.
Matama Man sees the gank coming in from the Tiny immediately. Pops his ultimate. He don't think you can really dive Supreme, though.
No.
But at least he can get a regen.
Yeah, pushes him off, but that is a long cooldown ultimate at this point.
Nope.
Oh, he's going in.
Go again. Up, Supreme's going to go for the TP out. It's going to be a close call, but Matamba Man gets him.
Man.
Oh, what killer instincts from Matamba Man.
Dude, he didn't even have any vision. That was just instinct.
Yeah.
That was nuts. I mean, he's playing up against he had the ult and the scream maxed out. Like, you have to be careful there. Jesus, Matamba, relax.
Yeah, his Necronomicon, he was like, damage is going to be too much. And credit to Supreme, he reacted really quickly. He was
did.
like, TPs. TPs instantly.
Man,
wasn't fast enough.
Look at the tower damage, too.
Yeah.
You do not want to be losing this tower solo at 7 minutes.
Yeah, this is so much worse than the DK versus Quap matchup. DK takes a very, he slowly works at it while Quap's away ganking. Here, just one push is all it took.
Man, that's it. 2 heroes committed to defending that, too. And NIP is the team that usually groups up and takes that mid tower really early on. This throws a wrench into their game plan completely. Saberlight has to resort to creep cutting here. Nisha's having such a good time down here. 20 denies.
Another bash up. Charlie, quite the opposite, as he is having a very bad time. It's about 200 net worth below the Vengeful Spirit, but every single time I look over, Zai is pressuring him. And I can't imagine it's going to get much better for him as the Slardar picks up level 3 bash, then it's Corrosive Haze. Nisha toss back. Good play by Era. See if they can actually finish him off this time. A swap over to Puppey and a TP out. Well done by Nisha. And it looks like Puppey's going to get out as well, as they don't want to run through the cogs.
Very nice little play there, using the swap. Usually as a carry, that's not a super effective ability. Because either you're killing somebody else or you're killing yourself. That's not often a good choice. But with Puppey being a clockwork, I mean, he doesn't care.
Nice defensive ward there from the Pajamas. Sees the rotation coming in from the Lycan, and they all abandon ship. They TP to the bottom lane. Look at a trade safe lane towers now. Now it looks like Team Secret though are going to try and go for the take enemy tower and still defend their own play, but it's going to get Nisha caught as Misha delivers the killing blow. Zai's gonna pop out though. Go for Saberlight. Saberlight doesn't have the swashbuckle up, so that's a pretty easy kill, and they will indeed defend this tower. Ninja's Pajamas, they're not gonna be able to take back that map control at top. Matumba damage is already dealt.
Yeah, and I think he has his TP on Matumba, so and his ult as well, so they leave him to push that top tower, and they know if something breaks up bot, he can get there. And man, Slaughter is a surprisingly good hero at doing like a tier 1 defense, just because he's so damn tanky if you go for this stat build that Zai is going for.
Yeah.
Like he's so manly.
He's going to try and toss him back into his team if they can finish him off. He's actually inside the cogs right now, which is perfect for the Sonic Wave. Turns over, deals with the egg, and looks back to Puppey, where Charlie, he's trying to finish him off. Nisha actually goes to the swap. They do have the Rolling Thunder, misses all of those heroes. Bounces back, clips the Venge, tossed on top of him. Charlie, does he not have Blink Up? I don't think he does. He just used it. And it looks like with that stun, maybe they're going to be able to... No, he blinks away. The Wolves are still trying to run him down, and the Blink isn't going to be up just yet. He's only got a sliver of HP. The Wolves might be able to kill him, while Supreme... Oh, he got the kill on Charlie, while the TP from Quap succeeded.
Bro, dude, Matumba, that was like the greediest but coolest play I've seen in a long time.
If he had pulled out both of those kills,
that would have been
at the
insane.
same time, that would have been a legend move.
I can't believe he just tried that. That was so greedy. I love to see that sort of stuff, though. He's like, my Wolves have got it.
Yeah,
I wish I could have seen his perspective. I wish I could have seen that.
Mm-hmm.
But you saw the Wolves on the map chasing. You know he's microing both.
Yep.
That was sick.
Especially since he blinked into a high ground area, so it's not like he would have really kept good vision there.
Yeah, you need to actually micro there.
Saberlight. Rough time. And the Snapfire comes in with the ultimate, but they had no disables behind it, so not really focused fire in any way.
Surprisingly difficult to get that ult off as a Pango versus Avenge. So many disables. Dude, Zai is a madman.
Going in, man. He saw Charlie just blink, and he's like, okay, I can pressure this guy, but he's going to be met with too many heroes. Misha had already TP'd into that hiding spot behind the tier 2, and Tiny made his rotation secret to keep up this tower pressure.
The idea that Zai is kind of going with here is this traditional, well, maybe it's not so traditional, but just this idea that Slardar, like if you go for this drums build, treads, usually it'll be like a bracer or two.
Mm-hmm.
It's just such a pain in the ass to try to kill you. And so he's just trying to make them work for it. Obviously, he'd rather be alive and be wasting their time, but you can kind of see what he's going for. Like, he's just trying to put himself in a really dangerous position to just get the enemies to run at him. That's basically it.
Yeah. And they did take that bottom tower kind of as a result, right? There's 3 people top. Secret just kind of run at the tower pretty quickly.
True.
Shapeshift's going to go off. He sees the double damage. Era is actually going to leave it. But that just means the Wolf's going to kill you that much quicker, Era. And the rest of his team probably needs to get out too. Supreme, he still has a blink up.
I half expected Matumba to just dive the tier 2 there, because he's been so crazy with his... Like, every single time I think he's gonna just chase some guy or not chase some guy, it's always wrong. It's like, oh, he's clearly gonna go for the anti-mage, right? That's a high-value kill. Nope, lets the Wolves go. Diving the tower, he goes in well after the fact, kind of baiting Supreme, making him think he's okay. Matumba's been playing this just insanely well.
Dire are scanning.
You think he's still got something to prove? I wanna get him on an interview and ask him that question, like, because it's hard to say, right? You get kicked from the team, that team goes in, gets second at TI. You join Secret, right? And yes, you are met with great success. You prove you're a fantastic carry, but you don't get the chance to prove it at TI. You know, and I wonder if because of that he's still got this driving force.
I think so, and I hope so, because what he said after...
Radiant structures
wait a minute here.
Fortified.
Era, you're a little bit out of position there, bud.
Yeah, you're in reach of Puppey and Zai, but he's going to turn around, get some good damage now. If Saberlight can Rolling Thunder and catch one of them, gets over the cliff, spots Puppey. Puppey's trapped, nowhere to go to. He's going to keep going and see if he can track down Zai, and sure enough, he does. But his allies aren't really close, and Zai is very tanky, as you mentioned.
This is a trend, by the way, that I want to mention. A lot of people are going for casual cloak.
Yeah.
That's it.
It's super cheap.
Yeah, it's very cheap. You know, going back to Aghanim's Labyrinth.
Uh-huh.
Now we all know how important magic resistance is. It makes you...
I feel like we already knew that lesson, Jenkins.
No.
There's a lot of magic damage in Dota.
We needed the Labyrinth.
Okay.
As
Misha, he's going to swap Era back in. He's certainly dead. But farther up, that is the interesting stuff, because he's trying to chase down Saberlight. Looks like he could almost go for more. That crush has landed. Who knows? Maybe Supreme was going to die as well.
Yeah, man, with I think with just a 1-second crush and amplification on Queen of Pain, I think all the Lycan units legitimately could have killed her. Like, that's how much damage Matumba Man is doing right now.
Yeah, with all that minus armor, for sure. Speaking of minus armor, that makes Roshan a pretty easy bet for Team Secret. Was that Aghanim's being built up next for Zai?
It looks like it. Looks like it.
We still don't have a Battle Fury on our enemies. Jesus.
Yeah,
oh no. He needed to be like having Battle Fury and working like towards that halberd already.
I think so. I think a halberd at this point would be quite nice. He could show up the fights and not instantly die.
Yeah.
Gets a courier.
Yeah, courier kill. Saberlight hops over the cliff with the shield crash. That's easy for him. Era, okay, he does have the Snapfire ultimate coming. Oh no, the cogs! It missed everything up, and he doesn't have his shield crash up, so he's just flat out blocked. Charlie can come in and finish off Era, but now they've used so much, and Secret know it too. That's why Zai and Nisha, they're just looking to chase down these heroes. They're going to catch whoever they can. It's going to be Nisha up first. They're still fighting inside this river, though, and Saberlight, he's going to use another shield crash. Same trick that he did last time. Chain stun, though. Bash up first into a match missile. Didn't have the crush up in time. Zai chasing Saberlight. Saberlight. He's got another swashbuckle coming in. Swap into a bash into a crush that almost landed. Thankfully, the Yules was there, and an avalanche may cover Supreme's retreat as the blink is back up now. Saberlight needs to be able to get away. Another swashbuckle. He's good. Disarmed up Zai, and there goes his Aegis. He don't give a damn. Now he's going to be surrounded by 5 heroes. Ninjas in pajamas form up. A high five. Zai knows he's been got, but hey, look, top lane. That's Matumba Man taking a tier 2 for free.
And you can tell Zai's having fun with this one. He's having so much fun.
You know, you gotta feel good. You're up by 8,000 net worth. You've taken most of the outer towers. You see the Animage's items. You know you've got all the time in the world. And to your point, you said Lycan doesn't usually beat most carries, but with this kind of synergy, right, he's going to extend well into the late game if it ever goes that way.
Absolutely, absolutely. This is something that I think makes Slardar a very value hero right now. You can pick whatever carry you want, instead of just the illusion ones.
Nice cogs, but smooth moves there from Saberlight. Does get there in time to help get a kill.
It's not so easy to play this Pango hero versus Clockwork, actually. Any of these wall creators are kind of annoying. Not much can disrupt that ball, but these are the few spells that can.
Shapeshift, and look at that. Just rips him apart. Saberlight's going to be next. Swashbuckle in a second. A cookie, that might just save him. He gets a spell off, but he dies by killing the melee Necronomicon unit. Oh wait, what did he die from? I guess he just got hit by something big. It looked like the nuke, man, but I guess that's just the Lycan hits.
Yeah, he got smashed.
Will Scepter will let Supreme blink away back to his base, but
I think Zai might have... Oh, no, he needed 2 more hits, I was going to say. He does have a lot of attack speed with, sitting on Agi treads and with the drums.
What's with, is Desolator like just super value right now? We keep on seeing these Desolator pickups on heroes that...
Who's going for Deso? Nisha?
We've got it on Nisha now. We saw it on the Ember Spirit, like he built Deso first earlier.
God, I don't mean to be like a conspiracy theorist, but...
Okay.
I swear to God, this Aghanim's Labyrinth, man. Like, Deso is so good in that. What the hell? I mean, he's a bench carry, right? Like, Actually, it doesn't work on the illusion anymore. So, I don't know. Minus armor, I guess.
Sonic Wave, Zai still surviving through it all, turns around, kills Saberlight. They're just running out of damage on the side of Ninjas and Pajamas. And their Tiny's not getting anywhere. Era's reaching for something to hold on to.
From my stones.
Conspiracy theory.
Look, man, okay?
It's the Aghanim's Labyrinth, man. They're controlling the whole scene.
They are. They really are, man. Aghanim has way more influence than you think.
Liquid fire doesn't melt steel beams, bro.
It does. I've actually checked. I've tried that.
What would be steel in Dota? I couldn't come up with anything.
Clockwork.
Steel armor?
Yeah. Have you ever seen a Jakiro kill a Clockwork? No, Clockwork counters Jakiro. You think that's a coincidence? I don't think there are coincidences in this world.
What do you think? Twin-headed dragon?
Yeah.
Oh, dear. I need to get away from this subject.
Yes, you do.
I don't want to fall into the trap that Slacks did. You're talking about your meat banana, Misha. Run, Misha, run! The fishman cometh.
The fishman leaveth now. That's it. That's all he was interested in. Quick kill and he's out. Did you know sharks can survive for months off of just one feast? Did you know that?
I did not. I feel like I had that information maybe somewhere in the back of my head, but...
I made it up, actually.
Oh, okay.
You believed it.
I did believe it.
That's a PSA.
I mean, I could see them just kind of like, hunkering down. Being able to chill. So you're saying I should be a lot more scared when I go into the ocean, because they're always hungry.
I think they're probably hungry most of the time. I mean, have you tried swimming?
That eyes, Chief.
If I'm swimming, there's almost no fish. Right?
Okay.
And look at this. He enters into the ocean.
You're right. He's always
hungry shark.
Don't stop. So what about there not being any fish in the ocean?
Have you ever been at the beach and you're walking and you step on a fish?
No.
Have you seen a fish in person?
Yes.
How many?
A lot.
Did you actually pull it out of a fishing rod? Like, did you put a fishing rod?
I did once, yes.
Okay. Well, how do you know that there's actually fish in the water and that there wasn't just somebody under there that attached the fish?
Because you can see the fish in the water.
Oh,
you go to any river and you just chill out there.
River? We're talking ocean.
Oh, excuse me.
I've never seen a fish in the ocean.
Snorkeling.
You've done that? So how do you know?
Actually, yes, I have, but I have seen fish in the ocean.
Oh, God damn it.
And maybe I'm just in on the conspiracy.
That's true.
I'm a plant.
He just admitted it. God damn. He's got that full eggs now, so the ocean now comes to him.
True, he summons the ocean.
He does. That's a fun egg.
That's what Aquaman needs. I was wondering, like, what does Aquaman do outside if he's not in water?
Well, those jetpacks that shoot water, why doesn't he just carry one of those?
There you go.
Can he bend water? I've never seen Aquaman.
I don't know.
Is it like Avatar?
No clue.
Not the bad Avatar, the good Avatar.
Yeah. Just does some water bending.
Yeah. I think so. God, Charlie's life it's a sad life for an anti-mage.
You know, I was like, all right, back to the immortal matches. Not going to have to bullshit anymore. Then we get to the series.
Need a lot of bullshitting in this one.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, it's rough.
Someone refill my cup. I don't need water anymore. I need something else.
Poison. That's a nice tree spot. Governor would be very happy about that.
I'm sure Robson is stoked about that. Swap to try and get him out of the base. Surely he's going to die for this, though, right? Just land your shots.
Do you care, though? I mean, they gave the Aegis to Zai, I think, for this reason.
I mean, plus they have the spirits, so let's go.
Yeah, exactly.
Keep going.
Exactly. I mean, he's alive, basically.
Long ship in. Oh, the Avalanche is going to stop him from getting the cogs pushed back, but he didn't have Swashbuckle up anyway. He used it, and that's the moment that they're going to pounce. Anytime Ninja the Pajamas show just the slightest bit of weakness, anytime a spell is on cooldown, anytime they bleed just the slightest amount, Jenkins. The Shark Man, he smells it.
I gotta say, those Necros do noticeably shit damage to buildings, though, because of the hero damage. Now they do hero damage, so that is definitely one thing that Lycan is not
when
great
did that
at.
change?
That was like when he started falling off. That was a big change. Was the Necro got changed, so it does hero damage. So technically now it does more damage to heroes, but it does less damage to buildings and creeps. Yeah, any that's why, you know, like Eidolons will do more damage to towers than Enigma does himself, because hero damage is reduced significantly.
3-man smoke up from Ninjas the Pajamas. Oh dear, that smoke got scanned. Hey, we've got Manta. 24-minute Manta on Anti-Mage.
Yeah, you know what? 12K gold deficit. That's not as bad as last game. There's a okay. This is a start.
Oh, the BKB. Surely they've got enough physical damage. It's the pure damage that'll actually get that kill. Okay, they're still gonna fight without the Lycan though. Secret's gonna come in, and with the double damage on Nisha, I can understand why. Because that poor Queen of Pain, my goodness, just got ripped apart. They do manage to kill the Phoenix as well. So hey, a 2 for 2. Well, 3 for 2. That's the best outcome Ninja the Pajamas has had thus far.
I noticed something kind of interesting in that fight. This is just like the video guy in me.
It's not a conspiracy theory.
No. This is not a conspiracy. Just something I find interesting. I don't necessarily know if this was, you know, I can't see into these players' brains.
Okay.
But Queen of Pain was amplified, blinked out, or sorry, Anti-Mage was amplified, blinked out, and I think Zai could have chased him, but he chose to go and help his carry with the Tiny. Like that to me just speaks to how Secret values. Maybe it's instinct, maybe they talk about it, I don't know. But it speaks to me like how they value staying together as a team in these fights.
Playing around each other as much as possible.
Right, they play around each other instead of going for like the high value kills. They'd rather play around each other than do that.
They're gonna go for Nisha. Oh, the hook shot trying to save him from the Rolling Thunder, but it's only gonna cost Puppy his life as well. The cherry on top for a successful defense from Ninjas the Pajamas once again. They do have Matama Man this time, though, and he's raring to go with a shapeshift BKB. Running at Era. Era's kind of tanky, though. Maybe he's not the target. Maybe nobody's the target.
Yeah, they need that Zai amplification, I think, to kill any of these other heroes. It's basically Snapfire and Pangolier that can die right now without the amplification. These other ones will be a lot easier to kill. Oh, okay, Supreme, that's pretty crazy, man.
Yeah, he just kind of jumped in there, and even the Shivas was actually down for him, Charlie. He goes in, now the Avalanche over the two of them, and Matama Man's in his melee form, so they just have to kind of walk away from him. If they can kite around Zai, they can go for the other heroes. He's going to have to supernova on their high ground here, but they do manage to kill it. Supreme is able to blink away from Zai. Zai, though, in hot pursuit. He's so damn fast that he's going to be able to stop the Sonic Wave from going off as well. Charlie bounces in and out of the team fight as much as possible. Ares going to join him in trying to escape. So it wasn't really worth it for them as that chase only got the Phoenix kill, and now it's going to get Era killed as well. Waiting his fate inside the cog, surrounded by heroes. Eventually he dies. Charlie, you know that Zai's not going to give up just yet. He's got a blink dagger. He's got sprint up. He's got vision of Charlie. But Charlie has a TP scroll.
They just go down mid.
Yeah, might as well.
That's one of those fights where they did split up. I think that's interesting that Secret is, you know, they value staying together, but they're also pretty good at making the choice when they have to split up.
Okay, swapped into an awkward position that gets Nisha killed again. Now, Matama Man, you can finish off these buildings and get out if he wants to. Still got plenty of shapeshift. Zai, though, he's going to go in. He's going to go for Supreme. The Yule Scepter is going to buy a little bit of time here. Really good ultimate coming out from Nisha. If he can land some of these shots on Matama Man, they might just be able to get the kill. The Man Boy, the Sonic Wave, both the ultimates. That's enough to be able to kill the Lycan. Now Puppy's going to be the next target as he's scooching on by the tier 3 with no mana to work with. No real hope of juking here. There's nowhere to hide, Puppy. All I can do is just buy more time.
Just wasting time there. That Hogs was a bit unfortunate. When you have two melee cores with clockwork, it can be kind of sad. Especially when one of them's a Lycan, he's Lycan form, and then the cogs despawn, and all of a sudden he's just a regular person. It's like, uh-oh, I was a dog a few seconds ago. That's always very sad.
Hey, Roshan's up.
Yeah, this is looking okay for NIP, actually. I mean, Charlie's kind of huge. Almost got his AC. Oh, they do not want to give this up.
They buy back for this, and they don't have their Lycan for the fight. So this could end up being really awkward. If Secret take this fight, lose it around the Roshan pit, they're going to go. Nice use of this ultimate here from the Pango to make sure nobody can interrupt and steal away this Aegis. Zai, he gets the two-man crush, but Supreme instantly blinking himself away. Swap back in. The Rolling Thunder, though, stopping Zai a little bit longer. He's going to get on top of Supreme. One hit. That's all he needs.
100 seconds.
There goes Yapzor. He's going to be dead. 100 seconds for Supreme, but if Charlie can carry through this with the help of Era, they just need some disables. Nisha's now dead. Zai burned out of most of his mana, but the targeting on Era, he's going to be fine. All that physical damage of the bash. Thanks to the Corrosive Haze, he's able to get that kill. Charlie gets out with the Aegis, but it's just him. He's got two buybacks available, one from Era, one from Mr. Pangolier.
3v3.
They're going to have to use it here.
Yeah, I
because
think so. It's Megas. I mean, you got to buy back and it's a 3v3.
I think that's Saberlight's waiting for the initiation from Era.
He's got 15 seconds at this point. Okay, he has to buy back.
I don't know if you could wait any longer. The BKB is going to go off from Matama Man. Saberlight in there. Charlie starts targeting Matama Man, fighting up against that BKB. He's getting burned out of most of his mana. Good Cogs push back there. Using the clumsy net to hold Matama Man in place, but now maybe Charlie's gone in a bit too deep. It still has his Aegis intact, though. That's going to be life number 1. Zai just running a Saberlight here. Era, he has that avalanche, and it looks like Zai just kind of goes in to, I guess, keep everybody from chasing his team.
His Lycan has no ult, no BKB. He has to make that space. I like that call. Like, it looks really silly. It looks really dumb, but 100% that was the call. It's like, I'm just going to go in and feed.
Yeah.
So my Lycan can get out.
Everything for Matama Man at this point.
Yep.
Ninjas of Pajamas. They are on a thin razor edge here, but there is hope. They are beginning to kind of win some fights here.
They really need that Abyssal on Anti-Mage, I think. That's really when he can start solo killing people, maybe 1v5.
Yeah.
That's about what they have to wait for. He's far away from it, though. That AC is necessary, otherwise he just feeds in every fight. Imagine being an Agi hero, incredibly good Agi gain, and you still need to get an AC because there's so much minus armor on the enemy team. That feels bad. Snapfire even picking up a medallion.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, that's
too bad that Abyssal Blade is a long ways away. Supreme with the Shivas. He
blinked in.
Just kind of pushes him away because, yeah, he needed that extra timing with the blink, right?
Does Supreme have an Ags? I don't think he has an Ags, right?
No.
Just that's just a regular ult. Unfortunate. Yeah, okay. Yeah, just got so many armor items. Going for a third item Orchid is not so fun.
What do you think the intention is for that? Is he just wanting to target the Phoenix?
Yeah,
like,
good at blowing up the Phoenix. Lycan's got a BKB. I mean, Orchid's useless against Zai. It'll build into an eventual Bloodthorn. If you can get an Abyssal Blade on Anti-Mage and Bloodthorn somebody, they will die.
This is the really scary part here because Ninjas of Pajamas, they can win this next fight and still be losing to Vegas.
This is true. This is true. If it was old Lycan, it would be a lot scarier. Once again, going back to the damage on towers that the units used to do.
Yeah.
He could just shred your base. Not so much anymore, but you know, you've got the Venge on top of that too. This is a great tower hitter, especially with the Desolator.
And gonna get their 2 different high ground wards here. 2 different sides, and Ninjas of Pajamas, they're gonna push through that with their smoke. Now the smoke hasn't broken just yet, but as soon as it does, they're gonna be underneath a ward. Saberlight has spotted. Zai misses with the swashbuckle, and Secret just full retreat real quick. Even though they had the vision there, they didn't feel comfortable taking that fight, probably because the TD there on Charlie.
Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. He's actually going for a butterfly on Charlie, so he's really valuing just staying alive in this game. But like you said, he can stay alive, and maybe they still lose the game just because of the tower push that they have. I mean, it's 1 set of racks that we need to get, that's all.
Saberlight in his build, also going Abyssal Blade, but he goes for the Vanguard first rather than control the Basher with his swashbuckle because he's like, I'm just dying so quickly in these fights. I get Corrosive Haze, you know, Necronomicon minions start running at me.
You know, if he's got nags, maybe it's a different story. Going for that Basher first would be the play, but he doesn't, you know, he's not going to get a swashbuckle. He's going to get 1 swashbuckle off and then his ult, and then he's probably going to die.
All right, everybody's getting a lot of items here. We had the level 20 on the Slardar, which is an extra -4 armor.
Oh, yeah.
He also has a halberd now. You saw some BKBs coming in. I think Venge has her BKB.
God, the nice thing about this build on Slardar, when you go for halberd Ags, you don't need a BKB. You just have so much status resist.
Zai just blindly jumping in, misses his initiation. He's going to be Orchided here. Thinking about the Rolling Thunder.
It doesn't do anything.
Yeah, with that Aghanim Scepter, he could just kind of force fights around himself.
Yeah.
And he knows he'll survive for quite some time.
I think Puppy's got a, I think Puppy's got a halberd as well. He's got Glimmer Halberd. They have 3 halberds. Look at that.
Yeah, dude.
3 halberds.
Like, what does an Animage do?
Oh, Charlie, you have so much weight on your shoulders, my friend.
Yeah, like he has to, like, the damage is entirely on him.
It is.
To actually finish people off. And he's just going to be disabled for like 15 seconds in every fight. Real good.
Zai's caught him. Does he have the Manta? Oh, he does have the Manta, okay.
Gets rid of that Corrosive Haze. Got to disappear into the trees.
I think Matumba popped ulti. He looks like he's running pretty speedy on the map.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. Just trying to hunt them down. It's not bad to use it at level 20, though. You've got the cooldown reduction, and you've got the duration, so...
Yeah, it's not like, I'm not sure if Ninja Jam is really going to try and take advantage of this timing. Nisha, they actually get the initiation on the Sonic Wave. It's almost enough, but a BKB, he's surviving through this magic damage. Charlie has to commit 1 more blink to go in, but he actually doesn't get him. He gets smashed up, but holy shit! He just lost all of his HP so quickly, but he still managed to get out. A Rolling Thunder on through, protects Supreme as well. Saberlight stuck here for now as he TP's out. They actually got everyone out. Well, I say that, maybe spoke a little bit too soon. No, Charlie's good.
Dude, how clenched do you think Charlie's anus was? So clenched.
Jenkins, this is not the time to be talking about your anal fixation again. Jesus.
No fixation. What? Don't put that out there. Don't put that out there.
32-25, and Ninjas of Pajamas are holding on. Fingernails dug deep.
Oh boy, he died so quickly. Actually, that was nuts. Did end up killing Nisha though, but he seems like he just wants to die. He is okay with death.
He's true. Nope. Puppy says, that's mine.
Like an ultimate.
Man's going to pop his ultimate. There's a lot of people outside of the base, nowhere close. Zai is going to start leading the charge here, trying to get the Corrosive Haze. Charlie's going to remove that with his Manta. As he fights back against Matumman, he's doing so well against him, too. Chase down, Shiva's going off. Supreme does have the Corrosive Haze, but there's not a whole lot of physical damage behind it anymore with Matumman on the retreat. It's just Zai, but they're ignoring him at this point in time, but they have to run away from the Supernova here. Swashbuckle over the side, still going to be hit by this stun. They're going to go for this Pango, it looks like, inside the river. Looks like Misha's already dead. Swap back in, but Charlie goes the other direction now, but he still has a Corrosive Haze on him. Another blink up in a second. Can Zai get the hit in? No. No crush, but he still has his Blink Dagger coming in soon. He opts not to chase. Better to sit around this Roshan pit. We've got potential spawn time has started. It's going to be up in 1 minute.
Yeah, they have full control of this thing. I think it's going to be really difficult for NIP to fight in the river. Like, normally I would say Pango is really great at fighting in the river, but against a Clockwork and a Phoenix, I mean, there's good fighting on Secret, but it's more so like the Clockwork can just disrupt the big ball in that normally Pango would be good.
Okay, he does have his BKB coming up, but it may be too late. He's already been tossed up in the air, takes a good amount of damage. Now he just needs the physical damage of the AM, but he has to blink away every single time. He's so scared of Zai. Zai now going to be able to hunt down Saberlight. Up next, the Pangolier. Is he going to be able to swashbuckle away? Gets a little bit of distance, takes the Force Staff. Rolling Thunder's back in on them. Stuns up Zai for a little bit. Era. Puppey actually went in. They managed to finish up Era. Era went down.
Oh, Charlie's in!
Oh, Charlie! That Midas Armor was too much. He thought he could get offensive, and now he doesn't have buyback. Ninjas in Pajamas, they were holding on, but without their primary carry, it looks like all hope is lost for this game, too. He's short 1,700 gold.
Just need about 12 bounties, and he'll be good.
Okay. Well, Supreme, he's going to have to do it by himself here, but
Look at Zai,
the water,
just
man.
1v3 diving.
It just makes Zai look unkillable. They have a glyph, a little bit of time. Magic Missile into an Abyssal Blades. Now it's going to be the Pangolier. One buyback. That's for Supreme, but he can't even kill the supports, man. Nice swap back into the cogs. Just a little bit of extra style and class there from Nisha as they finally do take this. Game 2, Ninjas in Pajamas, they held on a little bit better than they did in Game 1, but the outcome, well, kind of felt like it was always going to be the same, Jenkins, and we saw that in that Dota Plus, 5% chance for Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, the minus armor strat versus Queen of Pain anti-mage, that definitely didn't help NIP's cause. I think they're already up against a Goliath, and I think draft-wise, they also struggled a bit in that particular game. So, odds were stacked against them.
Well, in Game 1, it was a little bit boring, but we did have a fantastic panel afterwards. It was hilarious.
Yeah, I remember that.
Game 2, a little bit more entertaining, so I expect our panel is going to do the same and be even better than they did before. Over to Sheever, Slacks, and Kyle.
Thank you. Indeed, that game was a lot more exciting. Definitely made Secret work for it there, NIP did. We're going to talk a little bit about the game this time round, because it was a very exciting game, and I really liked seeing the anti-mage first phase picked by Ninjas in Pajamas this time around, and it almost worked.
It almost worked. I love the initiative they took.
Yeah.
Look at what Secret did in the first game. They kicked our ass, right? Let's just do what they did.
But you're trying to do what Secret did. I'm sorry to be a party pooper, but saying it almost worked is a little bit of an overstatement. They weren't completely crushed horrifically.
Yeah.
I mean, they did what they could, and it was a fight at least, which is great to see. Yeah. But the biggest oversight, and I'm not going to do some kind of stupid rich joke, was giving Matumba Man Lycan.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't. That's why it's impossible to play against Secret. I mean, there's so many clutch heroes, and then you got a Matumba Lycan. What hope do you have?
You just never know what they're going to do. Like their strategies, their drafting. It's secretive.
Was that even a joke, or was that just a sentence?
That was.
Look, man, I'm out of gas. Okay.
Jeez.
That was grasping for.
I'm not ready for this.
You're so out of gas. You're a Tesla. That was awful. Just kidding. But no, I mean honestly, looking in that draft there, it's not even that they're unpredictable. There's just a lot of options. I mean, you first pick the anti-mage, which was by far the biggest problem, as we saw. You try to make it work, but I mean, I don't want to be this guy. There's a bit of a difference between the Charlie anti-mage and the Matumba Man anti-mage in that game.
Now, I do want to point out that in Secret's side, they did go for 3 Heaven's Halberds because they wanted to deal with the anti-mage. You know, they recognized that an anti-mage, doesn't matter who plays it, might be a threat. Charlie's anti-mage was a little bit of a threat. They got 3 Heaven's Halberds.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
I mean, can we talk about that item in general? You're playing anti-mage, you grab Heaven's Halberd, because then you can fight anyone. You're playing against anti-mage, you grab Heaven's Halberd. Seems like a problem.
It's funny because it took a while, but I've been saying it's broken for like a year and a half.
Oh! A year and a half. Wow.
Here's the thing. It's one of few items left. Ice Frog continuously nerfs items that have this characteristic, but it's no recipe. It's just 2 components, both of which are good, and then you add them together, but you get more stats, more evasion, and an active disarm that's incredibly strong. Especially against heroes like AM that want to blink in and immediately output damage, but disarmed. So now you're just worthless. You're just standing there. You're not a hero that can just kind of exist in a team fight, especially when you're getting beat on by the Slardar of Zai, who pretty stand out. They dumpstered top lane so hard. AM didn't get a CS until almost 2 minutes into the game.
No. It was 2:02, I think, when he got his first CS. I think I wrote it down.
I mean, Slardar already is such a dominant, just massive damage dealer, and then in a game like that with Zai behind the wheel, he legitimately was just diving 3 people, just be like, okay, let's go. You guys are too scared. But yeah, just fantastic game overall. It was good to see some fight in NIP though.
Yeah.
And again, this is probably a favor for the entire tournament. If they could put up a fight, that's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
A game win would have been better, but a fight's okay.
Yeah, this was the 3rd series that Ninjas in Pajamas played, and they have not pulled out a series yet.
Yep. And Secret did take out Liquid last week in arguably our best series so far in the tournament, 2-1. And I would be very surprised if any squad other than OG in this Group B would be able to take down Secret now that Liquid's out of the way.
Yeah, it was just an uphill battle. Happy they were able to pull something out there. I did want to give an honorable mention to Supreme's Queen of Pain. It's a signature hero. He showed this game why. It was a treat to watch. He was on top of the net worth for his team for quite a while.
Well, that was a little caveat
but there was one person that was ahead of him.
Kyle, best captain Complexity Gaming has ever had. Thanks, Steve. I agree.
You ruined my segue because the one person that was on top of the net worth, I think the entire game, was Matuma Man, who we can speak to right now. Hey, Matu, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing good.
Yeah,
awesome.
Congratulations on that win, first of all. And normally we go very in-depth, theoretical questions. How was this game of Dota 2? How hard was it? But I just want to know how you're doing in this current situation. It's been quite the adjustment over the last few months from your previous lifestyle. How are you, Matu?
I'm alright. I have some facial hair growing right now in these troublesome Corona times. Had a nice vacation, came back to play some Dota. Yesterday I felt for the first time I'm kind of catching up to my old self, past 2 months ago when I was playing really good, but now I'm starting to feel it again. I was quite lost in the first weeks after the vacation.
What did you do on the vacation? Tell us about your boat.
I mean, we already had this conversation with you.
It hasn't aired yet, though. Nobody knows.
I mean, I went sailing quite a bit for 2 weeks. It was good times. Drank some rum, all that good shit.
2 weeks?
I don't know.
That's why he's a pirate. That's the whole explanation. He's got a sailboat.
He's
got
a sea captain. Remember,
pirate.
4 anchors and a sea captain.
Yes, Admiral Kunkka is not a pirate. He's an admiral. He's just a man at sea who enjoys rum. He's not a pirate, right, Matama Man? You're not a pirate. You wouldn't hurt anyone.
Well, don't tell that to NIP.
I will.
He's not answering. But
all right, let's get to the next part.
Great interview. Matu, how's it feel to be back on the signature Lycan? That must have been fun for you. I know back in the Manila Major, you told us that was your favorite hero to play. Let that go through. Are you still just as happy as you were back then, 3 years ago, I think now, to play that Lycan?
I mean, it turned out to be pretty easy. I didn't play him I played 1 game after my vacation, and the Lycan pick itself was actually a random pick. We ran out of time.
No!
We were supposed to pick Lycan, and then the Lycans just popped on the screen. I was like, oh, we actually got a decent hero.
Wait.
Is that serious? Was that a random?
Puppy.
That was a random pick.
Yeah, we randomed the Lycan. Yeah, that was completely random pick.
Shit,
super
how much
lucky,
more
to be
luck do you
honest.
assholes
Yeah,
need? I mean,
No, dude, hang on. But Matu, what you didn't hear was BSJ loving that Lycan pick and talking about how amazing of a move that was.
This
Damn,
is depressing.
I mean, good analysis, guys. It's impressive from BSJ especially. For sure. It's something like a 100 in 10 chance to get it. Maybe a bit less because Puros were banned.
Well, that's fascinating.
Great. I actually, really happy with this little bit of information. Any other random heroes during today's games?
No, I mean, this was the first time for our team randoming a hero. It just kind of blundered it, but, you know, it happens. Even for people at TI.
Yeah, it's true. Shout out to our boy Insania. I do have one final question, if I may. You seem like a very... Did you say no? Or did you say... Sorry. Anyway.
If you did, we don't care. Silence.
Here's the question.
You're a worldly guy. You've traveled a lot. Yeah, you spent 2 weeks on a boat alone.
Why is he alone?
He had friends.
Oh, he had friends. Okay, sorry. I just assumed from the beard. So... Can I show you a cut and you can tell me if it's infected?
All right, I will show you a different cut.
All right, sorry.
Cutting slacks from the panel right now. Thank you, Matu.
He said go for it.
What is? Can you actually see us, Matu?
We can't show that on Twitch. You can't show
see
an
us.
open wound on Twitch.
I don't think we can show it.
I'll show you it later, Matu.
But yeah, check your DMs.
No big deal, all right?
I'll slide into those DMs and show you my dope cut.
All right, thank you for your time, Matu, and we hope to see you playing again very soon.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Matu.
Thanks, Matu. Indeed. And with Matu leaving us, it means that Team Secret and Ninjas in Pajamas, that series is behind us completely, which means we can focus on the next series, for which you need to get out, Slacks, out of that chair into a different chair. We'll be right back with EG versus Nigma.
Woo! Thought it'd cut faster.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Omega League.
The Omega League Immortal Division blockbuster of the day. We have Nigma taking on EG today. I'm here with Capitalist and Kyle to talk about what it means for these two teams facing each other. What did you just show him? You want to share with the room?
No. It's me. Oh. I don't know why it's just a picture of me and Jenkins. What do you guys do up here? Do you guys have any? Is there anything good on here?
I'm just saying, don't switch through the tabs. I have no idea what.
I want to point out that we have 2 minutes before draft starts.
Okay.
So anything you want to say about EG and Nigma is appreciated.
EG versus Nigma, a rematch of the series they played at TI8 in the lower bracket finals. Only this time it's even more epic because it's Omega League. This could very well decide the #1 team in their group. And I personally know who I'm rooting for. Cap?
Well, don't leave us in suspense. Who are you rooting for?
I wanted to get your input first. We only have 2 minutes.
Okay.
No pressure.
I'm not going to lie. Like, I came on here. I like, from my information, sitting there at the casting desk and watching you guys, I understood that you guys didn't talk about the teams at all.
A little bit.
Well, we're trying
like
to build
to do
storylines, Cap. We're professionals.
I don't think that's what you guys have been doing. From what I've been watching.
To be fair, we were talking about Ninjas in Pajamas versus Secret. And now we have EG for
Oh, okay. So the quality of the teams determines how serious we're going to be about that.
It actually does. Did you not notice Slack's casting yesterday?
Okay. So now that we've got real teams, we'll actually talk about Dota.
Well, all the teams in this tournament.
When was the last time they matched up against each other?
TI.
It was actually forever ago because EG has only played NA tournaments before this.
Yeah.
And Nigma basically skipped the whole first half year and then didn't qualify for things.
Who did EG lose to at TI9 in the lower bracket? I thought it was Nigma again, but I could be mistaken.
I did not write that
I don't
down
think
this
they dropped to LG. No, they dropped to LG. No.
We'll figure that.
Nigma beat Secret, I know, and then they also beat LGD in the lower bracket final. I think they beat EG in the middle there. I could be wrong. I'm probably wrong.
Yeah, EG they won their first match in the upper bracket.
Yeah, but they lost. So they were in the bottom.
The second round.
I think they lost to Nigma. You know what?
That might be it.
Pay no attention to me. Let me ask.
I don't know if we have time for
the
that.
mythical wizard.
You can
well,
check.
I showed up here in short notice.
Yes.
Filling in for Mr. Fogden. All I know is that Phoenix is really good for both these teams.
Yes.
I think EG has like 100%
you were going to be
win
on
rate
this
with
panel
6
the
games.
whole time.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, you were.
I was supposed to be done.
No, Fox.
I was supposed to be gone.
No, but Fox was going to cast.
Either way, I wasn't supposed to be here.
I have written you down.
I was right.
As if you were here all along.
No, I was only doing the first few
This
series.
is a rematch. The last time these teams played was in the round of 6 at TI, and Nigma won 2-0. But they were liquid at the time. But I knew it. I told you.
Good job.
So that's...
I never doubted you.
Yeah, but also, wasn't it a little bit of a different squad?
How so?
Not Nigma, EG.
Of course, they're using GPK instead of Abed. Different mid superstar. Although funny enough, EG they follow the same archetype. It's like where in the world is the most high skilled teenager?
Well,
let's put him on our team.
Am I a year late? Wasn't Ramsey still wasn't VP still a thing?
Yes.
So yeah, okay, so yeah. I was like thinking a year in between somewhere.
Yeah.
But
I will say it's pretty badass though that this is actually happening. Big shouts to EG. I'm a little salty. They did abandon North America. I guess I did the same thing. So, but whatever. But hey, they're playing in Europe, and now we actually get some interregional play. I'm really excited to see how they stack up again using GPK.
Yeah, I'm excited to see more of GPK because I feel like I've been promised by a bunch of pro players. They're like, "Oh, this guy's the real deal. He's the new shit. He's going to be the new king." And well, he was kind of on a roster that never really lived up to any of that with Gambit. So
yeah, but it was also such an unfortunate circumstance that, I mean, he was the center of the drama in CIS.
Yes, everyone wanted GBK.
Everyone, and he didn't realize there was such a thing called contracts. So now he does. He learned the hard way.
See, that's why you just don't do contracts in esports. That's the name.
I don't sign anything, and if I do, I sign a fake name, so it's not legally enforceable.
I don't think you should be saying this in public. Because now it proves that you knew this and you can be sued for fraud.
Let's be real. Have you ever signed a contract? I don't think in my 9 years in esports, I've ever signed a contract after the thing that I would need the contract for is finished.
No. I have signed contracts before. Yes.
Yeah, I've signed multiple contracts, Kyle.
All right.
But then again, I know how you do things, so I'm not terribly surprised.
All right, guys, you've had your time to talk about this hype
Yeah, it was
series,
really good.
EG versus Nigma. Now it's time to hear a couple of smart people talk about this and Slack.
Thank God.
Draft is beginning. Oh my god, the draft is beginning. Do you guys have any audio? I don't.
I don't have anything.
That's a fucking Doom!
I heard something.
I hear nothing. You guys hear things?
Damn, look at that Doom, man. Looks amazing.
Damn, they're looking at the center.
Warlock.
Welcome! Welcome to the draft panel. I am here with our wonderful panel, the Emperor of the Colosseum. We've gathered the heroes, and with me are two powerful, wonderful lords of the arena, Lizard and Banana Slamajama. Begin the draft discussion.
Begin fast. Begin, man. I'm scared. Begin.
Yeah, so far we have a Rubik and a Mag versus the Doom Warlock. So I would say I'm giving it a little bit of favor to the Doom team already. The Warlock, a nice counter initiation against the Mag team fight. Doom is broken. Rubik steals Doom. If he can get the Doom, maybe that'll put him on even footing. What do you think so far?
A bunch of good spells to steal. You can steal Fatal Bonds, you can steal the Rock, the Doom from the Doom overall.
Oh,
It looks like a pretty solid Rubik game. Have we seen a Darkseer banned out? Not yet. I wouldn't mind seeing Darkseer at all for either one of these two teams, especially versus the Doom. It can be really cool. Might be banned out though in the next banning stage.
With the Magnus on the team, it makes their jobs quite difficult, does it not? To be unpredictable.
Yeah, the Magnus can. The Magnus can be very unpredictable, evil geniuses. They are the team that figured out the Magnus meta. They're one of the first ones that we have seen here in the Omega League successfully counter it. Most likely with that Winter Wyvern that they did before. Maybe they'll ban out something similar here. But unpredictable, that's what you said. It can go offlane, it can be on the mid lane as well. It's a little bit of a flex pick. But Team Nigma banning out that Naga, do they want a TB or do they just don't want to play against it?
Yeah, Arteezy Naga Siren is nothing to... I would want to face personally. Say something similar to this panel. And I would say Magnus does lead to a bit of predictability, but since when has EG not been predictable in the draft? You know what I'm saying, Lizard?
I see. Can be said, some similar things can be said about Team Nigma because Batrider has been banned out, and when you're thinking about you're thinking about a guy that destroys your draft with his heroes.
Yeah.
Either the Pugna, either your Bat, or perhaps a Wind Ranger. He just makes your game harder. That's what he specializes at. And I would say that Nigma are the best team when it comes to that. Just destroying your draft. Who cares if our draft has a lot of synergy?
If it's functional.
If it's functional, we'll make it work as long as we counter you completely. we'll see if Evil Geniuses go towards that route of banning out a couple of more heroes from We. Slark banned out as well. So it's interesting, when you have this Magnus, I'm surprised that Team Nigma isn't really focusing those heroes that benefit a lot from Empower. Slark is kind of fine, but he's not really it, right?
Yeah, Slark in this meta is a little bit mediocre, especially against the Doom. I don't know. I'm curious why they're banning the heroes they are. Maybe they've seen some of it in scrims. Maybe whatever they're about to pick could have some issues against these heroes. I do know all three of these heroes were did counter Bat, but I was surprised they still spanned the Slark after the Bat ban.
Yeah,
right. I thought the Bat ban was pretty reasonable after the Void and Naga picks or spans, excuse me. But there are a few options left. I'd say something like Troll comes to mind to go with the mag, but I think for any of these heroes that come to mind, I would want a support that helps me maybe sustain a bit, maybe a save somewhere, either in the off lane or mid, like a Legion or in a Batten, just some hero that helps me tank through that Doom, because all the heroes that are banned out are ones that are either hard to Doom or can at least function decently when they are doomed.
I cannot see the ban screen, for my thing is over my eyes, but what do you think of Phantom Assassin with a Magnus in this meta?
It's definitely one of those classic pickups, PA plus mag, but usually if I see that picked up, it's versus some very late game oriented carries such as anti-mages, which is still in the pool, might be picked up by either one of these teams. And maybe a PA as a response, but I don't like it that much.
I think it gives Doom pretty much a free lane, and then it also can't stand to get doomed. So I would be very surprised if they picked Phantom Assassin.
If you go for that route eventually, just gives you more and more things that Doom can do in the game.
And Clockwork, really good at disrupting the Doom. One of the hardest heroes for Doom to play against because he has that 2.0 base attack time. Takes him forever to destroy the cogs. And also pretty decent at catching the Warlock in the back before he's able to throw out his Golem. He also is just very disruptive and causes fights to be chaotic in a way that Warlock doesn't really like.
He doesn't like fights to be chaotic?
Unless he's offering his chaotic... I try to play...
continue this horrifically bad attempt. Especially not for my son.
There you go.
My beautiful boy. Put your staff on the ground one more time. Do it. Do it!
Sorry for interrupting you, Senator. We have Winter Wyvern picked up by Team Nigma. It's what Evil Geniuses have done versus the Magnus as well. So Team Nigma kind of taking that away from them. However, I'm not a big fan of these two supports now. If they are both supports, like you have the Winter Wyvern and the Warlock. You don't really have strong lanes here, but I suppose Winter Wyvern plus the Doom can be pretty good, right?
Yeah, I think the idea is it's a support that kind of ruins the RP. You can either Cold Embrace one target that gets RP'd, or just even Winter's Curse the mag right after he RPs, because even if somebody else tries to go in and follow up the RP, they get sucked into the curse as well, and you don't die to Clockwork Cogs. So it kind of goes hand in hand there. I think it's like pretty reliable counter initiation.
Damn, they go with the
I'm
TB.
Not a big fan of Terrorblade here, especially against Wyvern. I think
and the Warlock.
Yeah, I'm thinking of all the carries left in the pool. They banned out the Morph. They banned out the Bat Rider. So Terrorblade, a couple of his really bad matchups are taken out. But by no means does that mean I'm excited about the Terrorblade. It is Arteezy Terrorblade. If anybody's gonna make it work, it's him for sure.
So are you saying that you're betting against your own region?
I feel like this
Slammer Jammer?
I feel like I've been doing that this entire broadcast throughout the course of this league.
What has happened?
It's treason then, is it?
There you go.
Yes.
Anti-Mage.
Very good.
This is even weirder. They just picked Anti-Mage into Terrorblade. This kind of shows the Tier 1 teams don't give a rat's ass about one-to-one matchups sometimes. Like, we see the Terrorblade into Wyvern, not ideal. We see Anti-Mage into Terrorblade, not ideal, but if it's good against the other heroes and goes well with your lineup, I do think they needed a hard one with Team Nigma here. That's just the way they play and the way they're kind of setting up for with these Warlock Wyvern supports.
Very interesting. They also banned out the Ember. They picked up the AM. Overall, Darkseer also isn't banned out, so if you're Team Nigma, you don't care that much. Even if they pick Darkseer, it's going to be Darkseer clock lane, which isn't really that scary for an AM. With the Warlock, you can always have enough sustain as long as Warlock isn't being picked off constantly. Evil Genius says, yeah, they're just banning V's heroes that he has played recently. It's the Pugna, it's the Batrider,
with the TB.
Versus TB now. If you look at Team Nigma's bans, they banned out the Ember, which would be kind of neat for them. They need that playmaking hero, plus the hero that deals well with the TB. What else remains? There's Zeus still in the pool, which is kind of neat.
So passive. I would hate
Very
if they
passive.
picked another passive hero.
Does Lina work here? Is that an option? If Mag is mid, if you consider that he is mid, then you can dumpster him in the laning stage. But
they don't know this yet, right? 'Cause
Exactly.
they have to pick first.
Just go with the Wind Ranger again.
Yeah, I'm expecting the Wind Ranger, but I'm trying to theorycraft something else. Lina goes pretty decently with Wyvern, just because the LSA setup. Almost always get a 2 or 3 person LSA.
No, there's this small problem for Lina is that you're playing versus a Clockwork who gets on top very easily. It can be problematic, but
I would hope it's something quite unique here, because other than Wind Ranger, nothing else comes to mind.
The problem is your tower and objective pushing capabilities are very low early on as well, right? Like you literally don't have them. It's they're not low. You don't have them. They go with the Void Spirit. So basically, they needed a hero that's going to make space for them and play make early on for this anti-mage to come online later on. Void Spirit fits that role. He can itemize a little bit versus TB with something, let's say, like Agnim's Shivas, which is pretty neat.
Team Nigma, for me, is one of the hardest teams to ever analyze. I feel like they're kind of on the tier of Secret, where the way they draft is so unique to them, and so, like, it's just so odd. I don't really have a better description for Team Nigma's way of drafting. That, for me, if I saw this from a tier 3 team, I would flame the crap out of Team Nigma's draft.
Okay, so I have seen Void Spirit win versus Magnus mid as well. Like, you can take that lane.
Yeah.
At first, when I saw that matchup, I thought, okay, Magnus, he dominates this. He's going to just trash it. However, I've seen a lot of Void Spirits take it, so maybe that's also the reason.
Oh my god. Look at that webcam. He has truly embraced the dark side, that dark room. Goodness, continue your point, boy. Sorry, I interrupted you.
You had to capitalize on that moment.
It's fine, I understand.
To say it. Beastmaster, analyze him now.
With the roundup of their draft with this Beastmaster, I just like the way they went, and this Beastmaster gives them some extra tower pushing capabilities, gives you some extra lockdown as well. Overall, I like EG's draft, I have to say. Nigma, as you said, they are a little bit difficult to read, but I like EG's.
This game's 100% on GH, I think. This is like the potentially best Wyvern game I've seen in history. It crushes Beastmaster, crushes Terrorblade, crushes Mag, but there's a lot of weight on the one support's shoulders, and I have to believe EG is favorite here. Yes.
Is that a no, boy? You'll go for the Nigma, and you, Lizard?
I'll go with the EG as well.
With them to win?
Yes.
I misheard you, but that makes perfect sense, yes. Well, the drafts are over. The warriors are in the arena, and the time has come for battle. Soon we shall send it over to the casting duo that I have forgotten. Away and begin the fight!
Yeah, thanks for that, Slacks. Yeah, looking forward to this one. EG versus Nigma best of 3. I'm Eddie Pixel here with Lacoste. We just heard sort of what the panelists had to say. They seem to sort of be a fan with the way that EG rounded this draft up. They do have this very strong push, the Terrorblade, Beastmaster, Nigma. They've got a lot of team fight, though, and they're going to put the weight on the anti-mage's shoulders. Do you like this, Lacoste? Who are you a fan of here?
They have Warlock and Winter Wyvern as their 2 supports, which is a lot of team fight, but these 2 supports can't really make any kind of like aggressive rotation. GH in a lot of trouble.
There he is. Fly's chasing down with the battery assault. Weehar's going to come over, start to tank some of the procs there from Fly. will be able to keep the Wyverns safe as Weehaw and Mind Control push them away.
Already forcing him to use a flask. Yeah, when you have Doom in your team, you need to have a good catch. Like, you need to have stuns, you need to have slows, and I don't think they have enough. Like, I feel like EG's lineup is very good in disengaging. Like, Rubik's gonna have a great time. Clockwork as well against the Warlock, finding him in the back lines, you know, just stopping either a upheaval or trying to force him to use a golem defensively.
We'll see. Mind Control was able to get in and grab the bounty rune. May pay with his life first. Flying Crit look to chase him, and that'll get him first blood for EG. As Fly finishes off Mind Control with the battery assault, they'll also be able to do a fair bit of damage to GH, pushing him back here. As GH, right back underneath the tower, will live, but a lot of damage done. So they get the bounty rune, but they give up first blood down there, and also take a lot of harassment from this lane of EG.
EG, they put the Terrorblade on the bottom lane. They wanted to have TB against the AM, burn his mana with the Reflection, but seems like Nigma, they already knew what the plan is. Anti-Mage is now on top with the Warlock. There's going to be a lot of sustain, healing up coming out from him, but this is what I like to see. And once again, RMN, their coach, standing in, since Kuroki's not playing right now. Man, I've been really impressed the way RMN played in the last month.
Yeah, we saw the series the other day. He had some insane performance, at least on one of the games on his Disruptor. His positioning was sort of impeccable throughout the game, and you know, great that he's playing a hero like Warlock, another hero that your positioning is very important. If you're able to sit back and find a way to get off the big upheavals, and of course just at the end of the team fight, just being able to survive, always get your ultimate off, it's going to make all the difference. So eyes on RMN to see what he's able to pull out this game on the Warlock.
Mind Control, even though he died for the first blood, has 5 CS, already managed to eat 1 creep, some extra gold coming out for him. Once TB uses meta, like he is the strongest hero in the game, and you need to just back off until it's gone.
That's a nice combo here with the clock, just having the battery assault to keep them in range that little longer for Arteezy to get the extra hits in. And as you say, they really do have to abuse that timing when he has got the meta up. Because when it's down and levels start to come up for GH and Mind Control, they are going to have ways to sort of spam back at the Terrorblade down here on this bottom lane.
Yeah, these two teams have not played since Dream League in the January. Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
I mean, we've been...
It's quite a while ago.
Considering they're from the pretty much same region. We have European team Nigma, we have CIS team EG, they have Comrade Ramses, Comrade GPK, and Comrade Babayev.
That's all coming together for them here in the home region.
Yep, 3 out of 5.
I'm talking about GPK on the Magnus this game in the mid lane, something that he used to be very well known for. His mid mag certainly something to see, and he's up against Weehaw here at the moment in the lane. 6 for 1, 5 for 2. Magnus obviously having that hefty hit, but Weehaw is the Void Spirit with some very nice spells, such as the Pulse in lane to secure him the CS. Should continue to see the trade between the two. Would be very surprised if we see one of them get a solo kill, but you never know. These teams and these sort of players, both Weehaw and GPK, also known for liking and wanting to play as aggressively as possible in that mid lane. Bottom lane, Arteezy taking a lot of damage, and with that split blast, whoa, GH is going to do it. He's got him first, well not second blood of course, but the first kill for Nigma coming out of that bottom lane as they push Arteezy out of it.
Whenever there's no meta, like TB needs to be careful. You're paired up with the Clockwork because you're position 5. Yeah, you deal a lot of damage and you have a ton of kill potential when the meta is up, but when it's not, like these two supports, the support is going to get level 3, so 2 points in Splinter's Blast, and Doom, like Doom is a no joke. Like there's a reason why this hero has been banned out most of the time.
Yeah, an incredibly strong hero. Looking at the top lane CS, we're seeing Ramses 14 for 4. As Miracle 12 and 0, they are going to punch into him there as Miracle did jump in aggressively onto Crit. RMN's able to keep Miracle safe though with the Shadow Word, keep him sustained and in the lane. Still with 4 tangos to go as Miracle chomps on the 4th. So nobody really getting entirely zoned out of lane. I think as you drew upon, definitely the roughest lane that's going to get harder as it goes on is going to be that bottom lane for Arteezy, where the pressure is really going to be applied to that Terrorblade.
If he dies one more time, he just swaps out of that lane.
Wait, where'd you go, top or you just go jungle?
He goes top. Tries to make stuff happen, you know, see how it is, and then fall back to where he feels most comfortable in the jungle. Like, he's level 2 right now.
Fly He's going to come across and see if he can start playing around with GH. GH is making it hard for Fly to really get on top of him. He knows if he gets him trapped here, GH is always going to be able to fly out with the Arctic Burn, and off he goes.
Yeah, that's how you counter Fly, with the Fly.
Some big brain moves here from GH. Whilst this is happening, making space for Mind Control to hold the lane nice and close to the tower down here, Nigma. And Mind Control getting all the farm because of it.
Meta is ready. But look at Clockwork. He's trying to make a rotation, just secure the rune for his mid laner. We see Crit trying to do the same thing. Oh, Regen. He's not going to get much value out of it, but he bottled it. Never mind.
Yeah, Weehaw was able to grab it with the bottle just in time. He's going to turn and try and take down Crit. GPK comes over to stop Weehaw from focusing Crit any further, as Weehaw, quick to simulate, down to the low ground, he's away. And as you say, with that regen bottled up, he'll be able to keep himself strong in the lane. Bottom, we'll see what sort of usage they can get out of this level 2 meta, as they'll quickly salve Arteezy up, get him in a good spot before he's able to pop it and get back to farming, as he's really struggled to so far. Here we go. They'll try and make a move in, Fly with the cogs onto Mind Control. He's trapped him in. Have they got enough control and damage to take him down? They don't, but a good bit of a beating pushes back Mind Control, and GH will give at least Arteezy a wave or two to farm during this meta.
GH is already level 4 before 5-minute mark, which is pretty insane. And he has one mango to work with, put another skill point in the heal. Yeah, this should keep him alive if he gets close.
Fly, he's going for Mind Control. The Cold Embrace comes in to keep Mind Control alive, but GH
connects.
I mean, they do lose Mind Control. See if GH is set up for a kill on Fly. Fly's incredibly low. GH trying to chase. But Fly, he's out of there. They both got boots, so no chance of GH chasing him down. Fly gets the kill and he gets out, despite GH's best efforts with the Cold Embrace.
Clockwork still survives. He planted the Deep Observer Ward. He's going to see if someone is in the jungle. And he manages to get out.
And nicely done by Fly. 2 kills to his name so far. Looking at the mid laners, I mean, this is sort of what you're going to expect from these heroes at this point. GPK's farm is just going to increase paramount, 45 to 4. The free farm will be there for this Magnus. Any time that Weehaw leaves the lane to try and make these rotations, GPK's farm is just going to go completely unchecked, and he's going to hit some insane item timings early on this game as the Mag.
GPK is the hero specialist. Like, if you know which heroes he play, it's Shadowfiend. Oh my god, Arteezy is in trouble. One more hit should do the trick, and there it is.
Yeah, definitely the one to suffer the most out of this lane setup. It's not a nice place for Arteezy to be down here. As GPK is going to try and rectify the situation on this half of the map. Comes in, just drops the RP straight up. Wants to get rid of Mind Control. Cold Embrace from GH buys a bit of time for the Doom, but GPK is able to drag him back with a Shockwave. And the Battery Assault continuing flight will finish off the kill. Very important that the GPK does at least, come down here, try and relieve some of the pressure so that when Arteezy's back in the lane, he can hit the creeps without suffering. As 6 minutes in, Arteezy's sitting there in the bottom half of the net worth. It's going to be a slow and painful start for this Terrorblade because of the excellent lane setup that Nigma had against him.
It is, but I don't see anyone making stacks right now for Arteezy. He can easily make a comeback with just a couple of stacks. Empower, clear those really fast. Fly. Yeah, this should be an easy kill.
Straight back into the lane and Fly. It's a little too close to the two of them.
I think it's time for TB to actually go away from this lane.
This lane is a bit of a... Don't go. Do not enter this area, especially with Mind Control hitting the 6. This is a massive no-go zone now for Arteezy in particular.
He's just going to have Illusion. Let's see if Mind Control falls for the bait. He does not, as expected. Mind Control, I mean, he's playing for money, No
illusions to be doomed today. At least not yet. You never know. We could get some good laughs later on in the game. It can get pretty crazy. A lot of things being thrown at you, and suddenly you press R on the wrong unit.
Ramses is 6.
He's going to drop the Roar, but GH has moved himself up to this top lane, keeps RMN safe. So that will at least be the first Roar gone, and Nigma not having to worry about any moves from Ramses there, with it being on cooldown and no kill to be found.
Just getting Roar. Nigma's lineup is very good at just counter-initiating, having Warlock's ulti, having Wyvern's ulti, like you try to make a go. Like these two heroes are one of the best ones against the mag. You know they're gonna be grouping around that RP. GPK is gonna hit some sick timing on that Echo Saber power treads.
Yeah, this is gonna be an insanely farmed Magnus. As I say, you know, GPK's mag has given us some incredible showings in the past. So eyes on him to make the action happen. And of course now at level 9, he's got the maxed in power. He'll be able to make sure that RTZ can't
Guess who's back on the bottom lane?
He wants to come and take his free HP. There it is. In he goes with the Sunder. Sets up for the kill. RTZ not to be put entirely off from ever coming down here. Seizes an opportunity thanks to Fly running down mind control and steps back over to start to get a bit of revenge for what was happening to him earlier in the lane.
I remember back in Dota 1 days, there was a troll build on TB. Like you're just farming jungle being low and then you get a Dagon and you Sunder Dagon.
That's pretty smart. I mean, it's better than my Armlet Shadowblade TB build where you just drain your own HP and walk out for the Invis Sunder. Don't do that. It is terrible.
That's how you get yourself low, huh? Armlet?
Yeah, you just Armlet yourself and then you give him your low HP.
That's pretty smart. The only thing you lacked was Dagon.
And brain cells. Let's see what we've got coming up here at the 10-minute mark. RTZ on his way back out of the base as he refuels. And still GPK. I mean, that Echo Saber... Has he got the Echo Saber done? It's going to be very, very early, without a doubt here. I mean, if he's got 4.5k HP, yeah, it's going to be here pre-11 minutes. No trouble at all for this mag.
Dire structures are
And then he's going to be, next thing you know it, making moves with the level 2 RP with the way he's leveling as fast as he is. Bottom, he's looking for the bottle refill. We'll jump in with the first step. Still there's a second one, but gets pushed away by the Cogs. Tries to get back in, but the Roar's there. The curse comes out from GH. Will it save We Are? We Are Astral steps away at the last moment. The battery assault not enough to stop the cast animation, as he will live. GH may pay of his life. No, he's going to go
Just
for the TP out, and there's nothing left to cancel it. So GH there with the save and the safe escape for the two of them.
I can't believe no one died there. Now Gambit GPK, also known as EG GPK, will try to put some pressure on the mid lane with the catapult and double damage. This mag is scary.
Yeah, they got to respect the Magnus. He's able to come close, get an RP, and all this while, you know that. Definitely the pressure on Weehar's Void Spirit. He has to get involved in action. Top lane GPK just comes in with a DD, and he's done it.
Four-shotted.
Damn, this man and his Magnus. Solo killing miracle up top.
That's a pretty big kill.
Yeah, that's a very, very... I mean, it couldn't be better for sort of leaving your farming patterns to come out and drop an RP. You're just taking out the anti-mage.
Right now, both supports on Nigma are level 6. This is where you seek a fight.
GPK is trying to get out of here. RMN is going to drop the Golem for this as he's pulled back by the Remnant. Is there any help for GPK coming? The TPs are on their way, but the magical damage too much will take down the Magnus. Very important that Nigma are able to still challenge this Magnus that's had the free farm that he has, GPK. Does cost them the ultimate, but an ultimate very well spent there. They've got to slow down this Mag's farm.
From GGK to GPK. In a couple of seconds, huh?
Okay. A man of many memes. 4 to 5 overall net worth. Very, very close between the sides.
We still have not seen the Doom being used. Like, it's very hard for mind control to actually just doom someone and hope for the best that he's gonna die. He needs to have some kind of follow-up, and that follow-up should be Void Spirit, because like Anti-Mage, he does not want to join any fights. Maybe with the TP, use the Mana Void, and that's it. But these two supports just want to wait for EG to start a fight.
And there's a fight down bottom. We'll see if there's any TP reactions coming in. TP's on the way. Mind control turns. Does have enough mana to drop the Doom. Doesn't need it actually for Fly. He's just able to turn and kill him off with the Scorched Earth and the punches. Fly dies. Diving in underneath the tower, and Ramsey's just unable to help. Was short on the mana for the Roar, so didn't have anything to throw in from a distance. And Fly ends up dying for that attempt. Does cause a big reaction. You have, 3 TPs coming down there, so opens up the map for GPK to finish off the Tier 1 tower. So you're losing a support, but you are able to take away that important objective mid.
And they are keeping their Tier 1 tower pretty healthy. Like right now, EG is using info on the map. They see these rotations and they understand that Nigma's lineup is very bad at ganking, so they are just playing for the mid game. Wait for TB to get an item, group up, and try to go for a play. Mag will have a Blink Dagger pretty soon, and this is their timing. Like, you get a Blink Dagger, you smoke up, try to go for a kill. We've seen 2 roars so far, but none of them were successful. They did not get anything out of that.
See down on the bottom half. Nigma eyeing up, pushing in on this tier 1 bottom, but GPK and Crit on the way over. Crit with the stolen Astral Step, he's able to get the jump in onto GH, also look to jump in for the back lines. Can they set up onto anything more? And kill off the Wyvern, they can't quite grab Mind Control. But it's a kill nonetheless, and now with the 3 of them and the Necro Book starting to get leveled up by Ramses, they can really look to amp up the pressure on this bottom lane. Keeping the pressure from these 3 heroes very high, especially with GPK's involvement. He's level 12, he has the RP. Hiding in the trees here, they're hunting. Are they going to be able to find him? Mind Control, they've hunted him down. He'll drop the Doom straight away on GPK to stop any sort of RP, and that will allow him to run away. So the catch isn't quite there for Mind Control, but again, it's the Doom being used on the
it's stolen by Rubik.
Oh, they're going to drop the curse on Rubik, but extra backup comes in from EG, jump forward as they're trying to burst down Crit. GPK's got the RP on the 2 of them, grabs Mind Control and GH. RTZ turns up for the easiest double kill of his life, a couple of punches with the Metaform, and Crit, he got the Doom down onto Weehaw. I mean, that couldn't have got it any better for EG. You couldn't have written it in a better sequence of events. GPK RPing the backliners, Crit getting to use the stolen Doom, and RTZ, he gets every single last hit on the kills.
That's very important for Arteezy to make a comeback in this game, like him and GPK, top 2 network heroes at the moment. Like, they try to kill Rubik because Mind Control was yelling, you know, they stole the Doom, we need to do something. So Void Spirit goes in, tries to make a play on him, but it's just not enough damage.
Yeah, everything was being thrown down on him. You saw the control as well from GH just cursing Crit, trying to stop him from getting to play his game in that fight, but Crit still was able to do so. They just didn't have the means to kill him. Of course, all 3 of these fights, you know, Arteezy, he's turning up as the Terrorblade because he can do with this meta. That's the power of the hero. Whereas the Anti-Mage, meanwhile, and Miracle, he's having to just stick to the farm. He's not ready to turn up to these fights. It's far too scary for him.
There's the rock.
Ah, they'll drop it. There's a dead Beastmaster. That's one way to do it. Get Ramses off your half of the map.
Nigma needs to commit heavily to grab a kill. Like, they need to use either Wyvern ulti or a rock. Just by using Doom, it's not enough. Once again, this is the lineup that's not good at ganking heroes.
See the defense ready in mid. GPK hiding in the trees. See how much damage Nigma can do, pushing in with the Golem. Already that Golem pretty much taken out, so not even able to touch the tower. The space that they have been making has allowed Miracle to now finish off the Battle Fury. Down bottom, the jump forward, Fly's able to grab that haste rune before Weeha's able to take it for himself. So no rune refilling. In fact, Fly, he's going to charge him with a hook shot. He looks to control Mind Control, Cogs down to push him back. Telekinesis as well, dragging Mind Control back over into the reach of Ramses. GPK pulls him in with a shockwave. A Cold Embrace will buy some safety for Mind Control, but GPK comes in with a skewer, separates Mind Control from any further safety and backup. As they pick off the Doom, Fly continues to push the other 2 back. Iron Man and GH should be fine here. They've got Weeha around in the neighborhood, so EG won't dive any further.
Problem for Nigma is that TB wants to keep joining these fights. You know, he is extremely strong at the moment with the Empower Beastmaster aura. Next fight, they could just easily go into Roche Pit and just take the Roche, and it's very hard for Nigma to regain the control of their own jungle when you're playing against the Beastmaster, when you're playing against the Clockwork, TB illusions. You need to commit heavily to actually, you know, get back your own jungle. GH.
Oh, he shows there on the wave. GPK. He's in. And with the rocket flare giving full vision through the trees, there's no way for GH to get out of here now at this stage. I mean, it's a 4K advantage for EG, but the particularly scary thing is you're looking at these net worths and the fact that RTZ and GPK are just so far ahead of the top for 17 minutes in. Another pickup for GPK. This Magnus just destroying Nigma wherever he goes. 4-1 and 5. It's been a very solid play so far from GPK, and he's just been able to do so much more than Weeha's Void Spirit. This Void Spirit falling behind in farm and falling behind in impact.
Abed heavily sweating at the moment, you know, seeing GPK performance.
Radiant structures are fortified.
He's certainly turned up all guns blazing in the games that we've had him here at the Omega League. As now in the river we are. He's going to get lucky with the RNG. We'll find the bottle. Not necessarily the most potent of runes though, just the illusion, but may save him. In particular, I think because, unless I saw wrong, I believe GPK's just finished off an Orchid. So, having that extra sort of catch and silence, I might be mistaken. No, yeah, there it is.
Yeah, that's the play that I've seen. He disassembles his Echo Saber.
That's smart.
And then he gets the Orchid against the AM or just Wyvern, and then he can solo kill these two supports.
Yeah. Fly. He's going to hook shot away, but Nigma will still be able to clean him up. The rest of them back away. And you're right, it's just that ability now, what is GPK, to jump in and not have to commit the RP necessarily to shut down the supports with the saves.
And you threaten a kill on AM before he can get Manta style. Right now, AM is having only Yasha, still has a decent amount of farm. Meta should be up, so this means that EG should try to go and go for objectives. There's still a tier 1 tower standing on the top lane.
Yeah, top lane. RTZ, he's the target. They're bringing in everybody here. They know that this is their opportunity to burst in with the Doom down on him.
Kill.
There should be a cleanup for them. The rest of EG are TPing over, trying to get over to help him out. It's not going to happen. Miracle finishes off the kill with the Mana Void. That's Miracle, for the first time now, getting involved in some action himself. Able to turn up and pick up one of the big ones.
EG wants to take this fight.
See what they can catch. Ramses looking into the trees. I mean, Nigma, they're still not too upset with fighting this. They're going to turn. The stun's down too. GPK tried to get in, but now the curse is there from GH. Dragging in the two of the Miracle, just draining the mana of GPK, trying to limit what he can pop out of this. And with his mana gone, GPK's got nothing less to offer. He's gone. Ramses as well cleaned up. Nigma, with their first big fight of the game, starting to really regain everything they were losing here as it's back up to even. The catch is there on crit. As EG, they wanted to chase. They felt that they could. But they still had the ultimates, they still had the curse, they still had the counter play. And GPK, he jumps in, but he immediately gets caught by the stun.
In the Fly interview a couple of days ago, this should be a dead Clockwork as well. Fly said that Ramses and GPK, that they talk Russian to each other, so I could sense them saying, you know, full Davai right there, even without TB, and they got punished.
Yeah, Davai too far. As Nigma strike back hard, and suddenly, boom, Miracle. Top of the board on the net worth as his anti-mage. I've got to be careful in situations like that. Manta done on Miracle as well, so he'll feel even more safe turning up to these engagements and turning around when he feels that EG have overcommitted.
It was a big play from GH using Curse there, and then AM just burns mana on GPK, so he does not have... He was also a bit, you know, unlucky there, jumping into a stun. So this should be a Roche. They know there's no Golem, there's no Wyvern ulti, no Doom. EG should play around these cooldown timings.
Yeah, they've got to try and pressure hard whilst the Chaotic Offering and the Doom's down. And with the Aegis, they'll be able to do just that. This, I mean, is there any way they can snipe this? No, too late. They did start to move over Nigma, but no one quite close enough to jump in and disturb EG from killing off Roche, getting the Aegis on Arteezy.
This is like the eternal battle in Dota 2. You have AM against Terrorblade. Who's a better carry? Like picking AM into TB could be a bit tricky, you know. You need to save your Manta style to get rid of the reflection, so you don't get your mana burn. There's also Necrobook to burn your mana. Anti-Mage, if his mana is gone. Yeah, look at the play from Miracle.
Yeah.
Having 3 mangoes just in case.
That's smart.
To be able to blink out.
And as we saw in the draft, you know, this anti-mage, it was picked into the TB, so obviously Miracle, you know, he was sort of making the call. He felt that the idea of the TB with the reflection is not enough for him to not want to play the hero. He's not bothered about that. Bottom lane, set up there. They quickly clear out the creeps to get a clear shot with the Remnant pull. And Miracle gets another. Kill after kill now. This anti-mage really turning up big.
All Nigma needed to do is just, you know, survive, not get overrun by the EG's lineup. Now, Nigma back on track. Anti-Mage, we see this more often, you know, Manta style, Battle Fury build, and then going for that Heaven's Halberd. Even TB has one. Like, people understood, if I get it, I have status resistance, I have a disarm, I have a mischance, so I'm pretty hard to take down.
Now see GPK after the Orchid, trying to get his BKB complete. About 400 gold off it, and at least then we'll have the opportunity of getting in getting that RP off. I mean, one of the troubles of the Magnus being, as we saw in that last fight, once sort of disabled, you're not going to have the mana for your full tool set. You don't have a very large mana pool at all as a Magnus.
One of the reasons why he also decided to go for Orchid and disassemble that Echo Saber. Aegis still up and running for 3 minutes on EG.
Let's see what they could do. I mean, 10 seconds and the meta's up, but if they do want to try and go full aggressive and push down as 5, it will be into the full team fight of Nigma. So ideally, they'll find a pick off first. They're going to try and do so. Fly, Crit, and GPK smoked up and heading towards the top lane. We are a Miracle. They're going to move in onto Ramses. See if EG can punish this. Miracle with the spell shield up. He's already away, and Weehar's hiding in the trees. They won't be able to find one of the two of them. Back down in the river, though, GH looks like he may be in a worse position. I said actually, no, yeah, he goes
now
down.
Crit is chasing. He has a stolen blink.
Can they grab Miracle, though? Continuing to jump away, Artsizi. Not a lot that he can do himself, other than offer up the reflection, and that might just be enough here. Miracle tries to get out, but the root holds him in place. Can he escape? He can't. Rolls out from Ramses. Miracle locked down. As with the anti-mage gone for a minute, EG can do some serious damage here with the push.
The value that you get from that and snare neutral items. Sometimes Gaben says, here's a blessing from me. They're not stopping.
Yeah, he jumps in past the tower, gets a grab onto RMN. And now that's 2 heroes off Nigma's lineup for 40 seconds. Meta's up, Artsizi's ready to push in. We'll see how aggressive they want to go. Do they want to try and poke at the high ground? Doesn't look like it. Still the other lanes are pushed pretty far back over to their side. So ideally they'll look to focus those, get some more of these tier 2s before getting a little too excited.
EG did not want to overcommit there. They understand that Wyvern is out, and we was already split pushing the waves. He's a hard hero to catch.
We'll see this wave should do it. He's going to have the Aghanim Scepter. So having those 2 silences in the fight will be nice, but he's going to get caught here. No escape.
GPK not even hesitating for a second. I love that aggression, just blinks in. I'm going to use RP. Don't care if it's 2 minutes on cooldown. We're going to get that kill on Void.
Back to a position now where EG, they do have this gold lead. Miracle starting to fall behind again a little bit as Artsizi and GPK reclaim their top spots. Artsizi very close to having the full butterfly.
And TB is going for that butterfly, as you just mentioned, so that's a missed chance from that. There's a missed chance from Heaven's Halberd, great against the Winter's Curse. Even if there's a full team around you, status resistance, Curse is going to last less time.
Yeah, he's going to be a right nuisance to do. And also, correct me if I'm wrong, he has the level 10 evasion talent, right?
He does, yeah.
So, yeah, an insane amount of
Maybe it's even 15, I'm not sure.
It's 15, I think, well, it was 15%, yeah.
Oh, they found G8.
They do. Scan him out in the trees with a reflection.
Aegis is gone.
That's a free kill for Artur.
It doesn't matter. Crit is getting so much out of that stolen blink from AM. It's so easy to set up kills. Just blink in, instant initiation. With the telekinesis, free tier 2 tower. Like, they understand where Nigma's moving, especially these 2 supports who are not very mobile. You can predict oh, this should be a very good spot for Wyvern to use a curse on us when we're pushing, and they find him.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Miracle plays now as this anti-mage against the pressure, because one of those sort of things that sometimes EM likes to fall upon is going for these split pushes, trying to knock at the doors of EG whilst EG's pushing. I feel like that's going to be hard to do, right? When you're against a Terrorblade with Metamorphosis, the backup of a Beastmaster and Azora, you're just never going to win that race, right? You've got to turn up and do something with the team. The split push, the rat, it's not going to work out against EG's push.
Yeah, you can't just go in straight up 5 versus 5. And also he is going for a different kind of a build, not that what you usually see on AM. Getting that MKB.
I mean, he needs it.
Yeah, I mean, he needs a true strike.
Yeah.
Either that, or you man up and get Divine, huh?
I mean, we're all hoping. We're seeing that MKB and we're feeling like, oh, what a shame it would be if Nigma lose another team fight and this anti-mage has to get a Rapier. It may go that way. There's
yeah,
always
what a shame that would be, you know. Games with Divine Rapier.
Oh, you know, you hate to see it.
16% evasion, so we were both wrong. I thought it was
16?
Yeah.
No, I swear it was 15.
So it was 20%
Okay.
actually before the...
Well, that sounds
before it got
balanced.
Yeah, level 10, just give him 20% evasion, you know.
20%. Got what we got, a Paladin Sword. Does Arteezy want that? What's he got at the moment? I mean, Paladin Sword's always pretty hard to pass up. Yeah, he's taking that. Paladin Sword on the way out.
And he's stacking status resistance.
Yeah.
Heaven's Halberd going for Satanic. Like, you basically have 2 lives. I don't think you can burst him down.
No, he's going to be very hard to kill. I mean, until Miracle has the MKB, it's going to be... It feels pretty impossible. Unless they... I guess if they drop all the ults on him, get a good curse into a big chaotic offering, like they've still got a lot of teamfight magical burst on this team.
Yeah, and the rest of EG members are just playing with the mouse.
Yeah, well, just unplugged all. Yeah. Maybe then they can bring him down, but yeah, you're right for the most part. This Arteezy Terrorblade, an incredible beast to try and tackle if you're Nigma. They've got to do it perfectly if they want to stand a chance. Mid lane, Fly, going for a bit of a tickle onto Wii. Get him off the tower.
But GPK was ready. He was actually thinking about, you know, just blinking and RPing them.
I mean, they're still kind of chasing, and I'll tell you what, they've only got the grab. They pick him up, they slam him down. Weehar's gone for a minute. As Crit, with that Ether Lens, having the reach. And we'll reveal they have the Dire Ward over there, but absolutely worth it every single time, allowing him to reach outside of the pit and pick up Weehar.
Yeah, most of the viewers in chat are probably asking themselves, like, why is he using RP on one hero? Because they just want to slow them down, you know? They can still even take a fight even without RP. You don't necessarily need to land 3-4 man RPs to win a fight.
No.
You can see what they're doing right now. They're just taking control of the jungle. Roche is going to spawn in 10 seconds. And I think they have actually enough damage to bring it down that quickly.
Oh, yeah.
The sad thing is they don't know about it. It was a quicker Roche spawn.
So we'll see, there's also a double damage rune waiting outside the pit. It's very, very nice here for EG as Arteezy picks up the DD. Into the pit he goes.
I love the build. On Mag, he went for Lincoln Sphere, so he doesn't have to care about Doom Initiation or Winter's Curse. And they don't have like the best spells to remove that Lincoln's.
Let's see how she's EG. I mean, they don't want to go straight into the pit. They still respect that Nigma's got this insane team fight around it. GPK is trying to bait the smoke here. They're going to just jump, commit on him straight away. They're able to pop the Lincolns, get the Doom down, but not before he pops the BKB. Arteezy moves in with the DD on the backlines. GH uses the curse.
He's out of mana.
Catch Ramses and Fly, but Arteezy's in trouble. Miracle and Weehar, they blow him up the mana void. The Roar comes back to hold back the Doom, but GH, Weehar, they're already chasing out Ramses. Weehar continues to commit onto Ramses right up to the base. GPK with the skewer back. GH pops the cold embrace, keeping Weehar safe. Miracle's able to clean up Fly. They're pushing EG right back. They're even diving past the tier 3s here as Nigma just pressure EG right in. The smoke working out. I mean, you could see that EG, they felt that they were prepared for that. That was the plan, have GPK wait for the initiation. But Nigma, they were able to play it perfectly, popping that Lincolns before getting the Doom down. GPK, he just couldn't keep them off Miracle.
Yeah, I love the confidence from Nigma. They just dropped the rock on top of him. They cursed the 2 other heroes in the backline to stop any kind of counter initiation. Just burn all TB's mana, and he really feels vulnerable.
Yeah, that's just smart play, beating a smart play here.
Okay, it's gonna be scouted.
Oh, this could be juicy. Are they gonna be able to get a jump? No, Miracle, he's already in. He knows that they're waiting up here on the high ground, and he does not want to allow the chance for them to jump in and go for an Aegis still. Commitment over towards Ramses. As they chase him in, Yule set up into the Remnant. Ramses is going to be dealt with. The Beastmaster is out. Even a little bit gentlemanly there of Miracle. He didn't want to take the kill. He says, GH, you have this, my man. And GH says, thank you.
Now there's no Curse, no Doom, no Warlock Golem. EG should try to make a move right now. They have all their ultis ready.
Yeah, now their side, without a doubt, the stronger force around the pit. They'll smoke up. See what sort of a grab they can get. GPK the last few times has struggled to get his spells off. Nigma reacting to this Magnus on the front very well. Can he get in and get the jump this time? As Nigma is playing split up. They know that EG's going to be here. EG going to go full force straight back into the pit.
That's
Already
a nice
on the side,
upheaval.
Miracle, he's going to jump in full aggressively. The RP comes out for GPK, he's grabbed the two of them by mind control. He comes in with the backup onto RTZ. RTZ turns with the Sunder, back up to full HP. Mind control pops the BKB, RTZ turns, he's got the physical damage to beat mind control back.
Roach
he
is
has to
dropping
get out
low.
the side. They've got the curse, holding back the two of them. The
Who's gonna get the
stolen
Aegis?
curse there by Crit. The Aegis will be picked up by RTZ. He's got it. He has the second life. The Cold Embrace on Miracle allows him to blink out in time, drag back with the blink. Still available there for GH as no damage was done. He goes for the CP out, he'll make it away.
They only managed to kill one hero, but that's stolen curse. Like, this is a big spell.
Yeah.
Like, just save it for the next fight. Now they have Aegis on TB. Both Arteezy and Miracle were trying to kill the Roche and get that Aegis because they understand how important it is.
Yeah. And I think we saw Miracle. He did get the last hit, at least one of the members of Nigma did. They got the kill, but Arteezy getting the bit that count, the bit that really counts, the Aegis in his inventory. And all things said and done, Crit just with the high-level play there, that curse just stopping the rest of Nigma, getting in and helping out Miracle push that Arteezy Terrorblade out of the pit.
Now with the Eon Disc, it's going to be much easier for Wyvern to always land his ulti. Like, even if he gets caught inside RP, he's going to be able to break the fight. And they have like two best abilities in the game. You have Warlock Golem and you have Vintage Curse ready. I'm not sure who stole the cheese there. I don't see it on anyone.
Oh, someone probably had a quick snack. Must have been, yeah, nobody carrying the cheese at this moment.
It was a messy fight.
Yeah. The cheese just, it just melted. Under the fire that these teams are bringing. Yeah, this game's pretty hot right now. See mid lane. Miracle. He's going on to Arteezy, trying to take his mana away. Make it a little harder for him to push in, at least without the ability to keep building up his army. He's going to be mangoed up. Quick refuel on the Terrorblade. Keeping him in, another jump in, again. Burn through the mana, Stolen Curse gets another usage out, and it's a big one. It's onto the Doom. Protection provided by GH with the Cold Embrace. They'll drop the Golem down, fly. He's in with a hook shot, gets the three of them. The Mana Void comes out to Arteezy, but Arteezy, his life stealing back up. They can't even kill him the once. Arteezy will live. GPK in on the packlines, gets the RP onto Miracle, but there isn't any further follow-up, so Miracle will be able to live. GPK's got to be careful. Steals away. Mind control. He bought back for this. Does allow him to get and drop the Doom down onto GPK. Another Cold Embrace from GH, keeping Mind Control alive, but Arteezy turns, punching into the Doom. Jump forward, the stolen Astral Step Crit, able to close the gap onto the Doom. Picks him up. Mind Control, can he live this? He's got to stay alive. He bought back for this one, but he won't survive. Arteezy gets the final hit with the meta. Miracle finished with the backlines. He's found Crit, turns over towards Fly. They've taken out three of them now. They can collapse onto the Terrorblade. Buybacks coming out from EG. They want to keep Arteezy safe.
But
Arteezy, he's life stealing up. He's mad fighting Miracle. He's winning it for now, but again, GH, the Cold Embrace, it keeps Miracle alive. Miracle's able to blink out. He won't die today, but still an expensive fight here for EG. They've used 3 buybacks. Let's see what they can do with this. They do know that Mind Control is without a buyback for a minute, but the rest of Nigma are still up, and Weehaw can get back in.
Arteezy still has that Aegis, that Satanic, keeping him alive multiple times in a row. Void Spirit with the buyback, Miracle's in.
He's going to jump in. The silence, though, he's been caught out. He's got to blink out in time. He can't do so. The clumsy net. He's gone. Weehaw's out of the base, jumps in, trying to combo down the Rubik. Silence is there. Buyback comes out from Weehaw and Miracle. Weehaw burst down Crit. See if they can chase for more Nigma.
Blink
in the trees. They can't find anything.
In. He's out. All right.
He went in and TP'd out. Woo.
These upheavals from RMN are really splitting the fight. You know, they cannot fight into that. This is a big rune for V if he can pick it up.
Yep, he says I'll be taking that one.
Purple rune for Purple Boy.
Big timing to play for now for Nigma. They know EG, they committed for that last fight with a triple buyback. Now Ramses and Crit, they're gone for over a minute. This is a full minute to play where Nigma's got the full lineup ready to run down mid.
TB does not have a buyback, but I don't think you can kill him before he can farm it. Like, just send the illusion 500 gold away from it. It's gonna get at least 1 kill in the fight. Vitless Shaco drop, that's a good item. Either on a Warlock or on your Winter Wyvern.
Yeah, it's always hard to pass at that juicy 1k HP.
They don't have an item that deals with the Eon Disc on Wyvern. Like, GPK landed a very nice RP in the previous fight, but after he saw Wyvern, he just immediately went back.
Well, buybacks, as you can see, across the board. A lot on cooldown right now. Both teams having to be very careful. And looks like EG, they will get away with everybody being back by the time that the push reaches the high ground. That is if it does continue up till then. As Nigma only able to just get the tier 2 mid. Tier 2 bottom also going to stay alive as the creep's not quite in position to allow them to push on.
Ooh, Magic Lamp. Like, I'm usually not a big fan of this item, but when you're playing against, let's say, Beastmaster Roar, Magnus, you get so much value out of it.
A Spell Prism on the side of Nigma. It's going to be... well, you got a lot of contenders for that. The Warlock, the Wyvern, or the Void Spirit. Everybody going to have a bit of play with that one.
Yeah, give that to Void Spirit. Void Spirit with the cooldown reduction is just insanely good. Also, the stats from that item is juicy.
It's pretty nice.
Yeah,
Well, it is plus 12.
It is.
Yeah.
Another Spell Prism for EG, balancing all things.
Who are you giving that to? Clock?
You can give that to Matt. You can actually give that to TB if he doesn't have a better item. Either him or Rubik. Like TB with all these items that he can use. Like you have Manta Style, you have Satanic.
It's a lot of actives. Cooldown reduction can be very nice. Full Abyssal for Miracle now.
Magnus with the Minotaur Horn. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? It's his horn.
Yep. It really is. Finally back to its rightful owner. Let's see how GPK is able to use it. As EG up to the base of Nigma once again. Everything ready to go, but the same thing to be said for Nigma. So still very hard for EG to just approach this siege as just full on as a 5v5. Timing's going to be there where maybe the patience will pay off for the next Roche
This is where most of the teams lose a team fight. EG's controlling that area. You just plant an Observer Ward, and you have a Hawk, plus you have Necro units, just to scout things out, get rid of the vision. Next Roche might spawn in a minute and 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Like, I think multiple people on that team have buyback of Anti-Mage written down. It's 4.5 minutes from now on, so they don't have to rush anything. They can just control that area, go for Roche if it's a fast spawn, and then, you know, come in with the Cheese Aegis +1.
Yeah, you can see that from the Radiant Vision, Nigma. I mean, that at least knowing, you know, they've got a good idea which side of the map EG's on, and now EG will start to show themselves. Walking up, forcing out the fortification. 40-minute runes, bounties up, and again, a very fortunate rune there for EG outside of the pit if they want to keep control of that. DD waits for them. We'll see how long the Roshan timing will be. We'll find out in 30 seconds if it's a short or a long one.
Would you look at that, huh? A casual DD, 30 seconds until Roche may spawn. Plus Empower, what is he sitting at? 700 damage.
That's a lot of deeps. A lot of DPS here from RTZ. And we've seen they have struggled with killing, and the way Miracle is trying to play the fights is committing, jumping on the backlines, getting rid of the easier targets. But most of the time when he turns back towards RTZ, it's sort of a 1v1 situation. RTZ's been winning it out with the lifesteal. And then we go with the fight. The Golem is going to be dropped down onto RTZ. They're fighting into a Terrorblade with a double damage rune. He destroys Mind Control through the BKB. The Doom is dead. RP from GPK comes down to the side. He's controlled Weehaw. The curse comes out for GH in an attempt to keep Weehaw safe, but Weehaw, he's already gone down. GH will cold embrace himself, but he'll fall as soon as it comes to an end.
I believe this might be it. They have no buybacks, not a single one.
Oh, that's a wishful TP. But there is no escape for RMN. As Nigma, just a rough time to fight there as RTZ still had the remaining few seconds on his DD. Made quick work of Mind Control, steps over towards the fountain. There's a dieback from GH's EG. They'll be able to clean up these tier 4s. And this game 1 will indeed be theirs. EG take the victory here in the first game of the best of 3. Some excellent back and forth plays, but at the end of the day, it all just came to a very quick collapse in that last fight. No buybacks available. RTZ is ready to stand there, pop his meta, and as you pointed out, he had 700 damage ready to go, and you really felt it in that last fight. He just cleaned up heroes 1-2 hits apiece.
Yeah, we waited for this game whole day, and boy, it was entertaining one. Back and forth, you know, the old school rivalry.
Yeah.
And you have AM against DB, you know, some crazy shit's going to be going on.
Yeah, and it certainly was some excellent back and forth there. Nigma trying to get things together as, you know, at the start it looked like a bit of a rough one. RTZ's Terrorblade was picking up a triple kill kind of 15 minutes in, AM falling behind. They get back into the game, but at the end of it all, the RTZ Terrorblade and backup will be the ones to take the victory here in game 1 of the best of 3. EG taking the lead for now.
Indeed they did. Thank you, Lacoste and OD Pixel, and we're going to try to unpack that first game of the series, because there is a lot to talk about in this one. Or is it as simple as AM versus Terrorblade, Cap?
It's definitely not that simple, right? Because Nigma definitely had more chances to be able to win that game than I expected. That matchup, like especially the way they played it, some of the surrounding heroes that they had, both the Warlock and the Winter Wyvern, they proved to be like actually more effective than I would have expected. That matchup, like for the longest time, was very TB favored for a number of reasons.
Yeah, I was just really impressed by GH. I think personally that they had any prayer of winning was impressive because I just Mag, Beastmaster, TB, they have a lead, they have a tower advantage, like just too much damage. GPK also just went off. The solo kill on Miracle was pretty nuts, but I was really impressed by GH. I felt like his embraces and his ultimates to just sort of combo break EG's initiation. There were a couple times where like the roar would come out and immediately there was a Wyvern ulti to interrupt the damage follow-up. Like that's the only reason I feel like Nigma hold on for this long, but that's just such a hard game for them to play.
Yeah, it really goes to show. I feel like watching this series, no offense, but compared to the other series of today, like it just reminds me that like the
I was worried who he was gonna insult.
Yeah, I'm like, oh god. Whenever someone says, "Hey, no offense, don't take this personally," but
Kyle's a piece of shit.
Yeah, those other teams,
I was worried that were you gonna insult us, the panel, the previous panel, but you're insulting the rest of the teams today.
Not even that. I'm trying to actually lift up the teams that are like what are the top like 5 teams, 6 teams here, Nigma, Evil Geniuses, Secret. Like there are certain teams here that like I initially went into this considering like the Immortal Division, everyone's a killer. And like every single one of these teams could surprise you and be a dark horse and like make a run against the more traditional teams. But the more I watch the Secrets, the Nigmas, even this matchup with the Evil Geniuses, like it they just look on another level. You know, there's a tier 1 and there's a tier 1.5 or something.
Yeah. It's Apex Predators, Sheaves. They've got nobody bigger than they are, all right? Secret's the killer whale. Meanwhile, squads like NIP, don't get me wrong, seals are deadly. You know how many fish they eat every year? Thousands. But they can't mess with the killer whale no matter how hard they try, no matter how big the family gets.
And I thought you were going to go back to the bear versus gorilla argument. But
well, that's a great analogy to describe this game, Cap. EG, very much the grizzly bear. They just got big, they're bulky, they don't really need too much agility because they just clobber you. Nigma, an interesting draft, they're more of the tiger. Unfortunately, the anti-mage...
See, what I thought this analogy was going to the point of the fact that, well, they're Apex Predators because they're in separate regions.
Correct.
And we don't usually get to see them clash up against each other.
Thank you for saving Kyle's point.
Right?
That's exactly where I was going to go. Thank you.
I believe it.
Of course. You got a little lost on the path there.
But this is what I mean. You know, who knows how would the lion fare were there a Kodiak grizzly bear leaving his sanctuary in the Canadian redwood forest, entering the savannah? It could be a totally different food chain out there.
It could be.
EG proving they, I don't know, stuff. They're great.
I mean, so far, EG has shown a great stuff, and yes, they have before this only played in the North American region, and you know what? They didn't do too great in the North American region, so it is very refreshing to see them
were hibernating, Chiefs.
Crush
they were
their
still top
opponents here. One thing that I thought was very interesting from EG series against 5 men last Saturday is they picked a Winter Wyvern against the Magnus and it worked out great. And I remember some of the questions posed like, okay, did the Winter Wyvern work out great because he was countering a Magnus, or was EG just outclassing 5 men hard in that series? Or was it a combination of both? You mentioned GH already in the Winter Wyvern that he was such, he made that game possible despite the rest of the draft maybe not being superior to EG. So are we going to see more Winter Wyvern or Winter Wyvern bans in this tournament? Because this is the second time we see him do really well, even if he doesn't win.
I think we see it do well because it's usually drafted like 3rd, 4th, where it's already countering at least one core. I think, Winter Wyvern is a potent tool, but only up against
some of these others. Like it's just the fact that this hero doesn't provide like the same kind of laning presence, let's say, as some of these other supports. So I would say, yeah, we're going to see more Winter Wyvern, and it's going to be used to great success. But I don't think it'll be elevated to like a 1 or 2 position of drafting.
I think it could if people are more willing to play at core, especially with the popularity of Drow. I'm a big believer in offlane Wyvern still, just because I think there are certain games, to your point, that was usually later in the draft, where you see a lineup, you're like, holy crap, like Wyvern would be insane here. All the times when there's a Drow. But like if I see a draft, it's like a Shadow Demon Drow or like Shadow Demon Luna with like a Beastmaster. It's just like such an insane Wyvern game. But you've got to be willing to play it as a core if it's that late.
I also think there are itemization possibilities that are more prevalent now. Let's just say it, Heaven's Halberd. I think this item is pretty clearly insane. I think it's one of the many reasons that Animage has an opportunity to be able to, like, he has more options against Terrorblade than he used to. Same when you have, like, AM versus Faceless Void as an example. So when you have a multitude of these really OP Heaven's Halberds, you've got more options. You take that item away, you nerf it a bit, and it doesn't become as popular, then Winter Wyvern becomes stronger as a result, because just through drafting, then you can rely on that rather than having itemization possibilities to counter these big right-click.
You're doing great, Cap, but I really wish we had Slacks back. Because, like, Cap, he's sitting up straight. He's got really good salient points.
Sorry, 1 second.
And I'm just, like, that's...
Oh, God! It's the paddle! Is that what you want?
That's actually, yeah, that's what I was...
very accurate.
This is perfect. See, now it's more
it's
my
a lot
speed.
of screeching and vague
You're
mumbling.
missing the hood,
and,
though.
Yeah.
Oh, the hood.
You can put on a wig, start throwing innuendos in.
Beat it to the dark side.
That's more like it. This is what I'm into. Because now we can go back to making animal analogies.
I don't like the animal analogies.
You don't like, but think about it.
Because we are never
a
going to know the truth.
If you think a gorilla is going to beat a bear.
A
By the
bear,
way.
not just 5 claws on each hand.
What, the gorilla is
representing
going to
each
beat the bear,
individual
first
player,
of all.
But the 2 feet, technically also hands, because it's a bear, have claws, hands have claws, mouth. 5 people. Who would be the snout, like the crushing jaws of EG?
Okay, what if it
Arteezy?
was more of a marathon of a fight, like over several days?
Dude,
like who's going to be surviving there?
the gorilla
I'll tell you
has
what, it's the bear
thumbs.
because it comes with the bear necessity.
How is the bear going to stop the gorilla from using his thumbs?
The thing is, grizzly bears are like twice the size of gorillas.
I mean, gorillas
I
are
was on
pretty
Team
big.
Gorilla for a while, but after... Like it's
Let me guess, you visited Reddit and you rechecked up on,
I
what
checked out,
what the popular opinion is on this matchup.
Look, it's about the stats, Sheeves.
Basically, that answer is yes.
Yes.
Stats don't lie. And when you look
sometimes
at
they do. You come from a country where they do sometimes.
So in this analogy, by the way, it would be the grizzly bear in this situation is evil geniuses. Actually, it's the Terrorblade, and the Animage is the gorilla. He had a chance, but he needed to use his opposable thumbs to be able to make an item that would, allow him to succeed.
Yes, indeed. Also, I mean, in the Dota analogies from the animal analogies to the Dota, it doesn't work because you do have the Terrorblade had a Magnus backing him up. Terrorblade did not have a great start at all. It was GPK that carried that game, and that fight that they had around what was it, minute 15, 14 on the bottom lane, where there was an RP at the back line, triple kill for Arteezy. He got all the kills from that fight. That's the reason why the grizzly bear in this case apparently was able to even have a chance at beating the gorilla.
Okay.
But you know why the Terrorblade beats Animage?
Why?
Because of the lore.
I thought they was the same person.
Yeah,
sort
me
of.
too. I feel like we also...
Isn't he?
That's Warcraft 3 lore.
Yeah, but he was the same person, right?
Yeah.
In Warcraft 3.
In Warcraft 3.
I'm blind, not deaf. Sorry, go.
That's good. That's a good impression.
Thank you.
We're doing a little bit of a disservice to GP Keck because he is honestly... Okay,
I just shouted him out. He did great.
He had over 100 CS by 9 minutes.
He did great.
Also, I just wanted to just dive into EG philosophy real quick.
Okay.
Goes back all the way to the MSI Beat It Invitational in Montreal, Canada in 2018, I think.
That's
I
not
remember
that long ago, by the way.
Maybe
All
2017. Look, a lot of
all the
time
way
has
back.
passed. 2020 to me counts as at least 2 years, all right? This 6 months has gone on for a while. I was with Fear. We were don't remember the scenario, but it was like late night. It was like after party. So he was definitely slightly inebriated because Fear typically just doesn't say a damn thing about Dota. Like EG, this is kind of a cardinal rule amongst the winning teams. They just don't talk to you about their strategies and philosophy, whatever. But
yes, it makes it very hard to get analysis out of them.
Yes, but I remember talking to Fear because we had a disagreement about our like philosophies around team building, and I was of the opinion that the best team will win out, right? And ultimately, it's more important to value like camaraderie and like work ethic, communication, etc.
Very wholesome.
And he literally said, "That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard. Just pick up the best player." That's what we did, and we won TI. That was the exact thing. I was like, holy shit.
Shit I've ever heard.
Yeah, and because he's like, but if you look at their philosophy,
ideally you get both, right? That's the goal.
Well, his argument was it's better to just get the best player and make it work. And if you look at the track record at the time, they had found Arteezy. They picked up like Peter, Zion, Arteezy from like they'd moved into the Sad Boy stack, and then they added that to Universe and Fear. They were top 3 TI4, 1 TI5, top 3 TI6. And then you look at this tournament, you look at their roster decisions since then, right? Abed, same deal. Super talented, one of the first players to 10K. And now it's like, okay, well, he's still in Asia, so we can't use him. Who are we going to get? Next upcoming possible superstar, GPK. Who cares about the language barrier? Who cares about difficulties of communication? EG will just pick the best player and try to make it work.
And I think people will naturally contrast that with OG. I'm sorry, I can't say this anymore. People will naturally contrast that with OG and be like, well, Fear's an idiot. They didn't win 2 TIs, right?
Yes. Well, that's the thing.
But at the same time, Evil Geniuses has showed incredible consistency through all DBCs, right? They've always been
second place.
Well, the top team in NA, that's easy. But at international tournaments, deep runs, top 3s.
Yeah. It is really cool though because you look at like EG and OG, they're totally different philosophies. And OG, in a way, part of why I was rooting for them at TI8 was because they kind of vindicated my belief, which is that it is important to be friends with your teammates.
I knew it would come back
should.
to Kyle.
But you're just saying that, they picked up, for example, Samil because he was the best player at the time. Let's take him mid. Isn't that exactly what OG did with Topson? They're like, we need a mid right now. Who's the best mid at the moment? Pubstar, Topson. They literally grabbed a Pubstar at the time, put him mid. So they followed the same philosophy and won TI with it. It's so wise.
That's true.
But then they kept that roster. I would say that, achieving that kind of success does give you opportunities, right? Like the world's kind of your oyster.
And they were very happy that Topson actually was a nice person that they could also become friends with. So it fit in both philosophies.
Yeah, it's really easy when a team is like when someone succeeds or a team wins. It's easy to look at their decision making and be like, oh, look, of course they made this move. That was the right decision. Blah blah blah. A lot of the time, and not to take anything away from OG, but there's no way you could have expected Topson. Or maybe I'm just an idiot. Because I remember. Yeah.
Yes. You want me to say it?
I'll fall on the sword myself, Sheaves. You don't have to stab me. Thank you.
You can say it.
Okay. Okay, fine. When me and Moon, I got kicked from Complexity. I got kicked from Complexity, and me and Moon were like, hey, let's make a team. We wanted Rezo to be on the team, but then Rezo was like, I don't really want to play with Moon Meander. And I was like, I don't really want to either, man, but what options do we have? Not really. But I love Moon. I'm just flaming. We're friends. But we scouted Topson together, watched games, watched replays. We're like, yo, I don't think this guy's good. He's just doing these meme builds. Topson.
Well, what did you call him?
I think I said Topson was like a trap pick.
You called
like
him a trap
Topson's a trap because you'll pick him up and then a month or two later, it's gonna be like, haha, he's actually not.
I mean,
good.
a month or two later, that's all they needed, really.
Yeah, TI doesn't go on that long.
No. It was funny is I even DM'd Ana, but at the time he was trying to play 4. But like in my head, I'm thinking, damn, if I just wasn't me, I could have been like, yo, Topson, play mid. Ana, just play carry. Moon, you can support. Let's go, and it could have worked.
If only.
And that was how Kyle could have won a TI.
All right, guys, you get one final sentence before we go to the draft of Game 2, Nigma EG. Use it wisely. One sentence. Go, Kyle.
You know what this is?
It's
the world's smallest violin, and it's playing for the loser of this match and also for the remnants of my career.
Let's go to the draft.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Cap. Let's go to the draft of Game 2.
Colosseum for more Dota action. I am the Emperor of the Colosseum, and with me are my senators, Lizard and Banana Slammer Jammer. The draft is about to begin. Bring the warriors to the arena now. The pedestals
Are empty.
are empty, but soon they won't be.
There you go. You have one already.
Boom!
My thirst for knowledge.
Have we seen this somewhere before, BSJ?
I think it was last game.
Wasn't it?
Reversed though. Last game, Team Nigma first picked the Doom, and then EG responded with Rubik. It's quite hard on Doom to cover up Doom nowadays, because usually you use Devour outside of the team fight, usually use Scorched Earth to get in position. So something I learned, though, is that I often try to get a creep that has a spell, such as like Centaurs, or just anything I can cast without a target, so I can immediately use that right after I do.
It's difficult, right? It's difficult to initiate a fight without pre-using Scorched Earth, because that's what you want to do. You want to use Phase Boots, Drums, Scorched Earth. You get that insane movement speed, then you get on top of the target to actually use the Doom, and then you're kind of locked in, and he steals it. So it did happen in the last game. It happened multiple times before in previous series. Well, you just steal something, or you save the Scorched Earth. I personally just save the Scorched Earth.
How crazy is a Grimstroke, man? Is it just not worth it with the Doom? Like,
why not? It's solid. It's not like, the way I see Grimstroke with the Doom is not even only about the Soulbind Doom. It's the laning stage. Right? Inkswell with the laning stage, with the movement speed, and overall Inkswell, like later on, doesn't even have to matter. It doesn't even have to be only the laning stage. Ogre.
That's a hero I don't think I've seen in the last week.
I haven't.
Yes. What cost do they have for summoning the Magi here today? Analyze it now.
I think they're just trying to set up for a good safe lane. That's pretty much all I got with that one. Like, they're just trying. That's a strong laning support. Honestly, I think the hero's a bit underrated. I think Bloodlust still a very good spell. And Arteezy is one of the best carries to give Bloodlust to, because he likes to run around the map and hit creeps, so why not do it faster?
And you have now two heroes that are able to make your carry a little bit stronger. You have Doom that's bringing quite a bit of utility to the team, either by eating some creep that buffs your carry, or just by the items that he usually buys after the Blink and BKB. Batrider, zoom into the Weeha's hero, which most likely will be him, right?
Almost certainly, because the thing about Batrider is, when you see a hero like Ogre, you're like, okay, this is probably their 5. They're not going to have some Oracle or anything like that. They've also shown their Doom, which is most likely their 3, but we've seen it run 4 too, so that eliminates a lot of the Legions and Abaddons. A lot of the saves at least make them have to switch the roles around a bit. So it's an inconvenience to the draft.
I have to say, Nigma boys, they look much livelier now in the second game. They're smiling a little bit. If you remember, I was watching MC in the first one. He was yawning a bit. You know, he wasn't really that interested. I guess that first
game of the day.
Yeah, first game sparked them up a little bit. It's always nice to see.
Yeah, the funny thing about that first game was, like, I even mentioned at the end of the draft, I said about Team Nigma's draft, man, I feel like I'd flame the shit out of this as this was a tier 3 team. And then I watched the game, and they still know how to make it work, man. No matter what kind of draft this team throws together.
It still looked kind of solid, but the TB overall... Yeah.
I do think they were at a disadvantage regardless of like how their play was, but there were a few times where I was like, wow, you really see the lineup come into fruition in ways that I most viewers, including myself, can't really imagine. So this draft looking much more standard so far, and much easier to read at least.
It's also about perspectives. Different players, different drafters have different perspectives on the game. Sometimes they're wrong, sometimes they're right, sometimes both of them are right. Sometimes it just happens that if you play the certain hero in a certain way, it can work and act well against something else. In that game, maybe they thought, all right, we will be able to deal with the Terrorblade because we have some other heroes that will mess with his Metamorphosis and all the illusions. You had that Winter Wyvern as well that could come in handy. But it never really worked out because you had too many problems, and the AM like he did well, but in the last couple of fights, he's just waiting on the sidelines. He's unable to join.
I think GH just had too much weight on his shoulders that game. Like, they knew if the Wyvern was taken out of the picture that they could pretty much just do whatever they wanted in team fights with the Beastmaster as well as the Terrorblade. So in this case, what I always am now looking for in drafts, because this is like a concept that's kind of new to me when I've talked to higher level players, is having the jobs in the game not all be done by one hero. So like in the last game, I really think without Wyvern, that was the core way for them to disrupt the fights and like disrupt the Roar, the RP. Yeah, they have Golem, but it's just not enough. And so with that hero being the sole responsibility to do that against so many heroes that had to do it against, it just seemed too difficult. So I'm always trying to pay attention to that kind of concept in the draft.
No. Listen.
Should I take over, Senator?
Is Batrider not easily counterable by many heroes, such as a Oracle or such? Could they not pick something to counter it, like a Nyx Assassin, perhaps?
Yes, Senator. Nyx Assassin isn't really picked up any longer, and Oracle can't be picked most likely because they do have an Ogre Magi that is a position 5, right? So most likely because of that you don't want the Oracle, but you can pick a carry that's good versus Batrider. However, it's not the lane that you're thinking about. Most likely this Batrider will be played by We. He is flexible, they can put it on the side lane, they did it multiple times before, but I expect to see it mid. What's more interesting is this Undying. In the qualifiers, this hero had 0% win rate.
Continue, boy.
What is this?
No, I want to hear about Undying. Continue.
What is this Wind Ranger
We'll get
hero?
there.
Is it good? Why is it picked so early?
Continue about Undying first!
Is it that good that they picked Wind Ranger?
I really do think that the Undying pick is to shut down the strength offlaners that are good against the Bat, like the Legion and Abaddon. I really do think that's what it's for. Preemptively saying, okay, you're not going to pick Oracle because you have Ogre, so all the other save heroes go off lane, and we'll counter it with this Undying. And also we'll make you more likely to rotate this Doom to a support role, because it can't really go mid against the Bat, and it can't go safe lane against, or off lane against the Undying. So I think, once again, Team Nigma, the way they draft is, we're just going to make it really hard for your heroes to do what they want to do. And last game, I think they got a little too carried away with that, especially since they picked the Anti-Mage and Terrorblade. Their whole game plan didn't really come together for me. But here, I like where they're going for, and making Doom. I'm curious to see what EG does with this Doom. I'd like to think this is a crit Wind Ranger, but then again, that would leave Doom core. So
You think it's not good versus the Undying as well if he's on the offlane, right?
Yeah, I think they are potentially going to make him a 4 in the safe lane. Like, that's like the most creative way I can come up with it.
Okay, EG, they go with the Storm. And this matchup versus Ember Spirit can be... it can go Ember's way, it can go Storm's way, right?
Absolutely,
it's 50-50. It's definitely skill-based. And now, when you open up the Russian boys on the EG, when you open up their Dota buffs, and you open up GPK and you see his match history on at least esports scene, on professional scene, Ember Spirit 70%, Invoker 70%, Kunkka 70%, Storm Spirit 38% win rate.
Wow.
It's not looking that great for him. Maybe he can make it a little bit better.
Do you have Nahaz in your ear, or did you just remember that all on your own?
Just remember it.
Wow,
just
that's
looked at
impressive,
that.
my good sir.
It's not that hard when you know that the guy plays like 5 heroes and he's really strong at them.
I like Storm against Bat. I think it's the second or third most obnoxious mid for him to lane against or play against in game. Quap is by far the worst. I've said that time and time again, and they thankfully banned it out, confirming my suspicions about that being the case. It's just really hard for Bat because he plays the map in the first like 20 minutes by running around in Firefly and kind of just kiting people around on the outskirts, making it so he's creating distance between himself and them while doing damage. And Storm, these mobile mid laners that just jump him, make it really hard for him to play the way he wants to play. So that's the idea behind that. And I have to believe this is potentially an Ember safe lane. We could see Ember mid, Bat off. We could see Ember safe lane, Bat mid. There's quite a few possibilities for Team Nigma with this absolute last pick here.
I really, first, I want to say that I like the Visage last ban from Evil Genius. Is something that Nigma loves to play Could be Doom carry, could be Nature's Prophet. Probably Nature's Prophet versus the Undying, no matter where, right? You want to put that, you want to make sure that lane is like that. But Visage would be pretty sick for Nigma because something that Evil Geniuses have dealt with right now, they had no objective taking capabilities. Now they got them with the Nature's Prophet. It's a little bit easier at least. Team Nigma are lacking in that department too. They're very weak when it comes to that. When it comes to outpush, they're fine. They won't really worry about Nature's Prophet too much. You have the Ember, the Bat, the Rubik. Now you have to find a way to... Okay.
That hero's still in the pool. I almost think... I'm almost certain it's a Doom carry now, since they just picked Darkseer, though.
So Immortal Fate just messaged me after previous panels, telling me that the Doom and the Darkseer dynamic isn't really one-way favored for the Darkseer, and I completely agree with that. I think it's more 50-50. I still like the Darkseer here. It opens up the draft, it gives you a way to get away from that Doom, and if you are in Doom, it can work out.
My only concern here is the Doom is going to have... I'm pretty sure it's carry now, by the way. I'm not 100%, but the Doom should have a really good lane now when I thought they were setting him up for a bad one. So that's the only problem.
We've little time for your worthless conversations. The time has come for the odds. Bring them up. My goodness, it's quite even between these two teams. But in your opinion, Banana, who will take the game?
I'm going to go with Evil Geniuses again.
You as well, listen.
Me as well. I will go with the EG.
And so the die is cast. The warriors are ready in the arena, and only blood shall be spilled. It's what they satiate within the Colosseum. The people require it. The time has come, casters. Take us to the battlefield.
Indeed, Slacks. Game 2, ladies and gentlemen, of EG versus Nigma. I'm ODPixel here with Lacoste. And looking at the drafts, it's going to be a lot of fun to see because it's quite different to Game 1, right? We're not getting these big, hard carries with the Anti-Mage and the Terrorblade. We're getting a lot of sort of action just straight across the board with these cores.
Yeah, there is not like one super late game carry in this game. Like the best hero that scales is kind of Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
And we still don't know where the hero is going. Everything's still pretty much flexible. I believe it's going to be possibly a safe lane Vendranger. That's okay. So Crit is
would have been the dream.
It would have been the dream. Yeah, you said that Arteezy was
he's playing a lot of
it hero in pubs.
He is. But no, we're not going to get to the Arteezy Win Rager here today. It's not quite that sort of a series. It is a very serious series. Now, both of these teams, as we saw in the last game, they have to really give it their all. Very closely matched. Last game, we were able to see EG come out on top. Let's see what we get going down here in Game 2. But I mean, overall, Lacoste, I mean, do you sort of have a preference looking at these lineups? One of these drafts a little more clear to you on what they want to do and how they're going to win?
EG's lineup, you have Doom, and you have a great catch. You have Storm Spirit, you have Mobile Nature's Prophet, Ogre also has the stun, a lot of lockdown, a lot of stun in general on these heroes, which kind of Nigma lacked in the previous game where they had a Doom and you could not just use it. That's why we did not see Doom being used like from minute 6-7 when he got level 6 until like 15 minutes.
I think Eyes as well for me at least. It'll be interesting to see how the mid lane goes. We saw last game GPK really take over in farm and start just having much more of an impact than Weehaw was able to do on his Void Spirit as he fell behind. This time round, I feel like Weehaw on a hero he's more confident with. It is that bat in the mid lane that we've seen time and time again from them. One of the most comfortable picks for Weehaw. But at the same time, it is GPK Storm. This was one of the heroes that he has been tearing up the CIS region with for a long time now.
Yeah, he definitely knows how to play this hero. He got 3 out of 4 last hits, which is more than fine when you're playing against the Bat Rider. He understands the limits of the hero, sometimes even play over the limits. Like, whenever I see GPK, I think I say that he is a hero specialist every single time.
I'm sure it was every hero.
Ember Spirit, his Storm Spirit, his Shadow Fiend, his Mag, you name it.
No, he's got a definite vast repertoire that he's known for. It's bottom lane. Lane setup here. We're going to have Ramses farming on the Doom. Up against the mind-controlled Darkseer, backed up by the Rubik. And then this top lane. I mean, RMN on the Undying, a hero that I feel like we're not necessarily the go-to support of the meta. How do you sort of fancy the hero this game? What's the reason why RMN wants to play the Undying this game?
I said to myself, I said it a couple of times on the stream, I'm never betting whenever I see Undying. Like, this is not the team that I'm picking. Like, the hero feels so bad, especially this. Like, you picked him to win the lanes, and he's losing the lane.
I mean, because it feels like because what can RMN do here? I mean, you're playing against, what, 2 ranged heroes?
Yeah, one of the reasons why EG set it up like that. They know how to punish this hero. That's a shackle, early one. I think RMN could be dead. Vendron, he does not want to overcommit. Just keep him low. Like, this is actually better.
Okay,
instead of killing him and respawning with full HP, full mana. So this is pretty smart from EG.
Yeah, that is, as you say. I mean, because now he's sort of stuck with
He needs to
what
go
do you do
back.
as the Undying, yeah. I believe that is his career coming out. Yeah, it was. So RMN at least getting himself some extra consumables, I would imagine, to help him stick in the lane. Be very hard for him to have much of an impact at all.
It feels so bad using Healing Salve on Undying, and he's actually low on mana. They set up the lanes correctly for EG, so this Undying will get punished. Also, it's 2 ranged against 2 melee with some extra units, and on the bottom lane, Darkseer uses a shield on a creep. It gets eaten by a Doom. Nice body blocks.
Yeah, very nice here. In fact, with the shackle connected to the creep, they bring him low again this time. Oh, it's easy. He'll happily take the kill. He's not going to let him.
Yeah, we've had enough of this. You know, you don't bring more flask. We just want to, keep the game even. We don't want your Undying to pop off. One of the reasons why I hate the hero, you picked him to win the lane. He's struggling right now. And this hero does not have any comeback mechanic, can't push the waves. The only good thing he can do is stack.
As we have here on the beautiful overlay, just a bit of a showing of the lane setups that we're currently working with. But yeah, I mean, that top lane couldn't be going any better for EG, really. Arteezy with the free farm, also getting that first blood. That is a lot of money straight up into the pockets of the carry Nature's Prophet. There's all 3 lanes at the moment going pretty nicely for EG. The top 3 CSs on the board. So we'll see. Fly. This is going to be chased back here by GH. Just trying to keep him away from the bottom, allow a bit more space for Mind Control to keep the pressure up.
Fly.
The Starks here.
Oh, it gets cancelled. He has Orb of Venom queued up. I don't think you go for that item. It's way too late now. It's 4-minute mark. GPK. I believe he has a bottle. Rubik also has a bottle. Very interesting. I believe that's Darkseer's bottle. He wanted to just refill it for his teammate. This should be an easy one.
Yeah, nice little freebie there for Weeha. As GH was already able to sort of butter up Fly, prepare him for Weeha to be able to fly over and finish him off. As mid CS at the moment, very close between the two. GPK, you can expect him to get quite a bit out of this arcane room when it comes to just spamming out the mid and clearing up the jungle camps.
Oh, he missed. That was a double click. He actually tried to use it on Miracle.
Miracle. He's gone. They get him out. It's another kill for Arteezy. I mean, this top lane has definitely been the roughest one for Nigma out of the 3 of them. It's Arteezy, 2 kills to his name, and just Nigma with this dual lane setup top, unable to put any sort of pressure onto the Prophet.
Oh, Ramses, man, he got the perfect creep. Purge against the Darkseer, removing the Ion Shell. Look at the cooldown. Like, there's no way you actually have Ion Shell on you. Just purge it off.
Take it away. And now you're winning the fight with the Scorched Earth. Or are you? The stick charges come out. It's very close. The Scorched Earth isn't enough to kill Mind Control. It isn't. GH turns with the Fade Bolt just in time to take Ramses out. As very, very close bit of combat there between the two sides. Nigma, they'll come out on top, just staying alive.
We needs to make a rotation, and this is exactly what he's doing. Top lane is just a complete disaster for Nigma. He does not have a rune to play with, and seems like EG is aware of that. Like, Batrider's not showing on a mid lane. It's easy to scout things out with just a Treant, and he instantly TPs back to the bottom lane.
Okay. Let's see if we can catch them off guard with that. That whole TP, that whole movement was under the ward. So EG probably going to be playing quite cautious, but they have the ability to dive in here.
He got purged. He was so close to using Lasso.
He's still going to get the grab. GH is coming for this as well. GH is very, very low. He'll offer up the Fade Bolt. Ramsey's trying his best to run away. GH is going to be the first to fall. They do still get the kill on Ramses. They're going to turn over towards Fly now as well. Fly pops a mango, so he's got enough mana for the TP, and he's out and away. Nothing to cancel it. Fly will survive. But at least we are with that pressure short. They lose GH, but he is able to make a move, and they are able to kill
GPK is making a move on the top lane.
Straight in with the zip, past the tower. He's on top of Miracle, drags him back. RMN tries to heal him up with the rip. Miracle, one more slide of fist. It won't keep him alive though. GPK
go for the courier.
Moves, jumps over. He's not only going to get the kills, courier as well. GPK just able to sort of show Weehar up there. It's like, well, nice move from Weehar down bottom. You kill a Doom. GPK's watch my gang. Straight up top, gets the double kill.
And this is a pretty big stack on top. And very important that GPK is getting those kills. You know, he's making a rotation. No one has been on the mid lane for like 2 minutes. No one's not even getting XP. Fly tries to do something, but, you know, Batrider, it's going to be such a strong combo. And what do they get? Broom handle. Okay, Arteezy is going to be level 6. So that's quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, now they've got sort of that combo of GPK. If he wants to lead in on someone, coming in with the TP from the Prophet and the Nature's Wrath, that's a huge amount of burst on whichever target they do find. Nigma, though, they're keeping the pace up fast themselves. RMN and Weehar straight up with the smoke. Weehar knows he's got to continue to play aggressive. He has picked up 3 kills from himself so far, so still some very fast movements from Wee and no signs of stopping. He's got to keep this train going all the way to the victory. As Arteezy, he's the target. And very nice one to catch. They come out from the shadows. Arteezy's going to lay down the Wrath. Multiple TPs coming in. They'll drag him back with the lasso. Have they got the damage to pop him with the Flame Break? They have. They'll take Arteezy down, but GPK, he's in with the counterplay. Weehar pots the Fairy Fire, but GPK, he's over and takes him out. We'll be able to punish Weehar for taking out their carry.
When you see position 4 is just farming the mid lane, you know something's preparing. Like there was Rubik just using Fade Bolt on the creeps. Man, mid lane has been empty. No one from EG has been on the mid lane for like 3 minutes. What a time to be alive. What a Dota.
I mean, it's paying off for GPK because he is finding so much from these movements. You know, we are, as we saw, you know, he's got 3, just involved in a 4th kill, but GPK, he's just getting the bigger picks. There's already over a 1k difference between the 2 mid laners. You know, GPK's kills, they've just been that much more profitable so far.
Yeah, he also got the courier. And I think Ramses is going to keep that purge creep for the entire game. Yeah. Like, it's great against the Shell from Ember Spirit, Iron Shell on Darkseer, Surge, sticking up palm charges, use it on your teammates. It's just insanely good value you get from that creep. GPK, he's also rushing Orchid. I love that build. Like, you have kill threat on pretty much anyone.
Gonna go for this again. Very nice setup from Crit off the range creep with that shackle shot. This is, you know, we're really getting pretty heated here. I mean, GPK, he is just setting himself ahead of anyone else in this match right now with the way he's moving, the way EG's making plays with him. Weehar is gonna walk up and just get straight up doomed by Ramses. We'll be able to get away with the Firefly, and the Surge will get him out of any further punches, so he should live here. The Doom won't be enough to kill him off.
He has extra regen coming up from the tower, extra regen from that jelly. He's going to be full HP, actually. Flask, bottle, going to keep him alive. They're going double Orchid build.
Oh.
I mean, I can understand it. It's just damage, it's silence against any of these heroes once they go in. Especially against Ember. Once Ember sees that, like, you instantly need to get Yule Scepter. Otherwise, you're not going to have a game.
Yeah, absolutely, especially against the 2 of them, as you say. Bottom lane, pressure now onto the tier 1 bottom. We are still hunting for a target. Let's see what they can get at the moment, though. EG just finding that bit more out of the map. 2k lead. GPK, he's in bottom. He's going to go for the zipping onto Weehar. Big bounce with the Nature's Wrath as well. The burst is too much as GPK picks up another. Has he got enough mana to chase for this? He's trying. He's bowling up, and he's going to be able to find it again. GPK now. 4-0-2.
Oh, another great shackle on top.
The setup's there from Crit. Ramses tries to run this down, but the save will be there from Miracle. Changes back. Ramses will allow RMN to walk away. But GPK's got 5k net worth now. He's level 9 before the 10-minute mark. This storm is out of control.
It's insane how much farm he has. He's gonna have like 11-minute Orchid. He also has Iron Talent, just to increase his jungling potential. Gets the mana regen, talent level 10. Man, it's such a great Storm Spirit game.
Yeah, every single move, TP, it's been flawless from GPK. He's just been met with no sort of answer, and he's punished what's sort of on the face of it. It's been good moves from Nigma. You know, Weeha has been getting kills, he has been making moves, but the way it's worked out is GPK, he's always there with the counterplay. He's the one killing Weeha at the end of the gank.
Batrider wants to keep playing aggressive, you know, dive the towers, grab a kill, use lasso underneath it, but Storm Spirit just punishes that heavily, and they have also Nature's Prophet with the TP ready. You saw how much damage that ulti can do.
No, really, it's very hard for sort of Weeha to play the type of game that he wants to. You know, these picks, as you say, have just answered exactly what normally, you know, against kind of most other mids, Weeha would be getting away with these kills, with these moves.
Yeah. You see, he understands I can't heavily commit. One of the reasons why he's playing the solo bottom lane, you know, just try to provoke any kind of action while Ember gets back into the game.
I mean, what do you do now as Weeha, where you've got to the point where you're struggling to make these moves because of the counterplays of EG? Do you sort of have to hit the jungle and farm? I mean, but how do you sort of get yourself into this game as the Batrider when EG's been countering every move from you?
He needs to play with Darkseer, you know, just surge with the Ion Shell. Here's the Doom, top lane.
They're diving in. TP reaction will be coming in. There's the setup, though.
What
The
a
Shackle as well. Crit is able to catch RMN and GH close together. GPK zips in to finish off GH. RMN's out of mana. Miracle's been burst out. This is a double kill for GPK. We'll get the lasso onto GPK and we'll be able to end this streak. So a big kill for Weeha. This time it's him on the bat doing the cleanup. He's going to be able to get Ramses as well.
Considering how good that Shackle was, I thought it was just going to be a disaster for Nigma, but they got 2 big kills out of that.
Yeah, heads up play here, but as to say that, now they're going to get punished. Weeha sticks around a little too long. Arteezy's back in with the TP. Tries to go for the Sprout Control on Mind Control. Mind Control will be able to break his way out with the Quelling Blade and get away. But definitely signs, I mean, it looked like there with that dive, Weeha coming in, cleaning up, but then the fact that he does still end up going down means that he's sort of back to square one. It's Arteezy. Gonna get changed. He's just holding his ground. He's got crit and fly around. He's happy to take the fight. GPK's back in. A big zip. Not gonna catch Miracle. The silence from the Orchid is there. And the power shot is not enough to finish him off.
GPK's low on mana.
With Surge, they turn over to Mind Control. Pops the sticks. He's got a little bit of mana left. Healed up by Arman. But it's not enough to save him. As he goes down, GPK now low on mana. Has to go on the retreat. There's Miracle. He's gonna chase. There's the grab from GH. As this time, it's now the overextensions of EG. Nigma's able to punish. This has been 2 times now where EG's attempts up top have been met by the full 5-man of Nigma, and Nigma are starting to punch back.
The network still looks the same before the fight, so it means that EG is getting something out of the map, but they should not be giving those kills that easily. GPK just died 2 times in a row. Like, they need BKBs. They only have, what, 1 piercing BKB ability in the lasso.
Definitely need to be a little more cautious with this aggression. As much as, you know, it's a whole lot of fun to see these teams just running at each other 13 minutes in. I mean, as expected with the drafts, both sides, they want to fight. They want to keep this pressure up.
Fly's tanky. Just a Bracer magic wand on Ogre, and he's also maxing Fire Blast. That means that he is also a damage dealer. Seems like that's going to be another smoke or just attempt on a mid tower. There's no catapult yet.
I see 14-minute rune. Anything juicy for GPK? What's it going to be? Just Illusion top. Nothing spectacular.
Not the best one, but when you're playing against the Batrider or Ember Spirit, it's a Dispel, so you get the value.
It's a Manta and a ball.
Yeah.
Structures are fortified.
It's a second Orchid finished on Arteezy. These 2 cores like don't benefit that much from Bloodlust. More, I think Nature's Prophet benefits more, but you don't have that like super agility hyper carry that you want to be farming with.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Oh, there we go. Tower down on the top. EG just continuing to really make that much more of the map as they hold on to this 4K lead. All 3 cores of theirs sitting very comfortably at the top. Neck and neck in terms of their farm, you know, all of them. Now 6,500.
Radiant are scanning.
Very, very strong right now. The eyes onto the mid lane, but Nigma...
He's baiting with Illusion. He wants them to use Lasso on him. Look at him.
Are they going to fall for it?
They're going to go.
Are they going to fall for the bait? Now they're
There
going to
you
realize with that sleight of fist, they know far too much damage taken. So Miracle able to at least check that with that sleight and confirms possible suspicions that indeed was not the real GPK.
They're 5k gold down, but Nigma, you know, they're still showing signs of life. It's not like they don't want to fight. They're the one making the confident moves, like we want to go in. Batrider also going for BKB. This is the build, like get boots of travel, extra move speed. Now they're going to use it in Miracle. I mean, they didn't fall for it the first time, second time. The chances are just dropping lower.
Yeah, playing it smart, Nigma. And you're right as well. You know, that 5k difference, it doesn't mean that Nigma can't win a team fight. It just means there's more pressure on them to start it on their sort of their own call. They've got to
it's just
begin
a
it with a
number.
pick-off.
Okay, crit. He's switching to become a core. Like, I saw MKB queued up. Eventually, if you get a farm, this is what FY, when he was playing for LGD, like in January, February, that's what he was doing, you know, just getting MKB and then getting BKB, becoming a core from position 4.
Slowly, Nigma are taking this tier 1 mid. EG just focused on, you know, they know that 5 and Nigma are here. They're just trying to farm what they can off the side lanes, try and be a little more efficient with this time. Whilst Nigma do pull all of their resources in on mid, and it's definitely paying off for EG. They're sort of having hold of the 2 jungles, the side lanes as well. As Nigma, they're not quite finishing off the tier 1 tower, and so far they haven't found any kills around it. So there's a lot of time spent by Nigma around this point.
Ember Spirit farming the bottom lane. This is the area that Nigma is controlling right now. Like how many? 1, 2, 3 observer boards in their jungle. You know, they just want to be able to play aggressive in that area. Ember Spirit, boots of travel, so that means that, you know, he can be anywhere on the map. That's a big doom.
It is Ramses standing strong. Very daunting there on the high ground. As Nigma still with 4 mid, but unable to make a play onto EG. They cannot run in for this. They're going to split up and look elsewhere for action. TP's up towards the top lane. Maybe see if they can find some sort of a setup.
They found Clumsynet. This is a setup. Great against Storm Spirit, great against Wind Ranger. Nature's Prophet not being able to TP. Good thing what EG has as their combo is Sprout into Shackle. Like, that's going to be good at every single stage of the game.
Yeah, very nice combo to land if the coordination is there, and you can definitely expect that between Crit and Arteezy. 2 players absolutely on the same wavelength with one another. Yeah, these passive moments definitely not doing any favors for Nigma, as the difference just remains the same. And EG's 3 cores farming that a little bit more efficiently than Nigma's are. As the smoke comes out, Nigma really needing to make a move with this Weehaw Bat. They've got to find action.
They saw that Firefly. It's already gone. I think EG is just waiting for next BKB. They already have 1 on Ramses. Arteezy not that close to it, but he'll get it eventually. Like 1 big team fight with the ulti, clearing the creep wave on the side should be enough.
EG now fully set up for some action in mid. In fact, GPK is going to start things off. They zip straight away in with the silence onto the Rubik. TP in from Arteezy. He's going to look over towards Ironman. The Sprouts out, Ironman down. Double kill for Arteezy. The lasso's there. They get the big catch onto GPK. They brought him out. Ramses with the BKB starting to back off. The stolen Doom there. And onto another. Can they get more from this? They're going. Miracle in onto the Wind Ranger. Crit. It's going to be saved for now by Fly, but the blast there with the Fade Bolt. They get the kills. Nigma. They do have to buy back on 2 heroes, but they are killing 3. They do get the tower, so not necessarily too much of a change in gold, but they are finally able to eliminate that mid-tier 1, which is going to open up a lot for this sort of aggressive ganking lineup that Nigma
Yeah,
have.
we see that more and more often, where teams are just, you know, saving buybacks in your position 4 and 5, 15 minutes in, and they're just using it. Doesn't mean that you need to get a Roche, but they got the tower, they won the team fight, and that's what matters.
Yeah.
Bounty runes are spawning.
Let's see who's going to be able to grab them. It's going to be Nigma getting every single one of them. So, you know, those buybacks, as you say, absolutely paying off. Up top, though, Iron Man will pay for...
They can go Roche right now, I believe. They know that there's no wall because he did not kill it yet on Darkseer. Okay, 20 minutes in, and there's full minute without undying.
Yeah, you got the medallion to help out. You got the Nature's Prophet to do it pretty safely.
Ramses needs to be careful about giving away his Doom. Like right now, he has Alpha Wolf as his creep, so he can't use that spell. He needs to save the Scorch.
Yeah, he's just gone himself and found Arteezy. All right, Ward up on the high ground, setting up for We Are to get in, catch out Artur all alone. As Arteezy tried to resume hitting the creeps. As Nigma, I mean, that's sort of that 5k lead that's been pretty static. It's now starting to diminish. As GH here with that stolen Doom, I think he's going to be able to get another use out of that if they can force a fight. GPK trying to split things up on the top lane. But
yeah, I would still love to see Purge Creep on Doom or just a Centaur. You know, you blink in Doom and use Stomp immediately. You need to be very careful. Like, against the Nature's Prophet, against the Storm Spirit, like, Storm is your target. And now they have 2 BKB piercing abilities with the Doom Stolen and the Lasso.
There we go, Nigma. Again, ready to go on the side here at the mid, but EG keeping themselves up on the high ground. As Miracle opting for the Radiance after the bot shields. We'll see if he's able to get there. It's going to take him a bit of time. And the 5-man smoke from Nigma. They know that EG's up it. They're going to go and try for the wraparound, knowing that EG's preparing for them to maybe come across straight from the mid lane.
Smoke broken.
Here we have it. Drop Doom onto the Ogre Magi. They'll turn over with the stuns onto Crit. Crit still able to step to the side. Fly having to back off. They can run down Crit. The vacuum back onto Fly. They'll get both of them.
There's no vision from EG on that high ground, so they just drop the Tombstone. EG realizes we can't take this fight, we need to fall back. Yeah. They don't have the best Roche taking lineup on Nigma, so that's kind of an issue here, even if they get like a pick-off or 2. Now Batrider's chasing. This is the play. Like, you have 2 boots of travel, he uses Ion Shell and the Surge on him.
And it was a really good smoke from Nigma. You can feel that EG weren't quite expecting that. Very, very fast move. You know, Miracle, he pokes from just at the bottom of that staircase in the mid lane with the slight. Instantly the backup, the smoke, and the move around. Next thing EG knows, Nigma's coming at them from an angle that they weren't ready for.
And they enabled Miracle. Like, considering how atrocious his laning stage was, like, they got dumpstered. He died so many times, and he still managed to recover.
Yeah, the recovery being played very nicely across the board here from Nigma. Very, very close, tense game once again. The Nigma, they're able to sort of brute force their way back in with these smart maneuvers, closing that gap, and just rectifying the game of all 3 of their cores, which did get off to a tough start across the lanes.
2 big items coming out on EG. You have Storm Spirit getting closer to his, and BKB also very close on Arteezy. I think he actually finished it.
Yeah, so yeah, there you go. So things a lot safer now for Arteezy as he steps onto the front. Still sure the Lasso lockdown is going to be annoying, but granted that he gets the BKB off, unlikely that Nigma will have the physical to take him down at this stage. It's pretty much entirely magical, their damage output. And even as the game goes on with Miracle opting for the Radiance build, so going full in on the magical. But I guess that Radiance, I mean, what's sort of the reasoning here by Miracle to go for this bigger item? Is it for the scaling potential?
Just the scaling, yeah. They understand that their lineup is really not that great in the late game. You have a Batrider who's, you know, just a Batrider with 1.5 extra item, depending how farmed you are. And you're playing against Nature's Prophet, Storm, and Wind Rangers also going for the scaling items.
EG's turn to make a smoke move. Straight up on the top, they'll look to dive in under the tower. Instant TP reactions coming out from Nigma, 3 apiece. They'll turn with the telekinesis onto the Storm. Have they got any follow-up catch? Miracle, he's in with the chains. We are able to step over,
they
get the lasso
Storm
off, but the Bloodstone heal is starting to bring it back
Stolen
up.
Doom once again.
He's getting it every single fight. GH secures them the kill onto GPK. Arteezy, he's not even going to be able to TP out. Miracle's in with the chains. They'll catch the carry profit. They have lost two themselves. Weeha is still looking towards Ramses. Crit goes with the shackle shot and the focus fire. Can EG clean this one back up? They found 3 for the 2. Weeha still going to have a poke a little bit, but Ramses able to blink off in time.
RMN is already out. They dropped a tombstone.
They're running this down. Sorop wants to fly. Fly will die to the chase of the zombies. We are blinking in for more. Crit goes for the TP out. Nothing to cancel it, so he'll make it away.
Man, Ramses, he needs to be careful. He gave away Doom. This is the 3rd time.
Sure, you think you feel like he's just got to change his diet. He can't be getting on the passives anymore.
Exactly. Like, either that or just save the Scorch or try to find that Rubik. I mean, it also comes down to, like, GH. His positioning it was always insanely good. BKB.
They're going to try and go for Weeha. Weeha locking down Arteezy with the lasso just to provide some extra safety for himself. He is trapped in the Sprout.
Nice wall.
Vacuum drags him back down. GPK, oh, Ramses, he's going to take his turn on the cliff. He's up there right now. He's stuck, and now Miracle jumps over the chains. He's been able to find Arteezy. Arteezy's dead. GPK's got to get out of here. He's pretty low on mana. They're going to continue to chase this. Another remnant in for Miracle. He's got another chains connection. Weeha's over as well, running over the storm. GPK's out of mana. He's going to go down.
Ramses took one for Arteezy, you know, being stuck on that cliff. He's like, I got your back, bro, this time, but you need to pay me back. Right now, Nigma's playing so aggressive.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that was one of those rare points where Arteezy would have happily been the man on the cliff because Ramses ended up surviving, but wasn't to be the case. As Nigma, they've now brought this game back to pretty even standings, 20-21, less than 1K in it. As I mean, at that stage, you know, we saw they committed onto Weeha. They felt that they had the kill, but straight up heads-up play from Weeha to just go with the lasso, drag him close to the cliff, allow Mind Control to come in with his team fight prowess of the vacuum and the wall, and things just fell flat on the face for EG.
They were never ahead in terms of gold, but the XP graph shows that Nigma's back in the game.
Yeah. Well, they really are. EG got to be a little more careful of how they try and commit.
Even Undying has an item. He has phase boots plus a glimmer cape. This means that they need to bring a lot of dusts.
And they've got to be careful when making plays close towards that mid lane. You know, one thing that Nigma have been able to do very reliably is protect their towers. You know, you're playing against a carry profit, but Arteezy, he's not really been able to get himself out and push down these objectives. There's only one tier 1 down on Nigma's half of the map. They've still got that all-important tier 1 mid up.
One of the reasons why they have 3 observer boards on Nigma's side, like just scouting things out. They pretty much see everything. Blink Dagger, Force Staff, they can just completely isolate one hero with that extra move speed. One of the reasons why Darkseer is most of the time just banned out. There's so many good combos with him.
Well, here we have it. We are Invis Rune. He's leading the charge. Already EG starting to retreat as 5. Keeping it very smart and uniformed as they back up together. Leaving no opportunities for them to be jumped upon or picked apart.
Question, Owen. Do you think Nigma will find spider legs for Batrider? I mean, you know, just for the memes, the extra move speed.
And that would be the dream for Weeha. He's definitely hoping for the RNG on that regard.
This is a big item. Just removing the chains, removing the... Oh, great against telekinesis, great against lasso. That Lotus Orb is going to do so much.
Weeha, he's in. It's a quick catch, it's an easy one. It's the Ogre. Fly gets dragged back, and of course no efforts from the rest of the team to do anything about that. They can't, they'll have to let him go. They are going to make the move themselves onto RMN up top. A quick support for a support. All this time passing, though, has allowed Miracle to, I believe, pretty much finish that Radiance. It should be out, ready for the next fight on the Ember.
They slowed down GPK. Remember, he had Orchid 11 minutes in, and now, like, he's kind of stuck.
Here we go. Gets the Lotus off on himself in time. Still, though, they'll commit with the lift. Ramses is tanky, though.
Oh, he's holding on to that BKB.
Continue to run away, and we do see Miracle. He's got the full Radiance here for this engagement. Ramses having to pop the BKB now. Things getting a little too hairy for him. Going to try his best to run off. They're going to drop the wall, drag him back. Meanwhile, GPK is hitting the creeps. He doesn't want any part of this. As Nigma, they run down, get the kill on Ramsey. They're even diving up to the tier 3s. They're just taking out Crit. They're going to turn over towards Fly. They're going to be able to dive in and get him as well.
Nigma's way too speedy. Mind control Darkseer, man. He is the best Darkseer player in the world.
In the world. In the universe.
In the galaxy.
In this entire space-time continuum.
All right, I can't beat that.
No. Although we do see that replay there of Ironman getting picked off earlier, but that, I mean, they're now down bottom. They just found GPK. I mean, they just, the tip's coming out now. They know, you know, this is their opportunity to try and tilt GPK. As you said, he had such a phenomenal start, but his game has been entirely slowed down. Nigma, through their very careful and calculated plays through this mid-game, they've got themselves on top. They've been able to outmaneuver EG. They're now 5k ahead, and their patience, as we saw, you know, at the point where they were down 5k, they didn't panic, they didn't split up and farm, they kept true to what they want to do with this draft, play aggressive, hunt down the kills, and it's working out. They're now taking the lead quite significantly.
Nigma is not letting them farm any items. Like, GPK's item progression is non-existent. Yeah. Like, he has Bloodstone, that's all. Like, what is he sitting at? Less than 1,000 gold? Yeah, 1,000 gold. That's it. He bought the Ogre Axe.
And, you know, you look at Miracle, you know, last fight, he just picked up a Radiance.
No.
After those 4 kills, he now got full BKB. Full BKB on Miracle. As Fly, it's going to get gone on here. I don't think there's going to be any interest of EG taking this. I mean, EG, they're just struggling to find a way to fight back. They're close to some major items, a few hundred gold, and Crit will have an MKB himself.
Also, they don't have the item or a hero, you know, that allows them to kill that Tombstone very quickly. They have Bloodlust, that's it, but you can't just focus Tombstone at this point.
I mean, EG, what's the play for them now? Where we've seen now over the last 10 minutes, every move outside of the base, they're getting caught out, they're getting gone on by this 5-man aggression of Nigma. How do you play the game at this point of EG?
I think what they can try to do is make a play, you know, put one hero, bait it, but they need to be ready with either like a Shackle or a Big Zip.
But it's into the high ground. They look for Miracle, but the BKB's popped. They've got the Lasso, the Vacuum as well. They're stuck up on the second cliff. Crit will get knocked back down, but the damage is there from Miracle to take him out. Ramses is stuck up. The BKB comes to an end as Ramses will try to TP out, but Miracle's back in with the chains to cancel it. GPK tries to zip him, but he's low on the mana. He's got to be careful. The Yule's control there. I believe Miracle with the... that was a self-Yule's there. He did attempt to try and catch GPK, ended up just getting himself. But still, it's 2 kills. EG, any attempt to move outside of the base, they are now just getting slaughtered by Nigma.
This is how you play against EG. You cleft them. I mean, this is such a great hero, actually. Playing
Was
this,
the EG counter?
Darkseer is the EG counter. They don't have a Force Staff. They can't get anyone down.
Bottom, GPK trying to have a bit of a poke, but the whole team's here. He's going to go down. Oh, I think they've managed to do it here, Nigma. They have thrown GPK completely off his game as they're just playing in up to tier 3s. Arteezy trying to stand his ground with the BKB, but the Vacuum from Mind Control drags him Fly. 5 of them just punching down onto the Prophet.
They can't even kill Undying.
He's out with a Glimmer Cape as Nigma, relentless, no mercy
This
here.
is it. They might call it.
It's getting bloody.
This is free Raxes. I don't see EG's way of fighting back into this game. You know, when we talk about fast Dota, this is it. Like, it doesn't get faster than this.
And look at the smile there on We Are. I mean, and they've got it. They've got it here in this game too. GG is called, and Nigma will take the second game of the series, bringing it 1-1. And definitely a hard-earned effort as well there. The moves and the shot calling from Nigma that game, it was pretty flawless. And what a showing as well, because they showed how to do it after essentially losing all 3 of their lanes. At the start of this game, 15 minutes in, all 3 of EG's cores were pretty far ahead. GPK was having an incredible start, an explosive start. But Nigma, they kept it cool, and they showed us just a perfect way of from A to B to Z of how to create a comeback.
Yeah, it's one of those games where a lot of people, if they played in this game, would just, you know, give up because everything just went complete shit. and they managed to find the comeback because of that Batrider Boots of Travel. Same goes for Ember Spirit, like Darkseer and Batrider won them the game.
Yeah, no, it really did. And you know, hats off to Weehaw as well, because you could tell with EG's draft and the way that they played the start, their focus was, you know, Weehaw, he's on his bat, he's going to be making these moves. We've got to shut down those early rotations, and they did. We saw GPK each time just sort of outdoing it. But then I guess things started to falter with those couple of dives up on the top lane where suddenly Weehaw's coming in, he's cleaning up. And suddenly all that pressure and focus that they were putting on to shutting down Weehaw, it just ended up, they tripped up on their own feet, their own moves, and Nigma's patience really brought them back into this game.
Yeah, it really did.
Yeah, well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. I think, without a doubt, one thing that we can all be happy about is we are going to get a Game 3 between these two teams as Nigma take Game 2 now, the series 1-1 between Nigma and EG.
Yes, these two teams are definitely delivering some top-tier Dota 2. We're going to try to break that second game down. Yeah, so I want to start at a certain point. We were sitting in the green room, and I basically asked Kyle how sure he was that it was going to go 2-2-0 because he said earlier that it was going to go 2-2-0.
Time to lay down.
And he basically, it came down to the sentence, Doom could basically win this on his own. And then he got stuck on a cliff a couple times, and he couldn't. Kyle.
That bus is driving along, Kyle, and Sheever not only just kicked you in front, but she just shoved Ramses down there in front as well.
I forgot about the cliff, all right? And you can even see Nigma had an idea of how to utilize it. They were just beelining for the cliff above the Radiant base. They would drop the tombstone on it and then occasionally place Radiant heroes on the cliff underneath it. Not much you can do about it. Also, just abusing the shit out of the Darkseer removal of the movement cap with Surge. It's one of only 4 abilities in Dota that can do that. Can you name them, Cap?
No, I can't. I won't bother to try.
Shikushi, Bloodseeker thing. How many more?
Also, I think there's
one more.
More than 4.
One more?
Spirit Breaker also removes the cap.
That's correct.
Discharge.
That was the trick. There were
No,
5.
I'm pretty sure there's another one after that.
Which one
It was a trick
be?
question. There's 5.
Which one would it be?
Wind Ranger Eggs.
But yeah, pretty much like by abusing that movement speed cap, they're able to find the initiation first in every single one. And then once they take that initiation, like a lot of what, if you look at Evil Genius's lineup, they have to play with a net worth advantage. That is just classically what, I mean, you should actually talk about this because you guys ran safe lane Furion all the time. You guys ran one or two Furion.
And we loved it with offlaners like Doom, too. You have this scenario where you have like 3 semi-cores, but no, and they all, as you can see, top net worth, like they all have good games. The trouble is you have to close at a point. I really liked Ramsey's decision to get BKB, but I thought his mistake was keeping this wolf creep for most of the game. I really think if there was ever a game for the Centaur Stomp, it would be here. Just because also, as I think Lacoste mentioned, you have something to cover your Doom. You can't give that away in this game. And in addition, I'm surprised that GPK just kept Brown Boots. And also just didn't get a BKB until after the Orchid and the Bloodstone. Because if you look at this lineup from Nigma, what do they might be able to lasso you through BKB. They don't have any BKB piercing damage. And I felt like if you're going to have your Doom rushing it, then both Furion and specifically Storm should try and get it around that same timing. The game ends, Storm still doesn't have a BKB.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of a classic error of playing Doom against Rubik is that you want to use Scorched Earth to help you initiate. You want that extra movement speed to be able to get in position for your blink in the first place. But like once you give away Doom, once you kind of need to change, because Scorched Earth is instant, so you should be able to like always have that cover for your Doom anyway. But he ended up giving away like 3 times. And again, it's a classic mistake with Doom, but you can't forgive somebody like Ramses, who's supposed to be the top, highest echelon of offlane players. So that was definitely a little bit awkward and got GPK killed a number of times. And I do agree with you that I think GPK just needed to protect the advantage that he had a little bit better.
Yeah, I think if they just go for BKBs on all 3 cores before the 20-minute mark, like they could have all had one about the same time Ramses got his, that 1 core item into BKB. What does Nigma actually do? Like they have Lasso as well as the only BKB interrupt for TPs, and it would have allowed them to play the map a lot more effectively, because what Nigma really did just abuse was their mobility. It's really interesting. We've compared these teams to different Apex predators, but if we examine them from, say, their martial arts fighting style, EG just straight up heavyweights, all right? They're boxers. It fits in their philosophy as well and how they utilize players. They want the best player, they make them work, they go brawling. Similar to that Game 1 draft. Terrorblade, Mag, Beastmaster. We're going to do damage. Deal with it.
Okay.
Nigma,
They're also counterpunchers.
Correct.
Right?
Nigma, Capoeira.
What? Yeah, okay.
It's the Brazilian dance fighting because it's
Isn't capoeira the art where you actually don't hit each other?
correct. But you can. There are people in MMA.
We're
that
talking
do.
about martial arts here.
Hear me
Yeah,
out.
but capoeira.
Hear me out.
Okay.
Because they do stuff that on paper just looks weird. Okay, as an example, the previous game, picking Anti-Mage into a Terrorblade. Here, they're just surging people around the map with Darkseer Ember Bat as their course. It just doesn't really make sense. But they execute it to such a high level that after 15 minutes, you're just so tired that eventually that kick to the face lands. And EG took it. And now it's 1-1.
I feel like you're not
capoeira?
giving. You can go first.
With wrestling and just say that Nigma like blitzes you, gets you down to the ground, and then forces a submission out of you.
Sure. They're yeah, fine.
I mean, that at least gives credit to
Capoeira.
Nigma that they don't they
It's not
accidentally
no.
hit EG because they felt tired. No, that was not the case.
It's more that, okay, the idea is that capoeira is seen as like a very bad fighting style, okay? But similar to how...
It's a dance!
Hear me out. Similar to
I don't
how
think anybody
Nigma's
holds-
drafts are often criticized, right? For being one-dimensional or too difficult to execute, yada, yada. But they can make it work because they're just that good. We're probably not giving GH enough credit on the Rubik. Of course he steals Doom. He's
He steals
GH.
Doom every time.
He's really good at Dota,
Yeah.
and he's adorable.
Much like capoeira. It all loops together.
That's great.
You just don't understand the intricacy of Kyle's grand analogies.
I mean, I've heard better analogies. It just this one felt so flat.
It's not necessarily for you, Chiefs. There's a lot of people watching.
That's
at
fair.
least a
Yeah, there's a
dozen
lot of
them.
stupid people out there.
That's fair.
Kyle's trying to connect with that part
Yes,
of the audience.
it's
you know?
working. I bet. Stop giving me that grin. All right. So, did Nigma won because they were better at the game, or did they win because of the draft?
Now that's the kind of high-level intellectual question that a lot of our viewers at home are waiting for. Were Nigma good, or was EG bad?
I would say Nigma's good.
I mean, I'm actually expecting an answer,
Oh,
Kyle.
sorry. A bit of both. I'm excited. Like, this to me is the first. We've had a few matches in the Immortal League, but this is the first one like where you get kind of like TI shivers, you know. And I think that both these teams are playing well. If anything, EG suffered because they didn't have. And this typically is how EG does lose games. It feels like they don't know what to do in the mid game. It's fine when they have something like the Arteezy Terrorblade and the draft kind of plays itself. It's like, hey, we have meta. We can make a move. Let's go roar somebody. This game, it's you have to play like too fluid almost for EG to be in their comfort zone because Furion's like always looking to be active. You don't really know what GPK is looking to do. You assume he wants to fight. He's got Orchid first with just brown boots, and then your other core is a Doom with a BKB. So it just doesn't naturally lead to like where do we win? Because taking Roche is more difficult. The buybacks also maybe we should mention from Nigma in that mid engagement where they then got mid tower was huge. Yeah, it's 2 buybacks, but the early game it's still cheap and they get a key objective out of it, which is so important against.
Wait. Were those the same 2 buybacks of which you said after I asked?
I didn't
how
say that it was.
certain he was. He said they just used 2 buybacks. It's game over.
It was a really good
buybacks?
play. Even if Kyle couldn't recognize it at the time, it was, in retrospect, Kyle was able to re-examine and find that it was a good play. Same as Nigma also made a very similar play, not necessarily with buybacks, but in the tower dive, where that was actually potentially disastrous.
Everybody's wrong every once in a while. And I think it takes a big man to be able to admit it.
Amazing how he goes from like being wrong and still complimenting himself over it, you know? It takes like a high level of ignorance mixed with arrogance, you know? It's like these lines, you know, normally they don't necessarily always cross, but like
when
Kyle
they do,
finds that nice peak.
I would call that confidence. And I think it's a very key characteristic.
All right, I want to talk to you guys about a hero that we know Slacks is very opposed to. We don't see it very often on the side of EG. We saw Crit play it today, Wind Ranger. did not really work out. But did it not work out because of the hero, or did it not work out because their draft just didn't work out?
I don't know. What are your thoughts on it? Because I heard you had some thoughts on it.
I had
Beaver.
thoughts. I remember when Saxa plays it, I feel like he has great impact.
Jeez. Wow. Well, to be
And
fair,
I did not feel that impact this time. I don't know if that's to do with crit.
I know who
or
it is
if-
to do with.
Oh.
It's Ice Frog's fault. Because typically Crit would play Clinks, but he can't. Because Ice Frog decided to rework Clinks.
Yeah.
463 games of Clinks. Crit. They're just gone. What was Saxa playing? That's right. Wind Ranger. Another Archer. It's not Crit's fault that Ice Frog decided to remove that. Valve, NA, perhaps they're looking to be unbiased. They want to nerf NA's heroes.
You want a fact here. This is just a fact, no context to it, really. Crit has been spamming in his pubs lately Pudge. What do you think about that, Cheever?
I only remember.
No, it's very true.
I only remember Jenkins talking about Pudge. And Jenkins loved that hero. He loves that hero to death.
What I'm getting from this is that, Cheever, you're saying if Crit is listening, that maybe you should be... Crit, you should probably be spamming Wind Ranger and not Pudge. Is that what you're trying to say?
Not per se. No. Why are you grilling me like this?
I don't know.
I just wanted to turn things around.
I like this. This is great. Keep
all right.
going.
Ask me more technical
I see Kyle getting beat up on all the
you
time
want me
on
to
these
analyze
battles.
Dota?
You know?
Come on, give me another one.
Give me another what?
An analytical Dota.
Okay, what do you think about Storm Spirit? So Lizard was talking about the fact that 38% win rate for GPK on the Storm Spirit. Now it's even lower at this point in time. He's played, I think, 19 games of Storm Spirit now in his competitive career. Evil Geniuses traditionally have been very good with Storm Spirit in this patch, actually 100% win rate.
Until today.
They also only played against other NA teams, so I don't think we can actually think about that too long. It was with a different mid player. Maybe GPK is just not the Storm type of guy.
He is a Storm player. It's one of his top 3 most played heroes.
Not
he is considered
recently.
a whiz kid.
Not recently.
Not recently.
Lizard said he had 38% win rate. Wasn't that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With 19 professional matches now.
That's not a lot of wins.
7 and 10. It's respectable.
I mean, you can't win Dota
So
by
GPK
yourself.
is a trash Storm Spirit. Is that what you're
No,
saying?
that's not what I'm saying.
All right. Crit's doing a bad job practicing, and GPK is a trash Storm Spirit. That's what Cheever
That's
is
definitely
saying to
not
the
what
audience.
I'm saying. You have more questions regarding different players.
Clip that, put it on Reddit, get it upvoted so
My
that Cheever
point
is held accountable
regarding
for her.
Quick Wind Ranger was mostly that I thought he was going to have a bigger impact and he didn't. And I don't know why, and that's why I turned to you. Why didn't he have a better impact on his Wind Ranger?
I think it's more about the way Nigma's draft came online. I think the double bots on Ember Bat, and this again goes back to Capoeira and why I brought this up, because they're abusing a mechanic that most teams aren't even really considering. Like, they're breaking the game, as Notel discussed in his interview, TI9. They have this mechanic you can't do anything about. Their heroes are literally running faster than your heroes possibly can. So, of course, Weeha's going to find a pick. He's got like 10 seconds to click a guy. He's running at you faster than he can click. Boom, you've got him, and now you're over there. Like, there's just no real way to deal with this. And when you consider the overall just slowness of the support to Fly, poor guy, he's just going to die. Meanwhile, Crit, you're a Wind Ranger. You get caught by a stun, Ember Spear just hunting you the entire game. It's tough to play.
Yeah, I think Ember Spirit is a pretty potent problem there. And I would also say that like having clear sources of initiation makes Wind Ranger look a lot better. He still hit some good shackles and he's still got some like pretty important kills. But like as a whole, as their lineups are falling apart, and as like the initiation advantage that was very clearly to the favor of Nigma, like reacting to that is just naturally going to be harder than when you're setting the tempo. Like Wind Ranger looks best when she has all the information ahead, and even better if there's a target who's already been hit by one stun. You
Also,
get the angle.
very single target. Like, your game impact fades as the game continues.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, you're a shackle, you're a nuke, and you ult someone. And if that target either dies or gets away from you or has too much armor or you're unable to stay near them,
or you miss your
that's
shackle.
it. Yeah, Rubik, meanwhile, is like stealing Doom, spamming spells with extra stun duration. Rubik's just a broken hero. We're going to see that first toot, I think, more often as this event continues.
I would slightly disagree with the fact you keep on trying to make this analogy work, so I'm going to try and tear it apart right now.
Okay.
It's not like Capoeira in that no other people are considering these mechanics, because we did see OG very successfully run Darkseer IO,
Absolutely.
which is going to lead me into I think Darkseer is just kind of a broken hero right now, and you have to have like clear answers to it. And I'm not convinced that. Let's say there are some people who thought like maybe like Doom is can counter Darkseer in some ways. Like I don't know. It's a conversation I overheard. But like, I don't think they had the answers of like, I have a clear dispel that like, or like some sort of like instant reaction stun that's going to be able to stop this sort of initiation. So I think that if you lit Darkseer through the pool again, like you will really want to make sure you have bases covered.
I mean, he got last picked. He was through the pool to the very end.
Yep.
Very surprising.
It is surprising. I don't think that EG expected it could be picked in that spot. It looks weird. Bat, Ember, Darkseer. If Nigma lose this game, I can already see Reddit, and you just have these hundreds of fans that aren't really fans because they only appear when Nigma lose. They're just like, this guy sucks, or this team sucks. And they're all arguing about who should be replaced and how the team, where's Mop, where's Mop. And ultimately, it's just a good game of Dota 2. It's EG versus Nigma.
It was a good game of Dota 2.
This is like really fun. Like this is why we are fans of the game, because it's two titans going up against each other.
And that's why we're here waiting for a game 3. Where is it, Cheever?
I mean, I don't know.
Give it to me.
I do not.
You're in charge, Cheever.
I do not command the start game button.
I thought you were the queen.
I mean, of this room.
Yeah, I thought you were holding all of us hostage for game 3.
Why
Don't tell anybody.
You've been making me get you coffee every day.
Yes.
All right, calm down there, King Simp over there.
Is it that your job? It's been Ma Queen. The least you can do is
I don't want it. I don't want to get the coffee. I can't do the voice properly.
Don't do it.
Can't do it.
Don't do it. But I am very excited because normally around this time I would ask, we've seen both win, blah, blah, yada, yada, who's better team? I don't think we can answer that question.
No.
And that it makes it all the better for this third game. I'm very excited also to see where it's going to head down. Do you have any, by the way, I want to have something different in terms of analogy rather than animals or fighting styles. What do you have?
To compare.
I also always got another analogy.
I mean, I would think so. Which one is it?
I mean, I think we would stick to colors because both teams really like the blue palette. But if you think about EG, it's less regal. I think of them more as like a cerulean, Nigma, it's more fading towards purple. Sort of like
Nigma literally has two colors,
sunset.
purple and blue.
Yeah, it's like it's dawn versus dusk. That's what this is. The light versus the shade.
I mean, one is literally called evil. The other literally means star.
Can we examine that for a moment?
Light.
Hashtag live evil.
It's a terrible slogan. That's my personal opinion, but
All right.
But did you know that it spells live evil even if you read it backwards? Did you know that?
That's a race car right there.
Did you know that?
That's pretty cool. I did not know that. I never noticed.
It's a palindrome.
No, I like the previous one a lot, I think. Is that the word?
The way you said that, and then your smug look afterwards, that's a palindrome.
I like bleed blue.
Yeah.
I like that one.
I think there were a lot of really nice things about Bleed Blue, but we've got Live Evil now. That's where it's at.
I mean, I like it more now that I know that it's a palindrome.
Speaking of cool hashtags, by the way, keep in mind if you use the hashtag WePlayOmega and tweet at us and stuff, we'll put it up on the screen.
We might.
Yeah, and that will help us fill these times.
Yes.
Correct. We would answer your questions. The draft panel, probably starting tomorrow, will be able to look at your questions about the draft and the strategy.
Maybe.
You can be an analyst.
They cannot. But they can try. And I know some other people that can try at the analyst panel right now.
Welcome back to the Colosseum. It is I, the Emperor of the Colosseum, joined by my gods, themselves, the Lizard Man and the Banana Boy. Welcome, gentlemen. The warriors are soon to arrive to feast on 1,000 lifetimes of violence and fighting. But the question is, who shall they be? Who? Rubik has begun to analyze now.
Where is the Doom?
Doom!
This is against the cannon.
And they got Rubik and Doom.
Rubik and Doom picked
That's
up.
a fascinating. So instead of going for the first pick Doom with the response of Rubik, they first picked the Rubik to kind of cock block the Doom, and then they picked the Doom.
That's a nice way to go about it. They did give away a Phoenix who's pretty strong versus both of these, I would say. It's a pretty legit pick. You don't have any worries for your egg safety against these two. You can heal up the target that's doomed and chased down by the Sun Ray. And yeah, overall, it's a hero that's so in the meta that I can't believe it's not first picked every single game. It's mostly because of the bans.
Yeah, it's pretty much in every game in EU pubs, at least. I'd say 75% of them have a support Phoenix in there somewhere, sometimes even thrown into core. But they go for the mag. Rubik's just having a field day in this, in this series so far. It's now got the RP to steal. All Phoenix spells are honestly pretty decent. You can usually get the egg if it's really well timed, but obviously have to be
you can cast the Fire Spirits before he steals. I don't think it's very difficult to be in range
and
because of the stun, right?
Yeah, I feel like I see it more. Like I say it's kind of easy, but like I see the ability stolen all the time, and then I think to myself like,
you must be
really
playing with GH Rubik every single game or something, and he's stealing.
All the Rubiks in EU, man, they're spammers. I don't know if you look at EU pubs, but compared to NA pubs, the one thing I will say is that there are. Like everyone's just like platinum level, you know,
Rubik,
whatever.
Yeah. But playing Rubik, the hero used to be like this top tier support that only a few played really well. Right now, it's just easy to play. That's how I feel. He's been buffed up quite a few times.
Quality of life changes make him much easier to play. Similar to heroes like Chen and stuff. All the changes to the hero have just made it that much simpler to execute his kit.
We're not gonna do any fluff here. We're talking about draft, but that Doom looks amazing.
Oh yeah.
I love this.
That is the base model. There's no cosmetics.
Like, this hero, even without cosmetics, just looks goddamn amazing. You don't, and then on top of that, you have a billion ones.
Stop sucking up.
So, to Doom, Team Nigma, they actually ban out the Arc Warden, which we have seen before. Today, actually, in another tournament in Asia, it was picked up and it went really well. We don't really see a lot of Arc Wardens right now played well, and I'm sad a little bit that it's banned out because I would like to see how top tier teams make it work.
Yeah, they banned out PA, and the response was Arc Warden, so I have to imagine those are correlated in some capacity. PA is one of the better mag carries to deal with Arc Warden. Arc Warden's also really nice against mag. I usually see them pick, like teams will tend to pick at least one, usually two other ranged cores, such that the mag just never has 2 or 3 melee heroes all in one small vicinity to get the RP off. We've seen some Drows in the Divine League. I haven't been a huge fan of that against mag, but it's not too bad against the Phoenix as well, so maybe we'll see that this time around. Maybe like a Venge Drow next to or something like that. We could also see a Lina against the Mag Phoenix. We've seen a lot of Lina against the Phoenix.
Yeah, Lina against the Phoenix and Lina against the Mag too, right? Those are the things that really hurt him, that hurt Phoenix and the Mag in the laning stage. But usually you can also think about these BKB built-in carries, right? Like your Lifestealer that we saw today, your Jug that's kind of dead, but is out there. Also, Spectre is still in the pool. When we were talking about Arc Warden and heroes that counter him, Spectre, PA banned out. Spectre surprisingly still in.
Yeah, I think Spectre
you feel that
is very punishable with well-coordinated drafts. I think she's not a hero you can just kind of pick and get away with. Like, we've seen a lot of it first round in the Divine League, and you see it a lot first picked in pubs and stuff. And as long as there's not a coordinated effort to deal with the hero, I think it's fine.
You know what's crazy? Like, when the closed qualifier started, I was saying exactly the same thing about Spectre.
Yeah.
Then I completely changed my opinion of the hero for the next couple of days because it looked differently. Because if you're well coordinated, you punish her, but you need to be well coordinated constantly, and a couple of mistakes can put you in a really bad spot.
She's one of the heaviest punishers of any out of position, any overextension, anything like that. And I honestly wouldn't hate Spectre for the Evil Geniuses side. They do set up for a hard carry with the Enchantress that almost always secures your safe lane. It basically just says, this guy is going to have a good start. I'm going to kind of turn into a creep in the mid game on Enchantress, and late game that is, but before that, I will own for like the first 5 minutes.
Could they go with Clinks here? You get the damage
you
versus...
want the Enchantress
yeah,
Clinks?
you have Enchantress Clinks. He's really good versus the Egg. With an Orchid, he can punish the Disruptor and the Phoenix very easily throughout the game. He can be super active. But Slardar... Okay, so Slardar, if you go for Clinks, obviously, because of Corrosive Haze, it can be a little bit difficult for him. But overall, he's really good versus Doom, too. If for nothing else, because of the armor. Corrosive Haze really
I wouldn't hate
punches.
something like Troll Warlord. I think you want to pick something that kind of dumpsters a Slardar in lane. I don't think you can afford to give this hero a good lane this game. You don't have the save mechanic in your two supports. So if he gets off to a good start, Slardar's kind of just going to wreak havoc. So I would really prioritize the lane here myself, e.g. also being a somewhat NA team in the sense that obviously most of them actually aren't from NA, but they do play against a lot of NA teams, and a lot of those drafts are predicated on the laning stage much more so than I see in EU. It's really hard to think off the top of my head when I can't see the heroes, but Terrorblade is banned out, so that's another good option against Slardar. We could see an Illusion hero, but those aren't ideal against Mag. Like PL isn't that great. They do go for the Clinks.
They go
so
with the
Lizard,
combo.
I talked for a minute, you talked for 5 seconds, and you had more relevant information than I did.
Yeah, it's just the Enchantress Clinks combo, nothing else really. And also the Egg that kind of suffers versus this right clicker. I'm also interested in seeing where this Clinks is going to be.
Yeah, is it going to be mid or safe lane?
Yeah, is it going to be safe lane versus Slardar? Because it can be a little bit... I guess with Enchantress covering you, it can be pretty good because you have that... you have a creep first and foremost, and then you have that slow, which is one of the best ones early on from Enchant.
Yes.
So you'll be able to dish out that damage. No. Do they go with the Lina? That's my no. Because no, I don't think so. Evil Genius.
You need a mobile
yeah.
hero.
Yeah,
in
you
this
need a
last
mobile
pick.
hero. You need a frontliner as well. I would hate to see something.
I'll
like
give you
Lina.
even odds that it's going to be a spirit. I'm almost certain any of the spirits will come out here. I would say out of all of them, Void Spirit comes to mind the most, even though it doesn't do that great against Mag and lane from what I've seen. I've seen it go both ways, so I'm really not 100% sure on that matchup, because in the first game it went heavily in favor of GPK on the Mag. But I do believe that matchup could go either way, and... go ahead.
Usually when I thought about that matchup, I didn't play it a lot, I would always value Magnus over Void Spirit.
Yeah.
Right, but then I saw multiple matchups in which Void Spirit would come out on top. Maybe it was just the player's skill that made the difference. Maybe it's the player that got outplayed and that's it.
I'm really thinking Slark for Team Nigma. I'm like 82% sure they're going to go Slark, unless this last pick changes it. I know it's against Doom, but it seems so good with the lineup they have, as well as against the heroes I see. There's just no stuns for it other than
Void
that.
Spirit.
They do
There you
for
go.
the Void
Good job.
Spirit. I like Slark still, but now that I got that one right, I feel like I'm like now less confident for some reason than the other one.
They do have
Jug?
many options, right? Like when it comes to Team Nigma.
All the illusion heroes are banned, so that's usually the problem with a hero like Clinks.
Is Naga banned? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Naga's banned. Naga and Terrorblade banned second round. PL banned last round. They have very few stuns on Evil Geniuses, so some carries like the Troll could be more viable in a game like this than they normally would be. And they go for the Ursa.
Yeah,
that was the other 18% that I was thinking with my...
They went back into the laning stage, right? They found a way to deal perhaps with this Doom, because Ursa... at least historically, was considered one of those heroes that eats Doom alive in that laning stage. However, things have changed a little bit. Ursa got nerfed quite a bit, Doom got buffed quite a bit. It might be a little bit different now.
On paper, very good against Enchantress in game because of the overpower. It's also good against Clinks. It's hard to describe that matchup specifically.
It depends. If Clinks rushes Orchid, it can be really difficult for Ursa.
Yeah, the Void Spirit should be going Yules. I'm going to favor EG again, even after the second game. But I know I probably just took away the one line Slash was going to say this entire panel, so I'll just let him be silent and say what he has to say with his body language.
And you?
I will stay with evil geniuses.
So be it. The oracles have provided their insight, nearly identical in their predictions, but only one team shall taketh the power today. It is Game 3, and whoever can take this series will receive unlimited power for the rest of the tournament. The time has come. Away with predictions and talk, and only action and talk from the casters. Go forth, Pixel Boy and Lacoste in Torrent.
Well, yeah, unlimited power on the line. That's quite the prize for whichever team's going to take this one away. I mean, it has been a great series so far. 1-1, of course, right now between EG and Nigma as we get ourselves into this third game. And the drafts, the cost, anything sort of stand out to you as being particularly strong from either side here?
The Clanks and Enchantress combo. Alliance ran it a couple of days ago. Like, this is, I think, one of the strongest combos right now, besides like the Darkseer, Grimstroke, +1, you name it. We've seen the Batrider in the previous game, Spirit Breaker, but this could be really potent. You know, it's serious amount of damage that you kind of don't expect to happen in a short period of time.
Yeah. What do you think is sort of about the approach from Nigma here, coming in with that last pick, Ursa? You know, is this a game that you sort of look at and you can see a lot of ways that the Ursa can succeed?
Yeah, it's a good laner. Against the Doom. Doom has very low armor, and Ursa is just physical damage. They also needed a hero that Clinks is kind of, you know, afraid of, and that's Ursa. They also need what Panel talked about. They need a hero that's going to rush Orchid, either Clinks or that Void Spirit, because Ursa really does not like to play into any kind of silence.
And the real question is GPK going to be all right? Because I feel last game we did sort of see the mental psychology, the plays from Nigma in an attempt to sort of tilt GPK off his game. Do you think he's going to be able to reset and come back into Game 3 here with sort of a cool head?
Possibly, like if they fix the brakes on him, because man, he went full throttle in that one. You know, just that no one could leash him. He was just off the charts. But he definitely played extremely good, like first 15 minutes.
I mean, it was sort of like the best 15 minutes of a Storm we've seen in a while, and then, you know, I mean, it is one of those heroes, right, where we've all been there. When you're having that good of a start, it's very hard to sort of stop and calm down. You know, when you're getting that much out of control, you just keep going and going, and next thing you know, you've just gone a little too hard.
It happens. It happens to all of us. You know, they just felt like they were invincible at that point. You know, we can get this. Suddenly you see your hero, oh shit, I'm out of mana, and you die. Also, diving tier 1 and tier 2 towers that early on, you know, it could be a bit tricky, especially with the buybacks on your position 4s and 5s, and also short respawn timer.
One thing that's going to be interesting to see as well this game is, I feel like without a doubt, right, you look at Nigma's lineup and they do have this pretty incredible team fight. Is that something that the EG is going to be able to deal with, this whole sort of, you know, disrupt Phoenix combo here and when the 5v5 start going down?
It's actually a sick Wombo combo that they have. You have Phoenix, you have Mag, and Disruptor. So you have great ways of protecting the egg. We could also see, you know, Phoenix just diving in, forcing them to group around. The only hero that is good against the egg is that Clinks. But like Clinks does not like to play into like any kind of silence. They have RP, they have Ursa. Also, I want to see what kind of item build Ursa is going to go for this game. If they want to play it fast, like it's just going to be like phase drums into a basher.
Yeah, we'll see what sort of approach Miracle wants to take. as we get ourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3 now of EG versus Nigma. Let's see who's going to be able to take this series away with themselves. As we saw both games, game 1 definitely the sort of closer of the two in terms of the entirety of it being drawn out. And then game 2, very much EG showing us how they can smash the lanes, and Nigma showing us how they can construct a comeback. So let's see what we're going to see in this third game. EG coming in with a 5-man smoke. They are going to be able to get the grab on GH. Got the level 1 dive ready to go to get himself away and out of the action that EG was trying to bring. So we'll live, but doesn't mean that he has the level 1 dive here.
This is the build on Phoenix. Look at his HP, 800, crown, and 3 branches. So when, whenever they pick up bounty, he's gonna bring some extra region to the lane, but feels pretty unkillable. I think he has the most HP. Maybe Slaughter has more. Nope, just kidding.
No, you're right. That's a lot of strength, a lot of HP on Mr. GH. Let's get into the lanes. We'll see what sort of matchups we get. Looks like with the info that they have down here, Miracle is starting to head towards top. I mean, I guess what is this, sir? So what are you trying to do? Are you trying to get into the lane against the Doom?
Yeah, I guess that's what you want to do. Like, you do not want to lane Ursa against Clanks that just feels suicidal.
Well, I mean, it is a trick because they just see the 5 of them. I guess because they felt the numbers were there that wouldn't be the case. GH is going to have to TP out of this one. We'll make it back to base. And as the lanes start to sell, we'll see Crit head down towards the bottom. Miracle, as you say, he's going to find himself against that Clinks lane. We'll see if he, how so they switch that up, or if that's something that Miracle doesn't mind. But as you would imagine, yeah, with that Orb of Venom that he took out to lane, he was maybe hoping for a melee hero to hit.
Maybe they were just hoping that, EG will know that they're going to do the switch, and they just keep it simple. That's definitely not good for Ursa. Like, he's not going to get much out of that lane. Clanks will just keep right-clicking him.
Yeah, especially with the Enchantress up here as well. The two of them are going to do their best at punching him back. We're going to see RMN head up on the Disruptor to help things out. And then here in the mid lane, GPK's Void Spirit against Weehar's Magnus. Which is going to be interesting to see, which, worth noting, of course, this is the exact mirror of what we saw in Game 1, where we got to see GPK Magnus against the Weehar Void Spirit.
Okay, we did not see that. Just move the camera to the bottom lane, pretend it did not happen. And this is the build. Like, Raid Band is just the best out of 3. Ursa, what's his CS? 2? That's very low. Like, it's gonna just become much, much harder for Ursa to actually play that lane.
We are getting very low here in the mid lane. Has got a salve out, but it looks like so far in the first few waves, GPK has been doing an excellent job of just getting the punches in on the Magnus. Also a fair few denies in that mid lane, 7 for 5 against the 5 for 0. Top Fly away with a TP. But we are seeing already the 3 lanes, particularly that mid and top, going very, very nicely for EG. And just interesting that they aren't making any sort of attempt to switch the lanes round. I guess it's just very hard to do right. You know that if you do move like that, EG almost certainly going to respond. But does mean that you have to start this game off with a very tough start for this Ursa.
He has a steroid in this game. You have Magnus in your team, so you're going to get the farm eventually. But you can see by the items that he has. He has Orb of Venom,
yeah.
So he kind of expected to play against Doom, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, with this lane setup, he's not getting any sort of hits on to the two of them. I mean, sure, he did manage to get a punch in onto Fly, but Fly each and every time with the TP will be able to play his way away from the lane. And any time and resources spent on trying to go on Fly is just going to mean continued uninterrupted.
There's a free item, just take that butterfly.
I might need it. That's mid lane. Weehar, we'll see if he's able to get a cheeky skewer onto GPK. Was trying earlier to get the grab around. Not opting for a point quite yet on Shockwave, which can of course help with that setup for the skewer back.
Oh, that was close.
And GPK, he's really beaten down on We Are in the mid lane. As top lane, Fly finding the first blood onto RMN there. These lanes are they're off to a very rough start. I mean, it's just top lane, 13-7 against the 5-0. Mid, 13-7 against the 7-1.
This is what we've seen in game number 2, where, you know, Nigma just got completely stomped. They lost all 3 lanes, but still managed to make a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's, as you say, it worked for them in the second game. Maybe that's their strategical plan here again in game 3.
Do you think anyone ever said, like, yeah, we're just gonna lose the laning stage and then we're gonna stomp them?
Oh? I mean, they got the kill. They were able to get the kill onto Arteezy. I mean, not something you necessarily expect out of that lane, but they do. They're able to actually run down the Klings. Sure, Miracle dies for it, but yeah, at least able to sort of take Arteezy out and get the kill on a hero that's out CSing you by easily double in that lane.
Klings is such a slow hero, you know. He does not like to have any heroes that can get on top of him. And there's also no, like, real range heroes that he benefit from Strife.
No, you're right. There's not any sort of range projectiles that's going to sort of help dodge. That's mid lane. I'm going to see some movements around the 4-minute rune spawns. It is going to be bottom. Doesn't mean that Crit will be able to maintain control of it. Actually, just kidding. GH, he swoops in and grabs it for himself. As now, the lift up there onto GH. Of course, diving in like this, he's put himself in a little bit of a dangerous position. He's got a Fairy Fire, but with the Resonant Pulse and one final right-click, GPA will be able to slice him down.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, they managed to kill Fly. So this Ursa...
They're getting kills.
I mean, Ursa has 7 CS. Klings has 23 and 8, but yeah, they're getting kills.
Yeah. I mean, it's you got to look at Mr. RMN. You know, he's the man making the magic happen. He's on this Disruptor, and he's been able to offer up the control that's allowed Miracle to get in. You see them try and turn onto RMN, but there's backup here from Nigma. GH dives in. RMN will fall, but with GH coming in, they're going to be able to set up to kill off Arteezy again. So even sort of in his dying breath, RMN
just
setting up.
He used the salve. Now way you're clicking him. It's level 2 Fiery Spirit, so Nigma should be able to pick up 2 bounty runes. Bottom lane is just 1 versus 1 battle at the moment. Still, EG ahead of them by 1k.
Yeah, I mean, EG's getting the creeps, but Nigma, especially with those plays up top, that they're finding the kills very early on. You know, that's just sort of as a hero, it doesn't, no, not necessarily the biggest of creep hitters, apart from when he goes for that Battle Fury build. It's all about killing the heroes, but this is really Nigma taking it to another level. This Miracle Ursa just 13 CS at 5 minutes, but he's getting involved in a lot of action thanks to RMN.
GPK is level 6.
GH.
He's out of mana. All right, does not want to die. 1 Fairy Fire. GPK, you know, after that last game, he does not want to throw.
No.
Had only 1 Astral Step charge.
Yeah, would have been.
If it was 2, yeah, he would definitely go for a kill.
See bottom, Ramses. Trying to chase down Mind Control, but Mind Control a little too speedy with the sprint. Is out and away, 6-minute rune comes up, and GPK will be able to grab it. So it spawns down bottom. Top lane, a bit of pressure onto Miracle to shove him outside of the lane.
Radiant
And that will be that. He's out of there, he's going to take the walk back to base. 4-4-4, 1k lead for EG. Another sort of great back and forth start. And EG, as we say, they do have that sort of CS advantage, but Nigma, they're making some smart moves to keep themselves in it by keeping equal with the kills.
A little bit of detours. We're going to watch the map, see if we can find anything. What if there's like something hidden in the map?
Well, I remember,
like an Easter egg.
I can't remember who said this, but I remember being at some sort of event and someone did say there are still secrets that haven't been found by the community. Now, I don't know if they were sort of, you know, talking rubbish to me, and this was many years ago, but it is fascinating and exciting to think that maybe something's still hidden in plain sight that people just haven't found yet.
Yeah, have you tried cutting every single tree down?
No. There we go. Do that and
try it. If you find something, tweet at me.
Poor person's gonna sit there for hours. I don't know how long it takes. I don't know the most efficient way would be to do that.
I think you need all like 5 heroes on both teams to
yes,
actually cut it down.
You have to do this in a ranked game. Yeah. Your teammates will love you.
It's for the science. It doesn't matter if you lose MMR.
Yeah, exactly. Think of the the secrets that await. As bottom, chase on to Crit, into the trees they go. They've got Crit. Won't be able to go for Ramses. He's a little too tanky, in fact, turning it around a bit with the Scorched Earth onto Mind Control. But again, Mind Control will live. He's got a salve out as well, so he'll be able to keep himself in the lane.
You see both of these offlaners, like Ramses having phase boots and going for extra wind lace for some movement speed. Same goes for Mind Control. You know, boots of speed, extra wind lace, just wants to be able to outrun that Doom.
Top lane, gang coming in for GPK, but he's off the mark with the Remnant. We'll try and jump in with the step onto Miracle. Glimpse is going to tear him away. As GPK.
Someone stop him. He needs to go back.
Yeah, that initial Remnant miss, unfortunately, meaning that they didn't have quite enough control and damage to burst through Miracle. Miracle's going to be fine. Allows them to put a bit of pressure onto the tier 1 tower top. Arteezy stunning, closing on the 6. His bottom lane. Dive in as well as the bashes onto Ramses. Mind Control. He's going to try and chase this, but again, the movement speed of this Doom just far too speedy for Mind Control to chase down in a 1v1.
Both of these teams using so many resources on flasks just to, you know, keep the heroes healthy and alive.
Lots of effort put onto keeping them in the lane.
Arteezy getting closer to level 6. This is where the combo starts. Like, you enchant one of the creeps, and then suddenly you have like 1,000 damage on Clinks.
And you like this from Arteezy as well, going for the full greed build, rushing the Midas on Clinks this game?
Is he really going for
He's
Hand
got
of Midas?
Midas queued up on Clinks.
Well, that's... I don't know if that's the play. Yeah.
I mean, because yeah, you were saying you would like to see what, like an early Orchid, right? Getting aggressive onto the Ursa.
Yeah, especially against the Ursa.
Yeah.
Like, so with this kind of a build,
yeah,
you're just, you know, playing for the late game, but I don't think you need more attack speed or just levels on Clinks. Like, he's committing.
He's got that gloves on the way, so... I mean, if he's going to have the option to farm, he's always going to take it, Arteezy. So we'll see how this one pans out for him. The Midas Clinks in play.
So this is the combo. Enchantress goes for a creep, and then he uses Hand of Midas, and then Enchantress does not get it. And then he can't eat it with the dead pack.
Yeah, that's true. He's got to be careful about which ability he uses to consume those creeps. The pullbacks there with the Remnant onto Miracle. Mind Control is going to be able to get him with the crush onto Fly Skewer as well. Whoa, Weeheart, an RP onto the dead body of Fly. Won't really do much for him at all. GH ends up dying.
Arteezy's on Mac.
In the
He
pit.
got the kill.
He's running him down. And you're right, Weeheart, after committing with that Skewer and unnecessary RP, he just handed himself up for Arteezy to get the freebie. As Arteezy gets the kill over in the river, Crit and Ramsey's trying to chase down Mind Control. Won't be able to get the catch on him though with the sprint. He's out and away through that river. As EG, they'll come out on top of that one, as a whiff spell or two means it's an easy cleanup for Evil Geniuses.
It's a 2k gold advantage for EG, but a lot of that gold comes from Doom. You know, just devouring creeps, that extra gold that he gets. Bounty rune spawning. Slardar wants to contest, like he wants to grab it, and he actually gets it. So, still gonna be 2 for 2.
Oh, see, the fight is going to continue here as the dives there, potentially onto Fly. They get the glimpse back from RMN, dragging Fly back into the clutches of Mind Control. Crush down on the Enchantress, ends her life. And Miracle, as you said, going to go for this fast-paced treads into Drums build, ready to run down hero after hero. They're going to turn over towards Ramses. GPK with the Remnant pulls back Miracle, but Mind Control. Miracle, they still commit in deep onto the Doom. Ramses, he's too fast though. Miracle cannot chase him down. He's tried his best to jump in, but they dove too far. The X is going to come out, but they'll take it out easily. The Doom's been dropped down onto the Magnus. Nigma, far too aggressive here, diving in. They've lost 3. They're going to lose more.
That's going to be a full team wipe.
Triple kill. He's going to get the Ultra.
Man, he wishes that was the old Clinks, you know, just getting 20 damage out of that. I can see Cred being extremely mad once again.
And is that the recipe then coming out there? I mean, he deserves it.
Oh my god.
He absolutely deserves it.
He bought gloves like 2 minutes ago, and suddenly he has Hand of Midas.
Is that real? Has he actually got it? I mean, it must be right, unless he's opted for something else with that Sage's class.
No, it's definitely Midas.
I mean, yeah, at that point, you're like, Arteezy, you build whatever you want, my beautiful man. You've just picked yourself up an Ultra kill at 11 minutes in. And it is.
And 2 clarities on top of that.
Yeah, he's time to celebrate there for Arteezy. As top lane, he's gonna RP, but he's not gonna kill them. As Okay.
He might die. Yeah, he's dead.
He's very dead.
Okay.
Or maybe not. All right, he lives. He lives, but RP's down for 2 minutes. So, again, another thing for EG to smile about.
That was so aggressive from Nigma. I felt like they forgot that they don't have Darkseer Batrider.
Yeah, it felt a little awkward. They sort of got themselves between the Tier 1 and the Tier 2, and it kind of felt they collectively were like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
They just, what are we doing?
And I love what the EG did in this game. Like, they picked Rubik and the Doom, so the Doom cannot be stolen.
Yeah.
That's one
smart.
way to, you know, just counter yourself.
We did, Ramses needs that. You know, the other game, he did give it away a few too many times, so this time the drafting of EG making sure that that vulnerability wasn't to be there this game. Yeah, 12-7, a 4K lead. And with this Midas on the Clinks and the Devour on the Doom, you've got multiple heroes that are going to be munching their way to some pretty juicy net worths. As Nigma, with this lineup, they really can't afford to dive in and lose fights like that. Really shakes off their momentum.
So he just ate a tomato creep. I want to check the damage and the HP. Production, if you please, can click on Clinks. And the damage, yeah, 82 plus 70. And he's sitting at 1700 HP.
Not bad.
That's insane.
Not bad. For 13 minutes in, no items. That's a...
What do you mean, no items? Oh, he just got a magic wand.
Oh, okay.
You know, he wants to keep fighting now.
Midas ready to go again in 10 seconds. This money is going to continue to roll in for Artur. It's not going to mind control, but it's definitely one of the harder targets for him to take.
It's one of those games where, you know, just Hand of Midas is going to look good because he got it decent timing.
Yeah,
but if they lost that fight somehow, like, he would not get it for the next, like, 5 minutes. Possibly.
No, yeah, regardless of what hero he was on, if Arteezy's getting an ultra kill at 11 minutes and he hasn't spent his gold, he's treating himself to a Midas, and, you know, as I say, it was very well deserved. So we go. Smoke from EG around mid. Who are they going to find? GH is going to dive in, try and grab away that rune. They pay with his life, though. As with the dive already expended, he's got no further escape. Quick kill there off the back of that smoke from EG. As, I mean, Nigma, we saw them do it in Game 2 when they were sort of 5k behind at this stage. I guess they want another challenge. Let's see if they can do it in Game 3 here whilst playing from behind.
Yeah, this is at 5k. Now they need to stop, you know, giving away kills and just go full backwards.
Yeah. This is the number it sat at before they were able to spin it around in Game 2. So let's see if, you know, again, maybe this was the strategy all along from Nigma, just to try and recreate the scenario of the second game of the series.
Yeah. I mean, they have RMN coach playing, so he's probably, you know, writing down every single kill, how much is worth it, then doing the maths. Okay, this is at 5k, we just hit it, you know, time to stop feeding, and let's play serious now.
Yeah, that's, you know, RMN he's a very strong coach. You know, rumor has it that he, you know, before they get a kill, he'll ask how much money the hero's going to give, and if his teammate answers incorrectly, then
they don't go for a kill.
Yeah,
like, that's it. They're not getting the last hit.
Terrible things happen. So you've got to know your maths if you want to impress RMN. As you know, for sure though, on his disruptor, we've seen in the series. It was the series against Alliance. He had some spectacular mid-game plays with the control that he can offer.
RMN was getting a lot of you know, criticism from the community when Nigma was not playing well. Then he shows up and just plays like a complete god.
Yeah, he's going to have to do it this game, though. As this game, not an easy one. GH.
Balance in all things.
All right.
He's out.
Yeah, going to new heights there up that cliff. Back on mid. On control. Gonna poke on GPK. Rune spotted out. There'll be another power rune for...
Oh, that's a great rune. You know, just removing the either Thunderstrike, Fiery Spirits, Corrosive Haze, anything. How could we even have Illusion Rune that it did not do anything? Like, it was good for juking. All right, I'm just trying to bait with the Illusion. That's pretty much it. Fly, gonna dispel that Overpower.
Just not fair.
There we go, Echo Saber. The good old counter to the Untouchable. 2 quick, swift hits that that passive ain't gonna do anything about at all. Arteezy on the prowl on mid. EG See if they can get a wraparound onto mind control, or at the least, just take the tier 1 tower. They'll show up, commit. TPs are going to come in, as Weeha is about. Does he want to try and go for any sort of grab? He's going to skewer it in aggressively.
Go for it. Go for blind RP.
I mean, they're going to turn on him. They're going to lift him back. The Static Storm is down, but Ramses, he's already got his BKB. He drops it, commits with the Doom onto the Magnus.
Nice Fuel Scepter.
Weeha is out of the fight. The Glimpse will try and pull back GPK. Ramses is able to continue to chase down GH. They'll look. They won't even get the chance to look for a denies. Arteezy's damage is far too much. RMN's trying to run. A stolen skewer from Crit runs him over. As EG making easy moves around the mid, getting some pressure very early on to this tier 2 tower. This lead getting rather sizable now for Evil Geniuses.
It feels like Nigma does not have a good read on how EG is ahead. You know, they're 7k gold ahead. This Kling does serious amount of damage. I believe that's a full Deso coming on him 17 minutes in.
Oh boy.
And this Doom.
Oh boy.
BKB, drums, and the phase boots. Like, how are you going to stop him?
Yeah, you can't. I mean, your physical damage, I mean, if you get the Corrosive down and Miracle's able to punch him, maybe, but Miracle's not that, he's not at the point where he's really ready to fight. He's still pretty weak. They get the grab onto mind control. Miracle tries to step forward, but it's into a stun. He'll get the ult off, tries to focus down Arteezy. Arteezy on the run. Arteezy falling low. They bring down the Clinks. The Supernova gets taken out immediately by EG. Enigma, they may have killed the Clinks, but they've lost 4 heroes for it. They're even trying to dive in a bit onto Weeha. They won't go any further. Weeha will be able to live, but these fights are just too tough for Nigma to take right now.
Where was Weeha in that fight? Saving the RP for the game 4. Oh wait, this is not the best of 5. This is
it wasn't there.
The last game.
He's nearly. Oh no. He should have gone back. He didn't.
You expect him to go back. You know, everyone is pretty low, but they still go for a sneaky play, delaying his Blink Dagger.
Yeah, he was getting close. He's about 1,800 gold into it. Really needing that Blink. They need some sort of way to make the counter plays. And I mean, if they can find it, if they do get that Kinetic Field, Static Storm, or RP to set things up, they do still have that very strong team fight. On top of that as well, GH has got a Meteor Hammer finished. But as you say, with the BKB on Ramses and with the insane amount of fun that EG's cores have, these fights are just going to be so hard for Nigma to play. You know, if the last game was sort of put on hard difficulty after the laning stage, this one's on insane.
Oh my god, this damage, he just smells. And they have enough, they're going to go for Roche. They definitely have enough.
Yeah, why not? Arteezy hits like an absolute madman right now.
340 damage with the Deso, and Enchantress can easily just tank the Roche. There's a Meteor Hammer play.
All right, bit of a poke. But RMN, he's getting jumped on. GPK, this incredibly agile hero, won't be able to continue quite yet. The Static Storm comes to an end though, and GPK persists. Make sure there's no interference from Nigma around the pit, as the space is there for EG to finish it off and Arteezy to claim the Aegis.
Oh, he also has the Imp Claw on the Clanks. They might get 4 bounty runes, so this is gonna snowball so heavily. Crit getting a Blink Dagger. You have Doom, I believe he's also going for 1. It's gonna be very tough for them to actually take a fight right now.
Oh, down bottom, mind control. Well, will manage to get himself out of the stolen Static Storm. Does Weeha have that Blink yet? He must have it. Must have it about now. So they've got that jump. He's going to go for the solo skewer onto Ramses. Instant BKB from Ramses. No messing around. In fact, he's got to turn towards Weeha. GPK thinking about chasing this. Has been Corrosive Haste. He's going to go in aggressively with the Astral Step, bringing Weeha low. Lifted by the Yules. Weeha is going to skewer away, but the jump forward. Oh,
the skewer back.
The counterplay. Beautiful stuff here from the Rubik. The Doom's down on Miracle. Oh, they're getting run over pretty hard right now, Nigma. EG coming in at the sort of the highest of class here in Game 3.
I love how Ramses was just holding on to that Doom. Like, he could have easily used the
and again.
Magnus, but did not want another skewer play from Crit.
Yeah, Crit. He's just coming in with infinitely better skewers than we've seen from Weeha this game. He's struggled this time on the Magnus.
Crit is the best position for a player in the world, only because Lil does not have a team.
Well, there we go. Big praise there. Big praise indeed, and definitely after a performance like this, certainly warranted. They're 16k up. Yeah, EG I mean, well, Nigma, they're going to be looking back, and they're probably still saying why about that dive early on behind the tier 1 mid. That really was the start to the end of this.
It was just a game-losing play. You know, everything went EG way. This is one of the desperation smokes.
That's easy.
Still Aegis on play.
He just diving in. He dispels the whole smoke himself. He takes down RMN in a couple of hits. There's the telekinesis onto the Phoenix. He gets the supernova out. Skewer across to the side. Can they kill the egg? They'll turn. They'll focus it down. It's gone. There'll be a buyback from GH. Mind controlling with the 2-man crush on the back. But they're in. Weehaw. RP on 3. Is there any damage follow-up? There is not. Weehaw's going to go down. 4 dead on Nigma. No buybacks on the 4 of them. GH trying to dive away, but the impetus chases him through. A fade bolt from Crit to the back wipes the side of Nigma as they're all dead. EG up to the high ground.
I don't think they're going to give up. Like, they're going to lose another side, and that was such a big play from Clinks, you know, breaking the smoke, killing the disruptor before he could get any spells off.
I mean, you could feel it there. The fact that Arteezy was able to just sneak in to the midst of the 5 of them. No sort of detection thrown out. The panic was very apparent from Nigma.
He pulled a little sneaky on them.
And they were not ready for that one bit. BKB complete for Arteezy as well. Not that he was really having any trouble anyway surviving in these fights. He's been doing just fine. But now, with that magic immunity, he's going to be just a whole another sort of problem to take down. They don't have much to go through that BKB. As they're down 21k. A 21k lead here, just 23 minutes in from EG.
This is going to be such a huge item. Void Spirit, Yule Scepter. How many clutch Yule Scepters did he cast on like Phoenix mid-diving during the skewer or just controlling the Ursa? And now he has a full Aghanim Scepter with the Arcane Rune. So AoE silence, 2 charges. Like Mag's going to die once again.
Yeah, it's just all too easy for them to get these kills. One by one they fall. The Static Storm's there onto the Void Spirit, but again, he's able to buy time with the Yules up. GPK, he's away. Does get hit by the stun, but Mind Control falls. Ramses drops the Doom down onto Miracle. It's all getting so incredibly messy. Crit again, I believe, with a stolen skewer, bringing back in GH.
You know what I say, Owen? When it's time to call it, it's time to call it. They just got team wiped once again. I don't think they can take another fight. Almost 400 damage on Clinks, 24 minutes in. Not too bad, huh?
Yeah, not too bad at all. Nearly level 18 on top of that as well, Arteezy. They're holding on Nigma. They've probably got one final attempt at a fight in them. They have the RP, they have the Supernova, but they are getting mega creeped here at 24 minutes by EG. Let's see what Nigma has left, as this will be the final shot. They try, they get the 3-man RP, but this Resonant Pulse silence just stopping any follow-up crush. They're getting killed off right by the fountain. Miracle will pop the ult, try and turn towards Ramses. GH healing him up. He is burning GPK, will manage to kill the Void Spirit. Does something, a buyback from RMN. Can they catch more out of this? They get the glimpse back onto Arteezy. He's trapped in the kinetic field. Miracle tries to commit, but the telekinesis will halt his attempt. He looks to jump back, actually goes back towards Arteezy. Miracle now going for the refuel. GH
losing
goes
more
for the Sunray.
towers.
He did get the 2-man Meteor Hammer onto the 2 of them. They have killed the Clinks, but they'll lose RMN. Miracle does also get the pickup onto Fly. Crit out just in time with the TP. Won't burn to the Fire Spirits. The game not to be called quite yet. Nigma, they do kill off 3.
I think they're going to try to go into Roche, but the super creeps, mega creeps are approaching, so that's going to be a huge issue for them.
I mean, they're trying their best to hold on, honestly. If we're in any sort of world where Nigma's able to make a comeback here, this would be one of the most insane ones you'll ever see. So I wouldn't get your hopes up too high, as this is so hard now for Nigma to turn around. They're dealing with mega creeps. EG still with a 25k gold lead at just 25 minutes in.
I mean, they could not take a fight without mega creeps. What's the play here? I see Ursa queuing up Battle Fury just to deal with the mega creeps, and he's getting close, just 1,000 gold away.
I mean, if they did it once, maybe they can do it again, that sort of a fight. That last one only requiring the extra resource of RMN and his buyback. Everybody else just doing that with the 1 life. And GH, I mean, he's pulling out some cute plays. We are seeing the dive Meteor Hammer catching a couple of heroes each time in the fight. So, and now with the Halberd, he's got another effort to offer his bottom lane. Doom will be dropped.
Gotta kill him with style, you know. You'll Scepter into Remnant, pretend you're not there.
Miracle having to pop the ult to get away. Also the Static Storm being used to contain Arteezy. CEG, they could just go over the finishing blow now. They've got 5 versus 4.
500 damage on clicks. I don't think Crit is gonna make another tweet about the hero after this game.
I think you're right. I think he's gonna be pretty happy with how it's been fine-tuned right now. As the grabs in onto RMN, pulled back by the Remnant. A Supernova will be dropped down. It did disarm the Clinks as well. He's got the strafe. It's not enough to take out the egg. It's going to be successful. The Supernova stun kills off the 2 of them. Doesn't catch anyone with the skewer though. Dives away. Take around tier 4. I mean, they're holding yet again. I mean, honestly, GH just coming in with these spirits, with the Halberd. You know, I feel like it's only a GH Phoenix that sort of stands there against a 5-man push of a team on his own and says, I'm going to get this Supernova off. He is managing to control them as this Phoenix.
Sometimes it really feels like that, but the Roche is gonna spawn. Let's see. Oh, it's a long spawn, almost full 3 minutes. Like, if EG wants to take this one safely, you know, just wait for the Roche, but you're 25k gold ahead of them.
Yeah, still an incredible lead here from EG, but definite, very slight signs of life from Nigma as they do manage to repel EG for the 2nd time.
This is a dope item on Clink's Enchanted Quiver. Also, there's a double damage on the bottom.
Looks like the plan for the team here, just getting as many Halberds online as they can. I think the key component of them winning those last few fights is keeping the egg alive, so they've got enough disarms to spare.
He's gonna give him bottle to bottle up that DD, regen some mana. 2 minutes until the next Roche. Only hero with the buyback at the moment is Void Spirit.
Yeah, we've got slowly got the ones coming back online for Nigma. They themselves, they've got 2 more available. Miracle and Weehar just 600 gold off it. Whereas EG, I mean, again, themselves, as long as they get like 1 fight, sort of 1 or 2 kills collectively in a fight, they'll have the money for buybacks on their heroes. Not that they should need it. You know, EG still sitting very comfortable with all tier 2s, even a tier 1 up on the bottom lane.
It's just a free Roche for EG. They can't outpush the lanes. They're playing against the Mega Creeps. Yeah. Eventually, the lanes are going to get pushed. Still, Ursa went for that Battle Fury as a 2nd item to be able to deal with the Mega Creeps on top of Empower, so he kills them without receiving any damage.
And if you're Nigma and you do get the sense of EG backing up and going for the Roshan, can you go out and try and fight them there, or do you just have to wait in the base?
You need to go.
You gotta go. Okay.
They don't have a glyph. That's one of the issues that they're facing right now. I believe they have 1 smoke left, and this is like the Hail Mary play for them.
Buyback status slowly getting better for Nigma. You've got a 2nd life on GH. Shadowblade's going to be picked up by Weehar. Trying to allow him to get a better attempt at getting him. Mind Control's been able to farm over here quite peacefully for a while. Will get punished here though, as GPK and Fly hunt him down. And finally put an end. He's been able to take a fair few of those Ancients once he was out on the map. Smoke up from Weehar and RMN. May have been a little opportunity to try and hunt whilst they were killing off Mind Control elsewhere, but doesn't look like they'll have the time to do so. They'll sit up inside the base, 30 seconds and Mind Control's back. As EG, I think as you pointed out, definitely just playing a little reserve, saying, hey, you know what, if they don't want to call it, they want to keep playing on, we'll just wait for Roshan, take the easy route out.
And Roche is there. They're scouting things out. Yeah. With the Courier, Solar Crest. Yeah, this Roche goes down so quickly. When they bring the heroes, I don't think Doom can solo it.
No, yeah, they're going to need Artel. And he goes with the DD. Roshan not going to stand.
Look at those crits.
Very nice. 1,600 crits here from the Clinks. Aegis into the hands of Arteezy as GPK grabs the cheese. And now, what should be a simple ending for EG. We'll see if they get that simple ending that they expect. Weehaw is waiting with the Shadow Blade. They do get the initial jump onto Arteezy. The backlines, Weeha's got the RP onto the two of them, dragging them both into the Static Storm. Fly getting low, but he's able to force himself out to the side. Fly will live. Arteezy's already picked up the kill on Mind Control, and RMN turns back over towards Miracle. It's a triple kill for Arteezy. 4 of them dead and gone. This time the egg will fall. It's not going to be successful. GH will buy back, but 1 versus 5. There's nothing you can do to stop this game from coming to an end as EG clean him up. Another ultra kill to end this one as Arteezy finishes it off with a bang. GG is called, and Evil Geniuses will finally take this game 3 after 31 minutes, but without a doubt, Lacoste, this has been their game for the last 20 minutes. 11 minutes onwards, you've given a Clinks an ultra kill.
And he got Hand of Midas in like 2 minutes.
It's game over.
And managed to pop off. It was also a fight where he ate the Enchantress creep, got like 250, 300 damage, and just cleaned them up. I guess you just don't expect this kind of damage early on.
No, definite sort of Stratton interaction that works insanely well. And, you know, without a doubt, I mean, do you feel, were there any other ways that Nigma could have tried to come back in after that bit of a mess up mid? Like, could they have secured their game better, or was it always going to be hard with this sort of draft of heroes?
AG just played extremely good, you know, controlling Magnus and the Phoenix with the Yule Scepter and Remnants, not allowing Weeha to use any good RPs. Like, he did not land a good RP 3 fights in a row.
Yeah, well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. An excellent series here, without a doubt. And, you know, some back and forth games, but that game 3, no question about it. EG putting on a bit of a showstopper there as they end the series with the victory, 2-1 for Evil Geniuses today against Nigma.
Indeed, and that leaves them to be the only team remaining in Group A that is undefeated as of yet. So congratulations to EG to keeping their top spot in the group. And we're gonna discuss that third game. I personally want to start with the hero that was first phase picked in all 3 games. First picked all 3 games, and won all 3 games. Rubik. This time Crit played it. We saw GH play before and Crit play before that. I mean, that just won all the games.
Yeah, it's
Easy.
one of 2 heroes that can increase the duration of stuns. It's interesting how these heroes that have mechanics that only a limited number of champions can utilize are all successful.
Champions.
Heroes, yeah.
Thank you.
You noticed that. You guys
all
really
part
love
of
us.
Kyle's sly game to suss out the worthiness of his fellow panel members.
Nice save.
Can't believe they called them champions. Unbelievable. Yes, Rubik, especially when you consider who we have in this series and why it was such a hype matchup, is because it's Crit and GH, right? Like, both of these guys have won Valve tournaments. They're both arguably in the conversation for best 4 in the world, and they're going to perform. Rubik also is a lot stronger, I think, in the lane than people give it credit for, just because the damage reduction on the W, it really helps with last hitting, and you always have a method of shoving wave into tower safe lane.
Yeah, I think a lot of people assume that with the change from just regular damage to percentage-based damage, that it would mean that Rubik is a lot less effective in the laning phase, and we did see him drop off a bit. And now he's beginning to come back again, and I agree. I think the long-range nuke, being able to secure range creeps with it, and then also being able to basically man up against the other supports, I think it's really valuable, even if it's less effective in the laning phase than it used to be. And then percentage-based damage more effective later on. So.
It's interesting. I don't know if this is a Han player thing, but I've heard the terminology used by my brother, Z-Freak, and then also by Insania and Taiga and Liquid, that Rubik is a kill stun. And arguably one of the best in Dota. A kill stun just meaning, like, this guy ganks a lane, like, that gives you the kill. Like, if you consider, like, Ogre as an example, rotating into a lane, that is not a kill stun. But Rubik, because you have the lift back, and then also a big nuke on top, let alone if you have another spell stolen, like, you just offer so much damage, and you also scale in every single game. And again, to quote my brother, how do you counter Rubik? Pick bad spells? Like, that just means your draft is good. You can't really deal with this hero properly.
Yeah, they had a nice combination too, right? The Rubik Doom is very similar to, like, Rubik Centaur, for example, where the telekinesis, the stun that it is amplified by the fact that just that little distance gap closer makes the core that much stronger in lane. But let's not forget the other duo that is incredibly overpowered just a singular mechanic that is broken, which is the Enchantress plus Clinks.
Yeah, that's just not fair. I'm surprised that hasn't been changed yet. But yeah, giving bonus damage or bonus HP to a creep that Clinks then eats to get bonus HP and damage based on the HP is just sort of not fair. And credit to Arteezy. I'm sure Crit's a little upset having to watch his boy play it, but he went off on Clinks. What, 2-3 ultra kills in the game?
Yeah, and credit to GPK, that man on the screen right there. He played the other side of this matchup, game 1, now game 3, and he looked really good at doing it. One thing is just GPK continues to look so good when he is put into position to be aggressive, which I think in this team matches up perfectly, where Arteezy is allowed to play more of that harder carry. And it's also maybe part of the reason why game 2 didn't look quite as good for Evil Geniuses. Not as natural, let's say.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that they got a little caught in that all 3 of their cores, because this has always been the trouble with EG post PPD, where they would have these 3 really talented cores, but it never really felt like they were consistent game to game because they had issues sorting out farm priority. Remember when Sumail was off lane and Fear was mid, there were certain games like Fear DK where it felt okay, but otherwise it'd be a little discombobulated. Same deal with the Arteezy Fury and GPK Storm, Ramsey, Sun, Doom. Who's the 3? Right? They're all about equal, and I think that sort of helps explain why they're not ready to find this timing to go win the game, because they're really not sure what it is.
They didn't have that problem this game. It was GPK going off and then basically creating space for everybody to catch up with him. And I kind of felt very sad for Weha because he was so far behind. He couldn't find the right RPs. And I feel like if you're a Magnus lineup, it's a pretty big part of your way back into the game. Like, even if you assume that you're going to lose the start of the game, at least you can come back later on. But we can talk more about losers later. We're talking to winners right now because we're talking to Arteezy. Arteezy, congratulations on the series, first of all.
Hi, do you hear me?
Yes, we do. We do indeed.
Okay, thanks. It was a great series. Lots of emotions.
Yeah, it was a great series to watch, but I'm going to ask you one question out of series. We have seen a trend, and I'm curious if you fit this trend, yes or no. Anti-mage, persona, yes or no? Do you use it in your games when you play anti-mage?
I don't really like the fact that you can't use the other cosmetics. You're kind of locked to like an original, just the same as everybody else. So I like to be more unique. So I just choose the normal AM just because of that. I like it, the persona. I just don't like that every AM just looks the same. It's not unique.
That's why you listen to Young Lean.
It's true.
You want to stand out.
It's true.
I understand.
How has it been playing from North America? How has it been playing in Europe from NA?
Oh, I mean, I'm not gonna. I mean, if I'm honest, it's really a bit annoying sometimes.
Yeah.
I have to kind of adjust my mentality. A lot of things like maybe I would lower the expectation to win the lane harder or something like that. So I just try to like prepare myself mentally. The mid game is pretty identical. Like, I don't really notice a difference like clicking buttons faster or not. It's just mainly the laning phase, which I'm fortunate that I don't have to play mid because I don't know mid is pretty rough with ping.
I would
imagine
so.
That's okay.
So we were actually just talking about the fact that with GPK, it feels like things are very natural for you guys because GPK, he slides in and he looks great when he's sort of aggressive and in the enemy's face and making things happen. It allows you to be able to play more of a harder carry role. Would you agree with that? And how has it been playing with GPK? And what do you notice about him as a player?
He's very similar to Abed in his work ethic, so it's been extremely easy to work with him. Like, we just kind of talk about Dota, we scrim a lot, and then we just like, let's ask him to play a hero, he'll just do it. And then if we ask him to do something, like after the game's over, we watch the replay and we discuss things in the game. It's just a very simple process, it feels. So I think we're growing every game, we're trying new things. Like this game, I didn't really play a hard carry, but we kind of played faster to compensate for that, and I think that's like a good team.
Hey, you guys tried something similar with game 2, but that didn't go as well. In your words, what do you think went wrong in that game?
I think we really messed up the top fight, and after that fight, it made the game pretty hard for our heroes. We have Furion, Storm, Doom, and this bat has like 1,000 MS because of Surge. So it's like I TP to a lane, just TPs to a creep, and just in like 2 seconds he's on me. It was really scary to play against. So I think we had to kind of keep up our snowball that game. Once we lost it, it became really hard to bounce back.
Gotcha. I just have one last question. It's been really very important. If you, as Team Evil Geniuses, had to choose a spirit animal for yourselves, preferably one that was at the top of the food chain, what animal would that be?
You mean a spirit animal, like an actual animal, or like a Dota hero?
An animal, like a specific animal. Could be mythological as well.
He means an apex predator type of animal that he can use then to compare you to other teams.
Like VP is a polar bear. What's
team.
EG?
I'm personally a fan of tigers, so I like tigers, I guess.
Your tigers over panthers or jaguars?
Yeah, I mean, my favorite tiger is the Siberian tiger. It's really cool.
Well, that's exactly what I picked for you guys, so we're just on the same page.
What? No, you picked a grizzly bear.
I definitely picked Siberian tiger. Arteezy's from Canada. It makes sense.
Grizzly bears are also in Canada, aren't they, Arteezy?
I don't know.
You guys have bears. Loads of the grizzly bears.
Hang on, I also have a question.
I don't go outside much.
We also have a question from Twitch chat. Where is our TZ stream?
I'll be honest, I expected to actually stream during the break days of the Omega League, but it's so draining to play a lot of scrims, and then like you kind of just want to chill. And I kind of didn't expect myself to be so tired after all the scrims, so I don't even really play pubs that much. I just kind of chill and I watch TV shows.
That's important.
If I actually had the energy to play pubs, I probably would stream, but it takes a lot of energy, you know.
Maybe it will come still, you know. It's gonna build up again. So, yeah, it's been a lot of fun watching you guys play. You're still on top of the group. Hopefully, we get to talk to you more often. And you can continue doing that. And thank you for taking the time to talk to us. Don't go outside in Canada because there's grizzly bears there. Just you know, stay and chill at home. Thanks, RTZ. All right.
Gotta watch out for them grizzly bears. You never know when they're gonna strike, man.
You did say bears for EG, right?
No, it was Siberian tigers. That's why I compare them to capoeira.
Definitely not. No. This is what gaslighting is.
Yeah, that's really unacceptable of you to gaslight Sheever, Kyle. It's kind of messed up.
Do you know how mean she is to me off camera?
No, I don't. Sheever is perfectly acceptable off camera.
God damn
She's very nice to me.
I made him rehearse it. Let's take a look at what happened today, by the way. On screen, that is, we have some results to show you. We saw some awesome Dota 2. I feel like we mostly saw, like, this last series, we called it the blockbuster. It just was a blockbuster. It was a breath of fresh air for me anyway, the tier of Dota being played. I really much enjoyed it. Not really any too surprising results, I'd say.
No. The three favorites. I think Nigma versus EG, I think more people were leaning towards Nigma, but I'd argue that EG, like the lack of Kuro, even though our man has played excellent, I think still, if there's just no way Nigma is as good as they are with
but
Kuro,
you can't say that when EG also is playing with the stand-in and with Arteezy having zillions of ping.
He's like 90 ping. I didn't want to say while Arteezy was here, but he's playing from the east coast of Canada.
When you're
it's like
last
80 ping.
hitting, you notice it.
He's just making excuses, preemptive excuses. Arteezy is just fine.
Well,
either way, I mean, it's group stage, so like we could very easily see this match in the playoffs again.
Yes.
Go the entire
I hope
way.
we do.
So
especially
since that last game was, it felt so one-sided. So I'm sure there was a lot of things where there was draft or individual play that Nigma's going to go back and go over the tape.
That's a huge win though for EG. You can even look at the standings in their group. Like they've taken out Nigma. Like that was their main challenger
and
for top
5 men.
spot. Yes, they did take out 5 men, but you know, 5 men. I think their name makes them sound a little more intimidating than they actually are.
If you were to mention the top 2 teams in Group A, it probably would be EG and Nigma.
Yeah,
and having beat Nigma now, I mean, it kind of cements. I feel like their way of playing also. It doesn't guarantee them, a top seed, but it definitely looks very promising.
It's just because EG has also been traditionally so good at beating teams that are worse than them. You know, when they lose, what?
Isn't every team good at beating teams that are worse than them?
No. EG is
some teams sink down to levels. No, that's
okay.
I think that's
okay.
Fair,
you're just too used to beating up on me. That's actually a good point, Chiefs. And I was going to elaborate, and I will continue to do so. Some teams, like EG, is a more formulaic approach to the draft, so they're typically going to give you like just as good of a performance. Whereas I feel like teams like, I think Secret when they're on is a bit different, but they definitely struggle against when they're off. What?
Well, I was going to say Secret. I view them similar to EG, but like
they're
for a different reason. Whereas I think they're like individual skill level and maybe some of the formula that Puppy has set in to the like discipline of the team.
The best
they just always perform well.
Yeah, the best example is probably Liquid. Let's be real, because like Liquid would win a LAN, or I think they won a European qualifier, then they went to the summit and didn't win a series. They're just like, whatevs.
They have to like actually maintain like a good amount of discipline and always be on their game. Whereas Secret can kind of roll up because goddamn, they're Secret. You know? Look who they are.
That's fair.
Yeah, I think Alliance is similar. Like Alliance after a boot camp prepared is a much better team than just rolled out of bed Alliance. Whereas with Secret, it almost feels like today they literally randomed Lycan today, guys. They randomed it.
I mean, that's super lucky. Like you random your carry signature hero. It's like, oh yeah, I guess we have to play Lycan now. Speaking of Team Liquid, by the way, we're gonna see them tomorrow. We have a schedule for you as well. The Immortal League continues for the Omega League, and it is 3 series for you tomorrow with Liquid Viking, Enigma 5-man, and OG Fly to Moon.
Hype.
Yes, I think the first series is going to be the best one.
I agree, but I'm actually excited, and I hope Nigma and OG just outstrat and absolutely dumpster their opposition. Wow. I haven't seen them play enough Dota over the last month or two. I'm just missing like really good Dota. I want OG to challenge themselves personally. If I don't see Thompson in the fountain by 12 minutes, I'm going to be disappointed.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is you want to eventually get to the best teams and have them play each other. Okay.
Yes.
Yes. This is what will happen eventually. After the group stage are done, we're going to have playoffs, and that scenario will actually come to pass where we have the best teams facing up against each other. But who are those best teams? We're going to have to play some group stages first to get to know that. And we're going to continue with the group stages tomorrow. So we hope that you all tune in to us then again, and we'll see you tomorrow.